Star Odyssey Chapter 3017 to Chapter 3067. In the past, Luin had not been able to see it, but now, he could clearly see it. There was a similar fist imprint in the ground, which represented the 1,000 stacks. It had to be said that Silent Void's obsession with power allowed him to stand at a certain height. The return air palm was not outdated even among progenitor realm experts. It was able to dissipate the force of an attack and return it at the same time. It could catch people off guard, especially when it was used in conjunction with his own sequence laws. I'm here today to bury someone. Although the Starfall Sea is free of Eternals, it's still not safe. You should return as soon as possible. After saying that, he walked towards the 20 continents. He wanted to bury empty silence at the top level. Since this person missed his home, he would let him see it. This person had betrayed the Fifth Mainland, but during his battle with Luin, the hesitation in his eyes had convinced Luin that this person had never harmed the Fifth Mainland. This person missed his home, but because he did not want to harm it, he could not return. This could be considered atonement for his selfishness and betrayal of the Fifth Mainland. The palm technique that he had left behind had been of great help to Luin. No matter what kind of person he was, Luin was indebted to him for teaching him. Step by step, Luin ascended the 20 continents. He walked past the disciples of Mount Xianxia Dojo, but they couldn't see him at all. They gritted their teeth and continued to climb upwards. Luin was all too familiar with this scene. Back then, he had climbed to the 10th level in front of countless people from Mount Xianxia Dojo and learned the vacant palm. Back then, the 6th and 5th mainlands had been at war, and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Luin quickly reached the top floor and looked at the fist imprint in front of him. He took out Still Void's corpse and buried it beneath the fist imprint. He then called for Still Void to take a look around. Take a look if you want. Although this hometown has gone through many twists and turns, it hasn't changed much. He turned around and looked into the distance. If Elder Chan had not ambushed you, would you have struck out with that palm? He stared into the distance in a daze, and after a while, he retracted his platform and stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Master Lu has left. Elder Ji felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to chat with Luin, but he was not qualified to do so. Tai-san clenched his fists. He had clearly been able to catch up to Lanxi back then, but now, he couldn't even see Lanxi's back. Even if Lanxi was here, it would still be the same. The 10 arbiters were at the peak of their generation, but they couldn't withstand the appearance of a freak who was above their generation. Luin had originally planned to leave after burying empty silence and find a way to find the Eternals' disaster realm. At the same time, he would also increase the amount of time he could spend in flashback. However, as soon as he returned to the Above Heavens sect, he received news that the Elysian Heavenly Master had undergone his progenitor origin tribulation. Luin hurriedly went to the Neoverse. In the Neoverse, outside the Eternal Sky Island, Woody Ascension, Heizid Shenwei, and the others were anxiously looking into the distance. Big Sister, Leon's Armada, and many others were there to watch the Heavenly Master's tribulation. Qing Ping, Lu Bujing, and the others were also there. Although the Elysium Heavenly Master's tribulation origin black hole wasn't large, the tribulations it attracted were extraordinary. They were sourcebox arrays. The Elysian Celestial Master was skilled in sourcebox arrays, and the origin tribulation had led to a showdown between sourcebox arrays and the Elysian Celestial Master. Beneath the tribulation origin black hole, the two sourcebox arrays intersected and then disintegrated. Their killing intent erupted and then fused together, leaving many of the onlookers in a daze. Those who weren't origin array Heavenly Masters couldn't understand what was going on. Xiao Ming's eyes widened as he watched. He was confident that his knowledge of sourcebox arrays wasn't inferior to the Elysian Celestial Masters, and he might even be stronger. However, it was impossible for him to understand all of the sourcebox arrays. Although not many origin array Heavenly Masters had been born over the course of countless years, every single one of them had created more than 5 sourcebox arrays. Furthermore, there were existences like Progenitor Hui, so Xiaoming's understanding of sourcebox arrays was far from enough. He's about to lose, Xiaoming muttered. The surrounding lockbreakers watched closely as the Elysian Celestial Master underwent his tribulation. Before the tribulation, they had all received news and hurried over. Regardless of whether they were Celestial Master Xiao Ming or the Elysian Celestial Master, they all had a premonition that they would encounter a sourcebox array during the progenitor's origin tribulation, and their guesses had been correct. Jeffrey, Shengyang, Master Brightmoon, Gui Juanheng, and the rest of the qualified lockbreakers had all arrived. Even Shiqi and Kai Jianxiang had come. It was clear that the Elysian Celestial Master's tribulation hadn't been an impromptu decision, and he had been preparing for it for some time. However, this preparation wasn't enough to face the origin tribulation. The Elysian Celestial Master sourcebox arrays killing intent constantly, and more people could tell that he couldn't hold on. Master! Heizage Lian shouted. Invincible Ascension and Heizage Shenwei stared fixedly, their eyes bloodshot. Little Black and Xiao Bai had already grown into beautiful women, and they had shed their childishness. At this moment, they held each other's hands as they anxiously watched. Sirius Sex Elder Jioshan was also present, and he had a complicated look in his eyes. Senior brother had gone, but was the Elysian Celestial Master going as well? Pfft! The Elysian Celestial Master spat out a mouthful of blood, as he couldn't hold on any longer. Heizage Lian gripped his tyrant blade tightly and was about to rush over, but he was stopped by Heizage Wudi. Don't court death. Senior brother, let me go. I can't watch Master die, Heizage Lian growled as he tried to shake off Invincible Ascension. Another hand pressed down on his other shoulder, it was Heizage Shenwei. Heizage Shenwei's eyes were bloodshot. If you go, we'll die together. If possible, do you think that we want to watch Master die? Ascension gripped his tyrant blade tightly, and his body trembled. The Elysian Celestial Master spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Above his head, the sourcebox array's killing intent descended. In the end, he had failed. He had waited for so long, but he would still fail. If he had known that this would happen, he would have taken a gamble. Spirit Fat Mavis, Elder Gong, and him had all failed. Of the 7 half-ancestors, only Elder Chan had succeeded. Old friend, I'm coming too. The Elysian Celestial Master was powerless to resist, and he allowed the killing intent to descend. In the distance, Big Sis suddenly charged towards the tribulation origin. The Elysian Celestial Master was too important to Heizage Lian, and he was also her family. Even if he failed the tribulation, he could not die. However, someone was faster than her. Big Sis had just stepped out, and the Elysian Celestial Master had clearly been below the tribulation origin black hole, but now, he was gone. Where had he gone? At the same time, the tribulation origin black hole crazily expanded, and a vast heavenly might caused everyone's hearts to sink. Retreat! A shrill cry rang out, and everyone retreated. Big Sis looked in the direction of the tribulation origin black hole. Was it Xiaoqi? The person who had been faster than her was naturally Luyin. The Elysian Celestial Master was a half-ancestor. Even if he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This was a cultivator's struggle against the heavens. Luyin had never thought of interfering, but since Big Sis wanted to, he could not just stand by and watch. It was dangerous, but all he needed was an instant to give the Elysian Celestial Master a chance to lower his cultivation. It was not like he was forcefully helping the Elysian Celestial Master become an ancestral master. Elder Gong had died from the tribulation origin precisely because he had not had the time to lower his cultivation, and the Elysian Celestial Master had almost followed in his footsteps. Senior, lower your cultivation, Luyin reminded him. The Elysian Celestial Master hurriedly did so. The tribulation origin targeting him had disappeared, but Luyin had still interfered. He watched as the tribulation origin black hole slowly disappeared, but before it disappeared, it still struck the Elysian Celestial Master. It was also a sourcebox's killing intent, and even he was afraid of this one. It was far from what the Elysian Celestial Master had faced. Luyin used the principle that when things reach an extreme, they would only reach the opposite end. He looked up, and the tribulation origin black hole finally disappeared. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. Big Sis was the first to rush over. Little 7. Luyin supported the Elysian Celestial Master and shrugged. I'm fine. The surrounding people were shocked. It was common knowledge that one could not interfere with an origin tribulation, but Luin had actually forcefully interfered. Big Sis did not know what to say. Woody Ascension and the others hurriedly thanked him. Heizich Leon finally relaxed. "Thank you, Little Seven." Luin smiled. "Captain, you don't have to be so courteous with me." "Ha ha ha ha." The Elysian Celestial Master coughed a few times. Although he had not died, his injuries were not light. His cultivation had fallen below that of an emissary, and he could be considered crippled for the rest of his life. "Pathmaster, it's not worth risking your life to save an old man like me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 10,000 times. Luin smiled. "I only acted because I was confident. I wouldn't take any risks." Little Black and Little Bai came over and cried tears of joy. These two girls were still the same, one black and one white. In the distance, above Shi-Chi's head, Cheap Fish slapped its tail. "This brat doesn't know what's good for him. He actually interfered with an ancestral master's origin tribulation. No rules, no rules." Shi-Chi hurriedly pressed down on its tail. "Stop slapping it. My head hurts." "Girl, are you still not used to it? Lord Fish is training your Iron Head technique." "I don't want it." "Huh, you dare talk back? Be careful that Lord Fish doesn't dump you." The crowd gradually dispersed. On Eternal Sky Island, the Elysian Celestial Master thanked Luin once more before going into seclusion to recover. Luin chatted with the group for a while before being called away by Big Sister. She sized Luin up with a probing gaze. Luin felt uncomfortable. "Big Sister, why are you looking at me like that?" Big Sister circled around Luin. "How did you surpass me? Saving the Celestial Master? At that time, no one present could surpass me. Only I could save the Celestial Master because I was the fastest. But in the blink of an eye, you've already taken him away. How did you do it?" Luin was proud. "Reverse time." Big Sister's eyes shone. "Time skipping? You mastered it?" Luin shook his head. "It's parallel time." Big Sister was confused. Luin told her about his encounter with Progenitor Chen in Burial Garden and showed her parallel time. Big Sister sighed. "This Xiaoshang is a genius. He can even do something like that." Luin also sighed. Progenitor Chen was the most talented powerhouse of the Daosaur sect, and there were too few who could compare to him. He had 9 clones, and each one of them could kill a progenitor. He single-handedly beat the 6th mainland into hiding in the Daosaur sect. Even among the Eternals, Progenitor Chen left his name behind. Big Sister replied, "Of course I know. I don't just have the memories of the Daosaur sect's era. However, I still underestimated Progenitor Chen. You should know that parallel time is not as difficult as time skipping. Wu Xing's time skipping was created by him countless years ago, and the reverse time was also created by him. This Xiaoshang was able to create an alternative footwork while inheriting his predecessor's battle techniques. His talent is simply terrifying. That's why Progenitor Chen said that he was in Burial Garden to fulfill his promise to the tomb keeper and also to create a battle technique that can defeat the one true God," Luin said. He would never believe anyone else, but when Progenitor Chen said it, he somehow felt that it was believable. If Luin had heard Progenitor Chen say this when he was learning about the sequence laws, he definitely would not have believed it. At that time, Progenitor Chen was from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he might not have been a powerhouse of the sequence laws, let alone the only true God who had crossed the bitter calamity. However, as time passed, his understanding of Progenitor Chen was overturned. If Progenitor Ku could kill his way into the calamity region without dying, why couldn't Progenitor Chen? The 9 mountains and 8 seas of that era was just a title. It represented that they had inherited the mountain and sea battle techniques, but it could also have been inherited from the above heavens era. In reality, their strength was definitely not limited to this title. At the very least, Progenitor Ku and Forefather Tianyi did not have such a title. In that case, Progenitor Chen definitely did not have such a title, as he was publicly recognized as the strongest powerhouse of that era. Even Progenitor Chen himself said that he was good at fighting. The 9 mountains and 8 seas title did not only limit Progenitor Chen's and the others' titles, but it also limited other people's understanding of them. If the above heavens era's 9 mountains and 8 seas encountered progenitor Chen and the others, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Big Sis used the sequence laws. Come, little 7, use parallel time again. Luin shook his head. There's no need. It's not easy to use parallel time in this situation. I've tried it before. Big Sis's lips curled up. It's good that you know. This kind of footwork is not invincible. Remember, there is no such thing as an absolutely invincible battle technique in the universe. This is what Guiji said. Although he's a traitor now, he was still one of the top powerhouses of the above heavens era. Luin knew that Big Sis was reminding him. In one's life, it was very comfortable to have a few family members and friends who truly cared about one's well-being. Not long after, the trip to the Outlands began again. This time, Xianxia and Ghost Monkey did not follow. Ghost Monkey had already gained enough experience, and Xianxia had benefited greatly from the battle against the progenitor realm Mantis as well as the battle against a Hui. Ghost Monkey did not need him to follow, and Luin had him stay in the above heavens to accompany progenitor Wusheng's corpse. He wanted to break through to the progenitor realm and add more powerhouses to the above heavens. Ghost Monkey was in high spirits, and he firmly believed that he could reach the progenitor realm. However, when he was asked to break through, he chickened out. Luin brought along with him Elder Chan, and Zhao Ran's trip to the Outlands once again. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Luin did not encounter any more Eternals. He did encounter 2 parallel universes with humans, but neither of them were from a cultivation civilization. On the other hand, the flowing light review time had increased to 600 seconds, which was a full 10 minutes. When the time reached 600 seconds, Luin suddenly thought of something and immediately went into seclusion. He found a planet and started rolling his die. As the die slowly rotated, it stopped at 6 points. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space, and he frowned. This spacetime was not the astral source spacetime, the 3 sovereigns spacetime, or the void god spacetime. He had not cultivated the power of the spacetime, so how had he come to the dark space? Looking up, there were no balls of light, not a single one. What was going on? Since it appeared in the dark space, it meant that there was an existence that could merge with it. However, were there any creatures in this spacetime that cultivated astral sources? Luin controlled his consciousness to head into the distance, and he soon saw the barrier again. Ever since he absorbed the will of the people in the game of 1,000 faces, after using his consciousness, he could see this barrier, but he could not pass through it. This was probably because his consciousness was not strong enough, and this barrier might be a parallel spacetime. Once he could pass through this barrier, he guessed that he would not have to cultivate the power of the current spacetime. He would be able to merge with creatures from countless parallel universes, and that would be interesting. However, he could not do it now. Just as he was about to leave, Luin suddenly felt that something was wrong even further away. Was that a ball of light? A ball of light, go over. His consciousness arrived in an instant, and if Luin had an expression, he would have been shocked. He saw a ball of light with half of it on this side and the other half on the other side of the barrier. What the hell? Without hesitation, Luin rushed over and merged with it. He wanted to see what it was. As for the light, it was very dazzling. The creature that this ball of light represented must be very strong, and such a glaring light meant that it was at least a progenitor. His consciousness crashed into it and merged with it. Luin suddenly opened his eyes, and countless memories flooded in. At the same time, an indescribable feeling appeared. He could see everything around him, including the scenes behind him. How many pairs of eyes were there? Memories continued to pour in, and he was shocked. 9-headed bird? He had merged with a creature called 9-headed bird. It was no wonder why he could see so many scenes with his eyes. It turned out that there were 18 pairs of eyes, which was too many. Gradually, Lu Yin's gaze changed, and he focused on a single head. That head's eyes were staring at a gray land with a golden radiance rising from it. It was Celestial Victor. In 9-headed bird's memories, they were currently surrounding and attacking Celestial Victor. 9-headed bird, Violet Emperor, and a pure energy body. These were the three extraterrestrial helpers of the Eternals. With the deaths of the hibernation beast and the seven-star mantis, as well as the fact that the reincarnation spacetime had not killed many extraterrestrial powerhouses, the Eternals were now in danger. They did not threaten him verbally like the hibernation beast. Instead, they joined forces and targeted Celestial Victor. At this moment, the Violet Emperor and the Pure Energy Body were attacking Celestial Victor. Nine-headed bird was hidden in the void, ready to attack at any moment to deal a fatal blow to Celestial Victor. Celestial Victor did not know that there were not just two extraterrestrial powerhouses attacking him, but rather three. In the nine-headed bird's eyes, Celestial Master Triumphant and the Violet Emperor were engaged in a fierce battle. The Violet Emperor was the strongest of the three Outlanders, and he was the one who had suggested joining forces to kill Celestial Master Triumphant. He was second only to the Star Toad among the Outlanders of the Eternals. It was the Violet Emperor who had faced Celestial Victor head-on, using the Pure Energy Body to launch a sneak attack. The nine-headed bird's innate gift ensured that it would succeed. Luin hurriedly withdrew from the fusion, and his consciousness returned to his body. He then tore through the void with Elder Chan and the others and headed straight to the reincarnation spacetime. "You guys wait here." Luin had no intention of asking them for help. He headed to the endless battlefield while notifying Venerate Lotus. Celestial Victor could not die, as he was the benchmark of the Eternals' frontline. If he died, even if they had killed two of the seven sky gods, it would not be enough to offset the impact. Furthermore, Celestial Victor was a powerhouse that Luin greatly respected, and he could not be killed by these beasts. In the reincarnation spacetime, Venerate Lotus was shocked. Victor is being surrounded? She did not hesitate and hurried to the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was the main battlefield of the zone of disaster. The Violet Emperor had ordered Nine-Headed Bird to launch a sneak attack so as to prevent Celestial Victor from escaping. If Celestial Victor wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop him. Celestial Victor was proud and arrogant, and he had never planned on leaving the endless battlefield alive. Unless he was absolutely certain that he could not win this battle, he would not flee. This was his belief. On the dusky ground, two colors, one purple and one gold, constantly clashed. The world rumbled as the void continuously shattered and collapsed, extending into the distance. Terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept through the area. From time to time, a transparent radiance would spread out and envelop the purple and gold, causing the gold radiance to rapidly weaken while the purple radiance gained the upper hand. The golden staff smashed out. Opposite it was a humanoid creature with antennae. It had no facial features, only a single white vertical eye. It was the Purple Emperor. Facing Celestial Victor's staff, the Violet Emperor brazenly met it head-on. The staff smashed into the Violet Emperor, and the Violet Emperor's body fell a few meters. He grabbed the golden staff with both hands. "Victor, you are finished." As he spoke, he grabbed the golden staff and threw it out. On the other end of the staff, Celestial Victor also grabbed it tightly. Golden blood flowed and bloomed. As the blood burned, it turned into a golden radiance. His strength continued to increase, and just as the staff was about to be thrown out, he let go and hit the top of the staff with his palm. The staff turned into a golden stream of light and hit the Violet Emperor again. The Violet Emperor's body was penetrated by the staff, and he fell down. In the distance, the creature that had used the transparent radiance was also humanoid in appearance, but its body flowed with a transparent radiance. It was called a pure energy body. It did not have a name, but even the eternal race called it a pure energy body. It was a strange creature born in the universe, and the transparent radiance was its sequence rule, the absolute energy domain. Once enveloped by the transparent radiance, apart from one's physical strength, all other forms of energy would be suppressed or even countered, becoming a means of attack for this creature. It was because of this move that it was able to suppress Celestial Victor's astral source, causing Celestial Victor's strength to decline. This allowed the Violet Emperor to have the opportunity to fight Celestial Victor. Otherwise, even the Violet Emperor would not have been able to defeat Celestial Victor in a one-on-one battle. The Violet Emperor crashed to the ground, purple blood flowing out of his chest. His white eyes turned, and he stood up and stared into the distance. Celestial Victor landed on the ground, his body swaying. The blood in his body flowed continuously, becoming the source of his strength. His astral source was suppressed by the pure energy body, so he could only use his blood to exchange for strength. If not for the victor's art, he might not have won. You two trash can't kill me. Celestial Victor bent his legs and charged forward, unleashing a punch at the Violet Emperor that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The Violet Emperor raised his leg and kicked out. There was a loud bang, and the earth trembled. The sound traveled deep into the zone of disaster. Only the Eternal Race knew about this battle, but they had no intention of interfering. Celestial Victor relied on the victor's art. Even though his astral source was suppressed, he fought more valiantly, although he looked miserable. The Violet Emperor was in a miserable state as well. The pure energy body's sequence rule continued, and they had to work together to exhaust Celestial Victor's strength. Celestial Victor believed that if this continued, he would definitely be able to kill these two extraterrestrial powerhouses. The Violet Emperor was also waiting for the nine-headed bird to make a move. Physical clashes were the most primitive form of combat. The pure energy body forced Celestial Victor to fight the Violet Emperor with his physical body. Even so, the Violet Emperor gradually lost ground. His body continued to crack, and Celestial Victor's blood flow increased. His entire body was enveloped in a golden radiance that was extremely resplendent. The more Purple Emperor fought, the more he retreated. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord Victor waved his hand, and the golden staff flew over. This time, the Purple Emperor didn't use his body to block it. Instead, he rushed forward and punched Heavenly Lord Victor's fingers that were holding the staff, making it difficult for Heavenly Lord Victor to hold on. However, Heavenly Lord Victor's reaction wasn't slow. Although he let go of the staff, he still kicked out, nearly crushing the Purple Emperor's upper body. The Purple Emperor was sent flying by the kick. Heavenly Lord Victor grabbed the golden staff again. It was over. He smashed the staff down. This time, the Purple Emperor couldn't escape. The Purple Emperor raised his head, his white eyes staring at Heavenly Lord Victor. He completely ignored the golden staff and continued to stare at Heavenly Lord Victor. Just as the golden staff was about to hit the Purple Emperor, it stopped. Heavenly Lord Victor's body froze. His expression changed drastically as he stared at the Purple Emperor. "This is attack!" the Purple Emperor shouted. His body was bleeding all over. The nine-headed bird appeared in the void, its enormous body blotting out the sky. It raised its 9 heads high and let out a shrill cry. 3 of the heads had 6 pairs of eyes that stared at Celestial Battleship. "Die, Battleship!" Heavenly Lord Victor felt his hair stand on end. The nine-headed bird had the innate ability to curse. Once it targeted someone, it was as if their life was connected to their heads. If their heads were cut off, they would die. This was the nine-headed bird's most terrifying ability. It was also the reason why the Purple Emperor had ordered the nine-headed bird to launch a sneak attack. Only the nine-headed bird could kill Heavenly Lord Victor in a single strike. At the cost of losing 3 heads, it could curse Heavenly Lord Victor to death. Under normal circumstances, the nine-headed bird wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Heavenly Lord Victor. However, Heavenly Lord Victor was currently under control. This was a rare opportunity. It was confident that it could kill him. Heavenly Lord Victor was stared at by the 3 heads. He felt as if his vision had changed. This was because his life was connected to the heads of the nine-headed bird. "It's over." The nine-headed bird let out an excited cry. After killing Heavenly Lord Victor, its reputation wouldn't be any lower than the star toads. Humans and other creatures all had vanity. The nine-headed bird was no exception. Heavenly Lord Victor clenched his teeth. Heavenly Lord Victor wanted to kill him? Impossible. The blood in his body boiled. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed past and crashed into the nine-headed bird with a bang, knocking it away. By knocking the nine-headed bird away, he had removed the nine-headed bird's curse, giving him a chance to kill Heavenly Lord Victor. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. 7-star mantis? 7-star mantis? 7-star mantis? The Zihuang and the others were astonished. "Aren't you dead? Something's not right." The pure energy body opened its mouth for the first time, and its tone was like the ripples on the surface of a lake. It is pure energy. Zi Huang and the others stared at the seven-star praying mantis. They realized that this seven-star praying mantis was different from what they knew. It was as if it had been carved out of a gray mold. Nine-headed bird was enraged. Seven-star mantis, I don't care what you are. You should die if you try to stop me from cursing victory. As he spoke, one of his heads stared at the seven-star praying mantis while the other three heads continued to stare at Heavenly Venerate Victor. He still hadn't given up and wanted to curse him. Heavenly Venerate Victor sneered. So this is your backup plan, you three pieces of trash. He then raised his staff and smashed it down. Zi Huang hurriedly dodged, but this staff was not aimed at him. Instead, it was aimed at the pure energy body. Only by dealing with the pure energy body would he be able to display his full strength. Otherwise, he would have to fight to the death with Zi Huang. The pure energy body immediately disappeared, and the transparent light spread out once more. This time, it enveloped the seven-star praying mantis, causing him to instantly disappear. In the distance, Luyin was shocked. The seven-star praying mantis had actually disappeared. It had been forcefully erased. That pure energy body's absolute energy domain was actually so ruthless. Luyin had learned about pure energy bodies through the nine-headed bird's memories, but because he had only fused with them for a short period of time, he hadn't learned much. At the time, he had wanted to control the nine-headed bird to attack Heavenly Venerate Victor, but because he didn't know how long the bird would wait to attack, he had been forced to withdraw from the fusion. Sometimes, a battle could last for days or even years. Even if they wanted to finish the siege quickly, it wouldn't take more than a few years, but a few hours would not be impossible. It had not been easy for him to fuse with the nine-headed bird's body, as the bird was a sequence law powerhouse. This was not a problem of insufficient resources. Back when he had been a hunter, he had also been forced to withdraw from the fusion because he had forcefully fused with an emissary's body. If he had withdrawn before the nine-headed bird attacked, then he could only watch as Heavenly Venerate Victor was ambushed and killed. Even if he had used the nine-headed bird's body to attack Zi Huang and the others, it did not mean that he would have succeeded. Heavenly Venerate Victor's life had been hanging by a thread, and he could not afford to be careless. To be safe, Luyin had immediately withdrawn from the fusion to provide support. At this point, there was no need to overthink things. The seven-star praying mantis was erased, and the pure energy body avoided Heavenly Venerate Victor's attack. Zi Huang's white eyes stared at Heavenly Venerate Victor once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor's body suddenly became unable to move. He had actually been controlled even when they were not looking at each other. This was Zi Huang's trump card. Using this opportunity, the nine-headed bird tried to connect once more. Heavenly Venerate Victor clenched his fists, and his golden blood melted to form a storm that connected the heavens and the earth. He swept out with his staff. You underestimate me too much. This staff viciously smashed into Zi Huang and the pure energy body, forcing them to retreat. This was the first time that the pure energy body had been injured in this battle, and it was clearly not light. Zi Huang coughed up blood. This monster was already extremely powerful, but even with the three of them working together, they had still been swept aside. Since the nine-headed bird was high up in the sky, he had not been attacked. Heavenly Venerate Victor's staff swept past him, causing him to fall to one knee. The blood in his body was constantly being drained, and he could not hold on any longer. Using this opportunity, the nine-headed bird tried to connect once more. Luyin attacked. He reversed the flow of time and punched out 100 times. Luyin did not manage to land this punch, as the appearance of the seven-star praying mantis had alerted the nine-headed bird. They knew that there was an enemy hiding nearby. 3 of the nine-headed bird's heads stared at Heavenly Venerate Victor while the other 6 kept watch in all directions. No matter who attacked, they would be targeted, and they would try to connect. Luyin was connected, and he was unable to land the 100 punches. His body suddenly appeared not too far away from the nine-headed bird. The nine-headed bird was shocked. Luyin? Zi Huang, the pure energy body, had not expected Luyin to appear either. The moment Heavenly Venerate Victor saw the seven-star praying mantis, he knew that no one else besides the Lu family was capable of summoning generals. But how did Luyin know that he was being surrounded? You deserve to die, you bastard bird. Luin waved his hand, causing a general appointment platform to appear. The nine-headed bird shrieked, the Lu family's general appointment platform. You've chosen the 7-star praying mantis? Alright, if Victor's death isn't enough, then you can die as well. After speaking, a faint connection allowed Luin to see other scenes. Others might not know, but Luin knew that the nine-headed bird's innate gift was called a curse. On the surface, it was an innate gift, but in reality, it was a sequence law. However, this law could become invisible and prevent sequence particles from being seen, which was why others had mistaken it for an innate gift. The nine-headed bird was actually a sequence law powerhouse. It relied on this sequence law innate gift to disguise itself, which made it as feared by the Eternals just like the 7-star praying mantis. The Eternals believed that once such a creature reached the sequence law level, it would become even stronger. This was the nine-headed bird's goal. Actually, it couldn't compare to the 7-star praying mantis at all. The 7-star praying mantis truly did not reach the sequence law level, while the nine-headed bird was a fake. Even if it was fake, strength was still strength. Anyone who was connected by the nine-headed bird's sequence law would be in trouble. Unfortunately, since Luin knew this secret, how could he be connected? The simplest method was to release the starry sky from Lu Yin's heart and use the void world to isolate the sequence law. The nine-headed bird was shocked. Eh? Before it could think any further, Lu Yin used reverse step and parallel time to approach. The nine-headed bird knew that things were bad the moment it saw Lu Yin disappear, and it frantically released sequence particles. Its sequence particles could not be seen by ordinary people, and Lu Yin's parallel time was not as useful when it included the sequence law, so it was forced out. The nine-headed bird had been able to survive until now, so its vigilance was no less than the 7-star praying mantis or the awakening stingers. It should be said that such creatures were very vigilant. Lu Yin's appearance disrupted the nine-headed bird's attack on Victor for the second time, and the Celestial turned around to attack the Violet Emperor with his staff. At that moment, the venerated Lotus finally arrived. I'll leave that pure energy body to you, Lu Yin shouted. The venerated Lotus scanned the battlefield and stared at the pure energy body. His lotus bloomed and he attacked. The three of them each had their own powerful enemies. The pure energy body disgusted Lu Yin, as this thing could directly cripple his commander-appointing platform and the Divine Seal catalog. It might even destroy the starry sky in his heart. In comparison, the nine-headed bird was much easier to deal with, and Lu Yin understood it very well. Once he got close, it would be the end of the nine-headed bird since he could control it. However, this creature was too vigilant, and it immediately shrunk its body and stared at Lu Yin with all 9 heads. You're courting death. Lu Yin sneered. I'm going to choose another one today. The nine-headed bird's feathers bristled, and formless sequence particles shot towards Lu Yin. It wanted to connect to Lu Yin's arms, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It wanted to connect to everything that this human could connect to. This was one of its methods, and even if it did not directly use the beheading curse, it was still something that ordinary people could not withstand in battle. However, Lu Yin understood it well, and when he saw it staring at him, he knew that things were not good. The nine-headed bird's sequence laws were impossible to defend against, and just in case, Lu Yin could only wither his body. No matter where the nine-headed bird wanted to connect to, that place would receive damage back to itself. When it saw Lu Yin wither, the nine-headed bird was shocked, and all 9 pairs of eyes shrank as it shrieked in fear. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? Lu Yin was shocked. You know that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? What's your relationship with that undying person? Withered ancestor? The nine-headed bird turned around to flee. Ever since it had cultivated the sequence laws, it had been successful in almost every endeavor. However, there was only one person who had remained unscathed no matter how it attacked. In fact, that person even liked its attacks. That person's strength was called things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. It had met that human in outer space, and it had thought that he would be a delicious meal. Who would have thought that he would be so small that it could not bite him? If not for the fact that that human was already on the verge of death, it would not have been able to escape. That human had said something that was deeply engraved in its heart, something that would forever shadow it: I want to eat roasted chicken. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Originally scheduled to be released on the 30th of August on the public account. Progenitor Chen. However, today's release date was brought forward at 3 p.m. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Public account, author scattered with the wind. These words scared the nine-headed bird so much that it immediately fled. It had seen the desire and greed in that human's eyes. That human really wanted to eat it, that monster. That human had said that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. It was too terrifying, and someone had actually managed to cultivate it. This was the bird's nemesis. Luin suddenly remembered that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. No matter how terrifying the nine-headed bird's curse was, it would be fine as long as it did not exceed one's own defenses. Could Luin withstand the nine-headed bird's curse? Not necessarily, but the desolate ancestor definitely could. What had happened between the bird and the desolate ancestor? Why was it so frightened? However, it was impossible for the nine-headed bird to escape. It had not been easy to capture three powerful enemies from the outside, and all three of them seemed to have supported the Grand Empyreans when they had attacked the Calamity Zone. If they were all killed, it would be a huge blow to the Eternals. Luin summoned the seven-star mantis and still void, and he used the mantis speed to chase after them. On the other side, the pure energy bodies also wanted to escape. They had clearly been trying to kill Celestial Champion, but now there were three of them. They could not kill them all, so they might as well leave. Venerable Lotus continuously attacked the pure energy bodies, but she was not proficient in physical strength. All she could do was wear them down. The most intense battle was still between Celestial Champion and the Violet Emperor. Celestial Champion wanted to kill the Violet Emperor and did not care about anything else. At this moment, he was not just using his physical strength, he was also using his ancestral world. Behind him, a gigantic Celestial Champion appeared. He wore golden armor and wielded a staff that he viciously swung at the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor looked up, and Celestial Champion paused. Although he tried to break free, the Violet Emperor avoided him. Champion, if you keep fighting, you'll bleed dry. Celestial Champion laughed maniacally. I've been waiting for death for a long time. Why should I be afraid of a fight? The Violet Emperor gritted his teeth. He also wanted to retreat, but Celestial Champion's ancestral world covered a huge area, and fleeing would only make things worse. The nine-headed bird wanted to escape, but it was blocked by the seven-star mantis. The pure energy bodies were still fighting Venerable Lotus, and this battle boded ill for them. At that moment, two more people arrived. They were the Food Saint and the Bow Saint. They had originally been in a parallel spacetime around three hells, and Venerable Lotus had informed the sixth direction. When the Bow Saint arrived, he raised his hand and shot an arrow at the Purple Emperor. The Food Saint revealed his true form from far away. He opened his mouth and roared, causing ripples to appear. The Purple Emperor swatted away the arrow with one hand and opened his other hand, aiming at the Food Saint and closing his 5 fingers. These two progenitors had yet to reach the sequence rules, so they could not withstand his attack at all. But behind him, the golden staff fell. The Purple Emperor's scalp went numb, and he hurriedly dodged. However, his body was still struck, and he was sent flying. Celestial Lord Victor seized the opportunity to attack. The Purple Emperor crawled to his feet with great difficulty. His elbows pressed against the ground as he raised his head. Golden light enveloped everything, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. He let out a breath. He still had to use it. The staff smashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire space was shaking. Food Saint and Bow Saint looked at where Zi Huang had fallen. Was he dead? There was a muffled groan. The two of them looked back and saw Celestial Duke Triumphant, as well as Zi Huang, who had his hand in Celestial Duke Triumphant's body. Sky Sovereign. The two of them were shocked. Luin looked over. What was going on? The 9th grade Lotus Venerable's face paled. This Purple Emperor actually had such an ability? The Violet Emperor's white eyes were filled with malevolence. You forced me to do this, Do Sheng. Who doesn't want to keep a trump card? This trump card was meant to be used against the Eternals, but I didn't expect to use it on you. Celestial Duke Triumphant looked at the arm that had pierced through his chest. Golden blood flowed down his arm, staining Zi Huang's body. What did you do just now? Zi Huang's voice was low. You'll have plenty of time to think about it after you die. Go die. Zi Huang pulled his hand out and raised it again. No one saw him move, and no one knew what he had done. When they could see clearly, his arm had pierced through Celestial Duke Triumphant's body once more. Celestial Duke Triumphant spat out a mouthful of blood onto Zi Huang's face. Zi Huang quickly pulled his hand out and attacked again. Celestial Duke Triumphant's body was riddled with holes, but he still smiled. His mouth was filled with golden blood. Fold. Your sequence law is fold. You folded time. Zi Huang's pupils shrank as danger descended. He tried to attack again, but he found that he could not pull his arm back. Trash, your attacks are no different from tickling me. Celestial Duke Triumphant growled and punched out, shattering half of Zi Huang's body. Even the arm that was in his body was shattered. Zi Huang spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed with shock. This monster had clearly been so severely injured, but he was still alive. How was this possible? Even if a Grand Empyrean had been so severely injured, he should still have died. Celestial Duke Triumphant's body swayed, and his vision blurred. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed to be on the verge of death, but he was still alive. He could not die no matter what. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. When he had merged with the nine-headed bird's body, Celestial Duke Triumphant had already been in a desperate fight with Zi Huang. Then, when Lu Yin had arrived at this battlefield, Celestial Duke Triumphant had been in an even more miserable state. He had looked as if he would collapse at any moment, but he had not. He had withstood multiple attacks from Zi Huang that would have killed him, but he was still alive. How much longer could this guy endure? Celestial Duke Triumphant's blood seemed to have never stopped flowing. Even if he was a giant, his blood should have dried up by now. Everyone stared at Celestial Duke Triumphant in shock. He was not a giant, but he was even more so. He stood before everyone's eyes, incomparably tall and dazzling with golden light. This was especially so with Lu Yin's Heaven's Eye, which allowed him to see the sequence particles that filled the sky. He could sense an unstoppable, terrifying might. Zi Huang gritted his teeth. He could not attack. He did not know how much longer this monster would last, and he did not want to fight to the death. As he thought about this, he hurriedly fled, his body suddenly vanishing as he folded time. Celestial Duke Triumphant was right. Zi Huang's sequence law was folding, and it was precisely because of this law that he could fight Celestial Duke Triumphant to the death with his physical body. Every time he folded his physical body, he would fold it over and over again. Even a piece of paper would become tough after being folded many times, let alone Zi Huang's physical body. Besides folding his physical body, he could also fold time. This was his trump card against the Eternals, and he had actually used it. No matter what, he had to leave first. Zi Huang wanted to leave, but Celestial Duke Triumphant could not stop him. He could not find Zi Huang, and he had relied on his physical body to forcefully grab Zi Huang's arm and severely injure him. However, even if Celestial Duke Triumphant could not find him, others could. Lu Yin flew over as a stream of light, and he clearly saw the direction Zi Huang had fled in after folding time. He punched out and intercepted Zi Huang in the void. Zi Huang was astonished. This human could actually see him? Lu Yin sighed, as he considered himself unlucky. Folding time was essentially the same as skipping time, and the nemesis of time was looking back. Even if Zi Huang folded time, the original time that he had existed in would not disappear. All he had to do was look back. Zi Huang folded time again to escape, but Lu Yin continued to attack. Each punch landed in the direction Zi Huang was fleeing, and Zi Huang was forced to retreat. Stop. After a few more punches, Zi Huang gritted his teeth and ignored everything else. He endured Lu Yin's punches and fled, but this time, Lu Yin was not the only one attacking. Bao Saint and Culinary Saint attacked as well, and they followed Lu Yin's lead. Wherever Lu Yin attacked, they would attack. Zi Huang endured Lu Yin's punch, Bao Saint's arrow, and Culinary Saint's attacks. These Attacks would not have been a threat to him in the past, but now he was heavily injured. Half of his body had been destroyed, and his sequence law was constantly folding time. He could not escape from the attacks of 3 progenitors. It was all because of this person. Zi Huang's rage skyrocketed, and he forcefully ignored his heavy injuries to throw a punch at Luyin. This punch traversed the void, and just as Luyin was about to dodge, the fist wind was already upon him. Folding time not only allowed one to escape, but it could also be used to attack. Celestial Battlemaster had been heavily injured by Zi Huang's attack, and now, Luyin was facing the same attack. Luyin subconsciously punched out. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. With the addition of his limitless inner world strength, there was a thump, and an indescribable sense of power forced Luyin back step by step. Every step he took shattered the void, and his withered arm immediately recovered. Luyin felt a lingering fear as he looked at his numb arm. Zi Huang was heavily injured and on the verge of death, but he was still able to unleash such destructive power. This was a powerhouse who could fight against Celestial Battlemaster. Even without the 9-headed bird and the pure energy body's interference, Zi Huang would not have been powerless against Celestial Battlemaster. Luyin knew that he could rely on various methods to enter the battlefield of sequence laws, and he could even defeat some of the powerhouses of sequence laws. However, there was still a huge gap between him and Zi Huang. At the very least, he could not see Celestial Battlemaster's true strength. He could only enter the battlefield, but he was powerless to determine the outcome. A golden staff suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into Zi Huang. There was a boom, and Zi Huang was smashed into the ground, his fate unknown. On the other side, the 9-headed bird was having a hard time dealing with the 7-star mantis and silent void. These two had been summoned, and no matter how the 9-headed bird attacked, even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still attack. The 9-headed bird had paid the price of losing one of its heads to erase silent void, but it could not connect to the 7-star mantis. The mantis was too fast, and not only could the 9-headed bird not connect to him, but it was also unable to escape. It even used its arm blades to cut off 2 of the 9-headed bird's heads, causing it to shriek miserably. If this continued, the 9-headed bird would definitely be ground to death by the mantis. Left with no other choice, it would rather take the brunt of the mantis' arm blades to escape. It was fleeing in the direction of the depths of the zone of calamity. They no longer hoped to escape to a parallel spacetime, they only hoped to escape to the everlasting realm. Underground, Zi Huang was also fleeing towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Zi Huang's pure energy body also headed towards the depths of the zone of calamity. Luyin raised his arm and punched out 100 times, aiming at Zi Huang. Suddenly, his body froze. Zi Huang's white eyes stared at him from underground, causing him to be unable to unleash his 100 punches once more. At the entrance of the zone of calamity, the 7-star mantis arm blades slashed out, cutting off another of the 9-headed bird's heads. Just as it was about to attack again, a white figure appeared and slammed into the 7-star mantis, knocking it back. Tengu? Luyin was not surprised, the everlasting realm had still made a move. The moment Tengu appeared, the everlasting realm had basically intervened in this war. They had no choice but to intervene. If they allowed Zi Huang and the other 2 to be killed, it would be the same as cutting off their reinforcements. It would also serve as a great deterrent to the powerhouses from the Outlands who were helping the everlasting realm. This was not something the everlasting realm could accept. The appearance of the Eternals was within Lu Yin's expectations, and he had long since prepared himself. As soon as the Eternals attacked, he would summon all the progenitors and leave one of them alive. However, someone was even faster than him. Golden light illuminated the world and enveloped the land of disaster, dazzling Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin subconsciously turned around and saw the giant celestial surpassing Du smashing down with his golden staff. The staff was aimed at Tiango, the 7-star mantis, and the 9-headed bird, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. At the entrance of the land of disaster, divine power surged out in an attempt to block the staff, but it did not succeed. The golden staff crashed to the ground, causing the entire land of disaster to tremble. Celestial surpassing Du had been waiting for this attack for a long time. He had been brooding over the fact that he had failed to kill Tiango several times, and this attack had been brewing for a long time. Everyone looked at the entrance of the land of disaster. Even divine power had been forcefully pushed back by the staff. Would anything still be alive under this staff? Luin did not know if Tiango would die, but he knew that if the nine-headed bird died, it would definitely die. Celestial surpassing Du's staff would have suffocated the nine-headed bird to death even if it had been at its peak, let alone an injured nine-headed bird. As for the seven-star mantis that had been summoned, it was even more impossible to leave it alive. In the distance, Celestial surpassing Du panted heavily. Behind him, a figure that was 100 times larger slowly disappeared. He had used all of his strength in this attack, and he had not only targeted the nine-headed bird and Tiango, but also the Violet Emperor, who was trying to escape to the land of disaster. However, he did not know if he would be able to hit its target, as the Violet Emperor could manipulate time. Rubble flew everywhere as divine power wreaked havoc. Golden light and dark red divine power interweaved as they fought for supremacy. After a while, the dust settled, revealing the nine-headed bird that had been beaten to a pulp. The staff had suffocated it to death, and besides the nine-headed bird, Tiango was also there. Woof! Lu Yin's heart sank. It was useless. In the distance, Celestial surpassing Du gripped his golden staff tightly. It was still useless. That beast. Lotus Sovereign looked on in shock. Celestial surpassing Du had used the last of his strength to strike with his staff, but it still could not kill Tiango. What was this guy made of? Bao Saint and Saint looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin's heavens! I stared at Tengu. It didn't have any sequence particles, but how had it been able to block a strike from Supremacy Trumpeter? Nine-headed bird was a sequence law powerhouse, yet he had been smashed to death with a single strike. Just what was the structure of this true God Guard captain? He rather regretted the death of the nine-headed bird. If he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to deal with this mixed-haired bird. At that time, he would be able to choose another sequence law powerhouse. However, even if he chose the nine-headed bird, the significance would not be great. The nine-headed bird's most powerful ability was to rely on the formless sequence particles to curse and kill. If it was chosen by him, the sequence law would disappear, and this ability would be useless. Then, if he summoned it, it would be useless other than being beaten up. Thinking about it, it was not a pity. Woof! The heavenly hound barked again, as if it was mocking everyone. Behind them, figures walked out one after another, their bodies surging with godly power. They were Zhong Pan, Wu Ho, and Wang Ho, the three captains of the True God Guards. They stood together with Tiango, facing Lu Yin and the rest. His gaze was especially focused on Celestial Master Doubt Victory. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was at his limit. He felt like he would die if he touched him. This state was not easy to come by, and it was very tempting to them. At this time, Elder Chan also arrived and stared at the entrance of the zone of disaster with vigilance. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle panted heavily and grinned. Come, if you have the ability, then come here. If you kill me and lose this opportunity, you won't have another chance in the future. Zhong Pan clenched his fists while Tiango wagged its tail and stared at Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, Wu Ho, and Wang Ho. Lu Yin looked at Wang Ho, who was also Wang Xiaoyu. Had she betrayed the fifth mainland? With a whoosh, a figure rushed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster and landed in front of Wu Ho and the rest. Victorious Battle, since you want to die, then die. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle looked at the newcomer and widened his eyes. His gaze was extremely cold and murderous. Xiaoyin, Divine Lord Xiaoyin. The 9th grade Lotus Sage, Bao Sage, and Food Sage were all shocked. Divine Lord Xiaoyin? Lu Yin's pupil shrank. Divine Lord Xiaoyin? Wasn't he thrown into the godly power lake because of a mistake? How did he come out? Moreover, this feeling. Divine Lord Xiaoyin's lips curled up, and he was in high spirits and full of arrogance. Long time no see, everyone. Especially you, Tao Lord Lu. Lu Yin met Divine Lord Xiaoyin's gaze, his gaze cold. You're still alive. Divine Lord Xiaoyin stared at Lu Yin with hatred, murderous intent, and confusion. Back in the rotting god universe, he had clearly been captured by this brat. Not only had he knelt down to apologize, but he had also been about to be killed at any time. Why had he not died in the end? He could not understand this matter. This brat clearly hated him, and it could be said that he had single-handedly caused the Lu family's exile. If that was the case, why had he not killed him? He could have done it. Tao Lord Lu, long time no see. Divine Lord Xiaoyin gritted his teeth. No matter why this brat had not killed him, he had to take revenge for being tricked in the reincarnation universe and for being forced to kneel in the rotting god universe. Lu Yin's expression was fearful. Divine Lord Xiaoyin was completely different from before. Had he succeeded in fusing the Tao of Yin and Yang? If that was the case, things would be troublesome. In the past, Divine Lord Xiaoyin could only be considered an ordinary sequence law powerhouse, comparable to eccentric MO. After the Grand Empyrean had stripped him of his sequence law power, he had fallen even further. However, he did not just cultivate the power of Yin, he also cultivated the power of Yang, which was even more deeply hidden. The fusion of Yin and Yang was his Tao. This person had not been able to fuse before being thrown into the divine power lake, so how had he succeeded now? It had only been a little over a decade. What had happened? Xiaoyin, you were lucky not to have died back then. You won't be so lucky this time, Lu Yin threatened. The Violet Emperor walked out from underground. It had not been smashed to death by triumphant celestial staff. In another direction, the pure energy body was still being watched by Venerable Lotus, unable to escape. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Divine Lord Xiaoyin laughed. Who needs luck? This time, you're all going to die. He then raised a finger. At his fingertip, a dark green and a blazing sun intersected. The two types of sequence law particles entangled with each other, combining in a unique way. This gave Lu Yin an indescribable sense of horror. This was the same feeling that Divine Lord Xiaoyin had given him when he had first appeared. Now, this feeling continued to grow. Divine Lord Xiaoyin looked up and pointed. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he was about to dodge when he realized that the finger was not aimed at him, but rather at Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was still blooming. The lotus and pure energy bodies were consuming each other, and the area was already very small, so it did not attract much attention. She had not expected Divine Lord Xiaoyin's attack to target her. She was caught off guard and could only block the attack with the lotus blooming beneath her feet. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to break through Venerable Lotus. Venerable Lotus was one of the three sovereigns of the reincarnation spacetime. In terms of strength, she was second only to Triumphant Celestial, and she was even stronger than Divine Lord Xiaoyin. Her disciples were spread throughout the Six Direction Society, and she relied on Venerable Lotus. Heavenly Might. A ray of light shot out from Divine Lord Xiaoyin's fingertip, sweeping past Lu Yin and the others as it shot towards Venerable Lotus. It collided with Venerable Lotus, and a cracking sound rang out. Venerable Lotus's expression changed. How was this possible? Boom. Her lotus shattered, and the ray of light that intertwined with the color of dark green and blazing yang struck Venerable Lotus. It pierced through her shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood as it pierced through the void. Venerable Lotus's body was sent flying by this force, and she almost fell to the ground. She used this opportunity to escape towards the entrance of the Calamity Zone. The ray of light slowly dissipated. No one had expected Divine Lord Xiaoyin to be able to injure Venerable Lotus in one move. Lu Yin had expected that the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's current strength would not be weak, but he had not expected the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign to be so ruthless. That ray of light had been formed by the fusion of the power of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. With one strike, it had broken through the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign and injured the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign. Only Triumphant Celestial could fight against him. After injuring Venerable Lotus, Divine Lord Xiaoyin's lips curled up. This is my true strength. In the Six Paths Society, I am one of the 3 sovereigns, and in the Eternals, I am one of the 7 sky gods. From today onwards, I will slaughter the entire Six Paths Society. Especially you, Tao Lord Lu. I will have everyone from the above heaven sect die in front of you one by one. Let's see if any of you can stop me. He then pointed at Lu Yin, the target of his attack this time. The ray of light swept over, and Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. If he had known that Divine Lord Xiaoyin would have such strength, he would not have let him leave in consideration of the bigger picture. He did not know what the Grand Empyrean had left behind for Divine Lord Xiaoyin or what it could bring to the one true God. He only knew that he was unlucky. Step backward, parallel to time, escape. The ray of light swept past, and the terrifying particles caused reverse time to lose its effect. Luin had not escaped far when Divine Lord Xiaoyin waved his hand, and the ray of light swept out, covering a large area as it chased after Luin. Not only Luin, but Bao Saint, Culinary Saint, and the others were also covered by this ray of light, and they quickly fled. With their strength, they would definitely die if they were touched by this ray. Elder Chan transformed into the ancestral chi of the three sons, and Lu Tianyi walked out and pointed. Lu Tianyi's finger broke Divine Lord Xiaoyin's ray of light, but Elder Chan spat out a mouthful of blood. Divine Lord Xiaoyin attacked again, and the power of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang fused together to form a power that was not complicated at all. However, it was extremely destructive, and it gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. Elder Chan had been able to block it once, but he could not block it a second time. The ray of light appeared again, and just as Luin was about to dodge, a golden staff came crashing down from above his head, blocking his right side. This was precisely where the ray of light had swept over. Divine Lord Xiaoyin's ray of light swept over the staff, wanting to destroy it. Celestial Champion Star dragged his heavily injured body and gripped the golden staff as he stared at Divine Lord Xiaoyin. The staff was covered in sequence particles, and this was a competition between Celestial Champion Star and Divine Lord Xiaoyin's sequence laws. Celestial Champion Star was definitely not weaker than Divine Lord Xiaoyin, but Celestial Champion Star could not hold on. His injuries were too severe, and it was already very difficult for him to remain standing. Golden blood continuously flowed and evaporated, forming the victorious battle technique that furiously resisted Divine Lord Xiaoyin's attacks. Luin took out his slipper and slapped it against the ray of light, breaking it apart. Divine Lord Xiaoyin sneered. "Let's see how many times you can last." He then attacked again, pointing out with a finger as another ray of light shot towards Luin and Celestial Champion Star. "Get out of the way." Celestial Champion Star grabbed Luin and tried to push him away. Luin hurriedly took out Bai Rong's corpse to block the attack, but suddenly, a tortoise shell appeared in front of him. He stared at it in shock. This was a tortoise shell. His first thought was that it was a dragon tortoise, but a dragon tortoise could not block the attack. That would be suicide. The beam of light hit the tortoise shell, but the shell blocked it. Then, an incomparably familiar power descended, covering the sky and spreading across the entire zone. This was the power of a void god. A figure walked out in front of Luin. "You've been in seclusion for so long. Leave the rest to me." Lu Yin's eyes widened. A void god? Battlemaster Celestial's body swayed as all his strength left his body. He had been holding on for so long, and now, an expert had finally appeared. The void god was the master of spacetime, and he was qualified to join forces with the Grand Empyrean to fight the sole true god and the seven sky gods. He was an absolute expert. Even though Battlemaster Celestial had said that the void god, would god, and the others did not know the truth about the Eternals, that did not stop them from being powerful. The void god's appearance made everyone relax, as the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign had given them too much pressure. On the other side, the Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign lowered his hand and said solemnly, "Void shell." The void god had his hands behind his back and a tortoise shell in front of him. It seemed out of place, but it felt as steady as Mount Tai. "Xiaoyin, I didn't expect you to reach such heights. You've hidden yourself well." The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign arrogantly replied, "So what if you're here? You want to protect them? Save yourself first." He then shot out a beam of light at the void god. The void god's eyes widened. What a powerful sequence law. This person had merged two laws, and his strength might not be below that of the seven sky gods. This battle would not be easy. Boundless void god's power frantically spread out, lifting the tortoise shell and slamming it against the beam of light. There was a boom as the beam of light and the tortoise shell collided, creating ripples that tore through spacetime and caused the zone of disaster to tremble. Only then did Luin see how terrifying the void god's power was. Void god's power had been born from him, and at this moment, he gave Luin the feeling of an ocean watering a river. The Xiaoyin Divine Sovereign's own strength was not as terrifying as the void god's, but his sequence law constantly suppressed the tortoise shell, preventing it from advancing. The void god's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This was the entrance to the zone of disaster. The Eternals could send out more elites at any time. He had to get rid of Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not have another chance in the future. At the thought of this, his eyes widened. He raised his hand, and Faux God energy flowed in reverse. It was as if he wanted to fill up the entire land of tragedy and replace everything. At that moment, divine power whizzed out from the entrance of the zone of disaster, pushing away the empty god's power. Faux God's gaze was gloomy, gritting his teeth as he tore space apart, connecting the Faux God's spacetime to the land of calamity, drawing in all the Faux God's energy. At the same time, inside the Faux God's spacetime, Su Wuwei, Su Wuji, Su Heng, Su Leng, and the other ancestor realm experts moved simultaneously, pushing the Faux God's energy in their bodies towards the land of calamity, joining hands with the Faux God. The Void God raised his hand and pressed down. Xiaoyin Divine Lord could not understand. No matter how much virtual God power there was, it was impossible to suppress him. The virtual God spacetime had a natural advantage by using virtual God power to fight against external forces. However, in a battle of this level, it did not matter how much virtual God power there was. Su Jia, you've grown old. Xiaoyin Divine Lord took a step forward. Dark green light and blazing sunlight intertwined around him as he shot towards the sky, piercing through the Faux God's energy that covered the sky. A hole was opened, and the Faux God's energy continued to spread outwards. Luyin was shocked. Xiaoyin Divine Lord's sequence laws were definitely not below the Undying God and Wuling God. No wonder he was so confident that he could fight against the Void Master, and even threaten to slaughter the Six Direction sect. He was the new Divine Realm expert. The Faux God frowned. Old, I'll kill you all the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual God power that filled heaven and earth suddenly shrunk and moved toward Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could not react to the sudden change. Not only was there virtual God power around him, but there were also virtual God sequence rules. They combined with the virtual God power to form a strange shape. Luyin was puzzled. A thermometer? Everyone looked on in surprise. The Faux God had formed something like a thermometer around Xiaoyin Divine Lord, and Luyin could clearly see that the thermometer was covered with Faux God sequence particles. In fact, in terms of sequence laws, the Faux God was not as powerful as Xiaoyin Divine Lord. Xiaoyin Divine Lord had fused the laws of extreme yin and extreme yang, which allowed him to fight against the victorious Celestial. Although the Faux God was slightly weaker, the Faux God's attack was not something that Xiaoyin Divine Lord could have done. It could be said that the Faux God had perfectly combined sequence laws and Faux God's energy to form this thermometer. However, what was the use of this thermometer? Luyin heard the victorious Celestial's voice. If no one intervenes, Xiaoyin will definitely die. Luyin raised a brow and stared into the distance. In the Six Direction sect, the masters of various parallel spacetime rarely made a move. When they did, their enemies would always be the Seven Sky Gods. It was the same for the Faux God, as his opponents had always been the Seven Sky Gods. However, due to the balance of power, the two sides had never fought to the death. As a result, Xiaoyin Divine Lord did not understand the Faux God's power at all. Even Lotus Sovereign did not understand it. Only the victorious Celestial had seen it. The victorious Celestial had joined hands with the masters of various parallel spacetime to fight the only true God and the Seven Sky Gods. The victorious Celestial had seen that battle. He had also seen the Faux God's true lifebound Faux God, which was this thermometer. Its full name was Life's Body Thermometer. In that battle, the Faux God had used Life's thermometer to injure an ancient god, which had shocked the victorious Celestial. At present, Xiaoyin Divine Lord definitely did not have the strength of an ancient god, so he could not escape by himself. Zhong Pan and the other true God Guard captains had not made a move all this time. It was as if their role was just to provide Faux God power. Xiaoyin Divine Lord was covered by Life's thermometer, but he did not care at all. He attacked with sequence laws and tried to forcefully break it, but he realized that he could not do so. The Faux God's energy was too great, and there were also sequence laws involved. Everyone looked at the thermometer in surprise. There were 5 scales on Life's thermometer, which corresponded to 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees, 43 degrees, 44 degrees, and 45 degrees. Such a small number was meaningless to cultivators. The foe god's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand, and the corresponding scale on the thermometer reached 40 degrees. Xiaoying Divine Lord's body trembled, and he clutched his head. He felt nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. How could this be? What was this feeling? Why was it so painful? Luyin was puzzled. What's this? In front of him, the foe god said calmly, for an ordinary person, 40 degrees is a very high temperature. Luyin was puzzled. Sick? The foe god did not answer, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Life's thermometer turned Xiaoying Divine Lord into an ordinary person, who had to endure the torture of high temperatures. For an ordinary person, 40 degrees was a high fever that could make one unconscious, extremely uncomfortable, and even faint. The next moment, the scale rose again. Xiaoying Divine Lord knelt on one knee and opened his mouth to vomit, but he could not spit out anything. His vision was blurry. He attacked with all his might, and his sequence particles constantly fought against the foe god's sequence particles on the thermometer. However, the foe god's energy in the thermometer was too great. Even if he was given time, he would not be able to destroy it in a short period of time. Several true god guard captains in the middle hurriedly attacked, trying to break the thermometer from the outside. The tortoiseshell whistled and swept towards the true god guard captains. Woof! Tiango was pushed away by the tortoiseshell. Wu Hou and Wan Hou attacked, but they were pushed away as well. Wu Hou used the red eyes transformation and punched the tortoiseshell with a terrifying force. The tortoiseshell flashed, and the force turned into a strong wind that swept in all directions. Luyin looked up. Was that a flow diversion diagram? No, it was similar, but it was not a flow diversion diagram. It was more like a spatial teleportation, and there was a source box array on the tortoiseshell. At that moment, everyone looked at the thermometer and saw that the scale had reached 43 degrees. A normal person would be burned to death at such high temperatures, and even if they did not die, they would easily become retarded. Xiaoying Divine Lord howled in anguish as he clutched his head and slammed it repeatedly. His body trembled as he endured unimaginable pain. He had experienced the torture of a normal person under such high temperatures, and this torture was unbearable. Celestial Victor sighed. Even an ancient god would be injured, let alone Xiaoying. In the distance, Venerable Lotus gritted her teeth and wanted the foe god to stop. Xiaoying Divine Lord was related to the Grand Emperor's plan, and they could not let it go to waste. Luyin also thought of this, and he looked at Venerable Lotus, who happened to be looking at him as well. The two looked at each other, knowing what the other was thinking. But how could they stop it? If they stopped it, it would be too obvious, as it would make it clear that the Six Direction Society did not want to kill Xiaoying Divine Lord. Luyin did not want to stop it either, as Xiaoying Divine Lord was already a threat to the Six Direction Society. Regardless of what Xiaoying Divine Lord would do to the only true god, what Luyin was worried about was the destruction that Xiaoying Divine Lord would bring to the Above Heaven sect. Perhaps it would be better for Xiaoying Divine Lord to die. Ancestor! Xiaoying Divine Lord shouted with all his might. A white light appeared from afar, crossing through the void and slashing at the foe god. A tortoiseshell appeared in front of the foe god, and with a bang, the foe god's body trembled as he took a step back. This was something that not even Xiaoying Divine Lord could do. Look at the sky! Bao Sage shouted. Everyone looked up, and at some point, a white mountain and a white river had appeared in the sky. It was like a reflection of the world that pressed down on everyone's heads. Lu Yin's expression changed. Bai Wuxian, Celestial Victor, Venerable Lotus, and the others all looked solemn. Was Bai Wuxian about to make a move? Of the 7 sky gods, the most mysterious was Bai Wuxian. It was rumored that she held the list of traitors to humanity and had not made a move. However, she had caused more damage to humanity than any of the 7 sky gods, and she had even surpassed Qin Kong. If the Six-Way Society was given a choice, they would rather kill one Bai Wuxian than 3 of the 7 sky gods. This was the price that Bai Wuxian had to pay. Although Bai Wuxian had not made a move, that did not mean that she was weak. On the contrary, the more mysterious the 7 sky gods were, the more fearful they were. Seeing Bai Wuxian's appearance and the sword slash from the zone of E, the foe god knew that it was impossible to kill Xiaoying Divine Lord. Forcefully making a move would only lead to a huge battle between the two sides. The ancestor walked out of the zone of E, raised his hand, and slashed again. The thermometer disappeared, and Xiaoying Divine Lord was freed. He gasped for breath and knelt on the ground on one knee. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his eyes were unfocused. The foe god lamented, "I was just one step away. You can't make a move. Hurry up." Celestial Victor could not hold back. The foe god was speechless. "I still have to do it step by step. Do you think it's that easy to raise the temperature?" "Thank you. Book friend 59295332. Brother, I'll give you a reward." "Thank you. Speaking of which, this woman is really strong. Is she Bai Wuxian?" Luyin replied, "Her name is Ancestor Shi, not Bai Wuxian." The Void God was apprehensive. The Eternals really do have a deep foundation. Just one of them is so powerful. Luyin was also apprehensive, as he did not know who the ancestor of the past was. Even though E-Realm had been attacked several times, the ancestor of the past had not done much. However, Luyin clearly remembered that the Star Toad had taken the initiative to greet her, and she had addressed the Grand Empyrean as Tai Hong. This was not a simple matter. To be acquainted with the Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean, this woman's bottom line was unfathomable. At the entrance of the zone of disaster, the Purple Emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the ancestor of the past walk out. Now that she had appeared, the Eternals would not let them die. Ancestor She walked towards God Sovereign Xiaoying slowly as if he didn't notice that this was a battlefield. Reverend God Xiaoying looked at the ground, his sweat drenching the ground as he panted heavily. "How is it?" Ancestor Shi's voice sounded, extremely gentle. Reverend God Xiaoying clenched his fists and stood up. He looked at the Void God from afar, his eyes filled with fear. "I didn't expect the Void God to have such a trump card." Ancestor Shi glanced at the other side. "Don't underestimate anyone. Those who can become the Lord of Parallel Spacetime of the Six Directions Association aren't simple at all, including that Tao Lord Lu." Reverend God Xiaoying stared deeply at the empty god, then looked at the ancestor of the past and bowed slowly. "Thank you for saving me, ancestor of the past." Under the Divine Power Lake, he had used the Divine Power to fuse the two sequence rules of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, forcibly leaving the Divine Power Lake. This had shocked the entire Calamity Zone. At that moment, he had hated the ancestor of the past for punishing him. It was also because of the arrogance that came from the transformation of his strength that he did not put the ancestor of the past in his eyes. The ancestor of the past did not make a fuss about it. The eternal race did indeed need experts to keep watch. She had tacitly agreed that the Xiaoying divinity had left the Divine Power Lake and that he would be the new 7 sky gods. However, the battle just now had destroyed Xiaoying Divine Master's arrogance. He had also seen the strength of his ancestor. At the very least, he was not confident that he could defeat a virtual god. Above them was Bai Wuxian, in front of them was the former ancestor, as well as Sovereign Xiaoying and the captain of the true god guards. It was impossible for Luyin and the others to deal with the Violet Emperor and the pure energy body in this battle. Seeing Reverend Xiaoyin's respectful attitude, Ancestor Shi no longer looked at him and turned his gaze to the other side. "Su Jia, have you recovered? Thanks to you, no one disturbed me. Do you know me?" The ancestor of the ancient era had never left the disaster zone. Even the virtual gods did not know her, but she knew the virtual gods. Ancestor Shi's gaze was calm. "Void God Spacetime Master, of course I know. But I don't know you," said the Void God. Lu Yin's eyes moved. He only knew that this woman was called Ancestor Shi, but he didn't know her exact origins. The ancestor of the past didn't reply. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Dosheng and said, "You were injured quite badly in this battle." Heavenly Lord Victor panted heavily. "Those 3 pieces of trash wanted to surround and kill me. If you hadn't come, I would have left them without a complete corpse." The Purple Emperor raised his eyebrows. "If it weren't for the reinforcements, you would already be dead." Ancestor Shi said calmly, "He is right. If we didn't come, all of you would have died without a complete corpse." The Purple Emperor was astonished. He didn't understand what the ancestor meant. Lu Yin and the others were equally confused, including the virtual god. Celestial Lord Victorious Battle had clearly appeared to be on the verge of death, so how did he still have the strength to kill the Purple Emperor and the pure energy body? Among the three masters of reincarnation, time and space, Master Victorious Celestial was the absolute strongest. He had the title of Celestial Master, but no matter how strong he was, there was a limit. The Purple Emperor and the other two masters from outside the domain should be able to deal with him through a sneak attack. Could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? Heavenly Venerate Victor looked deeply at the ancestor of the past. This woman was not simple. Ancestor Shi's gaze finally landed on Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with amazement and shock. Dao Master Lu, it's been a long time. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Who are you? Ancestor Shi replied, manager of the Calamity Zone. A mere manager was able to change the situation of this battle? To be able to manage the Calamity Zone on behalf of the one true God. It's not an exaggeration to say that he has the strength to change the situation. On the other hand, Dao Master Lu, you are not even a progenitor, let alone comprehending the sequence laws. Yet, you have the ability to change the situation. This ability is admirable. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Ancestor Shi's words had struck a chord in their hearts. Ordinary progenitors did not even have the qualifications to approach this battlefield. Even Bao saints and gastronomic saints would tremble in fear upon entering this battlefield. Lu Yin, who was a half-progenitor, had attracted a lot of attention, but it was precisely this half-progenitor who had suppressed a sequence law's powerhouse and made it difficult for the Violet Emperor to escape. He had even forced the Eternals to appear. The Purple Emperor and the pure energy body also stared at Lu Yin. This human was terrifying. If a half-ancestor was already like this, what would happen if he reached the progenitor realm and comprehended the sequence laws? They didn't dare to imagine. Awakening Stings and the seven-star mantis had died at his hands. The nine-headed bird's death was also related to him. This human was a huge threat. Zhong Pan stared at Lu Yin. If not for the tortoise in White Cloud City, he would have been able to kill this human. Wu Ho and Wan Ho stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had shocked the Eternals too much. Woof. Tiango stared at Lu Yin as well. It sniffed and tilted its head with a strange gaze. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Since you admire me, do you have any thoughts of eliminating me for the Eternals? Ancestor Shi and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Of course. The moment this was said, the atmosphere on the battlefield turned somber once more. In fact, when the foe god retreated and the ancestor of the ancient era spoke to everyone, they all knew that this battle had ended and no one could do anything to the other. But at this moment, regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or the ancient era's ancestor, their voices were filled with sharpness. Don't you want to try? Maybe you can succeed. Lu Yin smiled faintly, provoking Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi did not mind. It's impossible, but that day won't be long. I'm very curious. What do you think after seeing the truth about the Eternals? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Kill them all. Ancestor Shi was stunned and then laughed. Divine Xiaoyin's gaze turned cold. Shameless boasting. Lu Yin glared at him. Including you. Divine Xiaoyin was furious. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had more people on his side, he would have attacked already. Woof. Tiango barked. Lu Yin looked at Tiango and frowned. What's wrong with this dog's eyes? It couldn't have recognized him, right? Wait, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that this dog had peed on his leg. Could it be the smell? Thinking of this, his heart sank. Tiango looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Its nose twitched as if trying to discern something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was troublesome. He could not be recognized. Yibo's identity was very useful. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly took something out from his cosmic ring. Xiaoyin, in our eyes, you're as disgusting as this thing. As soon as he spoke, the Void God and Celestial Champion backed away and stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand in disbelief. What could be so smelly? Everyone stared at it in a daze. It smelled so bad. Across from them, Ancestor Shi frowned. The stench was unbearable, and she hurriedly waved her hand to disperse it. However, she found that she could not do so. What was that? Divine Xiaoyin smelled it as well, and he stared at the item in Lu Yin's hand. Woof. Tiango's reaction was the most intense, and it immediately vomited. Lu Yin took out the item from his cosmic ring that he had obtained from lockbreaking. It looked like a fruit, but it emitted an unbearable stench. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had used this item to disgust many people. Now, he had taken it out again to confuse Tiango's sense of smell. If this dog wanted to smell it, then he would let it smell its fill. An intense stench filled the entire disaster zone. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin's group or the Eternals, everyone retreated in shock. Where did this stench come from? This was a stench that even cultivators could not block out, but it was only effective against cultivators below the emissary realm. At most, it could only disgust emissaries. Lu Yin had only used it to disgust cultivators who had suppressed their cultivation to the emissary realm. He had also used it on Zi and Spaceless, as they could not block out the stench with their secret techniques. However, those cultivators were too weak, and he had not expected it to be able to disgust progenitors. But at this moment, he realized that he had been wrong. He was surrounded by progenitors, but they could not block out the stench. How could this be? Lu Yin himself was stunned. Even progenitors could not block it? Cough cough. Celestial champion coughed violently. Lu Yin blinked. The void god could not help but say, "Put it away. Be careful not to be disgusted to death by your enemies before they kill you." Lu Yin was speechless. You can't block it? Nonsense. Use the sequence laws. We can't block it. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was not right. The sequence laws could not block out the stench? How was this possible? It was not just the void god. In the distance, Venerate Lotus, Progenitor Shi, Sovereign Xiaoyin, and the Violet Emperor were all enduring the stench. They could not block it out. Everyone stared at the stench. Where had this thing come from? Even the sequence laws could not block out its smell. Lu Yin himself was also enduring it. To be honest, he could not hold on any longer. He could understand why Bukong, Zi, and the others had gone crazy, but there was no other way. He had to rely on this thing to disgust the Heavenly Hound. A creature like this had a very sensitive sense of smell. Woof. The Heavenly Hound ran back to the zone of E with its tail between its legs, vomiting as it ran. Progenitor Shi's expression was solemn. No matter what kind of enemy it faced, the Heavenly Hound was the type that could not be killed. It had never run away with its tail between its legs before. This was the first time something like this had happened. Celestial Victor's eyes widened. That damn dog had actually run away. When he had killed his way into the zone of E, he had not been able to kill this damn dog no matter what he did. It had finally met its nemesis. This was an unexpected gain. He suddenly felt that this stench was very familiar. Why aren't you putting it away? The void god urged. When Lu Yin saw that the Heavenly Hound had run away, he hurriedly put away the stench. He could not take it anymore. Once the stench disappeared, everyone finally calmed down. The void god sighed. Kid, what was that thing? Even the sequence laws could not block out the stench. That's heaven-defying. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I got it from lockbreaking. The void god sighed. So that's how it is. Anything that can become a sourcebox is not simple in the universe. If it weren't for the fact that most sourceboxes have nothing after lockbreaking, sourcebox arrays would not be able to develop. If you have the time, lend me that thing. Lu Yin agreed. He was actually very curious about what that thing was. If even the sequence laws could not block out the stench, what would happen if he used his Dai's Enhance to upgrade it? This was a heavy weapon. After this interlude, they were no longer interested in talking. The ancestor of the past scanned the crowd. Everyone, we'll meet again if we have the chance. He then turned and walked back to the zone. Bai Shan and Bai Shui disappeared, and so did Bai Wuxian. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin glanced at Lu Yin coldly. This bastard had actually compared him to that disgusting thing. He had to pay the price. He watched as the Eternals returned to the zone, and peace returned to the battlefield. The void god exhaled. Alright, it's over. Heavenly Lord Doubter coughed again. The void god looked at him. Go back to the reincarnation spacetime. Heavenly Lord Doubter put away his golden staff. Understood. Although he was willing to die here, he did not want to die with his injured body. Otherwise, even a true God Guard captain could threaten him. At the very least, he could threaten the Eternals after he recovered. Lotus Venerable was also injured by Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, and his face was pale. Elder Chan was also injured because he had transformed into Luciani. The war had come to an end. However, Luin did not think so. Senior Void God, can you stop the Star Toad? Luin suddenly asked. Void God was just about to return when he heard Lu Yin's question. He was stunned. Why do you ask? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. Let's kill our way into the zone. Void God was stunned. Heavenly Lord Doubter's eyes widened, and he grinned. In the distance, Lotus Venerable heard this and was shocked. Master Lu, are we going to kill our way into the zone now? Bao Saint and Gastronomy Saint looked at each other. Luin looked at the entrance of the zone. Awakening Sting, 7-star Mantis, and 9-headed Bird are all dead. The Violet Emperor is heavily injured, and his pure energy form has been exposed. How many reinforcements can the Eternals ask for? Star Toad? Star Devourer? How many experts do we have? If we don't take this opportunity to kill our way into the zone, when will we? You've fought the Eternals too many times. The war just stopped as a tacit agreement. You should be familiar with it. Then, let me break this rule. Lotus Venerable Xiaoyin immediately refused. No, Doubter and I are both injured. How can we kill our way into the zone? Void God muttered, this is indeed a chance, but... Luin smiled, it's different from how you guys usually fight, right? The virtual god nodded. The rhythm of war? That was indeed the case. I'm not used to stopping when it's time to fight. My style is to take people by surprise. We've lost 3 powerful extraterrestrial reinforcements and severely injured one. The 7 heavenly gods are hiding and refusing to come out. On our side, we've severely injured Heavenly Lord Victor and the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. They all think that we've stopped fighting. If we don't act now, when will we? After he finished speaking, Luin raised his head with a stern gaze. Pass down my orders. I, as the master of the primordial space, am conscripting troops to attack the Calamity Zone. Those who refuse to accept the conscription will be treated as traitors to the human race and will be killed without mercy. Master Lu. The 9th grade venerated Lotus wanted to say something. Celestial Battlemaster laughed loudly. Alright, Tao Lord Lu. I, Battlemaster, will obey your orders. Luin smiled. Senior, you should rest. You won't be able to participate in this battle. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle felt helpless. He really couldn't fight with this heavily injured body of his. He would easily become a burden. Conscription, Lu Tianyi, Nether Ancestor, Lu Yun, Lung Qing, Chen Lu, Qing Ping. Conscription, Bao Saint, Food Saint, First Meeting, by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan. Conscription, Wood Carving, Wood Peach, Gone. Conscription, Void 5 Flavors, Void Heng, Void Leng. Conscription, Dan Jing, Dan Yen, Dan Pu. When Senior Void God is on the same level as me, we will attack the Calamity Zone and suppress evil. We will fight on behalf of the human race. At the same time, we will ask the 5 astral tribes for help. Everyone, I hope that we can destroy the Calamity Zone in this battle. The Everlasting Race had 6 Calamity Zones. If they didn't destroy one, how could they lure out the experts from the other Calamity Zones? What 3 pillars and 6 boundless races? What absolute elites participating in the chosen of gods? As long as these powerhouses didn't appear, they wouldn't be able to see the Everlasting Race's bottom line. No matter how many powerhouses the Everlasting Race had, since they hadn't attacked the 6 Direction Society in full force, it meant that they had their own concerns. Luin walked around the Calamity Zone and saw the divine kingdom that Di Qiong wanted to deal with. He also saw the civilizations that were entangled with the 4th Calamity Zone. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the everlasting race had their own opponents in the other calamity zones. The everlasting race and the human race had reached a balance, and the everlasting race's 6 calamity zones also maintained a balance. Then, he would break this balance. Only by breaking the balance could he see some things clearly. Luin was afraid of the everlasting race's full strength, but the day of war with the entire everlasting race would eventually come. He would rather have the initiative in his own hands. The Lightning Lord had killed his way into the Calamity Zone, and so had the great heavenly venerables. Now, it was his turn. Within the Calamity Zone, the ancestor of the past and the others had returned and dispersed. The Xiaoying divinity and the ancestor of the past stood alone beside the divine power. Lake. The ancestor of the past stared blankly at the divine power lake. Thank you for saving us, ancestor of the past. The Xiaoying divinity bowed solemnly. The ancestor of the past was indifferent. What do you think of Luin? The Xiaoying divinity's eyes were cold. This brat is despicable and shameless. He is extremely shrewd, but his methods are ruthless and his talent is peerless. If we don't get rid of him now, he will be a great threat to our race. The ancestor of the past looked into the distance. But he has already become a force to be reckoned with. The Xiaoying divinity said, I will find a chance to get rid of him. This brat cares about too many people. The primordial space is his arm, but it is also his weakness. The ancestor of the past looked at the Xiaoying divinity. If you were given a chance to fight him alone, would you be confident? The Xiaoying divinity sneered. Definitely. The ancestor of the past looked deeply at the Xiaoying divinity. Go. The Xiaoying divinity still wanted to say something, but the ancestor of the past had no intention of talking to him. Thus, he could only leave. After the Xiaoying divinity left, a voice sounded out. He is too arrogant. In terms of strength, Luin cannot compare to him. But in terms of the result, he will definitely die. The ancestor of the past said, I know. This Luin has the domineering aura of the Lightning Lord, the arrogance of a grand heavenly venerate, the mindset of a primogenitor, and unparalleled talent. Among all the living beings I have seen, he has the most potential and is the most difficult to deal with. It is a pity that we couldn't get rid of him when he was weak. No matter how powerful he is just a chess piece of a true god. Humans will never be able to break out of the cage. That voice sounded out. The ancestor of the past frowned. It is not a cage. Your thinking is too narrow. Maybe. The voice sounded further and further away. The ancestor of the past muttered, be careful. Keep an eye on this Luin. I have a feeling that he will not give up so easily. 3 days later, the originally dark land of the Calamity Zone shone with a golden radiance that transformed into a crescent that swept across the depths of the Calamity Zone. The ancestor of the past suddenly looked back, and his expression changed. Celestial Doshim's strength? Eternals, this battle is not over yet. Celestial Doshim's maniacal laughter rang out from outside the Calamity Zone. He held a golden staff in his hand as figures flitted past beside him, heading towards the Calamity Zone and killing their way into the Calamity Zone. Luin walked out. Senior, are you satisfied? Celestial Doshim coughed. I am. Thank you. This battle had started because of him, and now, killing his way into the Calamity Zone had opened the door for him. The battles that followed had nothing to do with him, as he had been severely injured. However, this was enough. Luin smiled as he stepped forward and charged into the Calamity Zone. In the Calamity Zone, Divine Sovereign Xiaoying walked out of his tower. He was currently at the Seven God Sky Tower, which meant that he had been recognized as the new Seven God Sky. Celestial Doshim's strength swept towards the Calamity Zone, and Divine Sovereign Xiaoying was shocked. What was going on? Marquises, kings, and midlands all walked out together. Within a tower, Muji opened his eyes. What was going on? Had another ruthless person come? In the past, very few powerhouses had dared to charge into the Calamity Zone. Why had they appeared so frequently recently? Who was it? More than 20 progenitors had charged into the Calamity Zone, causing the ground to shatter. Ancestor, she wielded his sword and slashed out. Wherever his sword passed, all of the cultivators who had charged into the Calamity Zone were swept away. Lu Tianyi was the first to step out, and he tapped the sword with a finger. With a bang, the sword shattered. Ancestor Shi looked at the many cultivators who had charged into the Calamity Zone, and his gaze landed on Luin. Pathmaster Lu, I've underestimated you. Luin looked at Ancestor Shi. Then let's reconsider. Behind Ancestor Shi, a lake of divine power surged and swept towards Luin and the others. The Void God raised a hand and attacked with Void God's power. The other cultivators also used their own strength. In the Calamity Zone, they had been rejected, and their strength had greatly decreased. However, there were too many of them. How many capable experts were there in the first Calamity Zone? In the distance, the Violet Emperor wanted to leave, but Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin stared at him. This battle started because of you. It's not good to leave now. The Violet Emperor's white eyes stared at Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin. There are too many human experts. The Eternals are not bad either. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin stopped the Violet Emperor. The starry sky around the entire domain of Calamity started to distort as the domain of Calamity array was activated. When the Violet Emperor saw this, he could not leave even if he wanted to. The Eternals had accepted human traitors, and now that they were at a disadvantage, the traitors' first reaction was to flee. The Calamity Zone array was to prevent such a situation. Under the lake of divine power, corpses were dragged out one by one. There had been 5 of them, but only 5 remained. Beams of light connected the sky and the earth. The Eternals were looking for reinforcements. Lu Tianyi went to find Ancestor Shi, Mu Feng targeted Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin, and Luin dealt with the corpses. An unprecedentedly intense battle had unfolded in the Calamity Zone. Even when White Cloud City had invaded the Calamity Zone, the battle had not been this intense. The leaders of the 5 spirit tribes had all arrived, and there were a total of 5 sequence law powerhouses. Even the Lake of Divine Power in the Calamity Zone could not suppress them. The Violet Emperor could distort time and was targeted by Big Sis. Big Sis had once lost her power in the River of Time and was very sensitive to time. Carnivorous Saint, on the other hand, had his eyes on the pure energy body. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for the pure energy body, but he was the pure energy body's nemesis. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and with Bao Saint's assistance, he might be able to deal with the pure energy body. Star Devourer appeared in the beam of light that connected the sky and the earth. In the face of such a battle, he opened all 4 of his eyes, and a terrifying power shook the void. Fire Lord and Wood Lord of the 5 spirit tribes joined forces to face him. Luin had never felt that he could crush the Eternals so easily, and this was even in the Calamity Zone. Towers shattered one after another. There were still 3 progenitors who had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. Many of the original progenitors had died in White Cloud City's invasion, and the remaining 3 felt as if the world was collapsing. They had thought that the Calamity Zone was safe, but now they were faced with despair. Thunder rumbled as a thunderclap struck a progenitor to death. The other 2 progenitors hurriedly fled. Tiango appeared and charged at Lei Tian. Lei Tian gave up on pursuing the 2 progenitors and focused on Tiango instead. Tiango did not dare to approach Luin, the stench had left a shadow in its heart. Corpses flew everywhere, destroying everything in their path. The Eternals could not control them, but Luin still had to deal with them to prevent them from running to the 6 Direction Society. Ancestor Shi fought against Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi's sword swept out, and the law of destruction struck fear into Ancestor Shi's heart. The land of Calamity Zone shattered, and corpse kings descended from the stars in the sky, charging at the 6 Direction Society cultivators with no regard for their own lives. Mu Carving raised his blade and slashed upwards, splitting the void and separating the sky from the land of Calamity Zone. Chenla fired arrow after arrow at the progenitor corpse kings. Currently, there were no less than 40 progenitor realm corpse kings, and their opponents were Bao Saint, Culinary Saint, Gon, Su Heng, and the others. In this battle, Luin wanted to make the first zone of disaster completely lose the ability to wage war. Something happened in the light beam that connected heaven and earth. First, a lotus leaf appeared. Then, a round golden belly appeared. The star toad appeared. Oh, a rare battle. We'll have to discuss the price. Eternals, double it. The Star Toad took advantage of the situation. Lu Yin's expression sank. Senior Void Master, I'll leave it to you. The Void Master was unprecedentedly solemn. The Star Toad was a powerhouse that had transcended bitter adversity. In theory, it was on the same level as a Grand Empyrean and the only true god, but in truth, the Void Master had not reached that level yet. Remember, if I can't hold on, find someone to support me. I might not be a match for this Star Toad. I know, Lu Yin replied. The Star Toad had appeared several times, but it had never made a move before. Each time it appeared, it would resolve the Eternals' crisis. The Star Toad was the powerhouse that Lu Yin wanted to eliminate the most, and now, he could finally see it in action. Great! Looks like you still have a lot in stock. You can give it to me in the future. Humans seem to be getting more powerful, ha ha ha. The Star Toad laughed and pressed a claw against its straw hat. Boundless void god power whizzed past it as it raised its lotus leaf. Go! With a whoosh, a gale blew the void god power away. The Star Toad's claw swiped at the turtle shell in front of it, sending it flying with a bang. The virtual god power surrounded the Star Toad in an attempt to form a thermometer. The Star Toad roared, Sujia, don't play this game. Xiaochen raised his leg and kicked, forcibly creating a gap in the closing faux god energy. The Void Master took a deep breath. In the sky, the faux god energy formed a tide and attacked the Star Toad. The Star Toad struck again and again, but it did not manage to form the life form's thermometer. Even with the help of the Star Toad, the Eternals were unable to turn the tide. The 5 berserk corpses were all dealt with by Lu Yin, and the progenitor corpse kings were killed one by one. The 3 human traitors were all dead, and Wu Ho coughed up blood. Muji was forced out, but he did not dare to reveal himself. The Eternals were completely suppressed. A mid-plate appeared behind Lu Yin, and his pupils continuously changed until they reached the ghostly eye transformation. His physical body was strengthened to its limits, and he punched out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. Good timing. He stepped backwards, paralleling time, and avoided the punch in the middle plate. He raised his hand, and the infinite inner world fused together. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. He visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant, and imprisoned 100 punches. Bang! There was a loud bang as the middle plate was sent flying. His punch was extremely powerful and could resist Lu Yin's imprisonment, but he could not hit Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not give him a chance to fight back. The middle plate smashed into the river of divine power, shattering the ground. Lu Yin took a step forward, stepping backwards and paralleling time. Everything was still. Suddenly, danger appeared. Junior brother, be careful. Lu Yin narrowly avoided his original position, but his paralleling time had been broken. A ray of light swept past. It was the Shaoyin divinity. The Shaoyin divinity had attacked Lu Yin from afar. Lu Yin looked over and was met with the Shaoyin divinity's cold gaze. Lu Yin had almost been hit. Mu Feng's expression sank. He had been careless and had not been able to stop the Shaoyin divinity from attacking Lu Yin. He had underestimated the Shaoyin divinity, and this person's strength had actually increased dramatically. Senior brother, the Shaoyin divinity has fused the laws of the extreme yin and extreme yang, and his strength is close to that of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin reminded him. Mu Feng took a deep breath. Leave it to me. In front of Lu Yin, the middle plate charged out of the ground and attacked Lu Yin again. Although he had taken a punch from Lu Yin, he had not been injured. His physical strength was terrifying. Back in the mid-game, he had been able to suppress Lu Yin with his physical strength alone. Now, Lu Yin was confident that he wouldn't lose to him in terms of physical strength. In this battlefield, there was no need to waste time competing in physical strength. Facing the middle plate's attack, Lu Yin easily dodged it and used the 100 confinement again. If 1 punch was not enough, he would use 2. If 2 were not enough, he would use 20. No matter how strong his physical strength was, there was a limit. Bang! 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 The sound of the collision shook the void. The middle plate's chest had been punched 5 times by Lu Yin, and it finally cracked open. There were even fist imprints on his back. However, he was a corpse king, and he did not fear death or pain. he attacked again. Luin clenched his fists, and while being careful of the other enemies, he prepared to give the middle plate one last punch. This punch was enough to crush him. The middle plate leapt towards Luin, and suddenly, divine power surged out of his body and enveloped him. Luin had forgotten that the captain of the True God Guard had cultivated divine power. With the support of divine power, it would not be so easy to kill the middle plate. Luin could only take out the slippers and finish him off as soon as possible. The surface of the middle plate's body surged with divine power, and he had no intention of holding back. At first glance, he looked no different from a berserk corpse. The pupils of the ghostly eye transformation suddenly disappeared, and he transformed into the final stage of the Corpse King transformation, the eyeless transformation. With a crack, the surrounding void cracked open, unable to withstand the pressure of the middle plate. Just a breath was enough to suppress the void. He raised his hand, leaving afterimages in the void as he pressed down layer by layer. Lu Yin's expression changed. At this moment, if he was hit by a punch from the middle plate, it would not be a joke. The middle plate exhaled, and his breath was like a dragon, causing the void to collapse. He rushed out and crashed through the spatial crack, punching at Luin. The attack was simple, but Luin felt that this punch could not be avoided. This punch was not just aimed at Luin, but at the entire direction he was coming from. The middle plate wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Regardless of whether it was Luin or the other powerhouses of the sequence laws, they could not ignore the middle plate's punch. Every time Luin avoided the middle plate, he would not be too far away, and this distance was also within range of the middle plate's punch. The middle plate's punch was extremely terrifying. However, he was still a Corpse King, and he had not expected that Luin would be able to avoid his attack in parallel time. Luin could also do other things in parallel time. There was a thump as the middle plate's punch shocked everyone in one direction. Luin had already arrived beside the middle plate, and the slipper slammed into the middle plate's arm. Not only did Luin stop the punch before it could finish, but his arm was also broken. Because the middle plate's punch had been stopped, he could not control his body's strength and was sent crashing forward. The slipper slammed into the middle plate's back, knocking him to the ground. The slippers had been upgraded many times, and the last upgrade had cost him 6 trillion star essence, which was about the same as the Book of Destinies. Although this did not mean that the slippers had reached the Book of Destinies level, Luin felt that they were not too far off. In other words, the Book of Destiny represented destiny, and the upgraded slippers had the power of destiny. That was the power of the 3 realms and 6 daos, which was not something that the middle plate could withstand. Although his godly power had supported him, it was still not his own strength. If he had faced the only true god, Luin would not have used the slippers at all, as that would have been suicide. The ground shattered, and the middle plate lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. His body had been split apart by the slippers, and he could not even stand up. He was completely crippled. Luin sighed. "We fought several times. At first, I was suppressed by you the entire time, but now, even though I've used external items, you are still not my match in terms of your own strength. It's over." He then waved his hand and struck the middle plate's head, obliterating him. Luin had dealt with another True God Guard captain. Even with the Eternal's foundation, they had not been able to replenish the number of True God Guard captains after the heavy ghosts had been captured. Now, there were even fewer of them. He looked up and saw that the Void Master had blocked the Star Toad. He wanted to kill the toad with the life thermometer, but he could not. The battle between Forefather Tianyi and Ancestor Shi, Senior Brother Woodcut and Sovereign Shaoyin, and the Fire Lords and Wood Lords had joined forces to deal with the Star Eater. The situation in the entire zone of tragedy was tilting in the humans' favor. It would not be long before the zone of tragedy was broken. Luin looked at the Black Mother Tree. Could the only true god sit still? The progenitor Corpse Kings continued to die, and the first zone of tragedy would suffer great losses in this battle. Luin suddenly looked in a certain direction, where the towers of the True God Guard captains had been. Those towers had been destroyed, but one captain had not appeared. It was Muji. The Eternals had activated the Zone of Tragedy's array, and one could only enter and not leave. Muji should be here as well. Luin scanned the distance with his heaven's eye and found him. Luin looked in the direction of the tower's ruins. Muji felt a wave of panic, as if something was staring at him. He looked through the tower and met Lu Yin's gaze, and his expression changed. Not good. Lu Yin took a step forward and was about to chase after Muji. This person had actually escaped from senior brother Woodcut, and his innate gift was strange. He had to be killed. Suddenly, the air in the entire battlefield became heavy, and everyone felt their hearts sink. Was the sky collapsing? Many people looked up and saw a figure walk out of the void and appear in the sky above the zone of tragedy. The newcomer stood quietly in the sky, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed. Everyone who met his gaze felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. An ancient god, someone exclaimed. Guizhi? The person who had appeared was the leader of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god, and the former Tao lord of the above heaven's third mainland, Guizhi. He was one of the true 6 Daos of the 3 realms. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Guizhi had actually come. Even though Lu Yin wanted to lure out the 7 sky gods and kill them as much as possible, he did not want it to be Guizhi. Guizhi was on the same level as forefather Lu Yuan, and regardless of whether he had been injured before, his appearance was not something that could be taken down in this battle. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I drink tea at night to clear my mind and write. I'm tired during the day, but I'm happy at the same time. Thank you for your support, thank you. The ancestor retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Tianyi. Do you still want to continue this battle? Lu Tianyi's expression turned solemn. Guizhi was the undisputed top powerhouse of the above heaven era. Lu Tianyi had not expected this person to suddenly appear. This battle was going to be difficult. In the sky above tragedy zone, the ancient god looked down at the entire battlefield and then looked up into the distance. The Startoad's huge body trembled continuously, and then it suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin's expression changed. Be careful. Before he could finish, 3 heads flew up. They were gone, Chen Lu, and Dan Pu, who were closest to the ancient god. 3 ancestor realm powerhouses were killed before they could even see who did it. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 3 pairs of eyes were still vigilant even in death. They were on guard against the sudden appearance of the ancient god, but they had not expected to die the next moment. White snow covered the ground as the ice matriarch attacked, trying to freeze the ancient god with the ice sequence law. The ancient god raised a hand, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. He pushed the snow away with a single palm, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, the ice sequence law shattered. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched the ice matriarch from afar. There was a bang, and the ice sequence law's body was sent flying. Even the ice sequence law could not protect her. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. The ancient god had attacked twice, killing 3 progenitors and injuring the ice matriarch. Whether they were ordinary progenitors or sequence law powerhouses, it made no difference to him. The ground distorted as the earth spirit patriarch attacked. Sequence law spread out from below, trying to drag the ancient god underground. At the same time, Lei Tian took the opportunity to attack as well. He ignored Tiango's attack and bombarded the ancient god with lightning. 2 sequence laws, one from below and the other from above, submerged the ancient god. The ancient god looked up, and his entire body was covered in a blackish-purple substance. He allowed the 2 sequence laws to submerge him. His legs bent, and the 2 sequence laws shattered. This scene stunned Lei Tian and the ice matriarch. How could their sequence laws be broken so easily? The ancient god ignored Lei Tian and the ice matriarch and suddenly charged in a certain direction. There, another figure was rushing over. It was Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi, who was originally supposed to fight the ancient ancestor, had no choice but to give up and face the ancient god. If the ancient god was allowed to dominate the battlefield, how many times could these people kill him? And ancestor Shi's opponent changed to Big Sister, while Su Wuwei found Purple Emperor. The ancient god and Lu Tianyi had determined that they were each other's opponents even though they were far apart. On the battlefield, there were too few who could truly be the ancient god's opponent, and the only one who could spare time was Lu Tianyi. The 2 figures were not fast, but they were getting closer and closer. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. He had created battle force at the mastery realm and had nurtured the giant bloodline. He was the first person in human history who truly wanted to become invincible. He was perhaps the strongest existence among the Eternals in terms of physical strength. Lu Tianyi pointed out one by one. The rule of destruction combined with the path of Tianyi had once seriously injured the undying deity. At this moment, they were fighting against the ancient deity. As the two of them collided, there was no sound, but it also seemed that the sound was so loud that it covered everyone's hearing. With the two people as the center, terrifying aftershocks swept out in all directions. Even Ancestor Realm experts could not withstand it and were sent flying out. From high up in the sky, one could see that the land of disaster had spread out in all directions. The earth, the river of divine power, and the sky were all pushed aside, forming a void that devoured everything in its path. Lu Ying continuously retreated and waved his hand to push aside the rubble. Using his celestial eye, there was nothing in that space except an invisible void. Even Ancestor Realm experts would find it difficult to safely travel through it. How was the forefather? Forefather Tianyi was fighting against the ancient god like he was fighting against forefather Lu Yuan. The ancient god and forefather Lu Yuan were on the same level. Although the ancient god had been to the fifth mainland before, he had been rejected by the fifth mainland. Forefather Tianyi had relied on his own strength to block the seven sky gods. Now, the situation was reversed. Forefather Tianyi's strength was limited, and he was facing an ancient god. This made Lu Ying nervous. There was a whoosh as a gale swept past. Everyone looked over, and even the Star Toad, who was fighting Void Master, looked down. Golden light broke through the darkness and turned into beams of light that pierced through the sky. The Divine Seal Catalog had appeared. Lu Ying relaxed. As long as the Divine Seal Catalog appeared, Forefather Tianyi would be fine. Suddenly, a transparent barrier swept over him, and the Divine Seal Catalog disappeared. Lu Ying was furious. Another pure energy body. He scanned his surroundings with his heaven's eye, trying to find a pure energy body. On the other side, Lu Tianyi's Divine Seal Catalog had been erased by the Absolute Energy Domain. His body had suffered a heavy blow from the ancient god, and he had been sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as the ancient god leaped out and appeared above Lu Tianyi, pressing down with a single palm. Lu Tianyi hurriedly dodged. With the Tao of Tianyi, even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still counterattack. However, he had still underestimated the ancient god. No matter where Lu Tianyi fled, the ancient god followed him like a shadow. Not only was the ancient god fast, but it also seemed like the ancient god had predicted his movements. Chasing time? Lu Tianyi was stunned. The ancient god had created two types of power. One was the realm of battle force, which used a human's physical body to become invincible. The other was the realm of void, which was a domain that chased after time. Lu Ying had always received information that the ancient god had yet to reach this realm, which meant that he could not use his domain to chase after time. This was why he had been proud for a while that he could chase after time with his spatial domain. However, the ancient god had long since reached the realm of void. Using one's domain to chase after time was the same as using space to chase after time. Lu Yin's domain was flowing light, while the ancient god's domain was invisible. His invisible power could chase after time, and even Lu Tianyi could not escape. The ancient god pressed down with a single palm, and a blackish-purple substance formed a large seal beneath his palm that pressed down on Lu Tianyi. Hell-suppressing arena. Lu Tianyi was pressed into the ground by the seal, but he raised his hands up high to support the seal. The seal formed by the realm of void battle force was known as the hell-suppressing arena. Even Lu Tianyi would find it difficult to push it away, and even the laws of destruction could not shake it. This isn't the fifth mainland, or else you might have been able to break through the hell-suppressing arena. Lu Tianyi, you are one of the most talented people I've ever met. The ancient god then looked into the distance and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he had already passed by Chu Jian. Chu Jian's opponents were 3 progenitor corpse kings, and he had already killed one. Chu Jian was just about to kill the second when the ancient god passed by, and his body paused and slowly collapsed. The ancient god's gaze did not waver as he stared into the distance where Big Sis and Shizu were. On the other side, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he reversed his steps and chased after the ancient god. The ancient god was fast and could use his realm of void domain to chase after time. Luin was not slow either as he reversed time, and at this moment, only the ancient god was moving in his line of sight. The ancient god suddenly turned around and looked at Luin in surprise. "You've improved very quickly." Luin stared at the ancient god, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The ancient god then turned around and pressed down on Luin. For a moment, a terrifying pressure filled the area. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he could not breathe. The air was heavy, and he felt as if his organs were being burned. His surroundings were like iron walls, and he could not move. All he could see was that hand and that palm. The ancient god pressed down. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. "Move. Move. Move." He did not know what the ancient god was doing, but he could not move. As the palm approached, a small knife suddenly flew out from his heart and slashed at the ancient god. This was something that woodcarving had given him before the battle, saying that it was just in case. Lu Yin had thought that he would not have to use it since he had reversed time, but he had not expected to actually use it. The 81 knives slashed at the ancient god's palm, but they were all crushed. There was a huge gap between woodcarving and the ancient god, and there was no way to make up for it. It was even difficult to force the ancient god to withdraw his palm. However, it was enough. The 81 knives had bought Lu Yin enough time to release the starry sky in his heart and isolate spacetime. The ancient god's palm stepped in, and he was astonished. Had it been cut apart by the void domain? Still, it was not enough. The ancient god's palm was still aimed at Lu Yin. The moment the starry sky appeared in his heart, Lu Yin could move again, and he stepped backwards. Many things had happened in Lu Yin's eyes, but to others, it had only been an instant. When Lu Yin stopped, his surroundings returned to normal. The ancient god's attack had failed, and he attacked again. At this time, Chu Jian, who had been lying on the ground, slowly crawled up and looked at the ancient god chasing after Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He then used the victorious battle technique and raised his hand to summon the Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix. The Nirvana Heavenly Phoenix charged at the ancient god. The ancient god ignored it and allowed the phoenix to strike him, but it did not even leave a scratch. Chu Jian felt bitter, the difference between them was too great. The pressure Lu Yin was facing exceeded everyone's expectations. The ancient god was serious about attacking him, and even if he had escaped once, it would not be easy to escape a second time. Guizhi! With a roar, the gigantic Nether King appeared. He raised his hand, and a gigantic red spider lily appeared in the sky. The red spider lily bloomed, and transcended to the other side. The ancient god turned around. "Netherworld, I originally wanted to kill you, but this brat interfered. Now that I want to kill him and you want to stop me, I'll let you die together. Guizhi, I should have killed you back then." Big Sis' eyes were bloodshot. The ancient god had violated her taboo by trying to kill Lu Yin. The ancient god coldly replied, "You don't have a chance. That spider lily is long gone." He then raised his other hand and pointed at Big Sis. At the same time, the ancestor's sword descended and slashed at her. Lu Yin was shocked. Big Sis. Big Sis's netherworld ancestral world was cut in half by the ancestor's sword, and she herself had suffered an unknown attack from Guizhi. The ancestor raised his sword and slashed down again, wanting to kill Big Sis. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his heart thumped wildly. A bloody color slowly filled his eyes, and he could not hear anything. All he could see was Big Sis on the verge of death. An incomparably crazy and uncontrollable killing intent spread throughout his body. At this time, a white fog appeared on the ground and wrapped around the ancestor while dragging Big Sis out. The ancestor's sword missed and he frowned as he looked in a direction where the fog ancestor was standing. "Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers reward, I'll give it to you. I won't go out this weekend, I'll stay at home and write, I can't take it anymore. Thank you. Thank you brothers for your support, thank you." The mist ancestor's sudden appearance had saved Big Sis' life, and it had also suppressed Lu Yin's killing intent. "Xiao Wei?" The ancestor was surprised. The mist ancestor stared at him blankly. "Master?" On the other side, Lu Yin's crisis had yet to be resolved, and Big Sis was already heavily injured. The ancestor was more than enough to deal with her. The ancient god looked at Luyin again. Your Lu family has indeed produced talents. Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, Lu Feng, Lu Qi, and now you. Unfortunately, your Lu family is destined to disappear in the river of time. Luyin stared at the ancient god. The Grim Reaper is called Chuhai, and Wu Tian is called Wu De. What is your name? This question stunned the ancient god. Chuhai, Wu De. These familiar names immediately pulled him back to an ancient era where they could play with each other and naively beat Tai Hong. His gaze became complicated. Behind him, Lu Tianyi had broken through the purgatory arena and was pointing at the ancient god. The ancient god stood still as the purplish-black substance spread across his body, forming a black beam that connected heaven and earth. His hair grew crazily and fell to the ground. His forehead and face were covered by the purplish-black substance, and an even darker purplish-black substance formed an inexplicable pattern on his back. Luyin was familiar with this scene. His Grim Reaper transformation had a similar effect, and the ancient god's strength had also undergone a transformation. He had not used his full strength just now, and he had not even used his sequence laws. Lu Tianyi's finger struck the ancient god's back, and with a crack, the purplish-black substance on the ancient god's back cracked, but it did not hurt him. The ancient god turned his head and looked at Lu Tianyi. I did not expect you to break through the purgatory arena. It seems that I underestimated you. You can still display such strength even when you are rejected by the Calamity Realm. You are not far from us. Lu Tianyi retreated and stared at the ancient god, as expected of an existence on the same level as the ancestor. Guizhi, no one here can beat you. The ancient god turned around and faced Lu Tianyi. If Lu Yuan does not come out today, your Lu family bloodline will end here. Lu Tianyi raised his head and the god sealing catalogue appeared. The above heaven era was glorious, and the 3 realms and 6 daos were unrivaled. However, geniuses were also born in later eras cannot bury talents. You cannot suppress an era. As soon as he finished speaking, silhouettes walked out from the god sealing catalogue. Ancestor Chen, Ancestor Ku, and Lu Tianyi formed 3 silhouettes. In the distance, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, who were fighting fiercely with the Ancestor Realm Corpse King, exchanged glances. They hadn't even shown their strength yet. Was Lu Tianyi looking down on them? The 3 figures surrounded the ancient god in the middle. Luyin took a deep breath. No one could underestimate the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the Daosaur Sex era. Perhaps Bai Wang Yuan and the others had not reached such heights, but Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Ku possessed unimaginable strength, and the ancient gods should be aware of this. The war between the Eternals and the 5th mainland had never stopped. Little 7, do your thing. Lu Tianyi reminded. Luyin nodded, glanced at the ancient god, and then slowly retreated. He needed to find a body of pure energy. Otherwise, the god sealing catalogue would vanish once it came into contact with an absolute energy domain. He had always been the nemesis of others, but he didn't expect to meet his nemesis one day. And Big Sister, how is Big Sister? Luyin looked into the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. Hoju had dragged Big Sis away, and the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor had yet to make a move. They seemed to be chatting about something. Luyin had long since sensed that the ancestor of the past and the fog ancestor's names were similar, and it seemed that the two were indeed acquainted. Bang! The void exploded, and another shockwave swept through the surroundings. Luyin looked back and saw that the void had been annihilated by a series of explosions. Progenitor Chen, Ancestor Ku, and Forefather Tianyi were enough to give the ancient god a hard time. He used his heaven's eye to look around for a body of pure energy, and he found it. Far away, the food saint had returned to his Taotai form and was constantly approaching the body of pure energy. Beside him, the Bao saint was assisting him. From the start of the battle until now, they should have suppressed the body of pure energy, but at every critical moment, the body of pure energy could take action. It was the same now. The body of pure energy released an absolute energy domain that was completely unhindered by the food saint and the Bao saint. When Luyin saw this, he summoned the 7-star mantis, which spread its 6 wings and took flight. Luyin rode the 7-star praying mantis and arrived beside the body of pure energy in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to attack, the body of pure energy retreated at a speed no slower than the 7-star praying mantis. How could this be? Luyin was shocked. How could this body of pure energy possess a speed comparable to that of time? Although the body of pure energy had avoided Lu Yin's attack, the absolute energy domain had been forced to disappear. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. This shouldn't be the case. If it truly possessed a speed comparable to that of time, then it wouldn't have failed to attack celestial combatant. If not for the Eternals, then it wouldn't have even been able to escape. Why was this happening? The Taotai suddenly jumped up and viciously smashed into the body of pure energy. In the distance, an arrow was shot over as the Bao Saint attacked. The pure energy body did not move from its original position. As the arrow flew past, it waved its hand, and its strength transformed into an arrow that shot towards the Bao Sage. Just as the Taotai was about to hit it, it raised its hand. With a bang, the Taotai was blocked. It had both speed and strength, and it was basically a replica of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the body of pure energy. Impossible, it shouldn't have such strength. There had to be a problem. Master Lu, we've been fighting with it for a long time, and we've discovered that it's always a beat slower. The only thing it can actively attack is that transparent barrier, the Bao Saint said. Lu Yin's mind flashed, and he finally understood why it was always a beat slower. Bodies of pure energy did not use their own strength, but rather their use of energy. This so-called use of energy did not only refer to the energy within a cultivator's body, but also to any external energy, such as wind, landslides, or tsunamis. A single movement of a person's body could affect the outside world, and this effect was also a type of energy that a body of pure energy could use to attack. Thus, when the Bao Saint shot an arrow, it would use the power of the arrow to turn around and shoot again. The power was the same, but it did not have the same effect as the Bao Saint's attack. The seven-star mantis's speed was comparable to that of time, and since it could move, it could influence space with its speed. This influence was also a type of energy that could be used by a body of pure energy, allowing it to move at a similar speed. So that was how it was. It had always been passively using energy, and it seemed to be omnipotent. Actually, as long as one could see through it, there was nothing to worry about. Bodies of pure energy could use external energy to affect objects, and Lu Yin also had a similar method, rune lines. When he thought of this, his eyes turned into runes, and a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder to spread out his rune lines. True scripture of Aeon evolution, limitless realm. The Taotai madly charged towards the body of pure energy, but the body of pure energy blocked it with almost the same amount of strength. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis and charged forward. The seven-star mantis instantly closed in on the body of pure energy, and everything around them froze. Lu Yin struck the body's back with a palm, and it felt warm to the touch. What kind of strong defense was this? Lu Yin could easily feel the weakness of the body being torn apart, and with a single palm strike, the body of pure energy was sent flying. The Taotai had been pressing down on the body of pure energy, and when it was sent flying, it almost lost control and fell towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis's back and looked into the distance. He had guessed correctly, this body of pure energy had used external energy to attack, and he had first used rune lines to move the seven-star mantis. This was the same type of energy, and once he had transferred it, the body of pure energy would naturally not be able to use it. It would be normal for it to not be able to keep up with the seven-star mantis's speed. In the distance, the body of pure energy slowly stood up without any expression, but Lu Yin could clearly see its confusion and fear. It was afraid. Continue. Lu Yin rode on the seven-star mantis and instantly arrived in front of the body of pure energy. He slammed a palm down on its forehead, killing it instantly before choosing the next opponent. This body of pure energy was still very useful. Although it had lost its absolute energy domain, as long as its usage of energy was not seen through, it could still fight against anyone. Suddenly, sword light swept past as Lu Yin's palm landed on the body of pure energy's forehead. However, this palm strike did not kill the body of pure energy, as it had already died before the palm could land. Lu Yin turned to look into the distance as the ancestor put down his sword and looked at Lu Yin. The Lu family's summon general is a headache. That's why you killed it first. Lu Yin's tone was low. The ancestor faced Lu Yin while the mistress Shi Wei stood behind him. Shi Wei was at a loss, as she could not stop the ancestor from attacking. She had not expected the ancestor to suddenly attack. The eternal race will not lose this battle in the land of calamity. Let's see what price you have to pay to leave. Guizhi is one of the 3 pillars of the eternal race, and he has yet to display his true power. It's still not too late to retreat, the ancestor threatened. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Why don't you call out all of the 3 pillars and 6 pillars? Let's see if they can stop me from destroying your land of calamity. The ancestor did not say anything else, and the mistress attacked from behind him. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking the ancestor, as he could not see through this woman. The ancient god's attack had already made him apprehensive. In his opinion, the ancestor, who was acquainted with the Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean, was the most well hidden. Just like Bai Wuxian of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin had yet to reach the level where he could fight against them. He could only remind the mistress to be careful. Speaking of which, Bai Wuxian was not in the first zone of calamity. It was a pity that the ancestor had already begun to guard against the pure energy body. It would not be easy for the ancestor to recruit experts in the future. She was ruthless enough to kill the pure energy body when she saw that it was not her opponent. Lu Yin was an accomplice, and if not for his rune lines isolating the pure energy body from the surrounding energy, the ancestor's sword might not have been able to do much to it. A strong shockwave swept over. Lu Yin looked up and saw the ancient god fighting forefather Tianyi, progenitor Chen, and the withered ancestor in the distance. Even Lu Yin could not see the battle clearly under normal circumstances. He could only see it with his heaven's eye. Progenitor Chen was powerful and had an innate gift for battle. The withered ancestor was almost unkillable, and he could even use the law of destruction to absorb his opponent's strength to counterattack. Forefather Tianyi's law of destruction and Tianyi's Tao were both feared by the ancient god, and he had the power to injure the ancient god. The ancient god himself was invincible, and he had used battle force in the Palm Realm to resist the attacks of the 3. Thank you. Book friend 468-9933 Only the wind moves freely brothers reward, I will give it to you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Bang. Lu Tianyi was pushed back by the ancient god. At the same time, the ancient god was also pushed back by progenitor Chen and progenitor Ku. Lu Tianyi landed on the ground and clutched his shoulder. The ancient god's attack had not been light, and he could not move his left arm for a while. He even squatted down and coughed up blood. Behind him was the battlefield between Wang Fan and the progenitor corpse king. Progenitor Chen and progenitor Ku caught up to the ancient god and attacked him. The ancient god used Void Realm to attack Lu Tianyi. Progenitor Chen used reverse step to distort space and time. In an instant, the sky and earth of the domain of E distorted. Lu Yin was shocked. He could only use reverse step to distort space and time, but progenitor Chen could actually distort the entire domain of E and even affect the distant shrine. The ancient god's rhythm was disrupted by reverse step, and he had no choice but to appear. However, he still raised his palm and pressed down on Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi looked up, and the general appointing platform appeared in front of him. It whizzed up and crashed into the arena. With a bang, the ground shattered, and the terrifying shockwaves from the collision swept out in all directions. Lu Tianyi's injuries were not light, and the general appointing platform was constantly being pressed down by the arena. At this time, a piece of land suddenly formed and crashed into the arena, pushing it away. It was the meditative ruins. Wang Fan had made his move. Lu Tianyi looked back at Wang Fan. Wang Fan and Lu Tianyi looked at each other. If I die in this battle, will the Lu family not pursue the Wang family's crime? Lu Tianyi's tone was low. The Wang family's crime is on you alone. Whether you die or not, as long as you do your best in this battle, the Lu family will not pursue the matter. Okay. Wang Fan leaped up. The Kui bear of the 4 unique techniques struck the hell-suppressing arena with both of his palms. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body crashed down. The hell-suppressing arena was also forcefully pushed away by him. At the same time, the meditative ruins shattered and fell from the sky, as if the earth had been turned upside down. Lu Tianyi's general appointing platform exerted force and pushed the arena away. The ancient god shouted, "The Wang family could have contributed to our family because of Wang Miaomiao and Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Fan, your actions have set the stage for your Wang family's death." Wang Fan crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang families against the Lu family is not because of the everlasting courting death. The ancient god stared at Wang Fan. It was unknown what he did, but Wang Fan suddenly wailed. Lu Tianyi raised his hand and threw out the needle of Xidagarba at the ancient god. Behind the ancient god, stars rotated. Progenitor Chen's serious technique exploded continuously, stirring up the starry sky. The desolate ancestor fiercely charged forward, staring at the explosive power of the serious technique. The moment he got close to the ancient god, his body had completely recovered due to the absorption of the power of the serious technique. He punched the ancient god. The ancient god raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The void exploded again. The desolate ancestor's punch was equivalent to the combined power of Ancestor Chen and his own body. The ancient god's punch was also the first human's terrifying power. When the two fists collided, not only was there power, but there was also an unparalleled destructive power that cut the entire land of tragedy apart. Everyone stopped at this moment for the sake of self-preservation. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This punch far surpassed his 100 confinement punches, and it was on a completely different level. Progenitor Chen and Ancestor Ku had clearly not used any of their sequence laws, and neither had the ancient gods, but they had still been able to display such power. The earth-shattering punch attracted everyone's attention. No one noticed that Wang Fan, who had been howling in pain, had suddenly attacked. His target was Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi was standing on a fragment of the forgotten ruins. The moment Wang Fan attacked, Lu Tianyi's eyes went blank, and he forgot everything. This was the moment that Wang Fan had been waiting for. This was the chance to kill Lu Tianyi. Die, Lu Tianyi. Wang Fan was excited. Skyblade represented speed and power, and he wanted to cut off Lu Tianyi's head. He had waited for this day for far too long, and it had finally come. Everyone from the Lu family deserved to die. Skyblade slashed past, but Wang Fan remained still. His arm landed on Lu Tianyi's neck, and he could not move. He slowly turned his head, and Lu Tianyi did the same. The two stared at each other. Wang Fan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Tianyi's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. I've been waiting for this day for too long. After saying that, he pointed a finger at Wang Fan's forehead, piercing through Wang Fan's arm. Wang Fan's pupils shrank, and he retreated step by step. The finger kept getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, Black Death Chi appeared in front of him and turned into trees made of Death Chi to block Lu Tianyi's finger. Lu Tianyi's finger pierced through the trees and the entire black forest, but he failed to hit Wang Fan. Wang Fan gasped for breath. Your injury? Lu Tianyi stood there calmly, and he did not look injured at all. If I didn't do this, how could I lure you out? Wang Fan, you're the biggest redback in the Fifth Mainland. What happened here finally attracted the attention of the others. Wang Fan, you're a traitor. They had taken in by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that they found out that Wang Fan was a traitor, they were even angrier than Lu Tianyi. Big Sister, Qing Ping, and the others' faces darkened. Even Void Master, who was fighting the Star Toad, looked gloomy. They hated traitors more than the Eternals. Bai Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Wang Fan was a traitor. He and Wang Fan had joined the reincarnation spacetime together. It was because they worked together that they were not oppressed in the reincarnation spacetime. Now that Wang Fan was a traitor, it did not matter what he would do in the reincarnation spacetime in the future. He might be treated as a traitor too. After all, the Bai clan was the biggest beneficiary of the Lu clan's exile. The Wang clan was always behind the Bai clan. The most obvious was that Su Heng and Su Lung were staring at him warily. Even further away, Bao Sage's arrow was aimed at him. Wang Fan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Tianyi unwillingly. You were vigilant. Lu Tian waved his hand, and the deathly aura forest in front of him dissipated. The black deathly aura turned into specks that danced in the air. Wang Si was the one who tried to sow discord between us. You were the one who made her remember the past. You were the one who tried to sow discord between the four-way balance and the Lu clan. You were also the one who conspired with the Shaoyin. Back then, I should have listened to Huiwen and killed you. Wang Fan's face darkened. Hui Wen? What's the use of him? So what if he saw through me? He couldn't kill me even if I gave him a chance. In the end, he died without knowing why. Lu Tianyi had no intention of telling him the truth about Hui Wen. Since you've been exposed, from this moment on, you're a must-kill enemy of the Six Direction Association. Wang Fan, even if you hide in the Eternals, you won't survive. With that, he pointed a finger and attacked Wang Fan. Wang Fan's eyes darkened. You really think you know me? So what if I've been exposed? I've waited for this day for too long. Let me send your Lu clan to the afterlife openly. As soon as he finished speaking, death chi surged. Beneath his feet, the meditative ruins rose into the air and merged with the death chi, spreading out. Lu Tianyi pointed a finger and stepped into the meditative ruins. The meditative ruins cracked open instantly. However, the death chi flowed upward like ghosts, constantly restraining Lu Tianyi's finger. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it difficult to resist Lu Tianyi's finger, but Wang Fan did not. Instead, he relied on the death chi to delay Lu Tianyi within the meditative ruins. Lu Tianyi approached step by step, each step shattering the meditative ruins. However, each step was delayed by the death chi. Wang Fan did not have the strength of a sequence law, but by combining the power of the death god and the Wang family, he was able to obstruct Lu Tianyi. He took the opportunity to flee into the distance, but this power could only delay Lu Tianyi. Once Lu Tianyi used the law of destruction, Wang Fan would definitely die. Lu Tianyi pointed a finger and shattered the meditative ruins. An ancient god's attack descended. Lu Tianyi's opponent was still an ancient god. Wang Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He could not participate in this battle. If he did, he would be attacked by everyone from the Six Direction Association. Suddenly, danger appeared. A figure appeared in front of Wang Fan's eyes and struck out with a palm. Lu Xiaoxian and Wang Fan did not even have time to react. They could only endure this palm that was as fast as time itself. Lu Yin's palm landed on Wang Fan's chest, and the death chi exploded and swept out in all directions. Lu Yin was shocked, as the death chi within Wang Fan's body was extremely abundant. The Ghost Abyss ancestor had cultivated the death chi that had been born from the mountain sea's life's shadow. After the Ghost Abyss ancestor had been killed, Wang Fan had been able to cultivate death chi as well. With the death chi blocking him, Lu Yin's palm could not kill Wang Fan. However, it had still heavily injured Wang Fan. Wang Fan's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, but it did not matter. If one palm could not kill Wang Fan, then two. Ya. A shrill, childish voice suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield, and everyone looked up. At some point in time, Void Master had trapped the Star Toad within his life's thermometer. The thermometer's temperature continued to rise. For a human, 45 degrees Celsius was enough to burn them to death, but for a species like the Star Toad, even if it was trapped within the thermometer and turned into an ordinary creature, would 45 degrees Celsius be of any use? Everyone watched this scene unfold. Lu Yin could not help but look over as well. If Void Master could kill the Star Toad, then it would be the greatest harvest for the Eternals. He suddenly glanced at the ancestor of the past. If this woman interfered, then they would definitely fail. This was how the Shaoing divinity had escaped. However, the ancestor of the past had no intention of interfering. She was trapped within the mist ancestor's mist and did not move. In the sky, the Star Toad's shrill cries grew louder and louder, and its body began to emit heat. The lotus leaves rapidly withered, and the copper coin on its neck shook violently. You've angered me, human. You've angered me. With a shrill cry, the originally golden Star Toad began to shed its skin. Its body became a multicolored color, and the straw hat on its head turned a deep red. The lotus leaves in its hands turned into steel tridents, and the copper coins on its neck turned into skulls of various sizes. There were all sorts of creatures, and there were also some that belonged to humans. When the Star Toad finished its transformation, a hair-raising feeling descended upon everyone. The entire world turned from a dull gray to a deep red that resembled blood. The Star Toad's eyes turned crimson as it raised its trident and viciously stabbed forward. Void Master was shocked and used his turtle shell to block the attack. The trident pierced through life's thermometer and headed straight for Void Master. Along the way, it was blocked by the turtle shell, and there was a loud bang. Ripples spread out, turning into red waves that spread out and distorted the entire Calamity Zone. Most of the stargates shattered, and a world of nothingness appeared above everyone's heads, covered in a layer of deep red. The tortoise shell shattered. The Void Master's expression changed drastically, and he quickly descended. The steel fork pierced through the tortoise shell and pierced through space, and it brought along a wisp of indescribable darkness that stretched endlessly into the distance. Everyone was shocked. This was the Star Toad's strength. A steel fork had almost pierced through a Void Master, and even the Void God Master of time and space was powerless. Lu Tiany's expression was solemn. Woodcutter, Big Sister, and all the other sequence law experts were solemn like never before. The arrival of the ancient gods brought a heavy pressure. At this moment, the Star Toad's transformation brought a pressure that was no less than the ancient gods. It was an indescribable crisis between two species. It was a crisis that could lead to the extinction of another species. Even the ancient gods' gaze turned grave. The Star Toad was one of the rare existences that could converse with the one true God. Although it didn't look like much normally, once it got angry, there would be an extra skull on its chest. Yeah. Human, you are courting death, you are courting death. The Star Toad stared at the Void Master with its bloodshot eyes. The Void Master felt his scalp go numb. This was the strength of the Star Toad. This beast had existed for a long time, and no one knew how long it had lived. In fact, he was also nervous about fighting the Star Toad. At first, he just wanted to delay it, but who would have thought that as the battle went on, he became a little crazy. At one point, he thought that the Star Toad's strength was only at this level. He couldn't help but form a thermometer to see if he could kill it. Luin gritted his teeth. The Void Master had actually angered this beast, and he had asked the Void Master to hold it back. Although he didn't know how powerful the Star Toad was, Mr. Daheng had used a single copper coin to force Luo Shan to retreat. From this, he could see how fearful Luo Shan was of the Star Toad. Luo Shan wasn't weak at all. If he could avoid a single copper coin, one could imagine how powerful the Star Toad was. The Void Master was so unreliable. Of course, he had hoped that the Void Master would be able to deal with the Star Toad. However, it seemed like his hopes were a little too high. The ancestor of the ancient era quietly stared at the sky. The Star Toad was truly angered. This fellow wasn't easy to deal with. The Star Toad raised its pitchfork. Found it. Human, die. The Void Master felt his blood run cold. As the pitchfork fell, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Calamity Zone. He waved his hand and said, "Wood." Under the steel fork, a piece of wood appeared out of thin air. The steel fork pierced through the wood, and then another piece of wood appeared, one after another. The steel fork kept piercing through the wood, but its speed became slower and slower. In the end, the steel fork was stuck in the void by the wood, unable to descend. The Star Toad turned to look in a certain direction. Tumu? It was none other than the Wood God, the Wood Space-Time Sovereign. Luin sighed, as the Wood Deity had still appeared. The Wood Deity was also one of the candidates to attack the Calamity Zone, but he was only there to act as a backup. The moment a region fell into a disadvantageous position, the Wood Deity would take action. Luin had originally thought that Void Master would be able to delay the Star Toad until the first domain of disaster was destroyed. This would then draw out the other experts from Domain of Disaster and allow the Wood Deity to take action. However, something unexpected had happened. The ancient god's appearance had been unexpected, but Forefather Tiany had been able to stop him. Similarly, Luin had not expected the Mist Ancestor's sudden arrival. Luin had not expected the Mist Ancestor to be able to stall the Ancestor of the past, which was even more out of his expectations. However, the Star Toad's arrival might cause problems in the invasion of Calamity Zone. No one knew if the Wood God could block the Star Toad. The Star Toad was a bitter disaster realm expert. However, was Tumu the name of the Wood God? Star Toad, we meet again. The Wood God spoke calmly and without fear, which gave Luin and the others confidence. The Star Toad's eyes turned red as he raised his pitchfork. Are you looking for trouble? You're the one who's always causing trouble for us humans. I'm just doing business. We can also do business with you. Please kill the only true God. We can afford the price. You can calculate it. There's no need to calculate. What's the point of having a life to earn but no life to spend it? The wood god's tone was heavy. Then you'll earn from the Eternals. Do you think you'll be able to spend it by attacking us humans? The star toad spun his pitchfork. None of you humans can kill me. This business can be done. Awakening hibernation, nine-headed bird, and seven-star mantis are pure energy bodies. They had the same idea as you from the start, the wood god threatened. The star toad opened his mouth and screeched, "Cut the crap. That human angered me. I'm going to hang his head around my neck. Tumu, if you dare to interfere, I'll turn you into a second pitchfork." No, a wooden one. Looks like the business deal has fallen through. The wood god's gaze turned serious. The star toad suddenly stabbed the wood god with his pitchfork. It was fast and ruthless, catching the wood god off guard. The wood god frowned as if he had expected this. He raised his hand, and wooden planks appeared in front of him and collided with the pitchfork. This attack was comparable to when Forefather Chani and the others ganged up on the ancient god. Don't worry for now. The wood god might not be a match for the star toad, but he can hold on for a while, the Void Master said. Luin looked at him and wanted to say something, but the Void Master interrupted him. I know. It's my fault. I'll help you kill an Eternal. After saying that, empty god force surged out towards Zi Huang. Originally, Zi Huang's opponent was Big Sister. However, Big Sister had attacked Ancestor Shi and Su Wuwei had replaced Big Sister to fight Zi Huang. Until now, he had not defeated Zi Huang. The Void Master's sudden attack shocked the Violet Emperor. 2 of the 3 extraterrestrials who had attacked Dominator Battlemaster had already died. The Violet Emperor didn't want to die, so he immediately fled towards the Black Mother Tree. The Void Master's tortoise shell had been broken, and the Violet Emperor had disrupted the rhythm of the battle. He urgently needed to kill someone, so he didn't show any mercy to the Violet Emperor. Void God's power constantly surrounded the Violet Emperor, forming a thermometer. Luin also wanted to find Wang Fan and deal with him, but the Star Toad's sudden attack had given Wang Fan a chance to escape. Since he couldn't find Wang Fan, Luin set his sights on another person, Mu Ji. He had wanted to kill Mu Ji before, but his plan had been disrupted. Now was the perfect time. The 7-star mantis spread its 6 wings, and Luin stared at Mu Ji, who had been hiding behind the ruins of the tower. Mu Ji was shocked. Luin was about to attack him, and he was in danger. Just as the 7-star mantis was about to attack Mu Ji, Luin saw a flash of white light from the corner of his eye. It came from the direction of the Black Mother Tree, and it sent a chill down his spine. Be careful. The void split open, and an arrow suddenly appeared. Luin used the reverse step to parallel time. In an instant, the 7-star mantis was pierced through and disappeared. However, the arrow did not disperse, and it continued to fly towards the battlefield. It instantly pierced through Lei Tian, and under Lu Yin's celestial eye, the Lei Tian sequence particles were all shattered. However, the arrow's power did not dissipate. First Xianxia was right in front of him. First Xianxia did not even have time to react before the arrow pierced through his body. Ahead of him was the vast land of the Calamity Zone. The arrow swept past the land before finally disappearing. Everything happened in an instant, and Luin had used the parallel time technique to avoid it. He did not even have time to make the 7-star mantis fly away. First Xianxia and Lei Tian had been pierced through in an instant, and there was no way for them to dodge. Luin was shocked. Who was this? The Void Master was also shocked. He and Luin were closer to the Black Mother Tree. One was chasing after the Violet Emperor while the other was attacking Mu Ji. Thus, he was the first to clearly see where the arrow had come from. The 2 of them looked into the distance, and they could faintly see a figure slowly walking over. Above the ruins of the Calamity Zone, dust swirled about, and divine power whistled through the air, leaving behind a trail of crimson. The 2 of them stared into the distance, and as the figure slowly walked over, her face becoming clearer. Their expressions changed. What a beautiful woman. What appeared before them was a woman with long crimson hair. Her features were so exquisite that they did not seem to belong to this world. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her every move was filled with a soul-stirring charm. At the same time, there was a valiant aura that did not match her face. As she walked over, the world seemed to close in on her, and each step seemed to be measured. She was clearly walking very slowly, but she was getting closer and closer to the two of them. The distortion in the air caused their vision to become blurry, and a gust of wind blew past, causing her long crimson hair to dance about. The Violet Emperor stood between the Void Master and the crimson-haired woman. It did not seem to recognize this woman, and it did not recklessly approach her. Even further away, Muji was also looking at this woman in confusion. Coming from the direction of the Black Mother Tree and the arrow that had just shot out, she was definitely an everlasting expert. "Who are you?" the Void Master asked. The woman suddenly raised her hand and shot an arrow at the Void Master. There was no flashy archery technique, but the arrow was shot out without hesitation. Luin looked up and saw that there was only a single particle that landed on the tip of the arrow. What could a single particle do? The Void Master waved his hand, and the turtle shell fragment that had been shattered by the star toad blocked the arrow. There was a thump as the arrow struck the turtle shell and pushed it towards the Void Master. The Void Master used another turtle shell fragment to block the arrow, and 2 turtle shell fragments blocked the arrow. The woman's arrow was extremely powerful, but it was unable to break through the Void Master's defenses. After all, the Void Master was an existence that could block the star toad and almost kill the showing divinity. Even if the woman's arrow could instantly kill a progenitor and pierce through the sky of thunder, it would not be able to do anything to the Void Master if he was prepared. The woman shot out a second arrow, and it pierced through the first arrow and struck the turtle shell fragment. It did not seem to have any intention of changing directions, as if its target was the turtle shell itself. The turtle shell fragment rumbled once more as it was pushed towards the Void Master. The Void Master frowned, but there was no change. This woman's strength was definitely not weak, and she could even threaten him. She was definitely an expert on the level of the 7 sky gods, but why was there no difference between her second arrow and the first? Luin could also see that there was no difference. They had the same power, and there was only a single particle on the tip of the arrow. What was she doing? The woman raised her hand and shot out a third arrow. The third arrow pierced through the second arrow, but it still hit the turtle shell fragment. The turtle shell fragment was pushed back once more, but it still did not break through. Lu Yin's celestial eye stared at the woman. Something was not right. Even an ordinary cultivator would know that the same attack was useless. If someone could block it once, they could block it a second time. This woman was an absolute expert, so how could she make such a mistake? What was she trying to do? The Void Master also felt that something was amiss. Being able to cultivate to such a realm, he was similarly cautious. If he could not understand what was going on, then he had to act. The sooner he acted, the better. As he thought about it, boundless Void God's power surged out and covered the sky as it pressed down on the woman. The woman's expression did not change, and she shot out a fourth arrow. This arrow pierced through the third arrow and hit the turtle shell fragment. Aside from being pushed back by a tremendous force and being pushed closer to the Void Master, there was no other effect. Void Master was on high alert and retreated a great deal. No matter what this woman wanted to do, her arrows had a purpose, so it was best to keep his distance. Boundless Void God's power had already surrounded her, almost forming a thermometer for life. The woman fired her fifth arrow, but Luin saw no change in the arrow's power at all. However, this arrow pierced through Void Master's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Blood splattered onto the ground. Void Master stared blankly at his shoulder as fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. How was this possible? Lu Yin's expression changed. How? How did she do it? Her arrow had pierced through Void Master, causing life's thermometer to fail to form. The woman raised her bow and fired her sixth arrow. Void Master's eyes narrowed. Such a powerful arrow should not have hit him, but at this moment, he did not know how to deal with the sixth arrow. Luin used reverse step, which allowed him to move parallel to time. He then dragged Void Master away, and the arrow followed its original trajectory towards the battlefield. The ground suddenly froze, and an extremely cold aura swept past, freezing the arrow in the void and causing it to fall to the ground. The ice matriarch had taken action against the arrow. If the arrow had been allowed to enter the battlefield, who knew who would have been injured? This woman's arrow seemed ordinary, but it was extremely powerful. It had to be blocked by a master of the laws of sequence. Lei Tian had been ambushed because he had not been paying attention and had been heavily injured. The woman raised her bow and aimed at Void Master, who had been dragged away by Luin, and fired. Something's wrong with her. Don't take it, Void Master warned. Luin did not need his warning, as he would not have taken the arrow. Ignoring the fact that the arrow itself was not strong enough to be blocked, there was definitely something strange about it that had caused Void Master to be heavily injured despite being able to block it. It was too strange, and Luin did not want to take it head-on before he could see it clearly. Luin used the speed of parallel time to bring Void Master away again. The second arrow missed and shot towards an empty space. The woman then fired a third arrow, this one aimed at Luin. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he used counterstep to evade. Another arrow missed, and then a fourth. Luin continued to use the reverse step to avoid it, but somehow, the reverse step didn't allow him to do so. The arrow flew straight for his neck. He wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. Back when he was captured by a Grand Empyrean and brought to the Dark Mother Tree, he had seen the other zones of calamity. He had also faced this arrow, and that arrow was much stronger than this one. If he wasn't a Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. It should be this woman who shot it. She didn't use her full strength. The arrow shot by the Grand Empyrean was not like this. There was a thump as the arrow brushed past Lu Yin's neck. Although reverse step had failed, it wasn't as if Luin didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. However, this arrow had been pushed away by Void Master. Something's not right. She could have dodged or blocked it, but she just couldn't. This woman is very strange. Master Su's face darkened. Fifth arrow. The fifth arrow hit you. Warn the others. Luin hurriedly said, and then he retreated back into the battlefield with Void Master. The two of them were being suppressed by the crimson-haired woman's arrows. She had strange but powerful archery techniques. The crimson-haired woman faced the battlefield and raised her hand to fire an arrow at Mu Carving. Mu Carving was in the middle of a battle with the Shaoyin deity when Lu Yin's voice suddenly reached his ears. He swung his blade in a certain direction, and the arrow was cut in half. Then, a second arrow was shot. Divine Shaoyin goddess, she looked into the distance in shock. It was her? If 5 arrows could injure Void Master, then woodcarving was no exception. Lu Yin's warning had been timely, and woodcarving had retreated without hesitation after cutting down the third arrow. The crimson-haired woman continued to shoot arrows, this time targeting Void Wu-Wei. Next, she targeted the Fire Empress, Wood Empress, Ice Empress, and other sequence law realm powerhouses. The Fire Empress had a bad temper and refused to give up. She was stunned by the 5th arrow, which pierced through her body. She was heavily injured and had no choice but to retreat. Although this woman's arrows were unparalleled, she stopped shooting as long as she couldn't see her opponent. One person and one arrow suppressed the entire battle in the shortest amount of time possible. Finally, the woman aimed her arrow at Lu Tianyi and fired. The arrow flew past the ancient god's side and headed straight for Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi casually brushed it aside and looked over. Who's that woman? The ancient god's voice was deep. She's one of the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, the arrow god. Be careful, her arrows aren't easy to block. Lu Tianyi was very clear about the situation. The entire battlefield had been suppressed by that woman, and it was very troublesome. Although the power of the arrows could injure sequence law realm powerhouses, it was not enough to suppress the battle. What truly suppressed the battle was the arrow that was sure to hit. No one was willing to test the arrow with their own body. This was not a question of whether or not they could block the arrow, but whether or not the arrow could hit the body. Void Master was an example. In terms of strength, he might not be weaker than that woman, but if he was hit by 1 or 2 arrows, he would not be far from death. Even Lu Tianyi himself would not have a good ending if he tried to test the arrow with his own body. The arrow god fired a second arrow. Lu Ying clenched his fists. If no one could stop this woman, then this battle would be over. Several progenitors had died, and if they still could not destroy the first zone of disaster, then he would not be satisfied. Actually, the true goal of this battle had already been achieved. The Eternals had suffered great losses, and more than half of their 40 progenitor corpse kings had died. The first zone of disaster only had the Forefather, the 7 sky gods, and the Xiaoying divinity left. One of the true god guard captains had also died, and Wang Fan had been forced to reveal himself. He had dealt with the pure energy body and attracted the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, allowing them to see through the first zone of disaster's full strength. The results of this battle were not bad, but it still felt like it was not enough. He wanted to kill Wang Fan, the Violet Emperor, and the Star Devourer. It would be best if he could kill the ancient god. That would be the greatest result of this battle. However, everyone had reached their limits. Forefather Tianyi, Void Master, Big Sis, Fire Lord, and Back Master were all heavily injured, and it was unknown whether Lei Tian was dead or alive. Food Saint and the other progenitors were also unable to continue fighting. If the 7 sky gods or the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters were drawn out, then they would be the ones to suffer losses. Although he still had a backup plan, it was to deal with the only true god. As he thought about it, Lu Yin's heart sank. It was time to end this. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared from the entrance of the zone of disaster. The golden light that connected the heavens and the earth transformed into a long staff that smashed down towards the arrow god. The arrow god looked over and fired an arrow. The arrow collided with the golden staff, causing the void to shatter. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. Celestial surpassing star? The others were stunned as well. The celestial surpassing star had actually attacked again? How severely injured was he? He was about to die, but he still dared to attack. The Violet Emperor was stunned as well. He had personally injured the celestial surpassing star, so he should not be able to attack again. Had he gone mad? Did he really want to die? With a maniacal laugh, the celestial surpassing star retracted his golden staff and leaped up. He viciously slammed into the ground and appeared closest to the arrow god. Void Master could not hold back any longer. Surpassing star, you're about to die. What are you doing here? The celestial surpassing star carried his golden staff. Do I look like I'm about to die? Everyone looked at the celestial surpassing star. That was right, as the celestial surpassing star was completely different from when he had been on the verge of death. It was as if he had recovered. But how was that possible? How could he recover so quickly? Even if the flow of time in a parallel universe was different, it should not have been possible for him to recover so quickly. Some injuries could be easily healed in a few days, a few years, or even a dozen years at most. However, some injuries could take hundreds or even thousands of years to recover. The 7 sky gods, the Grand Empyrean, and the sole true god were all in seclusion because their injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. The celestial surpassing star should have been the same, so what was going on? The celestial surpassing star slammed his golden staff into the ground. I originally wanted to wait for the sole true god to act before I acted, but this woman is suppressing the battlefield, so I had no choice but to act. What's wrong with you? Void Master did not understand. The celestial surpassing star gripped his golden staff tightly, but he had no intention of explaining. He charged at the arrow god and swung his staff down. A gale blew past, causing her long crimson hair to flutter. Her exquisite face was calm as she watched the celestial surpassing star smash down. She raised her arrow and instantly shot out 3 arrows, one after the other. The first arrow stopped the celestial surpassing star's powerful charge, the second arrow caused him to stop, and the third arrow forced him back. The celestial surpassing star turned around and swung his golden staff once more. A 4th arrow appeared. With a bang, this arrow struck the tip of the golden staff and forced it back once more. The celestial surpassing star raised his hand and struck the arrow god with a palm. The arrow god moved for the first time. At that moment, everyone realized that she had not moved at all since she had fired her first arrow. She dodged the celestial surpassing star's palm and fired her 5th arrow. Be careful! Lu Yin shouted. The celestial surpassing star charged towards the 5th arrow and raised his staff, not even thinking of blocking it. The fifth arrow pierced the celestial surpassing star's chest. Luin and the others were shocked. Void Master's face changed. Is this person really here to die? The celestial surpassing star shouted and swung his staff downwards. There was a loud boom as the ground cracked and the void shattered. The arrow god lifted her leg, and the staff smashed down on her leg. She had actually used her leg to block the celestial surpassing star's staff. At the same time, she fired an arrow. This arrow was very close to the celestial surpassing star, and it was the sixth arrow that had been aimed at him. There was no way to dodge it. The arrow struck the celestial surpassing star's shoulder once more, and the celestial surpassing star laughed maniacally. Bring it on. The golden staff pressed down forcefully, and the arrow god frowned. She fired her seventh arrow, which was aimed at the celestial surpassing star's neck. The celestial surpassing star did not dodge either. He fired an arrow that pierced the arrow god's neck, causing streaks of golden blood to flow out. The arrow god was also pressed into the ground by the celestial surpassing star's staff. At that moment, the celestial surpassing star had 3 arrows stuck in his body. He raised his hand and pulled them out, causing streaks of blood to trickle down his neck. His lips curled up. No big deal. Everyone was stunned. Is this guy unkillable? Even Lu Tianyi was shocked. The celestial surpassing star was very strong, but he had been heavily injured after being surrounded. Now, he had withstood an arrow that could injure Void Master with just 1 arrow, and 3 arrows at that. And yet, he was completely unimpeded. Luin stared at the celestial surpassing star and watched as the golden light flowed around his body. The victorious battle technique was becoming increasingly resplendent, and there was a hidden principle behind the victorious battle technique: when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. That's right, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Luin gulped. The celestial surpassing star actually knew how to move in the opposite direction. It was no wonder why the celestial Lord of Triumphant was fine despite being heavily injured. He had been faking it from start to finish. He knew that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Unless he was killed with absolute power, he would not die. The desolate ancestor had killed his way into the zone of calamity and survived even when facing the only true god. The celestial Lord of Triumphant could do the same, but he had been faking it all along. Luin felt bitter, as he felt that he was unnecessary. Even if Luin had not come to save him, the celestial Lord of Calamity would have been able to deal with the Violet Emperor and the other 2. The celestial Lord of Calamity had hidden his strength too deeply. It was no wonder that he had told the ancestor that he could deal with the Violet Emperor and the other 2. But how did he know that when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction? From underground, the arrow god walked out and sized up the celestial Lord of Triumphant in shock. She had come from the 5th zone, so she did not understand the enemies of the 1st zone. It was no wonder why the 1st zone was the strongest of the 6 zones. Almost half of the 3 heavyweights and 6 Cs had come, but they still could not win and needed reinforcements. It would not be surprising if all the enemies were like this. She had relied on her archery to dominate the 5th zone, and there were few who could match her in the universe. In the 1st zone, although she had suppressed the battlefield with her archery, these people could still retreat if they wanted to. Was this the strongest enemy of the clan? With the celestial Lord of Triumphant dealing with the arrow god, Luin relaxed. Senior Void Master, you don't have to worry about the arrow god. No matter how strong she is, she won't be able to kill the celestial Lord of Triumphant. You and I should take care of our own enemies. He then stepped backwards. Between Muji and Wang Fan, he had to deal with one. The Void Master stared at the celestial Lord of Triumphant. This fellow had hidden his strength well. With the strength that he had displayed so far, there were not many in the 6 Direction Society who could match him. He was ruthless, and it was no wonder that he dared to guard the entrance to the Zone of Calamity all by himself. Up in the sky, the wood god sighed. The pressure from the star toad was already giving him a headache. It was good that someone else could share the pressure from the arrow god. The star toad's trident continued to stab at the wood god. Die, 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 die. Below, behind the tower fragment, the wood god of Calamity. This is the 3rd time. Luin ordered the 7-star mantis to chase after Muji, but he soon felt a wave of dizziness. He had overexerted himself, and he was also exhausted from this battle. However, he had to deal with Muji. Muji did not hesitate to flee, but against the mantis' speed, he could not escape. Luin quickly caught up to him. Luck, I need luck. Muji muttered to himself. He had already taken out the compass of life and death. He did not hesitate to move the needle and watch it move. Given the strength of the 7-star mantis, he had no way of knowing when his opponent would make a move. All he could do was keep moving the needle. How come no one from the Eternals had shown up? The 7-star mantis raised its arm blade and slashed down. Muji could not even see this saber, let alone block it. However, he was extremely lucky. The moment the arm blade chopped down, the needle stopped, live and die together. In an instant, the 7-star praying mantis disappeared. The arm blade almost brushed past Muji's head, almost chopping it off. When Luin saw where the compass's needle had stopped, he was shocked to cancel the summon. Could it be referring to him? Because of the dice and compass, Luin was very wary of such things. Others might not have cared, as they did not believe that a life and death compass could determine life and death, but Luin was different. His sudden appearance gave Muji a fright. As expected, this person's speed was almost enough to stop time. A strand of hair floated down, blown by the wind, swaying in front of Muji's eyes. His head was almost gone. Muji's expression changed greatly as he stared at Luin asked, "You attacked?" Luin stared at the life and death compass. Live and die together? Muji was scared. He looked at the compass and then at Luin. Fortunately, you didn't kill me. Otherwise, you would have died too. Luin looked at Muji suspiciously. He was very wary of such things, but could a life and death compass really be connected to his life? If Muji's life and death compass was connected to the one true gods, would the one true god die too? Obviously not. There must be a limit. However, Luin was not even a progenitor. So he obviously could not reach this limit. I will die too? Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He suddenly grabbed Muji by the neck and lifted him up. Muji did not resist at all and allowed Luin to grab him. His face was red. You can't kill me. If I die, you will die too. Why? With your innate gift of wood? Yes, if you don't believe me, you can ask the wood god. Lu Yin's grip tightened, and Muji could not fight back at all. Even if your innate gift of wood allows us to live and die together, there is a time limit. If worst comes to worst, I won't kill you and let someone else kill you. Muji struggled to speak. I will use my secret to exchange for my life. Luin frowned. Secret? I'm not interested in your secret. Yes, it's your secret. Luin did not understand. My secret? Muji said with difficulty. You are Yi Bo. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. What nonsense are you spouting? Muji stared at Luin, his eyes bloodshot. Your evil is the same as Yi Bo's. You are. At this point, Luin suddenly let go of Muji uncontrollably as if some force was controlling him. Just as he was about to continue attacking, a flash of sword light swept past him, bringing with it an intense sense of danger. Luin hurriedly reversed his steps and dodged. When he turned around, he saw that it was the Shi ancestor who had saved Muji. However, Shizu was far away, so it was not impossible for Luin to attack. Muji threatened in a low voice, Luin, if you attack me again, I'll tell you. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear. I don't know what I'm saying either. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death, and the heavens will destroy me. Luin sized up Muji in shock. What was this guy trying to do? He had actually made such a vicious oath. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more they could not make such an oath. The so-called oath was a restriction on oneself, but some people believed it while others did not. Yi Bo's identity was too important, and Luin did not want anything to go wrong. Muji had to die. He immediately reversed his steps and attacked Muji again. Rather than being threatened by this person, he did not care if his identity was exposed. At worst, he would just change his identity. With divine power, any identity was fine. He had just taken a step when a light green blade suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not know when it had appeared, nor did he know where it extended to. Luin looked up and saw the entire battlefield in the distance. The light green blade then swept past him. He hurriedly blocked it, but the blade brushed past his body without causing any damage. The entire battlefield froze at that moment. Everyone, regardless of whether they were humans or Eternals, had to bear the brunt of the light green blade's power. This blade had come from the ancestor of the past. The ancestor's blade fell, and his expression was as calm as ever. However, this calmness was suppressing a terrifying chill. Everyone on the battlefield, including the Star Toad, Wood God, Lu Tianyi, the Ancient God, Celestial Victor, the Arrow God, and the others, looked at the ancestor of the past. Everyone, give me some face and let this war come to an end. This was the ancestor of the past's voice. It was so calm that it did not seem like he was talking about a war, but rather a farce. Luin looked at the ancestor from afar, and the ancestor's gaze met Lu Yin's. Tao Lord Lu, may I? The fog around the ancestor of the past dispersed to reveal the fog ancestor on the ground. Luin looked at the ancestor of the past. Fog ancestor, what's wrong? The ancestor of the past replied, she just fainted. She's my cute disciple, after all. I won't do anything to her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Was the fog ancestor the past's disciple? You want the war to stop? Based on what? The ancestor of the past raised his sword and looked at the sword edge. Based on the Qing Luo sword intent. Luin was confused. The next moment, the world spun, and he could not help but take a step forward to support his body. He almost fell as an uncontrollable dizziness overwhelmed him. Was this the power of spiritual force? He had been reciting the primogenitor's scripture for many years, and if this was the case, then what about the others? Soft sounds came from the people who had fallen to the ground. Food Saint, Bao Saint, Lu Yun, Leng Qing, Mu Tao, Su Heng, and the others. Even Su Wuwei and Big Sister, who were sequence law powerhouses, were half kneeling on the ground as they almost could not hold on. Everyone's spiritual force had been torn apart by the light green sword edge and were heavily injured. Celestial Victor gripped his golden staff tightly and supported his body. Lu Tianyi exhaled. He was the only one who was not affected. The Lu family cultivated the primogenitor scripture, which made up for the lack of spiritual force. It even made it the hardest point for others to attack. Even so, his expression was not good. Qing Luo. Jian Tian, so it's you. Lu Tianyi looked at the ancestor of the past and slowly spoke. The others had never heard of this name before, and neither had Luin. Wood God slowly descended and clutched his head, feeling dizzy. Qing Luo Jian Tian? The legendary person who forced your Lu family to seek guidance from the primogenitor's scripture and use it to make up for the lack of spiritual force? Big Sister was covered in sweat as she looked up at the ancestor of the past. There really was such a person? Only those from the Above Heaven era had heard of this name. In that distant era, the Above Heaven era had been glorious. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland, and Lu Yuan had been one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. No one dared to provoke the Lu family, and only one person had fought the Lu family and used his spiritual force to render the Lu family helpless. That person was Qing Luo Jiantian. Why did the Lu family recite the primogenitor's scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force? It was because of this person that Lu Yuan had seen the Lu family's spiritual force deficiency. This person had changed the Lu family. The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Tianyi. I haven't used this name in a long time. Lu Tianyi sighed. I didn't expect to meet you in this era. So you're from the eternal race. The ancestor of the past's gaze was calm, but he did not explain. Can this battle end? Lu Tianyi looked at Luin. Whether it was him, Void Master, or Wood God, they were all stronger than Luin and had a much higher seniority. However, they still had to listen to Luin in this battle. This was the authority that Luin had obtained through numerous battles and countless methods. To a certain extent, this sort of authority could even challenge a Grand Empyrean. The ancestor of the past also knew this, which was why the first person he asked was Luin. Luin remained silent. The ancestor had always been a key figure that he had been wary of. After all, someone who could make the star-toad greet and call the Grand Emperor in Taihong could not be weak. In the battle against Victorious Celestial, she had forced the Void God back with a single strike. Luin knew that she was strong, but he had still underestimated her. One person and one sword had forced the Lu family to cultivate the primogenitor's scripture to make up for their lack of spiritual force. It was easy to imagine how much the ancestor feared her. She must be at the same level as the ancestor, or perhaps a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity. That was why the star-toad was wary of her. The wood deity was the trump card prepared for this battle, and Victorious Celestial was an accident. Even with the addition of these two powerhouses, they still could not suppress the Eternals. The star-toad, arrow god, and ancient god were all extremely powerful, and now the Qing Luo Jiantian had appeared as well. Unless all of the spacetime masters of the Six Direction Association came out, there would be no point in continuing the battle. The two people that Luin hated the most were Muji and Wang Fan. Wang Fan was one thing, since he knew that Wang Fan was a traitor, and Luin could get rid of him in the future. However, Muji was different. He had actually seen through Lu Yin's disguise as Yi Bo. If Luin did not get rid of him, then Lu Yin's identity as Yi Bo would be useless. But at this moment, the ancestor of the ancient era revealed her identity and acted. Maybe it was because of Muji. Before this, she had saved Muji by stabbing him with her sword. Now, she attacked again when he was preparing to act against Muji. Was Muji very important to her? Luin looked at Muji. Muji kept retreating. Even though the ancestor was intimidating the battlefield, he was still wary of Luin. He was already very far away from Luin. Luin was helpless. It was impossible to kill Muji in this situation. If not for Victorious Celestial, this battle would have ended. Dao Lord Lu, can we end this battle now? The ancestor asked for the third time. There was no other sound besides the star-toad's strange cries. The ancient god and arrow god did not attack again. The ancestor had forced the humans to stop fighting, which proved that the humans still had some advantage in the realm of tragedy. However, if they really fought to the death, the casualties on both sides would be immeasurable. Moreover, the ancestor of the ancient era hadn't used her full strength, so she definitely had her misgivings. This was the main point. At this point, he didn't want so many human powerhouses to accompany the first zone of disaster. Of course, even if the Eternals didn't want to end this war, he could still retreat with the humans. If he didn't have the confidence to retreat, how would he dare to attack the zone of disaster? As for the progenitors who had died, this was a war, and there were always casualties. The Eternals had suffered far more losses than the humans. No matter how deep the Eternals' foundations were, they still had to find a way to see through them. This path would lead to many deaths, and even Luin himself might die. However, this was a path that had to be taken, and it was impossible for them to win without even seeing through the Eternals' foundations. It was unrealistic. This battle is over. These words spread throughout the land of calamity, causing both sides to heave a sigh of relief. Although the battle hadn't been going on for long, both sides had suffered casualties. This was something that had never happened before. If the battle had continued, who knew how many people would have died? This won't do. Yeah, I'm going to kill that human. He wants to cook me, I'm going to kill him. The star-toad was discontent. It hopped about in the starry heavens, stepping on the void. Wood deity was on guard. The ancestor of the past looked up at the sky. Your reward will be increased by 10%. The moment he said this, the star-toad's entire demeanor changed. It turned into a businessman who only moved its mouth and did not move its hands. It held onto a lotus flower and said with a fawning expression, "Thank you, boss." Both sides retreated. The humans retreated to the entrance of the land of calamity while the Eternals retreated to the Black Mother Tree. They exchanged glances, and both sides could see the uncontrollable killing intent in each other's eyes. If possible, one side would definitely destroy the other. Luin looked at the Eternals and glanced at Muji, Wang Fan, Wang Xiaoyu, the Shaoing divinity, the ancient god, the arrow god, and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past also stared at Luin. They looked at each other deeply. After the humans retreated from the land of calamity, Mu Ji and the others finally relaxed. The ancient god said in a low voice, "Our clan's greatest mistake was allowing Lu Xiaoxian to grow. This battle was completely caused by him." Wang Fan added, "Lu Xiaoxian is now the human race's flag. The Lu family is very skilled in this aspect, so we must find a way to deal with him." The Shaoing divinity's gaze turned cold. "That little bastard must die." The ancestor of the past calmly replied, "It won't be too late. It's not worth it to fight to the death with them now. Once the bone boats arrive, the Hexagon Association will become history. Everyone, please remain calm." The two words bone boats caused the Shaoing divinity's expression to change. That was the Eternal's absolute killing weapon. The arrow god spoke up, his tone cold. "Your first land of calamity is very lively." The ancestor of the past looked at the arrow god. "Why? Are you interested? You can fill the vacancy of the 7 sky gods." The arrow god turned to leave. "Not interested." The 3 pillars, 6 boundless, and 7 sky gods overlapped with each other. Although their strengths were similar, their corresponding responsibilities were different. If the arrow god joined the 7 sky gods, she would have to give up on the battle in the 5th land of calamity and stay in the 1st land of calamity, just like He Wuxian. This was the general direction that the Eternals had set for the Hexagon Association. And no one could change it. In the past, your 1st land of calamity rarely participated in the chosen god battle. This time, I hope that you can participate. Although my 5th land of calamity is not as fierce as your 1st land of calamity, the elites that we nurture will not be any weaker than yours." The arrow god's voice came from afar, landing in the ears of the ancestor of the past, ancient god, and the others. The ancient god shook his head. "My 1st land of calamity is facing a constant shortage of experts, not to mention sending elites to participate in the chosen god battle. Moreover, my 1st land of calamity can directly face a true god without needing to go through the chosen god battle. The 7 sky gods' position also does not need to be determined through the chosen god battle, so there's no point in participating." The ancestor of the past said indifferently, "It's because of this privilege that the other 5 land of calamity are quite dissatisfied with us. The 7 sky gods are equivalent to the 3 pillars and 6 boundless, and the 3 pillars and 6 boundless need to determine their substitutes through the chosen god battle. However, the 7 sky gods can allow our 1st land of calamity to fill in their positions, which makes them feel that it's unfair. Moreover, those who passed the chosen god battle have all come to my 1st land of calamity. Only a few survived the long war, while the rest died in battle, which made the other land of calamity unhappy. Otherwise, the arrow god wouldn't specially mention it. If she mentioned it, the other land of calamity must be more concerned about it." The ancient god looked at the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past said, "Participate." The ancient god didn't object. "What about the candidates? The 1st land of calamity's true god guards have lost nearly half of their captains. Chung Kong was a very good candidate, but he died as well." As he spoke, he looked at the Shaoing divinity. "Shaoing can directly replace the 7 sky gods, there's no need for him to participate." The ancestor of the past's eyes flashed. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I have a candidate in mind. For the time being, we will seal off the 1st land of calamity. Luin is a very shrewd person. Once Tai Hong, Lu Yuan, and the rest come out of seclusion, he might plan a second attack. This is no longer something that Tai Hong can decide. This person forced Tai Hong to come out of seclusion, but Tai Hong didn't kill him. It's obvious that he cares a lot about this person. We have to be careful of this person. I have a premonition that if we are careless, this land of calamity might be destroyed by this person." On the other side, outside the entrance of the land of calamity, Lu Yin and the rest brought back 3 corpses. They were gone, Chen Lu, and Dan Pu. Lei Tian was severely injured, but First Jian didn't die. This was something that Lu Yin didn't expect. First Jian was first hit by the ancient god and then an arrow from the arrow god. Even though Lei Tian was severely injured, First Jian still managed to dodge with his innate talent. If Lu Yin hadn't known about First Jian's innate talent, it would have been difficult to kill him. However, First Jian didn't have it easy either, as his injuries weren't light. Forefather Tianyi, Big Sis, and the rest were all heavily injured, and they would definitely need to recuperate for a long time after this battle. With a bang, the Heavenly Sovereign smashed his golden staff into the ground. You guys go back. I'll stay here. No one knew what to say. The Heavenly Sovereign's undying nature left them speechless. Luin said a few words to the group before dispersing. Everyone needed to go back and recuperate. Although they hadn't achieved their goal in this battle, such a battle was still rare in the Six Direction Society's history. If news of this spread back, it would definitely raise everyone's morale. The endless battlefield was now the Six Direction Society's domain, and they had even beaten the Eternals into hiding in the Land of Calamity. These accomplishments were enough to make countless people in the Six Direction Society cheer. Luin specially thanked the 5 spirit clans. If not for them, they wouldn't have had enough manpower in this battle. Take back the astral door, Luin instructed. He had left an astral door that led directly to the Land of Calamity in the reincarnation spacetime. His goal was self-evident. As long as the sole true God dared to make a move, he would dare to provoke a Grand Empyrean. As long as the Six Direction Society was at a disadvantage, he would also dare to provoke a Grand Empyrean. In any case, he had already done it before, and it didn't matter if it happened once or twice. Lu Yin's backup plan left the Heavenly Sovereign speechless. Although he didn't get along well with the Grand Empyreans and often contradicted them, he had never done such a thing before. Aside from the Grand Empyreans, Luin didn't know if he had any other backup plans. Everyone left one by one, and in the end, Luin stayed behind to talk to the Heavenly Sovereign alone. The Heavenly Sovereign had asked him to stay behind. Senior, is something the matter? Luin asked as he looked at the Heavenly Sovereign. Although the Heavenly Sovereign looked miserable on the outside, Luin knew very well that the Heavenly Sovereign, who had cultivated the things move in the opposite direction, was a freak who couldn't be killed at all. The Heavenly Sovereign praised Luin. Compared to the Grand Empyreans, the Six Direction Society should be under your control. In the future, if there's a big battle like this, feel free to look for me. Luin smiled. Thank you for your support, Senior. The Heavenly Sovereign was curious. How did you know that I would be surrounded and killed? Although the Heavenly Sovereign was confident that he could deal with the Violet Emperor and the other 2 powerhouses, if he hadn't exposed the things move in the opposite direction technique, then Luin would have undoubtedly died in that battle. Before this, no one knew that the Heavenly Sovereign cultivated the things move in the opposite direction technique. It was true that Luin had saved him, and the Heavenly Sovereign would forever remember this favor. Luin replied, I accidentally went to the 9-headed bird's nest and discovered it. The Heavenly Sovereign did not ask any more questions. I'll remember this favor. Luin smiled bitterly. Senior, please don't make fun of me. If I hadn't interfered, then you might have been able to kill all 3 of them. Even the Violet Emperor wouldn't have been able to escape. Killing a pure energy body isn't easy, and I almost failed. Thank you. Brother Jia. I'll give you a reward. Thank you. I'm truly grateful for all of your support. I've been too tired and haven't rested well for the past few days. I'm even dreaming about the storyline. Thank you for your support. You can't put it that way. It's true that you saved me. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. It's best if we don't expose ourselves. I was planning on waiting for the one true God to make a move before I made my move. I would have followed Ku Jia's example and gone all out against him. It's hard to die anyway, but I didn't expect an arrow god to appear. When Luin mentioned this, Luin was filled with admiration. His ancestor had used his sword to stop the battle, and when both sides had stopped fighting, Luin had seen dozens of arrows stuck in Celestial Victor's body. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago, and even Void Master would not have been an exception. However, Celestial Victor had stubbornly relied on the principle that when things reach an extreme, they would have backfired. The arrow god did not seem to be injured, but Luin believed that it was impossible for him to remain unscathed when faced with Celestial Victor's ferocious attacks. Senior, how is the archer god? Luin couldn't help but ask. Heavenly Lord Victor's expression was solemn. This is also the reason why I left you behind. That woman isn't easy to deal with. Aside from her sure-hit archery, she can also transform into a corpse king. She looks weak, but she can take my attacks head-on. She can't be underestimated. Luin raised a brow. He knew that the arrow god was one of the 3 pillars and 6 limitless, but he hadn't expected her to be a corpse king. He had never seen such a beautiful woman use the corpse king transformation before. Also, if I'm not mistaken, her sequence law should be something akin to chaos and disorder. That's why she was able to make it so difficult for her opponent to withstand her arrows. You have to be careful when facing her in the future. She definitely still has some divine power that she hasn't used yet. To be honest, I might not be able to kill her in a one-on-one fight. However, it's even more impossible for her to kill me. Only the 7 heavenly gods had the strength to make Heavenly Lord Doubtmaker say that it would be difficult to kill them in a one-on-one battle. The 3 pillars and the 6 seas were indeed on par with the 7 heavenly gods. Fortunately, the number of people on both sides overlapped. Otherwise, how would the humans deal with so many experts from the 3 pillars, the 6 boundless sects, and the 7 sky gods? I understand. I won't underestimate her. Luin replied, Senior, I'll take my leave now. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle said, Right, do you want to learn the Victorious Battle technique? Luin was surprised. I can learn it? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle laughed. I knew you would be interested. The Victorious Battle technique and when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite are a perfect match. Xianxia once said that he and I met at the entrance of the Calamity Realm and we became close friends. We taught each other our strength. You've also learned that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite. Senior, did Ancestor Ku personally teach you that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? That's right. Back then, he rushed over from the endless battlefield. Coincidentally, I was also besieged. Lu Yin's interest was piqued. The people of the 5th mainland were familiar with Kuzu, but he had never heard of him from the 6 Direction Society. If the desolate ancestor wanted to kill his way into the Eternals, he'd have to pass through the land of disaster. It wasn't surprising that he'd run into Celestial Master Victor. Celestial Master Victorious Battle had a lot of respect for Desolate Ancestor, and he was impressed by the fact that things could move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. I can't imagine what a person must have gone through to create something like this. To be honest, he's really hard to kill. It's just that his attack method is a little weak. When he said he wanted to go to the Eternals to kill their only true god, I laughed. Luin was speechless. Celestial Battlemaster let out a long sigh. I also wanted to go to the Calamity Zone to kill the only true god. The Grand Empyrean smiled back then, and that smile was exactly the same. In the end, I didn't go because I could see the difference. But he did. Before he left, he said that he couldn't see the difference, so he wanted to go and scout the way for the future generations. You make it sound like a vacation. However, after that farewell, we never saw each other again. At this point, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's tone turned gloomy. I admire him greatly. I have never admired a celestial venerable, but I admire Xianxia. If possible, I really want to go with him. Senior, you've guarded the entrance to the domain of disaster for so many years. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Luin asked. He could imagine how Kuzu had killed his way into the Calamity Domain without even looking back. He had not planned on coming out alive, and he had only wanted to pave the way for the future generations. Wait a minute. Since this was a scouting mission, then he had to spread the information he obtained. Luin immediately asked Celestial Champion Dusher. Heavenly Lord Victor shook his head. I don't know. He didn't send me any information. I've been waiting for him for so many years. Perhaps he might have sent me some information. When the Thunderlord killed his way into the domain of disaster, I followed without hesitation. It was all to search for clues that Xianxia had left behind. The great celestial venerates killed their way into the domain of disaster, and so did the rest of you. I've searched several times, but I haven't been able to find anything. Luin frowned and looked at the domain of disaster. This should not be the case. Given Kuzu's personality, if he had obtained any information, he would definitely have left it behind. He had been an ugly person who had been abandoned by the Ku family, cultivated to the progenitor realm, accomplished 9 mountains and 8 seas, and even possessed strength comparable to progenitor Chen. He should have left something behind. Could it be that he was still in the domain of disaster? Under the dim light, heavenly Lord Victorious Battle sat next to the golden staff and recounted his past with Kuzu. Luin felt a sense of freedom and heroism as he recalled the times when he had drunk with Kai Jianxiang and Zirong. It was very simple for men to get to know each other. They had seen eye to eye, fought together, and drank together. It was a friendship that had gone through life and death together, especially at the entrance to the domain of disaster. At that time, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle really wanted to charge into the domain of disaster with Kuzu, even if he had to die in the domain of disaster. But just like what Luin had said, everyone had their own responsibilities. Some people could give up everything and seek death, but some had to live with a heavy burden. Sometimes, being alive might not be as comfortable as being dead. Kuzu is back, said Luin. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was stunned and perplexed. What did you say? Luin smiled at Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle. Kuzu is back. He has been dragged back by my Lu family. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle widened his eyes in excitement. Really? Luin nodded. But he is now a living dead. He can't wake up. Does Senior want to go and have a look? Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle laughed. There's no need for that. It's enough to know that he is still alive. A man like him won't always be in a deep sleep. He will wake up one day. I will wait for that day to meet him at the entrance of Domain of Disaster. That day, I will definitely charge into the domain of disaster with him. Ha ha ha. Luin envied this kind of pure friendship. He and Jiangchen were considered friends, but his thoughts were heavier than others. Awesome. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle roared and raised his golden staff. Listen carefully. The so-called Victorious Battle art contains the will to fight to the death. There is no self, no desire, no fear, no desire, no greed in the past, and no fear in the future. The golden staff fell to the ground with a loud bang, waking Luin up. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's words kept echoing in Luyin's mind. Was this the Victorious Battle art? It was obviously a way to numb him and make him walk down the path of seeking death. However, this path could take away many people. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was a madman. How much did he want to die to be able to create the Victorious Battle art? However, this person who wanted to die had learned that things will move in the opposite direction after reaching an extreme. It was no wonder that the Victorious Battle art was a perfect match. It was like two people standing on a cliff. One had wings and the other didn't. The one with wings wanted to die madly, dragging the one without wings down the cliff. However, the one without wings would definitely die while the one who wanted to die wouldn't. This was truly disgusting. Anyone who fought with Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle would be like the one without wings being dragged down the cliff. No matter what the result was, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle wouldn't die. This was truly a disgusting battle technique. Luin left, still amazed by the Victorious Battle art and shocked by Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle's determination to die. He left. This person was indeed the most suitable person to remain at the entrance of the Zone of Calamity. At this moment, the Six-Faction Society was in a state of ecstasy. The Eternals had completely retreated and the entrance to the Zone of Calamity was sealed. This meant that the humans had temporarily won the war against the Eternals. They would not face the threat of the Eternals for a long time. In the past, the Eternals had the 7 Sky Gods, Chun Kong, and the True God Guards, which had posed a terrifying threat to the Six-Faction Society. But now, the 7 Sky Gods were either in seclusion or dead. Their greatest threat, Chun Kong, was gone, and more than half of the True God Guards had been killed or injured. All of this had been brought about by Luin. Lu Yin's reputation in the Six-Faction Society soared once again. As for the dead gone, Chen Lu, and Dan Pu, they were also praised. How could there be no deaths in war? When Luin returned to the Above Heaven sect, he heard praises everywhere. This battle had completely beaten the Eternals into cowards. However, Luin was not relaxed. This was only the first Zone of Calamity. The more the Eternals retreated, the more difficult it would be for the six-faction society to break into the zone of calamity. The Eternals were waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Chen Li had died in the Above Heaven sect, but no one cared. Chen Li's reputation in the Above Heaven sect was not good. He was a gloomy person who had betrayed the three monarchs' spacetimes. His past experiences were not worthy of Elder Chan and the others' attention. Even the Star Lord only gave an O and did not care. Qing Ping came looking for Lu Yin and brought him some unexpected news. There was something wrong with Wu Ho. Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior brother, did you betray the race and put Wu Ho on trial? Qing Ping said, no. I originally wanted to find Wang Ho for this battle, but Wu Ho stopped me. He gave me a cosmic ring with a stargate inside. Lu Yin took the cosmic ring. First it was Wang Ho, and now it was Wu Ho. Why were they both looking for senior brother? Wang Ho was an accident, but did Wu Ho know senior brother? What's on the other side of this stargate? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he touched the cosmic ring. Qing Ping said, I've been there. It's a planet in an ordinary parallel spacetime. You've been there? Lu Yin was surprised. Qing Ping nodded. That should be the place where Wu Ho wants to meet us. Senior brother, you're taking too much of a risk. I'm the one who accepted it. Naturally, I'll handle it. Lu Yin was not afraid. First Calamity Territory did not have the strength to ambush him. He was also curious as to why Wu Ho wanted to meet them. Could it be that the human spy hidden in the eternal race was Wu Ho? Wang Xiaoyu herself was also problematic. If Wu Ho was also a spy, with him as Yi Bo, the true God Guards would be very lively. Senior brother, you didn't meet Wu Ho? No, but there were 2 words left on that planet, Hui Wu. Hui Wu? Lu Yin was surprised. Why did this name sound like someone from the Hui family? Qing Ping said, I've checked. The name Hui Wu is recorded in the Hui family. He is the son of Ancestor Hui, and also the ancestor of the Hui family. Lu Yin was surprised. Ancestor Hui's son? Qing Ping nodded. The Hui family is on the 5th mainland, which is why he found me during this battle. However, the captains of the true God Guards all cultivate divine power, and he is no exception. Someone who cultivates divine power, even if he is the Hui ancestor's son, should still be under the control of the Eternals. Thus, it's best to find out more from the Hui family. I'll go now. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This was related to the Hui ancestor, and he had to understand it clearly. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the Neoverse, where the Hui family was. When the Eternals had attacked the 5th mainland and polluted the astral source, the 7 courts had moved to the outer verse. They had only returned after the progenitor's sword had cleansed the 5th mainland. Lu Yin's arrival caused the Hui family to boil over. The current Lu Yin was no longer the same Lu Yin who had visited the Hui family. Now, a single word from him could decide the fate of the Hui family. The Hui family's patriarch, Hui Ji, led the family to welcome him. Lu Yin supported Hui Kong. Brother, there's no need for such formalities. Hui Kong laughed. Formalities cannot be ignored. In the above heaven, even your Lu family's elders had to bow to you. That's in the above heaven. Alright, brother, I'm here to verify something with the Hui family. Go ahead. Hui Kong was the carefree type, and Lu Yin did not put on airs in front of him. He was naturally happy to do so, as this was his brother Lu Yin. When Lu Yin mentioned Hui Wu's name, Hui Kong's expression changed. Why did you mention this person? Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong with this person? Hui Kong's expression turned ugly. Hui Wu is the Hui ancestor's son, and also the Hui family's ancestor. However, this person was ignorant and incompetent, and he relied on the Hui ancestor's influence to stir up trouble everywhere. In the end, he was punished by the Hui ancestor and thrown into the Daosaur sex prison. This ancestor Hui Wu's crimes were extremely serious, to the point that the Hui family almost erased his name. If not for the Hui ancestor, he definitely would not be in the family records. Lu Yin understood. It was no wonder that Qing Ping had not been able to find out much about Hui Wu. He only knew that Hui Wu was the Hui ancestor's son. Brother, why are you suddenly asking about Hui Wu? Hui Kong was curious. Luin did not plan on telling the Hui family, but he would not make up a reason to fool Hui Kong. It's not convenient, brother. Please forgive me. Hui Kong smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Tell me when it's convenient for you. Definitely, brother. I want to know everything about Hui Wu. Hui Kong nodded. Although Hui Wu only has one name on the family tree, our Hui family has also preserved his deeds. I'll take you to see it now. Not long after, Luin came across another genealogy of the Hui family. This one recorded things that the Hui family didn't want outsiders to know about, with Hui Wu at the bottom. Hui Wu, ancestor Hui's son. After he was born, his mother passed away and ancestor Hui went into seclusion for 100 years. When he came out, Hui Wu was already an adult. At that time, the Hui family was led by the Hui ancestor. The strongest cultivator before the Hui ancestor was only a star emissary, which was nothing in the fifth mainland. Such a family naturally revered Hui Wu's birth as if he were a god, and no one guided him. Hui Wu was arrogant and willful, and he had caused many problems in the fifth mainland. Luin took a closer look at the incidents. They were all caused by arrogant disciples, and they were not too serious. However, the real reason why Hui Wu had been thrown into the Daosource sect by the Hui ancestor was because Hui Wu had cursed at the fifth mainland's Daosource sect while pointing at the primogenitor's statue. He had not said much, only a few words. However, because of these words, he had been imprisoned in the Daosource. There had been no news of him ever since. You are a sinner, and you have led humanity astray. Hui Wu had not only cursed the Daosource sect, but also the primogenitor. He was the source of all human cultivation, and everyone revered him. When Hui Wu said this, the Daosource sect was shaken, and Lu Tianyi had personally imprisoned him in the Daosource sect. From then on, he had never come out. Even when the Hui ancestor left seclusion, the Hui family had told him about this matter, but he had not said anything. He had only gone to the Daosource sect to take a look, and after he returned, the name Hui Wu had become a taboo in the Hui family. After that, the name Hui Wu had disappeared, and the Hui family had lost ancestor Hui Wu. During the era of the Daosource sect, the various elites had fought for supremacy, and the cosmic tree realm had split apart. However, none of this had anything to do with Hui Wu, and it was as if he had completely disappeared. Luin retracted his gaze. Brother, what happened to Hui Wu in the Daosource sect? Hui Kong shook his head. I don't know, and no one dared to mention it. At that time, no one in the Hui family dared to ask ancestor Hui, and after his disappearance and the birth of the technocracy, no one even mentioned him anymore, much less Hui Wu. Luin looked at Hui Kong. Brother, if possible, I would like to see the Hui family's inherited battle technique, Golden Meteor. Hui Kong was astonished. Golden Meteor? Luin nodded. Hui Kong was puzzled. Of course, I can show it to you, but with your strength, Golden Meteor won't be of much help. Luin wanted to see the Golden Meteor battle technique because of his understanding of Su Wuwei and senior brother Qing Ping. Previously, the Eternals had sent True God Guard captains to attack the 6 parallel spacetime continuums, and Luin had gathered the 6 Direction Association's experts to ambush them. The one who had faced off against Wu Ho had been Su Wuwei, and Su Wuwei had told Luin the details of that battle. What had caught Lu Yin's attention the most was how Wu Ho's godly power had turned into meteors that smashed down. Aside from that, Wu Ho had not used any other godly power battle technique. In the land of tragedy, Wu Ho had also used this battle technique when he had faced off against senior brother Qing Ping. This battle skill should be the Golden Meteor, a golden meteor that contained divine power. Brother Hui Kong had said that the Golden Meteor battle technique could be nurtured, and the longer it was nurtured, the greater its power. Back then, he had nurtured the Golden Meteor in the technocracy and forced Wang Shang to retreat. Since it could be nurtured, did that mean that if Wu Ho was Hui Wu, he could use the Golden Meteor battle technique to transfer his godly power without being affected? Su Wuwei and senior brother Qing Ping had said that they had not seen any traces of godly power on Wu Ho's body. True God Guard captains had to be able to cultivate godly power. Those like Mu Ji had soaked in the godly power lake for 100 years and had some traces of godly power. If Wu Ho wanted to become a true God Guard captain and cultivate godly power, this was one way. Therefore, Luin wanted to see if it was possible to cultivate godly power outside the body with the golden meteor battle technique. Soon, he saw it. The Hui family's golden meteor battle technique was similar to a virtual god, but the virtual god was hidden in a virtual nest to draw the virtual god's power and more or less had an advantage in a battle. The golden meteor was placed outside and cultivated continuously. In Lu Yin's opinion, this method seemed to be better than virtual god cultivation. There was no need for a virtual god, and one could cultivate a virtual god-like existence with their own strength. Moreover, there was more than one. If all of them were used at a critical moment, it would definitely be shocking. This is a battle technique created by Ancestor Hui? Luin was surprised. Hui Kong said, "That's right. Before Ancestor Hui, our Hui family did not have this battle technique. This is the battle record that Ancestor Hui left behind for the Hui family. It's the same as the secret of Hui." Luin praised, who said that Ancestor Hui was not good at fighting. He just had a different fighting style from Ancestor Chen and the others. Hui Kong was proud, "That's right." Luin was speechless. This was not a compliment. In his opinion, the golden meteor battle technique was simply a good sneak attack or ambush. If one could not beat others, one could lead others to the place where one was cultivating the golden meteor and smash it all down. Who could withstand this? Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Ku fought fair and square. As for Ancestor Hui, he did not know what to say. With Lu Yin's cultivation, he could understand the golden meteor battle technique at a glance. He closed his eyes and simulated it in his mind. He found that it was not impossible to cultivate the golden meteor with godly power. However, his body was the carrier because the power of the golden meteor came from his body. Godly power had to pass through his body, and if it did, it would be hard to say whether Hui Wu was controlled by it. There was also Wang Xiaoyu. Senior brother Qing Ping and Ancestor Chen believed in her, but that was before she became the captain of the True God Guard. Now that she cultivated godly power, was she still trustworthy? Luin muttered to himself for a moment and then smiled bitterly. He had cultivated godly power himself, but he was still doubting others. No matter what, he had to meet Wu Hou. Since the other party wanted to meet him, whether or not this was a trap set by the Eternals, he had to take a look. After leaving the Neoverse, Luin returned to the Above Heavens sect and took senior brother Qing Ping and senior brother Mu Xia to Lu Tianjing. He opened the astral gate in front of Ancestor Lu Tianyi. "Ancestor, if there's any danger, I'll be in trouble." Lu Tianyi looked at the astral gate. "You're going to the Calamity Zone? To meet someone." Luin entered the astral gate. Senior brother Qing Ping had already gone in, and senior brother Mu Xia followed closely behind. After passing through the astral gate, Luin arrived at a barren planet. This planet was covered in weeds, and strange insects were crawling around. The sky was dim and the sun was far away. He saw the words Hui Wu on the ground. They were very large, as if afraid that others would not see them. Luin did not know when the other party would arrive, but he spread out his domain and searched the heavens. Senior brother Mu Xia walked out of the planet and patrolled the area. A few days later, senior brother Mu Xia returned. "There are no humans in this spacetime, only giant beasts. The strongest are only void explorers." Luin nodded. "It doesn't seem to be a trap. Let's just wait. The war in the Calamity Zone just ended, and the captain of the True God Guard might not come out so easily." They waited for more than half a month. Half a month later, Luin and the other two simultaneously looked in the same direction, where a figure was approaching. As the figure approached, Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was indeed Wu Hou. The Eternals had placed 12 half-progenitors at the back of the astral tree realm, and they were known as the 12 Marquises. The leader of the 12 Marquises was Wu Hou, and even Wang Xiaoyu was ranked below him. The 12 Marquises had fought against the astral tree realm for many years until Lu Yin had discovered the Undying God's half-progenitor clone, Lu Song. The Undying God had killed his way into the astral tree realm, and the Eternals had been expelled. Only then had the 12 Marquises retreated, and nearly half of them had died. Although Wu Hou was the leader of the 12 Marquises, Lu Yin had never seen him before. "Wu Hou?" Lu Yin asked. Wu Hou landed on the planet and faced Lu Yin. "Long time no see, Pathmaster Lu." Who are you? Luin asked. Wu Hou looked at Luin. Hui Wu. Hui Wu's son? Yes. Then how did you become one of the Eternal's 12 Marquises? And you're even a captain of the True God Guard? Wu Hou exhaled and walked a few steps before sitting down on a boulder. It's a long story, so I'll keep it short. Actually, Father and Senior Lu Tianyi arranged for me to enter the Eternals. Luin and the others were shocked. Ancestor Hui and Forefather Tianyi? Wu Hou nodded. Luin looked at Senior Qing Ping and then at Senior Mu Xia. They had all come from Lu Tianyi, and they had even spoken in front of Forefather Tianyi. If he had known earlier, he would have asked. Are you sure? Luin asked. Wu Hou made an inviting gesture. We can ask Forefather Tianyi to confront us at any time. If you can contact Father, he's definitely not dead. Luin walked towards the door without hesitation. Wu Hou was stunned. Where is he going? To tell Forefather Tianyi that he's behind the door, Mu Xia said. Wu Hou was puzzled. When you came, you didn't tell Forefather Tianyi? Qing Ping and Mu Xia did not answer. Indeed, they had not told Forefather Tianyi after entering this place for so long. The main reason was that Forefather Tianyi did not ask. On the other side, Luin met Lu Tianyi. Forefather, Hui Wu, you know him, right? Luin asked directly. Lu Tianyi was surprised. Why are you asking about him? Luin said, one of the captains of the Eternal's True God Guards, Wu Hou, is behind the door. He says he's Hui Wu. Lu Tianyi was not surprised. Looks like he found out something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been exposed. Luin blinked. Is he really a spy? Lu Tianyi walked towards the door. Let's go. It's time to meet him. He stepped through the door, and Luin hurried after him. On a barren planet, Wu Hou's expression changed when he saw Lu Tianyi appear. He was both excited and relaxed. Lu Tianyi saw Wu Hou. You and I didn't meet during the battle in E territory. I didn't expect you to contact us. Long time no see, little Wu. Wu Hou's expression was complicated. He stood up and clenched his fists before releasing them. He exhaled deeply, causing the ground to crack. He lowered his head and roared fiercely as if venting his anger. Luin and the others looked at the current Wu Hou. He had changed. Just a moment ago, he had looked more like a corpse king, just like he had when he had been with the Eternals. Now, he looked more like a human with flesh and blood. Long time no see, old ancestor Tianyi. I thought I could only live in the Eternals for the rest of my life. Wu Hou raised his head and exhaled. Lu Tianyi said apologetically, I'm sorry. Something happened to the Lu clan, and I've made you worry. Wu Hou covered his head, looking very helpless. The dignified Lu family was actually banished. What a joke. If your Lu family does not return, and Father does not appear, even if I want to acknowledge my ancestors and return to my family, I will not be able to. Senior Tianyi, please do not let this happen again. I also want to go home. Lu Tianyi nodded with a smile. I won't. Luin sized up Wu Hou, as he had truly been arranged by Patriarch Tianyi and progenitor Hui to join the everlasting tribe. This was too dramatic. Luin had not believed that there was something wrong with Wang Xiaoyu, but now, it was actually Wu Hou. Let me formally introduce myself. Hui Wu greets everyone. Wu Hou's tone was gloomy, his face was weathered, but at that moment, he revealed a smile. Perhaps no one in the everlasting tribe had ever seen him smile, and it was a forced one. Luin looked at Hui Wu. Everyone knows each other, and I admire what Senior has done, but I still want to know the truth. How did Senior gain the trust of the everlasting tribe? Hui Wu met Lu Yin's gaze. I've heard a lot about you. Back then, on the battlefield at the back, I wanted to meet you. You were the one who lured the Lu family back. Without you, Dao Lord Lu, I would have been a lonely ghost. Many thanks. You're welcome. You can ask old ancestor Tianyi about how I joined the everlasting tribe. I think you should be more curious about how I became a captain of the True God Guard, Hui Wu said. Luin nodded. From Lu Yin's perspective, Hui Wu's actions were simply courting death. However, Luin still had to make sure that Huiwu had the fifth mainland behind him, as well as the entire six-direction society. He could not tolerate any mistakes. Lu Tianyi did not stop him. Huiwu's expression was serious. It's very simple. I have indeed cultivated divine power. Luin raised an eyebrow. He could understand how old ancestor Tianyi and old ancestor Lu Yuan felt when they learned that he had cultivated divine power. They could trust him, but he found it hard to trust Huiwu. Only Huiwu himself knew the effects of using divine power. If he was like this, how did Huiwu manage to cultivate divine power and not be controlled by it? Huiwu stretched his shoulders and sat back down on the boulder. He said in a reminiscing tone, "My birth and my future path were all part of my father's plan. In fact, from the beginning, my father's goal in giving birth to me was to have me join the everlasting tribe." Lu Yin, Qing Ping, and Mu Xia were shocked. Huiwu had actually done this? Lu Tianyi was not surprised. He had known about this for a long time. From the moment I was born, my father appeared to be in seclusion, but in reality, he had been planting golden meteor seeds in my body. He wanted to use these seeds to cultivate divine power one day. What is your impression of Huiwu? Smart? Intellect? My impression of him is that he is cruel, isn't he? A newborn child who doesn't even know the color of the sky has to shoulder such a huge mission. He is not a qualified father. Luin did not refute this. As a father, Huiwu had gone overboard. Even so, I accepted it. After all, he had instilled this idea in me since I was young. I had to accept it even if I didn't want to. I also admire him. Who could scheme against the everlasting tribe? Only he could. He planted golden meteor seeds in my body when I was young and thought about what would happen years later. The reason why I was able to cultivate divine power without being controlled by the everlasting tribe was because the divine power had all entered the golden meteor seeds. The seeds came from my father and had nothing to do with me. But I could use the golden meteor battle technique to draw out the divine power from the seeds and make the everlasting tribe think that I cultivated divine power. What do you think? Is this explanation acceptable? Luin looked at Lu Tianyi. Could such a thing be done? Lu Tianyi sighed. Huiwu's method is cruel, but it can succeed. He and I worked together to deduce this method. We originally wanted to use the same method to inject more everlasting tribe members into the bodies of more people, but even Huiwu could not do it. Each golden meteor seed consumed his entire life's worth of cultivation. He had to go into seclusion for 10 years to plant each seed. Huiwu had a limited number of seeds in his body, so he did not dare to cultivate too recklessly. He was afraid that the seeds would not be enough for him to cultivate divine power in the future. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have broken into the progenitor realm long ago. He is the only everlasting corpse king transformation and ILS transformation as a human. Luin was shocked. ILS transformation? Huiwu's lips curled up. Yes, ILS transformation. I am an everlasting. No, more accurately speaking, I am the only everlasting corpse king in the first calamity. The person who cultivated the ILS transformation as a human is also the only person who can cultivate divine power without being controlled. Lu Tianyi glanced at Luin. He really was not the only one. Luin sighed. How many tricks did Huiwu set up for the everlasting tribe? Hui. Wu sneered, who knows? Perhaps you are one of his tricks as well. Luin looked at Huiwu. Since you are not being controlled by divine power, that means you are still one of us. What business do you have with us? Huiwu's expression turned solemn. The corpse god. Luin and the others were shocked. The corpse god? Huiwu was solemn. The corpse god is currently in the giant's hell. While the calamity realm is closed, the everlasting tribe cannot rescue him. As long as the corpse god cannot escape, he will die. Luin did not understand. How do you know that the corpse god is in the giant's hell? Only people like the ancestor would know such a secret. Perhaps not all of them would know. It was impossible for someone at the level of a true god guard to only know. Huiwu sighed. Speaking of which, the Lu family's exile is a good thing. He looked at Lu Tianyi. The everlasting tribe is good at luring humans into betrayal and becoming spies. Similarly, humans can also plant spies in the Everlasting Tribe. The Everlasting Tribe suspects all cultivators who are not corpse kings. No matter what they do, I will do the same. Even with Father's wisdom, I was still tested after entering the Everlasting Tribe. This test is the fate of the 7 sky gods. Before the Lu family was exiled, the Everlasting Tribe inadvertently revealed to me that the corpse god was hiding in the giant's hell. They also mentioned that he was one of the giant's hell's giants. His weakness is in the giant's hell. As long as we can find him, we can kill him. By the way, the giants created by the ancient gods are only from the primordial space. The giants of the giant's hell have nothing to do with the ancient gods, so don't associate the corpse god with the ancient gods. They are not related. If you misunderstand this, you will suffer. Hui Wu's gaze swept over Luin and the others. I believed the information about the corpse god. The Everlasting Tribe had their own way of convincing me, just like how Father had his way of convincing me to join the Everlasting Tribe. At that time I was already preparing to inform Senior Tianyi, but the Lu family was exiled at that time. How laughable. The Lu family would be betrayed one day. The entire Lu heavenly realm disappeared. I even went to the top realm, but I couldn't contact Senior Tianyi. I didn't expose this secret to the humans because I didn't trust the frigid immortal sect. Lu Tianyi was surprised. Is that how you passed the Everlasting Tribe's test? Hui Wu nodded. That's right. Mu Xia was puzzled. It must have been a long time since you joined the Everlasting Tribe and the Lu family was exiled. Why would the Everlasting Tribe test you then? Hui Wu looked at Mu Xia. A half-ancestor level 12 marquises isn't worth the Everlasting Tribe's test of the 7 sky gods. At that time, the Everlasting Tribe had already planned to transfer people from the 12 marquises to form a new True God Guard, increasing the number of True God Guards to 12. I, Marquis Wang, Marquis Wui, and the West Mountain Tea King were all candidates. Only a progenitor is worth the Everlasting Tribe's test. Otherwise, the Everlasting Tribe wouldn't care even if they knew that you were a traitor, because a traitor can't affect the Everlasting Tribe. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right. He had joined the Everlasting Tribe under the guise of Yibo to carry out missions unrelated to the Six Paths Association. If not for the Everlasting Tribe's constant losses, he might not have been able to come into contact with the Fifth Mainland for a very long time. Back then, Lu Yin had suspected that the Eternals knew that he was a spy. This was the Eternals' way of doing things. They wouldn't leave important matters to humans, only corpse kings. This was why the Fifth Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance was filled with corpse kings. Any human who could betray and join the Eternals was a powerhouse, but these powerhouses carried out missions that had nothing to do with humans. Only those who touched on core missions would be tested. Hui Wu said, because the Lu family was exiled, I gained the trust of the Eternals. Even so, I only became a True God Guard captain after losing too many captains recently. Qing Ping said, since it's a test, it might not be real. Hui Wu replied, I thought so as well. It wasn't until the final battle between the 6 sides and the Eternals that the 7 sky gods went into seclusion to recuperate that I discovered that the corpse god was hiding in the giant's hell. I was there at the time and had joined the Eternals for a long time, so I understood the aura of the 7 sky gods very well. Or rather, their appearance caused my heart to palpitate. The corpse god gave me a very unique feeling, so I was certain that he was in the giant's hell. That's why I came to find you. The corpse god hasn't come out yet, so he definitely hasn't recovered yet. Since the Eternals are weakened after the battle, we might succeed if we surround him. Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi nodded. If we can get rid of the corpse god, it'll be a huge blow to the Eternals. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The 7 sky gods had lost the witch spirit god and the undying god. If they killed the corpse god as well, it would be a huge blow to the Eternals. During the battle of the giant's hell, the corpse god had clearly not recovered, but he had still forcefully participated in the battle. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't just to deal with them, but also because he was afraid that they would find his hiding place in the giant's hell. That was why he had lured out the Astral Eater after his defeat and forcefully occupied the giant's hell. It's up to you whether to believe me or not. From the day I joined the Eternals, I didn't expect the humans to trust me completely, Hui Wu said casually. Luin looked over. I believe you, but if we surround the corpse god and he doesn't die, what will you do if news reaches the Eternals? Huiwu didn't mind. He doesn't know that I saw him go to the Giant's Hell. The Giant's Hell is one of the 3 hells of the endless battlefield. The Eternals and humans fight each other all year round. Occasionally, there will be experts from outside the realm. It's normal to accidentally find him. Besides, I cultivate divine power. The Eternals won't suspect me. At this point, he looked at Lu Tianyi suspiciously. Speaking of which, there's something I'm very curious about. Is there a spy among the captains of the true God Guards? Lu Tianyi said calmly, no. There were some things that could not be told to anyone. Huiwu retracted his gaze. Is that so? The 6 captains of the true God Guards attacked the 6 spacetimes, but they were all accurately shot down by you. It would be strange if there weren't any. Forget it, I don't want to know. The reason why I asked was to prevent accidental injuries. Muji was just a scapegoat. If it wasn't for his unique talent, he would have really died. Although he isn't suspected now, the ancestor of the past is definitely watching him. With that, he left, leaving Luin and the others behind. After Huiwu left, Luin asked, Ancestor, do you really believe him? Lu Tianyi clasped his hands behind his back. We personally sent him to the Eternals. If you still don't believe him. He did not continue, but Luin understood. Huiwu had done many things that others did not want to do. As the son of the Hui ancestor, he could have lived a carefree life. Yet, he had to accompany the Corpse King every day and watch the Eternals slaughter humans. It was difficult for ordinary people to understand his feelings. When Luin disguised himself as Yibo and saw someone betraying the Eternals, he could not help but want to attack. Huiwu had hidden for so many years. Who knew what he had experienced? Such a person should not be doubted. However, in Lu Yin's position, he was right to doubt him. He also doubted whether he could break free from the divine power's control. The scene that he had seen in his divination appeared again. Ancestor, if there comes a day when I can't control myself, kill me, Luin suddenly said. Qingping and Mu Xiao looked at Luin with complicated expressions. Lu Tianyi patted Lu Yin's shoulder. We all believe in you. Luin smiled bitterly. Everyone has the right to doubt me. He could doubt Huiwu, and others could doubt him as well. This was not a matter of trust. It was for the sake of the inheritance and the future. The Eternals' first zone of disaster was sealed, and the endless battlefield began to be purged. Various experts from the 6 Direction Society poured in, and the endless battlefield was no longer a meat grinder. It was the same for the 3 abysses of hell, especially the Giant's Hell. Star Devourer did not dare to stay here any longer as more and more 6 Direction Society cultivators entered. Void Master entered the Giant's Hell and looked around warily. His mission was to find the corpse god. Luin and the others had used the excuse that he had not been able to hold back the star toad in the zone of disaster to send him to the Giant's Hell to find the corpse god to atone for his sins. How preposterous. Void Master was unhappy, but he still came. This matter concerned the 7 sky gods, and he would kill as many as he could. He had long wanted to destroy the 7 sky gods. Taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the Eternals experts was the 6 Direction Society's general goal. Huiwu told Luin and the others where the corpse god was. Void Master raised a hand, and an overwhelming amount of Void God's power surged into the Giant's Hell. He wanted to use the simplest method to find the corpse god, which was to search every corner of the Giant's Hell. This way, he would not look like he was here to find the corpse god. Who would have thought that the primordial space had planted spies in the Eternals? They even knew where the corpse god was hiding. It was no wonder that the primordial space had come into contact with the Eternals the earliest and had fought the most fiercely. Void Master did not have many things, but he had the most Void God's power. As he searched, he shouted, "Find this place clearly." The Giant's Hell is the most important gateway to the Eternal Zone of Disaster. No hidden dangers are allowed to appear here. Be it supergiant giants or Eternals corpse kings, none of them are allowed to appear. The Giant's Hell was filled with envoy-level cultivators. When they heard Void Master's orders, they all nodded and began to search with even more vigor. Void Master glanced at a corner. It was there that the corpse god was hiding in a parallel spacetime entrance. He frantically spread his void god's power and headed towards that corner. Soon, he discovered that something was amiss. Due to the supergiant's constant battles, there were no longer any planets in the giant's hell. There were not even any larger meteorites. However, there were a few scattered planets in that corner. It seemed that they were not affected because they were in that corner, but no matter how he looked at it, something was amiss. Voidmaster stepped out and landed on one of the planets. The planets were very small. Voidmaster covered them with his void god's power. Just in case, break it. As he spoke, he exerted a little force. The planet under his feet cracked and shattered. Then, he went to another planet and shattered it as well. As such, when he reached the fourth planet, he wanted to shatter it. There was a huge stone slab inside the planet that glued the entire planet together. Voidmaster did not shatter it directly. Voidmaster casually cut the planet open. The stone slab inside was revealed. There were clear handprints on it. It was obvious that someone had been here often. The handprints were deep and dusty. Voidmaster raised his hand. Suju raised his hand and pressed on the handprint. The scene in front of him changed and he appeared on a street. Coincidentally, there were a lot of cars passing by. Seeing Suju suddenly appear, a car that was about to hit him hurriedly stopped. The driver stuck his head out and cursed. With a bang, another car crashed into him from behind. Then, 5 or 6 cars crashed into each other. How are you driving in front? Do you know how to drive? F***ck your *SS. Do you know how to drive? The sudden stop in front has nothing to do with us. We are not responsible. Voidmaster looked around. Was this a civilization? The hell of the giants actually led to such a civilization? Urgent sirens sounded from afar. More and more people gathered around and blocked the entire street. Voidmaster lifted his leg again and disappeared. Everyone on the street was dumbfounded. Where did he go? In a corner of the city, in a very ordinary farmhouse, a child sat on a rocking chair and watched the television curiously while eating an apple. The television was showing the scene of Voidmaster disappearing from the street. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the child shouted. The old man came in and looked at the child kindly. "What's the matter, Xiaoyi?" The child pointed at the television. "Grandpa, the television said that someone disappeared into thin air." "Look." The old man looked at the television and chuckled. "Maybe it's magic." "Xiaoyi, do you like it?" The child jumped up and down. "I like it." "Grandpa, do you?" "No magic?" "Grandpa doesn't." "Uncle knows." A middle-aged man walked over from the other side with a smile on his face. He held an apple in his hand and passed it to the child. The child looked at the apple in his hand and then at the apple in the middle-aged man's hand. He couldn't resist the temptation and took it. The middle-aged man smiled and stroked the child's hair. "Eat more if you like it. It's good for your health." "Okay, thank you, uncle." "Do you know magic?" the child asked innocently. The middle-aged man smiled. "Of course. What do you want to see?" The child pointed at the television. "I want to see the magic of that person disappearing into thin air." The middle-aged man looked at the television. The television was replaying the scene of Voidmaster disappearing. His eyes flashed. "Okay, Uncle will show you right away." "Really?" "That's great," the child cheered. The middle-aged man said, "But Xiaoyi has to finish his homework first. Otherwise, the teacher will scold Grandpa." "Xiaoyi doesn't want Grandpa to be scolded by the teacher, right?" The child nodded obediently. "Okay, Xiaoyi will do his homework first. I'll be done soon. When I'm done, Uncle will perform magic for Xiaoyi." "No problem. Xiaoyi is the most obedient." The middle-aged man stroked the child's hair again. It was soft and comfortable. The old man chuckled as he watched from the side. Everything looked so harmonious. Xiaoyi happily walked up the stairs and came to the study table. He switched on the table lamp, took out his homework, and started to do it seriously. The old man went to the courtyard to clean up. The middle-aged man walked out of the farmhouse and looked up. The sky was much darker, and it was getting darker. This was the power of the virtual gods. The majestic power of the virtual gods covered this civilization. As time passed, the power supply stopped and the river stopped flowing. In the end, even the birds stopped in mid-air. It was like a painting. In the entire civilization, there were only 3 people who could move. One was the middle-aged man, another was the phantom master who was walking toward them step by step, and the last was a child who was happily doing his homework and lighting up the only lamp in this civilization. He did not know anything about the outside world. He only knew that he had to finish his homework so that he could see his uncle perform magic. The Void Master walked over to the middle-aged man. "Zombie god, I didn't expect you to be hiding here." The middle-aged man was the zombie god, and he stared at the Void Master. "You've ruined a child's beautiful dream." The Void Master laughed. "You're the one who ruined his dream. You shouldn't be in his dream. What are you doing?" Huiwu only knew that the zombie god was hiding here, but he did not know what he was doing here, nor did he dare ask. They were certain that the zombie god was healing, but the Void Master had discovered this illusory civilization after entering. This was a fake world, and the zombie god was actually playing a role in this world. This was strange. The zombie god was a zombie king, but he was also playing a role in protecting this world. No one would believe this. The stranger something was, the more careful one had to be. The zombie god's actions meant that he had a motive. The one who had created this illusory world was that child, the one who had created the giant's hell. The wind and clouds surged as void god power poured down, crushing the zombie god. Along the way, the civilization's skyscrapers were all crushed, and the lakes and seas were swept away. It was truly the end of the world. The zombie god clenched his fist and stepped forward, punching the Void Master. Fragments of a tortoise shell appeared in front of the Void Master to block the attack. Bang! The shell fragments were pushed towards the Void Master, and he was sent flying under the impact. The Void Master forcefully twisted his body in midair to disperse the force. The zombie god appeared again and punched him again. There was no other 7 heavenly gods with purer attacks than the zombie god. Whether it was attacking the grand celestial tea party or the endless battlefield, the zombie god's attacks were simple. However, the simpler the attack, the purer it was, the harder it was to block. Void god power surged in front of the Void Master, trying to disperse the zombie god's attack. However, the zombie god's punch split the Void god power apart and quickly approached the Void Master. With a whoosh, the world was torn apart by the punch. The only thing that was not affected was the farmhouse. The lights in the farmhouse flickered, and the child was still doing his homework. This was the quietest corner of the civilization. The Void Master descended. He had fought the zombie god before, and every time, he felt powerless. Before the turtle shell was broken, he could still block the zombie god's attacks. Now that the turtle shell was broken, he did not even have anything to block the zombie god's attacks. Why haven't those people appeared yet? The zombie god leaped down and unleashed a punch. He didn't need to be fast, he only needed to cover a large enough area. His body was originally incomparably huge, and now it was only the body of an ordinary person. However, when his fist came down, it was still enough to cover the entire sky. No matter how fast one was, they would not be able to dodge it. Void Master cursed under his breath as he turned around and rushed towards the farmhouse. The zombie god stopped and stared at the Void Master. Behind the Master of the Void was the farmhouse. He stared at the zombie goddess. "Even though I don't know what you want to do, this place must be very important to you." The zombie god raised his arm slowly. "It doesn't matter." Then, he threw a punch. The Void Master dodged immediately. The punch flew past where the Void Master was standing and shattered the void. It did not affect the farmhouse at all. The zombie god was extremely powerful. His attack was also extremely powerful. Unless the Void Master hid in the farmhouse, the zombie god would have nothing to worry about because the entire civilization had been destroyed. The Void Master dared not enter the farmhouse. He did not know what would happen if he destroyed this illusory world before knowing the zombie god's plan. As the master of the Void God spacetime, he was not weak. However, he had lost his most powerful defense after his shell was broken. He was at a disadvantage when facing the zombie god. However, it would not be easy for the zombie god to end the battle. The Void Master lacked effective attacks, but he had too much Void God power. That was his advantage. The zombie god attacked a few times, but it did not work. The zombie god had no intention of leaving. The Void Master waited for the Wood God and the others to keep an eye on the zombie god and prevent him from escaping. However, the zombie god had no intention of leaving at all. Finally, reinforcements arrived. An arrow shot out from afar towards the corpse god, enveloped in the aura of a three-colored monarch. The zombie god turned around and shattered the arrow with a punch. Luo Shan appeared in the distance. Luin had sent someone to find him for this battle. As the Spacetime Master who had once been one of the three sovereigns, how could he not help? Luin had agreed to settle their grudges, but that did not mean that the zombie god would not help the Six Direction Society. Luo Shan did not want to fight either, but Luin had not schemed against him. The Six Direction Society truly lacked experts. If Luin had wanted to scheme against him, he could have forced Luo Shan to participate in the Battle of Disaster Zone. The Void Master relaxed when he saw Luo Shan arrive. Attack together and finish him off. Many people had underestimated Luo Shan, but not the Void Master, Wood God, or the Lost Tribe's Grand Elder. They knew that the Grand Empyrean would not allow someone who only knew how to curry favor to become the leader of the Six Direction Society. Luo Shan had his own strength. Luo Shan frowned. The zombie god was definitely a powerful enemy. Enveloped by the Void God's power, the monarch's aura shot towards the zombie god. Luo Shan immediately used the sequence rule, teleport, to teleport himself behind the zombie god. This was no longer a matter of speed or space, but rather a type of rule that had to be accomplished. The monarch's aura had already transformed into a long blade in his hand, and he slashed at the zombie god. The blade landed on the zombie god's back without any resistance, but it did not harm the zombie god at all. Sequence particles circulated around the zombie god's body. He had used his full strength from the very beginning. After all, he was facing two Spacetime Masters. The Void God's power circled around the zombie god, wanting to form a life form thermometer, but the zombie god casually scattered it and reached out to grab Luo Shan. Luo Shan was wary. He summoned his sovereign realm and materialized a monarch's aura in the zombie god's hand. The sovereign realm could not only materialize physical objects, but it could also materialize energy. However, the zombie god's strength was too great. He clenched his fist and shattered the sovereign realm as he punched at Luo Shan. Luo Shan blocked the attack with his blade. With a loud bang, his body was knocked back. Just like the Void Master, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the Spacetime Master could deal with the seven heavenly gods, neither Luo Shan nor the Void Master were good at attacking. The Void Master was good at control, and Luo Shan was even better at escaping. Neither of them could restrain the zombie god. At that moment, a wooden lotus appeared under the zombie god's feet. It had appeared so abruptly from Luo Shan. He had approached the zombie god to plant this wooden lotus, which he had obtained from the wood god. The wooden lotus bloomed under the zombie god's feet. The zombie god raised his legs, wanting to crush them. However, although the wooden lotus seemed soft, it did not shatter. It contracted layer by layer, crushing the zombie god's legs, crushing the sequence particles and causing blood to seep out of the zombie god's legs. Luo Shan and the Void Master attacked at the same time. One of them had a life form thermometer, while the other had a full-powered sovereign realm arrow. They wanted to determine the outcome of the battle before the zombie god could move. The zombie god's gaze was ferocious. The skin on his body suddenly split open. Although the attack had not yet arrived, the cracks were not caused by the attack. Instead, it was his own skin that had split open, forming unique patterns. At that moment, the sovereign realm arrow hit the zombie god's forehead. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky, causing the children who were doing their homework to frown. However, they were not affected and continued to do their homework. Life's thermometer had already formed. The Void Master gritted his teeth and increased the temperature. At that moment, the zombie god's skin had completely split open, revealing unique patterns that resembled tree branches. These patterns emitted a faint green glow, spreading from his upper body to his lower body. As the green pattern spread to his legs, the wooden lotus shattered instantly. The zombie god raised his hand and punched out. From the inside out, he shattered life's thermometer and broke it. The Void Master's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. How is this possible? The zombie god had not used this power in previous battles. To be precise, he had not experienced true life and death situations. He had not even used this power in the decisive battle in the endless battlefield. However, he had used his trump card in the face of death. The tree-like patterns were very unique. They formed on the surface of his body, giving off a strange and contradictory feeling. The zombie god and the tree. One was dead and the other was alive. They should not have appeared at the same time. The wood god appeared and looked at the tree branches on the zombie god's body. He said in a serious tone, "May this divine tree." The Void Master and Luo Shan heard this and looked at the wood god. What? The wood god's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The tree branches on his body. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the master of the second continent in the above heaven era, the May this divine tree. These words made Luo Shan and the Void Master's hearts sink. Anything related to the above heaven era was not simple. They also knew about the Mavis clan. They were a very strange clan. They had petite bodies and looked like elves, but they were extremely powerful. It was very strange and out of place. However, what did the Mavis clan have to do with the zombie god? The zombie god's legs were still bleeding. These tree-like patterns did not seem to have the ability to heal. What was the Mavis clan famous for? Strength. Just thinking about this word gave them a headache. The zombie god was already very powerful. How do you have the mark of the Mavis divine tree? The wood god could not help but ask as he stared at the zombie god. The zombie god looked at the wood god. We're both made of wood. Let's see if you can block it. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the wood god. The wood god's pupils constricted. He raised his hand and a piece of wood appeared. With a boom, a huge force pressed down on the wood god. The wood god hurriedly retreated. This was bad. The zombie god and the star toad were two different types. The star toad attacked with its pitchfork, trying to break through his wood. However, his wood was not that easy to break, so he was able to delay the star toad. However, the zombie god was different. He did not need to break the wood. All he needed to do was push the wood horizontally. The wood was unable to block the zombie god's power. Although the wood could dissolve part of the zombie god's power, the remaining power was still enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Compared to the zombie god, he would rather deal with the star toad. Boom! The powerful force pushed the wood into the distance. The zombie god attacked again, throwing punch after punch at the Void Master and Luo Shan. The two of them did not even think about blocking the attacks. They hurriedly fled. There was no way they could block the attacks. The zombie god continued to punch. The tree-like patterns on his body started to bleed, and his power was rapidly weakening. Luo Shan's eyes widened when he saw the corpse god's weak aura. He hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. The wood god said, he was injured in the endless battlefield by the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan. He'll reach his limit soon if he forcefully uses this power. We can't let him escape. The corpse god had not used this power during his battle with Luin and would carving back in the giant's hell. Due to his injuries, he had not been able to use it back then. Now that his injuries had healed, he had forced himself to use it, but he had still suffered a backlash. How could it be so easy to deal with three parallel spacetime masters? The corpse god stopped. His body was dyed red with blood from his own body. The current situation was like ants attacking a giant. However, if they were in different positions, the corpse god might not be able to do anything to the wood god, Void Master, or Luo Shan if they wanted to escape. The wood god and the others weren't in a hurry to attack. They could exhaust the corpse god to death if they wanted to. The corpse god panted heavily. The green veins on his body were weakening until they were almost invisible. He looked around. The wood god and the others had already surrounded him and wouldn't allow him to escape. The corpse god looked at the farmhouse in the distance. His years of hard work were about to go up in smoke. What a pity. However, there was nothing he could do. He clenched his fist and punched out. This time, his target was the farmhouse. Before the punch arrived, the farmhouse shook and the lamp flickered. The child stopped writing and patted the lamp. The corpse god's punch wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. However, this punch seemed to be infinitely far away from the farmhouse, so far that the child patted the lamp. "Grandpa, the lamp is broken." No one replied. Within the farmhouse, the old man's body slowly dissipated. "Grandpa," the child shouted. The courtyard dissipated into specks of light that quickly spread throughout the entire farmhouse. The child ran to the balcony and looked down. What he saw was no longer a farmhouse, but a barren land. "Grandpa?" The child looked up with a dazed expression. The punch had already arrived at the farmhouse. The pencil fell to the ground. The sound was very soft, but it exploded in the ears of the corpse god, the wood god, and the others. It was as if this illusory world had shattered. Behind the child, the stairs were disappearing. The attic, the desk, the lamp, and the homework were slowly disappearing. Everything was disappearing. In the end, only the child remained. The child stared blankly at the approaching punch. He didn't move. Boom! The fist wind shattered the earth and buried everything. The wood god and the other two looked into the distance. The farmhouse had disappeared. What was the corpse god doing? The zombie goddess' arm was dripping with blood as she stared intently in the direction of the farmhouse. The huge cloud of dust dissipated in the wind, revealing a figure lying on the ground. It was the child. He hadn't been shattered by the zombie god's punch. Instead, he lay on the ground as if he was in a deep sleep. His clothes didn't have a single wrinkle, as if the zombie god had never punched him. The ethereal master frowned. The farmhouse, the elderly, and the children are all illusions. This is the real body. Why is he still a child? Wood deity didn't understand. What ability could a child have? Creating this illusory world was one thing, but how could a child create the giant's hell? There were many supermassive giants trapped inside, as well as 2 giant kings with sequence nomological strength. But it was indeed created by this child. Back when the mountain-back giant king died, the image that appeared in the giant domain was exactly the same as this child's scream. How did the child do it? "How long are you going to sleep? I accompanied you in your naivety, accompanied your grandfather for the rest of his life, and allowed you to enjoy your childhood. I fulfilled your wish. Don't tell me you want to watch me die?" The corpse goddess stared at the sleeping child. "What?" The child didn't respond. The wood god frowned and immediately attacked the zombie goddess. Pieces of wood covered the zombie goddess from above and below. The zombie goddess gritted her teeth. Dim green patterns flashed across her body as she punched the wood away. The sovereign king arrow approached and pierced her right shoulder. The zombie goddess, who had been covered in sequence particles and hadn't been injured, couldn't block Luo Shan's arrow. The ethereal master formed Vitality's thermometer again. The zombie goddess was at the end of her rope. "You've wasted so many years here. Are you really going to watch me die?" the zombie goddess roared. The thermometer's temperature rose. The ethereal master's expression was solemn. Although he didn't know what was so strange about the child, killing the zombie goddess as quickly as possible was the right thing to do. Below Vitality's thermometer, a giant wooden lotus bloomed. Even if the thermometer couldn't kill the zombie goddess, this wooden lotus would be enough to crush her into a puddle of blood. "Okay, I promise you that I won't touch anything. I won't disturb you anymore. If you need, I can continue to perfect your childhood," the zombie goddess roared. In the distance, the child slowly opened his eyes. "Thank you, uncle." The wood god trio looked into the distance and saw the child sit up and look at them. In an instant, everything changed. The wooden lotus disappeared, Vitality's thermometer disappeared, and Vitality's thermometer disappeared. The zombie goddess quickly retreated, escaping from certain death. The sovereign king arrow in Luo Shan's hand shattered. All of this happened in an instant. The wood god trio felt their hair stand on end. How was this possible? This child had made all of their attacks disappear in an instant. Just how strong was he? The wood god was shocked. Bitter adversity. He's definitely an expert in the bitter adversity realm. The void master was shocked. The bitter adversity realm was the realm of the Grand Empyrean, the Star Toad, the only true god. Only the heavens knew that such an expert was hidden in the giant's hell. No wonder the zombie goddess had spent so many years here, living in an illusory world. If it was to rope in a bitter adversity realm expert, everything would have been worth it. What was wrong with the universe? Bitter adversity realm experts were appearing one after another. Luo Shan wanted to escape. Facing such a monster, death was inevitable. He knew how strong his master was and how strong the Star Toad was. To make an enemy of such an existence was to seek death. The zombie goddess panted. "Thank you." The child looked at the wood god trio. "You can leave. I have no intention of killing. He has been with me for a long time and can be considered my uncle. You can't kill him." The wood god looked at the child. "You're also a human, right? He's the zombie goddess, the eternal race's zombie king. He won't rest until one of us is dead. He wants to exterminate the human race. You want to help such a monster?" The child was indifferent. "When my home is destroyed, who will help me? The body is just a carrier of dreams and memories. As long as I'm alive, I only need my past memories." He raised a hand and looked at his own body. "Race is not important." The wood deity's expression was ugly. When encountering such an existence, reason would not work. This was the bitter adversity realm. Yes, those in the bitter adversity realm were all madmen. They were obsessed with themselves and could magnify their obsession infinitely. To normal people, these people were all madmen. The child looked up at the wood god trio again. "You don't have to be so obsessed. Who can guarantee that everything you've experienced is not an illusion? A reincarnation, a dream. Isn't it good for yourself? Even in a dream, there are good and evil, right and wrong. There are also emotions and ties. This civilization has traffic rules, systems, and levels. Are these not important to you? Then why does this civilization have them? What kind of civilization do you follow?" He had been here for a long time, but he had not interfered in this battle. He was certain that each of the 7 sky gods had their own trump cards. The fact that the zombie goddess had yet to use her divine power was proof of this. He wanted to wait for the zombie goddess to use all her trump cards before making a move. Otherwise, the situation in the giant's hell could easily repeat itself and allow the zombie goddess to escape. The 7 sky gods were very difficult to kill. The witch spirit god, the undying god, and the zombie goddess were the same. The child looked at Luin and did not speak. Luin stared at the child. "If race is meaningless, then what's the difference between humans and animals? Who can kill wantonly? Since we're here, we're considered to have joined this civilization." He pointed at the zombie goddess. "He's a vicious criminal, and we're the protectors of the system. In the civilization you've created, we should act against him." The child was still looking at Luin. Luin did not speak and looked back at him. "You're very good at debating. Can I invite you to join a debate in my civilization?" the child asked. Luin took a deep breath. "I thought too much and thought that I could convince you. You look like a child, but you've lived longer than anyone else. The giant's hell has existed for a long time, and you've lived from that time until now. It doesn't make sense that you have your own obsession." The wood god shook his head. How could someone from the bitter adversity realm be convinced? They were all madmen. The child stood up and looked at Luin. "You guys should leave. Don't fight anymore. My hometown was destroyed like this. I've already created a giant's hell, and I don't want to create another one." Luin was apprehensive. This child had easily saved the zombie goddess, leaving the wood god and the others helpless. Under his protection, it was impossible to kill the zombie goddess. It was no wonder why the zombie goddess was so fearless and had remained here without any intention of escaping. Luin was helpless. "We might not be able to kill him under your protection, but we can't give up just like that. This is a rare opportunity. It's not my intention to destroy your hometown, but please don't interfere since I'm going to continue torturing the Cyclops King for you." After he finished speaking, the general appointment platform appeared. The 7-star mantis, empty silence, and the Cyclops King all came out. They could not give up on this battle. When Luin summoned the Cyclops King, the zombie goddess expression changed. The child's expression changed as well. Cyclops? Luin explained, the Lu family's innate gift, the commander appointment platform. The mountain-backed giant king has been killed by us, and the Cyclops King has been appointed by me. From now on, he won't be able to rest in peace even if he dies. For the main culprit who destroyed your hometown, this punishment should not be light. The child stared at Luin in a daze. The mountain-backed giant king is dead? Luin frowned. The child's reaction was not right. How could he not know that the giant's hell had been destroyed? Although Luin was surprised that the expert who had created the giant's hell had remained here and had never appeared before, since this person had created the giant's hell, it was impossible for him to not know what had happened there. Decades ago, the giant's hell was destroyed by me leading experts. Before the mountain-backed giant king died, his body resonated with the giant's hell, allowing us to know why you created the giant's hell. It was because their battle had destroyed your hometown. Now, the mountain-backed giant king has been killed, and the Cyclops King has been appointed by me. Don't you know? The child turned to look at the zombie goddess. Is what he said true? The zombie goddess' voice was low. You were the one who created the giant's hell. Whether or not it's true is up to you. The child roared, the Cyclops King was chosen by his innate gift, which means that he's living in another form. I've been sleeping all this time without entering the giant's hell, so how would I know? The zombie goddess did not reply. The child's words made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat. What did he mean? Was this person determining whether or not the giant's hell existed based on whether the Cyclops King or the mountain-backed giant king was alive? How could he be sure? Furthermore, the rules of the giant's hell stated that if one side killed the other, the giant's hell would be broken. Wait, could this rule be false? Luin looked at the child. What are the rules for breaking the giant's hell? The child met Lu Yin's gaze. One side completely kills the other. Then, the other side can live? They won't be able to live. What I gave them was an illusory hope. So that was how it was. Luin understood now. No wonder the Cyclops King had been chosen by Luin, but he had not known that the giant's hell had been broken. What was the other form that he was talking about? Luin recalled the scene after the mountain-backed giant king's death. He had clearly been made of flesh and could bleed, but he had turned into motes of light and dissipated. Even a bitter adversity realm powerhouse should not be able to revive them. Otherwise, how could the 7 sky gods have died? The sole true god should have been able to revive them. If a bitter adversity realm powerhouse could not do it, then how could they do it? Unless, they were not the ones that Luin and the others had seen. Luin felt like he had grasped something, but he could not recall what it was. Karma, what are you waiting for? My promise to you will not change. From now on, I will not come here again, provided that you help me get rid of them, the zombie goddess said in a low voice. The child was cold. You lied to me, and now you want me to help you? If you don't help me, you should know what will happen to you, the zombie goddess growled. The child laughed. He laughed very happily. Why do you think someone like me is willing to sleep here for so many years? Why would I deliberately create a giant's hell for revenge? What do you think I'm different from the others? These were questions that the Void Master and the others wanted to know as well. Cross the bitter calamity, said the wood deity. The obsession of a bitter adversity expert would be infinitely magnified. What this person cared about the most was his hometown. For the sake of revenge, for the sake of overcoming the bitter adversity, and for the sake of resolving his obsession, it was not impossible for him to hibernate here. In fact, the possibility was very high. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. Grand Empyreans could sacrifice everything in order to cross the bitter adversity, so what was the bitter adversity of the one true god? What was the Star-Toad's misery? There was also the legendary Maiden, who was definitely an expert who had crossed the bitter adversity. After all, she had lived for far too long. There was also Mr. Mu, who had definitely reached this level. What was their misfortune? In the future, what would be his own suffering? The child laughed heartily. Passing the bitter calamity is indeed a very reasonable explanation. Unfortunately, people like us will never be able to pass the bitter calamity. We will never have the chance to pass the bitter calamity. Everyone was confused. What did he mean by that? My existence is for my hometown, to take revenge on those two gigantic giants, and to fulfill my childhood dreams. These are my obsessions, but they are also what I want to do for the rest of my life. I want to watch the sun rise and set in my hometown, watch my grandfather plant flowers and grass, watch this. The mountains and rivers are safe and sound, and I want to watch the years pass by peacefully. It's that simple of a wish. Those two giants are dead, and I've experienced countless years of rising and setting. Haha, I've done a whole basket of homework. Someone like me. He looked at the zombie goddess. Are you afraid of death? The zombie goddess' gaze turned cold. The child sneered. Someone like me can't wait to die. There's nothing else in this world that I want. Perhaps there really is a world after death in the universe, and perhaps the civilization that I'm looking forward to is in that world. Perhaps I can reincarnate and be reborn into a civilization of hope. Do you think that someone like me can be threatened by you? The zombie goddess suddenly attacked, tearing through the void in an attempt to escape. Luine had been watching her the entire time, and when she saw that the zombie goddess was about to escape, the seven-star mantis suddenly flew over with a speed that could rival that of time. Only the zombie goddess slowly turned her head, but she was still too slow. She was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm, and the seven-star mantis raised his arm to slash down. At the same time, Silence Void and the Cyclops King attacked as well. On the other side, two figures walked out of the void. They were the Moon God and the Moon Immortal from the Trillionaris Alliance. How could they not have made sufficient preparations to ambush the seven sky gods? Luine had specially invited the Trillionaris Alliance to help, and he had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, the Trillionaris Alliance had come to help out on account of Lu Yin's kindness in dealing with the Berserk corpse. The Moon God and the Moon Immortal were both sequence law powerhouses, and they attacked together, continuously depleting the zombie goddess sequence particles. The child did not attack Luine and the rest. The wood deity and the others looked at each other before charging towards the zombie goddess. The zombie goddess growled, "Karma, if you don't attack now, I'll take your life." The child looked around. He just looked at the barren land and didn't care at all. The Cyclops King punched the zombie goddess into the ground. Silence Void raised his palm and pressed it down continuously. Sovereign King arrows, Void God power, and would all press down, causing the zombie goddess to cough up blood. The zombie goddess finally could not take it anymore, and her body recovered to its original size. The child was astonished, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "You're a giant as well?" The zombie goddess had never recovered her true form in this illusory civilization, and she had always appeared as an ordinary person. "Karma, do you really want to die?" The zombie goddess' voice shook the heavens and earth, and the tree-like patterns appeared on her body once again. Although blood continued to seep out, another red color flowed within her body, divine power. The child stared at the zombie goddess with murderous intent. "If I knew that you were a giant, I wouldn't have let you stay here." "If that's the case, why don't you help us get rid of her?" the Void Master shouted. The child did not move. Divine power surged out of the zombie goddess body and covered the tree-like patterns. The next moment, the divine power spread out in the form of the patterns, as if a tree had grown out of her back. It was the Mavis divine tree. The wood deity was on guard. "Be careful, the Mavis divine tree has limitless power. It's no laughing matter if you get hit." Luine felt it deeply. He had known the Mavis divine tree for too long, especially during the battle with River Mavis. The rhythm of life, the wheel of life, the heart of the tree, the fruits that he had eaten, and the Mavis divine tree called Achi, everyone had been shocked by their strength. Why did the zombie goddess have the Mavis divine tree's brand? The Mavis divine tree had been imitated by divine power and grew behind the zombie goddess. The Moon Immortal's moonlight slash could not even get close to the zombie goddess as it was blocked by the divine power. Luo Shan shot out a Sovereign King arrow, and Luine ordered the Cyclops King to attack, but it was also blocked by the Mavis divine tree. External forces can no longer harm her. "She can leave whenever she wants," the wood deity said with an ugly expression. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the zombie goddess. This was the reason why he was so confident. The zombie goddess had a huge body, and the amount of divine power she could absorb far exceeded that of the other seven sky gods. Using her divine power in such a way meant that she did not even think about attacking. She only wanted to leave. The child looked up and stared at the zombie goddess. I know how painful it is for my civilization to be destroyed. What you're doing now is also destroying their civilization. This is a sin, and I will be punished. As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible force appeared from the zombie goddess body and turned into a cage that trapped her. Luine and the others were shocked. What kind of power was this? The zombie goddess suddenly opened her eyes. This is not a power that I understand. Your power shouldn't be a threat to me. How much do you understand about my power? The child asked with a solemn expression. You're courting death, the zombie goddess said. She did not seem to do anything, but the child suddenly coughed up blood as the same tree branch pattern appeared on his body. Divine power was faintly flowing through it. This force continuously pulled at his body, causing it to crack open. The wood deity and the others could not understand. The zombie goddess was clearly an expert who could save her with a wave of her hand. How could she be so easily injured? The child coughed up blood, but he still stared at the zombie goddess. Piercing the sky. The cage formed by the zombie goddess body suddenly closed up, as if ignoring her physical body and entering her body directly. The zombie goddess expression changed, and she suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of her organs. Her originally incomparably powerful body began to crack open as she roared, I don't believe that you shouldn't have injured me. Karma, you've been hiding your power. The child laughed bitterly, and he looked exactly like the zombie goddess. His body continued to crack open, and he was on the verge of death. Although I don't care about my race, I still have to put an end to this body of mine. After all, the body is a carrier of memories. I feel that the human race is not bad, and we shouldn't be destroyed. Die, the zombie goddess growled as her body continued to crack open. The child's body also began to crack open, and fresh blood stained the ground. The tree branch outside the zombie goddess body had already become unstable. Luine barked, attack. Before they could do anything, the zombie goddess body suddenly exploded. The void distorted for a moment before exploding, transforming into a vast realm of nothingness that swallowed up space-time. Luine hurriedly had the seven-star mantis fly over to the child, grab him, and leave. The wood deity, void master, and moon goddess all left together. When they returned to the giant's hell, the stone slab beneath the planet shattered and turned to dust. Luine and the others had already appeared in the sky above the giant's hell. The child sat on the seven-star mantis back and looked at the familiar sky. This was his home. Everything is gone. There isn't even a single planet with life. Luine looked at the child. You're called Karma? I'll take you to heal. The child smiled and shook his head. I'll definitely die, so let's not waste time. Right, let me remind you that he's not dead. Lu Yin's expression changed. The zombie goddess? The child nodded. The wood deity and the others gathered around. You're saying that the zombie goddess isn't dead? The child replied, her sequence laws are very powerful, and they fused into her body, making her undying and indestructible. She decisively self-destructed just now, so she definitely isn't dead. Even if she only has a single drop of blood left, she should still be able to survive. Where is he now? The Void Master hurriedly asked. It had been so difficult for them to reach this point. If not for this person, they would not even have been able to force the corpse god to self-detonate. If they could not even kill it under such circumstances, how were they going to kill it in the future? The child replied, I don't know. The reason he stayed in the illusory civilization I created for so many years was to leave divine power in my body. Divine power is the true power of a bitter calamity realm combatant. In that civilization, I didn't have the will to resist. Is it because of this power that he was able to heavily injure you? The moon immortal asked. The child coughed up blood. Kill me. Luine looked at the child. If I'm not wrong, you have another power that's related to illusions. The wood deity and the others were not surprised. They had also guessed it. The meaning of the corpse god myth was very clear. If one did not believe in it, they would not be harmed. This also explained why the karma could easily save the corpse god. His power was fake. The child looked at Luine and sighed in admiration. You haven't reached the sequence laws, and you aren't even an extreme powerhouse, but you have such strength. You are the future master of this universe. I hope that you won't end up like me. At this point, he suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. Then, he suddenly stared at Luin again. Is the Cyclops King really being tortured by you? Luin thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. It's only about strength, it has nothing to do with the person. The child exhaled. I guessed it. Otherwise, the Lu family you speak of would have long ceased to exist. Humans shouldn't have such power. After that, he said, pick me. Luin was astonished. The child was very serious. I'm going to die. Since that's the case, I might as well leave my power for you to use. Luin hesitated. If I want to do that, I'll have to kill you myself. The child didn't care. I'm going to die anyway, so why should I care? Luin looked at Wood God and the others. It was not easy for him to kill someone he had no enmity with, and he was not a bloodthirsty person. Wood God and the others nodded at Luin. If they could obtain the power of the negative karma, it would definitely be of great help to them. Regardless of whether it was the illusory power that could scare others or the strange power that had severely injured the corpse god, they were both very powerful. Luin took a deep breath. Thank you, Senior. Wood Deity and the others slowly retreated. Summoning and appointing generals was the power of the Lu family. It wasn't good for them to just watch. After all, they were all sequence principal powerhouses. It was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't discover anything. Luin didn't mind being watched, but he didn't stop them from leaving. The child's life force continued to flow away. I have two powers, one is sin, I use my own sin to imprison myself. Skypiercer is a killer move formed from this. The more sins one feels, the easier it is for one to be injured. The second is fantasy. This is also the rule of my sequence. Under fantasy, if you believe it, then it exists. If you don't, then it doesn't exist. He looked at the Wood Deity and the others in the distance. The corpse goddess was surrounded and killed, and she asked me for help. You all thought that I had the power to save her, so I took action. Naturally, you all believed everything and were easily controlled by my fantasy rules. It's the same in the Hell of the Giants. The Mountainback Giant King, the Cyclops Giant King, and the others all believe in the rules here, so they won't die even in death. As long as they believe, they will continue to exist. This is the power of fantasy. Luin was shocked. The power of a fantasy was actually so terrifying. It seemed easy to decipher, and if one believed in it, it would exist. If one didn't believe in it, it wouldn't exist. But how could one not believe in it? If the karma formed a cage with the power of imagination, everyone who saw it would believe that it was a cage. Once they believed it, they would fall into the rules of imagination. This was because no matter what the cage was, they would not be able to break it. If the karma formed an apocalypse with the power of imagination, then everyone who saw this scene would naturally believe it as well. Then, the apocalypse would truly descend. The power of imagination seemed simple, but it was actually the most difficult to deal with. People often lost themselves in the illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. As long as they did not speak of it, this was an unsolvable power. Luin exhaled deeply. Senior's strength is admirable. The child smiled bitterly. This power was also imparted to me by someone else. I finally cultivated it to the level of a sequence law. Senior's master? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. How amazing would such a person have to be able to create illusions? The child shook his head and coughed up blood again. He won't let me call him master. Then, that senior? He passed away a long time ago. Luin nodded. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt relieved. The power of imagination was both unsolvable and impossible to guard against. If such an expert was still alive, Luin would have suspected that he had seen something illusory. Cough, cough. It's almost time. I can't hold on any longer. Do it. The karma spoke with difficulty as blood flowed down his entire body. Luin could not bear it, but he still raised his hand. Senior, I'm Luin. My original name is Lu Xiaoxian. I'm the Tao Master of the Heavens sect on the 5th continent of the primordial space. I'm here to send you on your way. The child's vision was already blurry and bloody. Protect your civilization well. I hope that you won't walk the path that I walked. Luin solemnly said, thank you. Then, he slapped down on the child's forehead. The child's body swayed and slowly fell to the ground. In the distance, Mu Shen and the others watched all of this. A powerhouse of a generation had finally died. The founder of the Giants' Hell was also once the focus of the Six Directions Association. Now, he was still dead. Luin felt speechless and uncomfortable. He took a deep breath and the general appointment platform appeared. In my name, General Appointment. A figure gradually appeared on the platform. Luin did not know how to differentiate the karma strength. If he did not understand the power of imagination, he would never be able to defeat him. If he did, however, this power would be easy to break. He did not know who to target, but he should be able to succeed. As the brand gradually deepened, the general appointment platform suddenly trembled, and Luin coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he heard a faint sound. When he looked up, he saw the word sky appear out of nowhere and viciously press down on Luin. This was something that Luin had never felt before. Even when he had been ambushed by Night King Zhenwu, and even when he had faced a lofty Grand Empyrean, he had not felt this way. This was the feeling of being suppressed by the heavens. The firmament of the heavens was collapsing, and Luin experienced the despair that ordinary people felt when facing doomsday. This was not just doomsday, but also the feeling of an ant looking up at the heavens. What was going on? What was this? Everything happened in an instant. The word sky suddenly pressed down, as if Luin had offended something. At that moment, the die suddenly appeared without any warning, and its 5 dots faced the word. The flames that had once burned the Book of Destiny appeared, but they did not move towards the word. Instead, they moved towards the karma's corpse. Luin did not know what they had burned, but the word disappeared just as it was about to suppress him. Was this real or fake? Luin stared blankly above his head, but there was nothing. Not far away, the general appointment platform was empty, and there was no karma's brand. The die slowly disappeared, and everything was calm. Even further away, Mu Shen and the rest did not see anything. It was as if everything that had just happened had been an illusion. Imagination? Was this the power of imagination? But that was not right. Why had he believed that a word could suppress him? Or even kill him? Why had the die suddenly appeared? Also, Luin wiped the corner of his mouth. There was blood. This was real. He had indeed been suppressed by a sense of despair that he had never felt before. He had experienced what ordinary people felt, where life and death were hanging by a thread. He looked at the karma's corpse, but his corpse had long turned into ashes and scattered. The moment the flames burned, it had turned into ashes. If he had not been injured and the die had not appeared, Luin would not have believed what had just happened. Where did the word come from? Was it because of the karma? His gaze was deep, and streams of light appeared around his body. Look, he wanted to see what had happened. He was unwilling. Why should he be suppressed and killed? He had been injured for no reason, and he wanted to see where the strength came from. The streams of light shuttled back and forth, and the scene in front of him changed. The ashes slowly fell in front of him and formed the karma's corpse. He saw the flames, but he did not see the word heaven. He suddenly stared in the direction where the flames were burning. The streams of light kept looking back, and the flames shrank and returned to the die's 5 dots. He stared at the karma's corpse. When Luin saw it clearly. A word had appeared on the karma's forehead, slave. The word slave was engraved on the karma's forehead. Usually, it could not be seen at all, but when he called the general, the word appeared. Slave, heaven, what did it mean? The streams of light recovered, and his eyes were empty. Lu Yin's thoughts were complicated. There was actually the word slave on the karma's forehead? He knew very well what this word meant. What kind of person could use karma as a slave? Was it heaven? But what did this heaven represent? Lu Yin's fingers went numb, and he felt as if he had touched some kind of taboo. If not for the flames, would he still be standing here? The flames had appeared when the Book of Destiny was burned. At that time, he had stolen the innate gift of fire with his die's 5 dots and had always kept it in the die. He had never thought that it would save him this time. The flames were related to Immemorial City, and the Book of Destiny had been burned because it was divining Immemorial City. Then, was the word heaven also related to Immemorial City? Immemorial City was clearly the place where human powerhouses from ancient to modern times had resisted the Eternals from destroying the strings of the sequence. Logically speaking, he should have seen it clearly, but why had the word heaven still appeared? What did this word represent in Immemorial City? Luin was even more confused. Immemorial City was definitely not as simple as Muji had said. There was definitely a problem. He wanted to go to Immemorial City. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. He had to go to Immemorial City to take a look. There were great secrets there. The general appointment platform slowly floated, and Luin looked over. Not only had the Karma's brand disappeared, but even the Cyclops King's brand had disappeared. The Cyclops King had originally been a Karma that had appeared with the power of an illusion. Now that the Karma had told Luin that this was an illusion, Luin naturally did not believe in the Cyclops King's existence. Thus, this power had disappeared as well. It was painful to lose 2 powerhouses that could be called upon, but Luin had seen some kind of secret that had to be uncovered. In the distance, Mu Shen and the others came over. Master Lu, how was it? Luin did not know how to tell them, so he could only nod. It's over. The Void Master had a headache. It wasn't easy to beat the corpse god to such a state, but he's still alive. It'll be even harder to kill him in the future. The Moon Immortal said, it wasn't us. It was that child. Void Master said, fortunately, Luin chose that child. The next time we meet the zombie god, we'll use the same power to heavily injure him. Speaking of which, what kind of power was that? We couldn't destroy the branch, but that power actually injured the zombie god from the inside. Wood Deity glanced at him. It's time to go back. This question was tantamount to prying into someone else's strength. Luin had pointed out the karmic barrier earlier, and they had avoided the question because of this. Void Master said apologetically, yes, it's time to go back. I asked too many questions out of curiosity. Alright, Luin, we'll leave first. Wood Deity said, although the zombie god isn't dead, he won't be able to come out anytime soon. This kind of injury is enough to prevent him from appearing for a very long time. By the time he appears again, you'll have broken through to the progenitor realm. Luin looked forward to it. I should be able to break through. Killing him won't be so difficult then. With that, Wood Deity, Void Master, and Luo Shan all left. The Moon Deity and Moon Immortal also bid farewell to Luin. Luin thanked them once again. He had repaid the debt of saving the Trillionaris Alliance, and it would not be so easy to ask for their help in the future. The Trillionaris Alliance was not part of either White Cloud City or the Six Direction Association. The 3 Sequence Law Realm powerhouses were enough to form a faction of their own. Luin returned to the Above the Sky sect. His next step was to find the 9-headed bird's nest, as there were some good things there. The 9-headed bird's treasures were definitely not bad, and Luin had seen them through its memories. He also knew how to go to a parallel space where the flow of time was different from the 9-headed birds. These parallel spaces were the currency used by many powerhouses in the outside world. The only problem was how to find the 9-headed bird's nest. Although Luin had seen the 9-headed bird's memories, he was not the 9-headed bird himself, so he did not leave a mark in the nest. The only way was to use Byron's compass. Byron's compass could point to the things he wanted the most. The most important thing was the thing. This thing was neither a human nor a beast. It was something that belonged to the universe. For example, a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. This was something that existed in the universe itself. It could be found. The Lightning Lord could also find lightning through his compass. If he wanted to find a human or a beast, he could not find it. Fortunately, there was something in the 9-headed bird's nest that Luin had seen through its memories. It was an extremely rare item that had been nurtured by the universe itself, a piece of wood. This piece of wood was where the 9-headed bird had been born, and it was also the core of its nest. The nine-headed bird had been born from this piece of wood, and it had cultivated for countless years to reach the level of sequence laws. However, it had never been able to find a second piece of wood in its entire life. This item should be able to be located through the compass. As he thought about it, he calmed himself down and focused on cooking the wood. He raised his compass and tore through the void. When he saw the void crack open, he took a step forward and disappeared from the above heaven sect. When he reappeared, he was already in an unfamiliar region of space. He opened his heaven's eye and looked into the distance. He was excited, as he had found the nine-headed bird's nest in an instant. This region of space was the parallel spacetime where the nine-headed bird resided. This was different from finding a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Those kinds of parallel spacetime had almost no sequence strings, and one had to rely on a compass to find them. However, the parallel spacetime where the nine-headed bird resided had sequence strings, which could be directly found by tearing through the void. This parallel spacetime was not some strange spacetime. Luin hurriedly headed into the distance. Not long after, he saw a huge tree towering in space. The nine-headed bird had found this tree, and it was also its nest. That was the core of the tree, the wood. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at the huge tree in front of him. There was a person within the tree, looking for something and constantly destroying the surroundings. "It's useless for you to search like this," a voice said. The person suddenly turned around and saw Lu Yin, his scarlet eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Yin also saw the person clearly and was surprised. "Yeah?" This figure was none other than the progenitor Realm Corp's king, Nya, who had attacked the carrier of the bestow technique when he had disguised himself as Xianxia to enter the hyperspace and fight in the drifting cloud spacetime. Nya's attack had allowed Luin to see the strength that Qiu Zhan displayed with the support of the black energy source. This person was just an ordinary progenitor Realm Corp's king. At most, he was slightly stronger than the progenitor Realm Corp's kings of the True God Guard. Nya stared at Luin. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "It seems that you know me." "I'm curious, why are you here? Do the Eternals know the locations of all the alien powerhouses?" Nya suddenly attacked, throwing a punch at Luin. The fist stopped in front of Luin and was easily caught by him, unable to move. Nya growled and charged forward, but Luin kicked out and sent Nya flying. Just as Nya was about to hit the ground, Luin appeared and stomped down on him. Nya struggled wildly, but it was to no avail. Luin was much stronger than him, and they were not on the same level at all. "Are you going to tell me? Do the Eternals know the locations of all the alien powerhouses?" "If one dies, I'll plunder it," Luin said. Nya looked up, his scarlet eyes incomparably ferocious. "You will definitely be killed by the race." "Definitely, definitely. The humans can't resist my race." Luin frowned and stomped Nya to death. Nya was a corpse king, so interrogating him was impossible. In fact, there was no need to interrogate him. Nya's appearance here must have been incited by the Eternals, and the fact that the Eternals had a way to find the nine-headed bird's nest was no small matter. The nine-headed bird was cautious, and only it knew how to return to its nest. The Eternals might be able to find it, but the nine-headed bird definitely didn't. If the nine-headed bird was like this, then were the other alien powerhouses the same? If that was the case, then the Eternals must have obtained the treasures collected by the alien powerhouses. If that was the case, then the Eternals' collection would be terrifying. No wonder the Eternals kept hiring the Star Toads, and the resources they lured seemed worthless to the Eternals. The Eternals could easily double the amount, and they were using the alien powerhouses' resources to bribe the Star Toads. The question was, did the Eternals know where the Star Toad's nest was? If they did, then did that mean that the Eternals were confident in getting back the resources that they had paid the Star Toads? The more Luin thought about it, the more he realized that the Eternals were ruthless in their dealings. The more Luin understood the Eternals, the more amazed he was. While most of the Eternals were corpse kings, they were actually extremely intelligent. It was no wonder that the Ether sect had been destroyed. Many things seemed simple, but they were actually linked together. Luin suppressed his guesses and followed the nine-headed bird's memories. He entered the depths of the forest and arrived at a corner. He pressed down with his palm, revealing the entrance to the nine-headed bird's collection of treasures. It did not have the habit of storing external items in its cosmic ring, so everything was stored below. Nia was searching for these items. Luin quickly saw the nine-headed bird's collection, including weapons, cultivation resources, natural treasures, and more. There were too many to count, but none of them were of much use to Luin. There were also star essence here, roughly 100 million cubes. It was neither too much nor too little, but it was better than nothing. Aside from star essence, there were also ultra crystals, Hui crystals, and other cultivation resources from the Six Direction Association. There were also many other resources that should have come from some of the cultivation civilizations that the nine-headed bird had encountered. Luin took them all, as the number of stars in his heart could be increased without limit. Of the many resources, there were two that were the most precious. The first was a stargate that led to all of the parallel spacetimes that the nine-headed bird had encountered. Those parallel spacetimes had long since been opened up, and this stargate was the entrance. The nine-headed bird would patrol this place every once in a while. After all, someone could enter a parallel spacetime at any time, and no one could predict what would happen. It would not allow anyone to covet its things. The second precious resource was the Bojwood essence. Bojwood essence was a liquid that had been condensed from wood for countless years. Luin did not know what it was used for, but he knew that it was the most precious thing in the nine-headed bird's memories, and it was even more precious than the parallel spacetimes. Ever since the nine-headed bird had been born, it had only accumulated a palm-sized bottle of Bojwood essence. It was extremely rare, and it had never been willing to use it. Luin found it. The nine-headed bird had not been willing to use it, but Luin had benefited from it. However, he did not know what it was used for, so he decided to put it away first. There was nothing else to do after that. Luin brought the stargate out of the tree and looked back. There was no need to destroy it, as perhaps a new owner would arrive soon. He returned to the above-the-sky sect and took out the stargate at the back of the mountain. He entered and cultivated in the parallel spacetimes with different spacetimes. In the future, these parallel spacetimes could be used as rewards for the above-the-sky sect's elite disciples, and no one would refuse to cultivate in them. Ever since Luin had become the above-the-sky sect's Dao master, he finally had tangible benefits for his subordinates. Even the fifth tower might not be as attractive as these parallel spacetimes. The nine-headed bird had 4 parallel spacetimes with different spacetimes, and it had taken Luin 3 years to be fully recognized. His light flow retrospect had increased his time by 32 seconds, but he had actually spent 78 years in the parallel spacetimes. This was what it meant to be secluded cultivation. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and in the past it would have been over with a sip of tea. It had been more than 90 years since Luin had arrived on Earth, and this was real time. If he counted the 4 pips on his die and the time in the parallel spacetimes with different spacetimes, it would have been several hundred years. He was no longer a member of the younger generation. Luin exhaled and swept his domain across the entire above-the-sky sect. Eh? Why was he ran here? He looked down the stairs and saw he ran playing with the sapling beside the cauldron. He was about to go take a look when the second Night King reported, "There's a war in the Astral Beast domain." Luin was astonished. A war in the Astral Beast domain? With whom? A civilization that unintentionally intruded into the fifth mainland spacetime. Luin found it funny. He had been constantly traveling to the outer realms and entering other parallel spacetimes, but now he had guests at home. Soon, the second Night King showed Luin the images of the war in the Astral Beast domain. Luin looked at the screen. On the screen, one after another, strangely shaped spaceships appeared, circling around the light barrier as they fired beams of light at the numerous astral beasts. These spaceships were completely different from the fifth mainland spaceships. Each of these spaceships was protected by a light barrier, and many of the astral beasts could only take a beating. Luin saw a familiar astral beast charge towards the spacecraft. It was the soaring Flamer Emperor, one of the 7 strongest beasts of the Desolate Beast Alliance that had clashed with the human domain's erudite flow zone. It only had the power of an enlighter, and it hadn't changed much even after so many years. Luin had experienced its pressure when he was a melder. It was at the border of the erudite flow zone that he had encountered Yao Gu, who had been chased by the Void Thunder Beast. In the blink of an eye, it felt like a long time had passed. The soaring flamer emperor charged towards the spacecraft with black, white, and red flames. The tricolored flames engulfed the entire space. Aside from the soaring flamer emperor, a few other and lighter astral beasts also charged forward. One of the astral beasts tore the spacecraft apart, but before anyone could see anything, the spacecraft exploded and swallowed everything, including the astral beast. The soaring flamer emperor's tricolored flames burned, but it only managed to distort the spacecraft's light barrier. It was unable to break through, and a beam of light swept past, piercing through the soaring flamer emperor and killing it instantly. The battle did not last long, and the astral beasts of the Desolate Beast Alliance were all killed. Dowlord, this happened during the first year of your seclusion. The Desolate Beast Alliance was destroyed, and this extraterrestrial civilization left behind a notice, the second Night King whispered. Luin was intrigued. Go on. The Limitless Empire's order states that all spacetime civilizations are not allowed to resist or evade. Those who violate it will be exterminated. Luin was stunned, but then he laughed. The second Night King laughed as well. Interesting, very interesting. The Limitless Empire, what an interesting name. Luin smiled. The second Night King whispered, so far, the Limitless Empire has attacked 3 times. The first time was to destroy the Desolate Beast Alliance, the second time was to destroy the Swimwater Alliance, and the third time was the Soaring Flamer tribe. They took the initiative to attack the spatial tunnel that the Limitless Empire used to connect to the Astral Beast domain. The Soaring Flamer Emperor is from the Soaring Flamer tribe, and even though he's a traitor, the Soaring Flamer tribe could not take this lying down. The Astral Beast domain lost all 3 wars? Luin asked. The second Night King nodded in agreement. Luin muttered to himself. He had met the Soaring Flamer tribe's leader before, who had a power level of 1,000,000. He was considered one of the top powers in the Astral Beast domain, as the Soaring Flamer tribe was ranked 10th on the Celestial Beast list. In the current Above Heaven sect, having a combat power of 1,000,000 wasn't anything strange. There were quite a few progenitors. However, when he had just started cultivating, that is, a few decades ago, a combat power of 1,000,000 was already considered a heavenly expert. After all, there were no progenitors at that time. Demi-progenitors were the peak. In the entire Astral Beast domain, there were only 2 demi-progenitors, the Yaodi and Bution. How did the Flying Flames clan lose? Tell him to come see me, Luin said indifferently. He did not underestimate this Limitless Empire. Of that. Not long after, Little Bear arrived. He still had the appearance of a bear. Little Bear greets the Pathmaster. Luin looked at the honest bear in front of him and laughed. You really like this kind of appearance? Little Bear replied respectfully, it's mainly because I looked like this the first time you saw me, Pathmaster. I didn't dare to change my appearance. Luin grunted. Tell me about this Limitless Empire. What did you see? Little Bear replied respectfully, from the data we've obtained, this civilization is a technological one. They use a strange power to create defenses and attacks. Apart from that, I can't see anything else. I only obtained fragments of spaceships. But there's one thing worth noting. This civilization is very rich in materials, and the materials for their spaceships are extremely rare. These materials are the core of our manufacturing technology, but the Limitless Empire actually used them to create ordinary spaceships. Ordinary spaceships? Luin raised a brow. Little Bear replied, yes. The spaceships that have appeared so far are all ordinary battleships. They wouldn't have revealed their trump card right from the start. I suspect that spaceships aren't their means of attack, and the power that powers them is very strange. I need to continue researching it. Luin asked, how did they come to the 5th mainland? Little Bear replied, by tearing through the void. By themselves? Yes, by themselves. Luin retracted his gaze. Tearing through the void and declaring war on an unfamiliar civilization, the Limitless Empire had issued a notice of surrender right from the start. This Limitless Empire was truly confident. Pathmaster, I estimate that the Limitless Empire's main means of war are mechas, Little Bear said. Luin looked at him. The mecha that defeated the Flying Flames clan's leader? Yes. Generally speaking, technological civilizations don't easily cultivate. Instead, they use technology to replace cultivation to achieve certain effects. This is the case for the technocracy and hyperspace. This limitless empire has so many materials and strange power systems, so it's very likely that it's the same, Little Bear said. Louis nodded. Understood. Continue researching. Yes, I'll take my leave. Louis had the second Night King display the war footage again. I've been in seclusion for 3 years, which means that the limitless empire has been invading the astral beast domain for more than 2 years. 2 years and 3 months, the second Night King replied. They've won 3 battles. Although they've issued a notice of surrender, they haven't continued fighting. They're either waiting for something, or they're just pretending to be confident, but they're actually observing our spacetime. Louis muttered to himself, does Lengqing have any methods to deal with them? The second Night King respectfully replied, Lady Lengqing said that she'll wait for Pathmaster to finish his seclusion and await your orders. A civilization that dared to tear through the void was definitely not simple. Lengqing must have thought of this. Although the Six-Way sect had gained the upper hand in the war against the Eternals, there was no guarantee that a civilization as powerful as the Eternals would not appear. Thus, he did not dare to make any decisions on his own. Pass down my orders. Have the astral beast domain pretend to surrender. I want to see what this limitless empire will come up with. The second Night King hurriedly passed down the order to the astral beast domain. In the astral beast domain, under the dark sky, a giant spatial tear continued to expand. Numerous spacecraft with light shields lined up on both sides of the tear, facing the surroundings. This was the entrance to the limitless empire that connected to the astral beast domain. It was not far from the erudite Flowzone's border, but it was actually quite far from the celestial beast empire. On this day, a group of astral beasts arrived, and they spread out endlessly. Many of the limitless empire's spacecraft activated and headed towards the astral beasts. On the other side of the spatial tear, several spacecraft appeared, bringing with them a tremendous pressure. Void Thunder Beast, lead all the astral beasts of the current civilization to negotiate with the limitless empire. Have someone who can make the decision come out. Su Qing reverted to his Void Thunder Beast form. His original body stared ahead. Beside him was the leader of the Flying Flames family, who had previously attacked the limitless empire. Behind him was a group of astral beasts that were not too powerful. This was to prevent the limitless empire from becoming vigilant. On the other side, several spacecraft blocked the limitless empire's path. One of the spacecraft said, the limitless empire has issued an order. The current civilization cannot resist or evade. Violators will be exterminated. Su Qing shouted, we are the current civilization's leaders. Even if you want us to surrender, someone who can make the decision has to come out and speak. He waited for a while, but there was no response. Su Qing was not in a hurry. No foreign civilization would be able to make contact smoothly, and both sides would be wary of each other. Even if the limitless empire was confident in themselves, this was because they were wary of the unknown, and no one was an exception. Otherwise, a progenitor like Lengqing would have already acted. At least so far, the limitless empire had not shown any progenitor's combat power. After waiting for a while, a huge mecha walked out of the void crack. The leader of the Flying Flames family was familiar with this mecha. He had been defeated by this mecha. The mecha was blue in color, with smooth lines and a humanoid shape. It was basically a giant mecha. Things like this were not unique. As long as they were willing, the Above Sky sect and the technocracy could make them. The technology was not difficult, but the materials were different. This mecha could fight against a powerhouse with a combat power of 1 million. The materials used were extremely rare, especially when so many rare materials were used on such a huge mecha. No matter how one looked at it, it was a waste. This mecha was even bigger than those spacecraft. Just a group of beasts. If you don't surrender, just kill them. Who do you want to talk to? Are you qualified? The voice from the mecha was very young and arrogant. Although the language was not the same, Su Qing and the others could understand it through the mecha. Su Qing shouted, you can make decisions in the limitless empire? I can make decisions for you. The voice from the mecha was extremely domineering. How arrogant! Su Qing shouted. The mecha raised an arm, and the entire arm turned into a sword that pointed at Su Qing. If you don't surrender, kill without mercy. This is the rule of the limitless empire. As soon as it finished speaking, a light barrier appeared around the mecha. The mecha swung its sword, cleaving through space with a destructive power that neared the peak of an emissary. Su Qing and the other astral beasts were shocked. Such destructive power. This was definitely not the limitless empire's true strength. Su Qing knew that Luyin had asked them to surrender in order to lure out the person in charge of the limitless empire and see how strong they were. However, this person was too arrogant. All right, we surrender, Su Qing said solemnly. The mecha arrogantly replied, you have no choice. It then looked back at the void crack. I told you it was simple, but you didn't believe me. Come out and choose a mount. Although these astral beasts aren't that great, they can still be used as mounts. The astral beasts were furious. If not for Lu Yin's orders, they would have attacked already. Far away, at the border of the erudite flow zone, Lu Yin calmly watched. The ruler of the limitless empire was a human. Soon, mechas of different colors and shapes walked out of the void crack. Some were red, some were white, some were yellow, some were large, and some were small. There were more than 10 of them, and they quickly approached. The 10 mechas were the size of 10 giants, and they towered in space. In comparison, the warships were much smaller, and even the larger astral beasts could not compare. Big Brother Feifei is indeed powerful. He suppressed these beasts. A voice came from the mecha. Of course Big Brother Feifei is powerful. He's the son of General Fei Yan, the future general of the empire. He's even qualified to compete for the position of commander. Don't say that. Xiaoqing is the future commander. I'm just a general at most, Feifei said proudly. Then, he looked at a green mecha in the distance. This mecha looked even slimmer than Feifei's blue mecha. It even had a sense of elegance and was full of a different kind of attractiveness. Xiaoqing, you can report to the commander that this spacetime has surrendered. Start searching for resources. By the way, which one of these beasts do you like? Just use it as a mount. A voice came from the green mecha. Are you sure they surrendered? Feifei said, of course. Then, he stared at Su Qing and the other astral beasts. Get over here if you don't want to die. Su Qing was about to speak when Ku Wei walked out from his back. Hey, where did this beast come from? You're disturbing my rest. Do you want to die? Everyone looked at Ku Wei. Su Qing was surprised. Why did he come out now? Did the sect master give a new order? There was a moment of silence. The next moment, Feifei was furious. Who are you? A human? There are humans in this spacetime? It doesn't matter. We've conquered many human civilizations. If they don't listen to us, we'll just destroy them. Ku Wei picked his ear and looked at the blue mecha. Are you talking to me? Listen, I'm the commander of the Astral Beast Domain's giant army. You trash barged into the Astral Beast Domain and tried to conquer this place. What a joke. Are you here to tell me a joke? You're courting death. Feifei raised his sword and slashed down. The sword was huge like a giant's arm. It slashed at Su Qing. Su Qing swung his twin thorns, and thunder rumbled as he smashed them against the huge sword. With a boom, the thunder spread along the blade toward the mecha, but it was ignored. The huge sword pressed down hard, pushing Su Qing down. The Flying Flames patriarch was shocked. This sword was even more powerful than the one he had fought before. This mecha was hiding its strength. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. A peak emissary. Not bad. Su Qing was clearly not a match for this sword. The lightning was restrained for a moment before it hurriedly retreated. Feifei sneered, you want to run? I want to wash this spacetime with blood. What are you waiting for? Around him, more than a dozen mechas were activated at the same time. They charged toward Su Qing and the other astral beasts. Mechas were huge, and each of them had the destructive power of an emissary. These astral beasts were no match for them. The astral beasts in the front row who had come to surrender all retreated. Behind them, the astral beasts at the emissary level charged forward, as well as the giants Chen Huang and Chen Ling. The two giants were about the same size as the mech, so they immediately attracted the mech's attention. It's a giant. Interesting. Let's capture him. Flying Dragon shouted. He forced Su Qing back with his sword and charged at Chen Huang. Nine-lined battle force emanated from Chen Huang's body as he roared and punched at Fei Fei. The mecha seemed huge, but its speed was extremely fast. It easily dodged the attack, raised its sword, and swung it horizontally from the side. With a bang, Chen Huang was forced back, and his arm cracked. Chen Ling leaped over and punched the mecha viciously. The mecha did not move an inch. Not bad, but it's still too weak. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. The mecha's foot kicked out, sending Chen Ling flying. It was a spectacular sight to see the giant being sent flying. Around them, the astral beasts were easily suppressed by more than a dozen mechas. Some of them even had the destructive power of peak emissaries, and even the weakest had a power level of nearly 800,000. Destructive power was one thing, but whether or not they could break through the mecha's defenses was another. Luin looked up at the sky and saw the Flying Flames clan's patriarch use his tricolored flames to burn a mecha with a destructive power level of 900,000, but he was unable to burn through the mecha's protective shield. Instead, he was pushed back by the mecha in a strange manner. In a one-on-one battle, the astral beasts with the same destructive power were no match for the mecha, and this was only the protective shield. The mecha's material was also very sturdy. In Little Bear's words, the materials used to build the spacecraft were so rare that they cared about them. They should not have appeared on the spacecraft, so the materials used to build the mecha were even rarer. The astral beasts were completely suppressed, and Luin ordered Ku Wei, grab a mecha and bring it over. Ku Wei stood on Su Qing's back, feeling a lingering fear. His strength was not at the peak of emissary level, and even if he transformed into a giant, he was still far from it. However, he had to obey Lu Yin's orders. The Above Heaven sect could not act yet. Before they understood the enemy's strength, acting rashly would alert the enemy. Ku Wei gritted his teeth. Master has given the order. Everyone, attack. Above them, a mecha slashed down with a flywheel. This mecha only had a power level of 1,000,000, which was about the same as Su Qing. The man inside the mecha laughed maniacally. Kid, you have a cheap mouth. Die. Suddenly, the mecha stopped, and the man inside looked up. There was an alarm, but he could not see an attack. Analyze. The power of essence, qi, and spirit? This spacetime is becoming more and more interesting. A celestial appeared. It was Yao Xian. He was also far from reaching a power level of 1,000,000, and he tried to attack with his spiritual force, but he found that it was useless. His spiritual force was also blocked by the protective shield. These mecha's defenses were quite comprehensive. Many emissaries from the astral beast domain appeared, but they could only be crushed by these mechas. Even if both sides were equal in strength, they could only passively take a beating. Master, I can't hold on any longer. These things are too fierce, Ku Wei wailed. Luin sighed. Shifter Emperor, attack. The Shifter Emperor could not bear it any longer. The Celestial Beast Empire was the one being beaten. Luin had said that the Above Heaven sect protected the entire origin space and did not force all forces to join. The Celestial Beast Empire was still the Celestial Beast Empire. The Sword sect, the Mavis family, and so on could all be their own forces. Now that the Celestial Beast Empire was suffering losses, he naturally felt the most heartache. Hearing Lu Yin's order, the Shifter Emperor leaped out and spread his wings. The spiritual force of a demi-ancestor was released and swept across the starry sky toward the limitless empire's mechas and spaceships. Countless alarms sounded. Fei Fei's expression changed. Nine-ring power? He hurriedly retreated. The other mechas also retreated. Then, the Shifter Emperor appeared, and his majestic spiritual force bombarded the mechas. The protective shield outside one mecha was the first to shatter. Then, one after another, the shield shattered one after another, and cracks appeared on the mecha's outer shells. Emissaries and demi-ancestors were on two different levels. Fei Fei, join forces. Okay. The green mecha and the blue mecha rushed toward the Shifter Emperor. The Shifter Emperor's gaze was cold. These two mechas actually dared to attack him. Now, only these two mechas' protective shields had not shattered. The blue mecha raised its sword and slashed down. The green mecha pulled its arm back and slapped out. Ripples appeared in the void and spread out in a unique way, forming a strangling force. The Shifter Emperor's true form was a giant bat. He spread his wings, looked up, and let out a sharp cry. His spiritual force bombarded the blue mecha, and the blue mecha was instantly obstructed. The green mecha grabbed the blue mecha and swam through the ripples in the void. The blue mecha borrowed the momentum and slashed down with its sword, slashing across the starry sky. As the sword slashed down, the Shifter Emperor pushed his wings forward. He had thought that with his demi-ancestor strength, he would be able to easily dodge the attack of a peak emissary. However, his wings were torn apart by the sword, and blood stained the starry sky. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. A peak emissary was challenging a demi-ancestor. Was this also the strength of this civilization? It was no wonder that they were confident in washing the astral beast domain in blood. A protective shield that a demi-ancestor could not break. The destructive power of a demi-ancestor to challenge a demi-ancestor. This was the limitless empire. The Shifter Emperor was forced back by the sword, and he was furious. He had underestimated these two mechas. In front of him, the blue mecha thrust its sword at him. So what if you're a ninth ring? You're not the only ninth ring that I've killed. Behind him, the green mecha followed closely. The mecha's hands twisted the ripples in a strange way, bringing about an even stronger strangling force. The Shifter Emperor raised his claws and slapped at the sword. There was a loud bang, and he was forced back again. He was shocked. What a powerful force. Fei was amazed. You can suddenly take a sword head-on. You're stronger than the ninth ring creatures I've seen before. Again. The sword continued to fall, and the Shifter Emperor could only keep retreating. He was the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates. If he was an ordinary demi-ancestor, he would not even be able to take a sword. Regardless of the strength of the person inside the mecha, this mecha was indeed abnormally powerful. A black sun appeared behind him. The Shifter Emperor had used his inner world. As the black sun appeared, the alarm became more urgent. This alarm made Fei surprised. There was still power? Fei, something's wrong. The creatures in this starry sky are different from the ones we've encountered before, the person in the green mecha said. Fei's face darkened. It doesn't matter. Just take care of it. After saying that, he raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. The Shifter Emperor's eyes widened. The black sun descended and merged with his body. A terrifying spiritual force swept across, and the protective shields of the two mechas shattered at the same time. Their huge bodies were swept away by a storm, and they were pushed out uncontrollably. Fei's face turned pale. Xiaoqing, retreat. Without him saying anything, the green mecha had already retreated. The Shifter Emperor flapped his wings and grabbed the blue mecha with one hand. The blue mecha's speed increased sharply, and it retreated instantly. The Shifter Emperor grabbed the green mecha casually. The green mecha's speed was not as fast as the blue mecha. The Shifter Emperor's claws grabbed the green mecha, and with a slight force, the mecha was unharmed. Inside the mecha, the girl named Xiaoqing did not panic. Activate the self-protection program. The green mecha's outer shell fluttered, forming machine-like ripples. The Shifter Emperor's claws were constantly crushed by the ripples, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The heavenly demons claimed that they did not have a physical body, only spiritual force. However, after the heavenly demons conquered the heavenly demon empire, the human domain also knew that the heavenly demons had a physical body. The spiritual force was just an illusion to protect the physical body. The heavenly demons' physical bodies were weak and could not withstand the ripples that could kill a peak emissary mecha. They had to retreat. However, the Shifter Emperor could not let the green mecha go. Lu Yin had ordered him to capture the mecha. If he did not, he would not be able to explain himself to Lu Yin. As he thought about it, his spiritual force bombarded and crushed without restraint. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Inside the mecha, the woman was dizzy and had no strength to operate it. The mecha rushed into the distance under its self-preservation program. Suddenly, the mecha was hit by something, and the cracks on the outside shattered a little. Then, with that point as the center, the cracks spread in all directions. At the void crack, Fei Fei and the others were shocked. Not good, save her. Before they could do anything, a mecha flew past and headed for the green mecha. This mecha was not like the blue mecha. The green mecha was smooth and bright. Instead, it was mottled with a grayish-brown color and looked very inconspicuous. As this mecha appeared, the Shifter Emperor's body turned cold, and his essence rushed forward. The grayish-brown mecha raised its hand, and the mecha's arm instantly transformed into the shape of a blade. With a slash, it split the essence in half and pointed the blade at the Shifter Emperor. In the distance, Luin raised his eyebrows. The strength of a demi-ancestor really existed. The previous batch was just children, and now an adult had appeared. However, it was still not enough. This grayish-brown mecha could completely block the Shifter Emperor. With the strength of the astral beast domain, they could not catch any mecha. Luin did not want to test it slowly. He said, "Do it. Remember, be gentle. I want it alive." On his shoulder, the prison dragon flew toward the astral beast domain with a ferocious and excited look. In the astral beast domain, the Shifter Emperor stared at the grayish-brown mecha in front of him. The Limitless Empire wants to fight us? Inside the green mecha, the woman finally recovered. She looked back and did not care. The grayish-brown mecha blocked the Shifter Emperor. Surrender or die. The Shifter Emperor's wings were still bleeding. The Limitless Empire was very strong. The one in front of him did not look like a leader at all. He looked more like a protector protecting the elites. This was troublesome. If he did not catch the mecha, the Tao Lord would be unhappy with him. "We have surrendered, but let the leader talk to me," the Shifter Emperor said in a low voice. A cold voice came from the grayish-brown mecha. "You are not qualified." "Then let's see if you can conquer this space," the Shifter Emperor shouted. The grayish-brown mecha raised its blade. Release. The Shifter Emperor and the other astral beasts were confused. The next moment, countless mechanical objects similar to hummingbirds shot out from the spaceships at the void crack. They flew in all directions. It was obvious that they were investigating the current space and time. Once these mechanical hummingbirds spread out, they would transmit detailed information about the current spacetime to the Limitless Empire. Luin frowned. Was this only the beginning? Then let's end it for now. I'll give you a month at most. In a month, you can gather all the forces you can. Either you surrender or let the stars bleed. The grayish-brown mecha turned and left. In the distance, the people in the mechas relaxed. They had seen too many situations like this. I really want to find a giant beast as a mount. These giant star beasts are wild and hard to tame. Every species should be brought back for research so that their next generation can become mounts that can be tamed. Only then will they be valuable. That's what my family does. When the time comes, whoever wants it can come to me. 10% off. I want all the materials from these beasts. The family has already negotiated with the commander. Hee, they are quite valuable. Humph. If it weren't for you people, we would have already conquered this spacetime. Short-sighted, give them some time and reduce our search. Isn't it great to find the time to discuss the distribution of benefits? Excuse me, do you feel that the sky is getting dark? Pfft. Brother, this is space. Where is the sky coming from? I feel that it's getting darker too. A woman in a mecha looked up and screamed, "Monster! Monster!" All the mechas looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, a huge figure covered the sky above them. It was the Hellworm. The alarms of the Limitless Empire spaceships were broken. In the distance, the man in the grayish-brown mecha stared ahead and looked at the Hellworm. His eyes were filled with shock. 10th ring. There's a 10th ring creature in this spacetime? The Hellworm looked up and roared. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, shaking the starry sky. All the giant star beasts retreated and submitted. Even the Shifter Thearch's heart trembled. Countless light beams shot toward the Hellworm. All the mechas activated their self-protection programs. The man in the grayish-brown mecha gritted his teeth and slashed at the hellworm. It turned out that this was the strongest creature in this space-time. The hellworm's claws landed and collided with the blade. With a clang, the blade broke, and the mecha was sent flying. Below him, a group of mechas rushed towards the spatial tear. The hellworm was very human-like as it grabbed several mechas with its claws. It did not dare to use too much strength as it was afraid that Luin would scold it. Although the hellworm did not have any intelligence, its defense was something that even the god of forgotten ruins had marveled at. Its body was extremely tough, and even Xianxia had found it difficult to subdue it. In terms of strength, it was a powerhouse even among the progenitors, and it would not be easy for even someone with a law of sequence powerhouse to kill it. How could these mechas, which were at most half progenitors, fight against such an existence? The grayish-brown mecha was sent flying by the hellworm's claw, and it even cracked open. This creature was not as simple as a 10th ring creature. Everyone, retreat. The hellworm grabbed several mechas, but it did not chase after the limitless empire. Instead, it rushed towards the border of the erudite flow zone as if it was presenting a treasure. Its mission was to capture these mechas and give them to Luin. In the distance, Luin smiled. Although the hellworm was not very smart, it was becoming more and more obedient. Of course, it would be even better if it did not run away when it encountered an expert. The people in the grayish-brown mecha were stunned. The hellworm clearly had overwhelming strength, but it did not attack them. Furthermore, it had only grabbed a few mechas and fled. What was the meaning of this? He looked at the Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor was speechless, as he could not understand the hellworm's train of thought. He was not stupid. Release them immediately. Otherwise, even that 10th ring creature is nothing more than an ant in the eyes of my limitless empire. If you don't want to be slaughtered, then do it. The man in the grayish-brown mecha spoke anxiously, as the blue and green mechas were among the mechas that had been captured. Nothing could happen to the others, but these two definitely could not. The Yao Emperor coldly replied, "You wanted to slaughter this space-time in the first place. What's the point of letting them go? I'm warning you, don't harm the people who have been captured. Otherwise, you'll regret it. There are many ways to die, and we have plenty of ways to make you beg for death," the grayish-brown mecha threatened before hurrying towards the spatial tear to ask for help. The reason why they had not attacked the spacetime for such a long time was because they had not made sufficient preparations. This could be considered an early probe, but they had not expected that there would be a 10th ring creature in this spacetime. If they had known earlier, they would not have been careless. The mechanical hummingbirds that had been released had all been crushed by the hellworm. It was impossible for the limitless empire to understand the spacetime. Erase. If they had not retreated, Luin would not have been able to find them. Otherwise, the initiative would have changed hands. Whoever had information on the other party would have the upper hand. Although Luin did not underestimate the limitless empire, he did not believe that they had the strength to defeat the above heaven sect. Although the universe had countless parallel spacetimes, there was a limit to the development of spacetime. The above heaven sect had once reached this limit, and Luin had not seen any other civilization that could do so. Up ahead, the hellworm arrived and excitedly grabbed a few mechas before smashing them into the planet's ground. A few loud explosions attracted the attention of the cultivators at the border of the erudite flow zone. When they saw that it was the hellworm, they looked away. The hellworm was too famous on the fifth mainland, and it was equivalent to the above heaven sect's guardian beast. A total of 4 mechas had been captured by the hellworm, and among them were a blue mecha and a green mecha. These two were much stronger than the other mechas, and they had the strength to challenge a half-realm ancestor. The other two only had the destructive power of an emissary with a power level of 1,000,000. On the ground, dust filled the air as the mechas stood up amidst the rubble. The people inside were all dizzy. Within the green mecha, the woman rubbed her head. She had first been attacked by the Shifter Emperor's spiritual force, and now her protective shield had been destroyed by the hellworm. She had been viciously smashed into the ground, and if not for her mecha's powerful defensive capabilities, she would not have survived. When she finally recovered, she looked to the side and saw that the blue mecha was wobbling as it stood up. The other 2 mechas were unable to get up. "Feifei, how are you?" "I'm fine. Where's that tent ring creature? The woman looked around, but she did not see it. Instead, she saw a defensive structure in the distance. Where is this? At that moment, an alarm sounded from within the mecha. A creature was approaching. She looked in the direction of the alarm and saw a tiny figure slowly approaching from the ground. The image was enlarged and gradually became clearer. It's a person? Fei and the people in the other two mechas saw it too. Someone's here, Fei shouted. The woman stared at the approaching figure. Be careful. This person is not simple. Wait, look at his shoulder. The people in the mechas focused their gazes on the person's shoulder and saw a mini hellworm. Their expressions changed. How was this possible? A tent ring creature was actually standing on that human's shoulder? No matter how they looked at it, it looked like a pet. Fei's expression turned ugly. This is troublesome. It's a special incident. For resources, the Limitless Empire crazily tore through parallel universes, causing wars and conquering civilizations. They divided the wars they caused into different levels. Originally, the Astral Beast domain was only a level 3 incident, and with the appearance of the Shifter Emperor, it was still a level 3 incident. However, the arrival of the Hellworm raised it to a level 2 incident, or even a level 1 incident. However, the scene in front of them refreshed their understanding. To be able to use a tent ring creature as a pet, it was definitely a special incident. It had nothing to do with the person's cultivation. As long as this phenomenon appeared, it was a special incident because this phenomenon was abnormal. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have a tent ring creature as a pet. Even in the Limitless Empire, this had never happened before. The woman and Fei stared at the newcomer. The newcomer was Luin. He approached the giant mecha step by step. The mecha's height reached the clouds, and it was incomparably huge. However, it was still an ant in his eyes. I'm also from this spacetime. You can try and see if you can conquer me. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the 4 giant mechas. The woman's expression was extremely serious. Fei stared at Luin. You're a human. Obviously. What's your relationship with those beasts? They've submitted to me. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he spoke indifferently. Fei's pupils constricted. That tent ring creature on your shoulder also submitted to you? Luin looked up. I've answered the third question. You have to answer mine too. That's right, it submitted to me. The woman's heart sank. Submitted, this word represented a pet. She operated the mecha to probe this person's strength, but there was no sign at all. Now it's your turn to answer my questions. But before that, I can give you a chance to conquer me. Make your move. I won't dodge, Luin said to the mecha in front of him. Fei didn't hesitate. He raised the mecha's arm, turned it into a sword, and slashed down fiercely. At this moment, the woman and the people in the other 2 mechas stared at Luin, wanting to see how strong he was. Luin stood in place. Above his head, the sword slashed down. This sword could split the void, and the entire planet trembled under this sword. The sword slashed down fiercely. Luin raised his hand. The world was silent. The wind was gone, and the earth stopped trembling. Everything became calm. Even the lake in the distance didn't have any ripples. The incomparably huge sword froze in midair. It was stopped by Lu Yin's finger, unable to move. Fei stared blankly at this scene. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The woman closed her eyes. As expected, how could they fight against someone who could make a tent ring creature submit? This person just wanted to establish his power in preparation for the next question. But it didn't matter. The Limitless Empire's information told this person without reservation. This was their right. If their lives were in danger, this would be their life-saving method. With a bang, the sword fell to the ground. The green mecha opened, and the woman walked out. Fei was shocked. Xiaoqing. The woman was calm. It's useless. Do you think this mecha can protect us? Fei was stunned. Helpless, he lost all his strength. Luin looked at the woman in front of him with interest. She was quite good-looking and had a heroic aura. She reminded him of Wendy and was similar to Xianxia. This woman was quite decisive. She exposed herself outside and saw everything clearly. The woman walked in front of Luin and slowly bowed. Her long hair cascaded down her back, revealing her snow-white neck. Buqing pays her respects to this lord. Luin looked past the woman and behind him. He quickly walked down, and the people in the other two mechas struggled to get down as well. Step by step, they walked towards Luin and bowed. Luin sized up the four of them. There were 2 men and 2 women. You're able to spout such arrogant words, but you're also able to keep your temper in check. You're all elites, Luin praised. Fei Fei's face twitched, and he was unwilling to accept this. He had always been high and mighty in front of the astral beast domain, and he had even declared that he would wash the universe with blood. Now, things had turned out this way. However, the strength of the person in front of him was beyond his imagination. Buqing replied respectfully, "How should I address you, sir? You don't have a cultivation base." Luin did not answer. Buqing replied, "No." Luin nodded. This was strange. Someone without a cultivation base was able to control such a powerful mecha. This reminded him of an energy source that transcended spacetime. However, even an energy source required the user to have the ability to control that energy, no matter how low the requirements were. However, these 4 people in front of him were just ordinary people. This was strange. After that, Luin learned more about the Limitless Empire from the 4 of them. The Limitless Empire used a type of energy called ring energy to supply everything. This energy filled every corner of the Limitless Empire. Be it protective shields or mechas, they all needed this energy. This included tearing through the void and maintaining it. Ring energy was the foundation for everything. Under the premise of abundant ring energy, all sorts of combat weapons were developed. The Limitless Empire's ring energy was equivalent to the primordial space's astral source. In the early stages of cultivation, astral sources were used to open up the path of cultivation. Later on, those with strange innate gifts would be able to carve out their own paths. However, astral sources were still the most basic cultivation resource. As for how ordinary people could control such a large amount of ring energy, the Limitless Empire had its own way of adapting to it. Similarly, it was survival of the fittest. Not everyone could control ring energy. The Limitless Empire had a large fleet of battleships, and even those spaceships had a large number of mechas. These mechas were very expensive to manufacture, and they required a lot of rare resources. The Limitless Empire's own spacetime had far more resources than other parallel spacetimes, which was why they had been able to support the production of mechas from the beginning. Later on, they went on expeditions to other parallel spacetimes to maintain the production of rare resources. The leader of the Limitless Empire was called Emperor Shang, and he had an unlimited mecha with 12 rings, the Sovereign. Ring energy was differentiated by rings. Buqing and Fei Fei were both at 8 rings, which was equivalent to a peak emissary. 9 rings were equivalent to a half-ancestor, 10 rings were equivalent to a progenitor, and 11 and 12 rings were equivalent to progenitors. However, they did not know what the difference was, as they had never seen Emperor Shang in action. When Luin heard this, his expression turned serious. If 10 rings were equivalent to a progenitor, then 11 rings would be equivalent to a peak progenitor like Xianxia. 12 rings would be equivalent to a progenitor, right? This refreshed his understanding of the upper limit of the Limitless Empire's power. This Limitless Empire really could not be underestimated. Buqing and Fei Fei did not hide anything from Luin. Preserving their lives was their number 1 priority, and the Limitless Empire did not care if information was leaked. Strength was strength. However, the fact that they had spoken so straightforwardly made Luin feel that there was something wrong with this Limitless Empire. Lu Yan's gaze swept across the 4 people in front of him. Of the 4, Buqing had the highest status as the daughter of the Limitless Empire's general, Bu Wu. She had the air of a great general and was decisive in her actions. Fei Fei was the son of the Limitless Empire's general, Fei Yan. Although he seemed arrogant and insufferably arrogant, he was not the type to cry and beg for mercy in the face of death. The other 2 were different, and their gazes were clearly different from Buqing and Fei Fei's. They were people from 2 different worlds. Luine separated the four of them, leaving only one of the girls to talk to each other alone. You seem to have something to say, Luine looked at her. The woman was terrified and hurriedly bowed. Sir, I have a request. Lu Yin's expression was indifferent. You have no right to make a request of me. I know. With your strength, you didn't attack the Limitless Empire immediately. I'm sure you have your considerations. I'm willing to tell you some things about the Limitless Empire so that you can have a better understanding of the Limitless Empire and have a way to deal with it. Luine was interested. Tell me. The woman gulped. In the history of the Limitless Empire's expeditions, there are very few examples of failure. Many years ago, the Limitless Empire entered a parallel universe, but they were forced out as soon as they entered. Coincidentally, Emperor Shang also participated in that expedition. When the void was about to close, he used his ring energy to maintain it and forced his way into the parallel universe. There were 2 Limitless Empire mechas that had 11 rings of power. No one knows what happened to them inside. They only know that the Prime Emperor mecha came out and the other 2 mechas disappeared forever. This was a huge loss to the Limitless Empire. After this battle, Emperor Shang gave up on conquering this parallel universe. It was a very small matter that didn't seem strange at all, but Luine could tell that she was trying to say that once the Limitless Empire realized that they couldn't conquer this spacetime, they would give up, including Buqing and Fei Fei. If the Limitless Empire could give up even an 11-ring mecha, then there was no need to mention Buqing and the other youngsters. Luine sized up the woman. What is your name? The woman respectfully replied, I am Hong Yi. My father is the chief minister of the Limitless Empire, Hong Yan. Chief minister? He is in charge of all the equipment in the Limitless Empire, including the battleships, mechas, and a portion of the ring energy distribution. Luine was surprised. That's a lot of power. Hong Yi respectfully replied, yes, that's why I know some things about the Limitless Empire. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Luine sized up Hong Yi. This woman wasn't too beautiful, but she wasn't bad either. She looked delicate, but her thoughts were deep. She only mentioned a small matter, but it gave him a direction for his next deployment. This woman's eyes were sharp, and she could easily see through current affairs. She was a talent. Why are you telling me this? You don't know me. Luine was curious. Hong Yi respectfully replied, my lord is very young. These 5 short words shocked Buqing and the others. Yes, Luine looked very young, and this youth wasn't an act. Young and old had different temperaments, and some people could tell at a glance. Hong Yan could become the chief minister of the Limitless Empire because his methods and thoughts were extraordinary. Hong Yi's insight must have something to do with her father's teachings. She saw things too clearly. However, she misunderstood. She thought that since Luine was so young, there must be a powerhouse behind him that controlled this part of the universe. This was true, but she definitely didn't expect Luine to be the master of this part of the universe. However, she was right about the general direction. Luine wanted to lure out the entire Limitless Empire, which was why he sent the prison drake to play with them. Luine also understood why Buqing and the others didn't hesitate to reveal information about the Limitless Empire. If things went south, they knew that the Limitless Empire wouldn't save them. They could only protect themselves. Even the Limitless Empire could forgive such behavior. This was a civilization with a clear goal. If he wanted to lure the Limitless Empire over, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. What's the civilization that defeated Emperor Shang and forced the Limitless Empire to give up on their conquest? The Limitless Empire wasn't weak. If there was a civilization that could defeat them, then it was worth Lu Yin's attention. Hong Yi thought about it. I think it's called the Divine Kingdom. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Divine Kingdom? Yes, this name isn't recorded in the Empire's records. I only heard my father mention it by accident, Hong Yi said. She didn't dare to look at Luine, as his voice had revealed some things. She could tell that Luine knew about this Divine Kingdom. No way, could this still be a Divine Kingdom? He couldn't be that unlucky. Luine was surprised as well, as it was such a coincidence that the Limitless Empire had encountered and been repelled by the Divine Matter. Luine was not surprised that the Divine Matter had the ability to repel the Limitless Empire, as the divine maiden's strength had definitely reached the level of the 7 sky gods. Even if Emperor Shang's 12th ring had reached a level comparable to the laws of the sequence, it would still be impossible for him to surpass the 7 sky gods. If the limitless empire had such strength, they would not have been defeated. Luin muttered to himself. The limitless empire and the divine kingdom were both interesting. After leaving the divine kingdom, he had given the eternal kingdom's coordinates to the divine kingdom so that they could hide in the Genesis space if they encountered any danger. However, no one knew when the danger would appear. The divine kingdom's danger originated from Di Qiong. If the limitless empire had encountered the divine kingdom before, it meant that the limitless empire might also encounter Di Qiong and the everlasting race. Luin wanted to attack the other zones of calamity of the everlasting race. The first zone of calamity had been forced into hiding, so it was time to deal a heavy blow to the other zones of calamity. The limitless empire had to be lured over. Luin had left the hellworm in the astral beast domain, but he could only expose one progenitor for the time being. As for Buqing and the others, their mechas had already been taken away for research. They did not have much value, and Luin had already thought of what to do with them. Half a month later, in the astral beast domain, the hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws. From time to time, it would threaten the limitless empire's battleships that were stationed at the spatial tear. The hellworm gave them too much pressure. They worshipped large creatures, which was why their mechas were so large. However, they naturally feared the hellworm as well. The hellworm was very comfortable, as it had not intimidated anyone in a long time. On this day, a mecha walked out of the spatial tear and faced the hellworm. The mecha was completely blue, similar to Speedy's, but it was darker. The mechas of Buqing and the others were much smoother. They had experienced too many battles and were covered in scars. Are you the strongest creature in this spacetime? My name is Fei Yan, the general of the limitless empire, a voice came from within the mecha. The hellworm raised its body and roared, threatening Fei Yan. Inside the mecha, Fei Yan frowned, I'm talking to you. The hellworm continued to roar and its claws were sharp. Fei Yan's expression turned ugly. You're not smart, or are you unwilling to communicate with me? The prison flood dragon raised its claws and continued to scare him. Fei Yan was enraged. You're courting death. As he spoke, he took a step forward. A blue light flashed and the mecha appeared in front of caged Wyrm. Under caged Wyrm's confused gaze, the mecha threw a punch. The mecha's fists were large and hard. This punch forcefully bent the prison flood dragon's neck. Following that, Fei Yan continuously attacked the prison flood dragon's neck. This kind of creature's neck was its weakest point. He relied on the mech's speed to continuously attack. The caged Wyrm was enraged after being hit a few dozen times. It raised its claws and waved it wildly. With a bang, the mech was sent flying. Inside, Fei Yan was unharmed. The caged Wyrm's claws did not break the protective shield. However, his attack did not do much damage to the prison flood dragon. He sized up the prison flood dragon in bewilderment. What a strong defense. Prison flood dragon opened his eyes wide, he rushed towards Fei Yan and attacked. In the next period of time, under the gaze of many astral beasts, the two behemoths fought in the starry sky. Fei Yan's mecha was fast and had high defense. The prison flood dragon was large, had a wide attack range, and both had high defenses. However, neither of them could do anything to the other. In the distance, Luin watched calmly. As time passed, the hellworm would definitely emerge victorious. He had seen the hellworm's ability to withstand beatings before, and the mech was, after all, made from external materials. It might be able to withstand the attacks for a short period of time, but it would not be able to do so in the long run. Furthermore, its ring energy was not endless. After fighting for a long time, Fei Yan panted heavily as he looked forward. The prison flood dragon's eyes were wide as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It did not seem to be exhausted at all. This was definitely the strength of an 11th ring creature. Fei Yan knew that he could not win. Fortunately, this creature only had a higher defense, and its speed and destructive power were not as terrifying as an 11th ring creature. It also did not seem to have a brain, or else he would already be dead. There was no way he could win, and there was no way he could negotiate. Since that was the case, he would have to explore the spacetime. Even though he was unwilling, the Empire had ordered him to explore the spacetime. If there were any more powerful creatures, the Empire might give up on conquering this region. As for Buqing, Fei Yan, and the others, they could only fend for themselves. This was war. The Limitless Empire's conquest of a parallel spacetime brought about many deaths, and they had to bear the consequences themselves. 4 of Emperor Shang's sons had died, and the commander had lost one as well. This was unavoidable. Fei Yan gave the order and released the mechanical hummingbird once more. In the distance, Luin frowned and had the prison flood dragon intercept it. When the prison flood dragon attacked the mechanical hummingbird, Fei Yan hurriedly tried to stop it, but this time, the prison flood dragon did not even retaliate. It only focused on blocking the mechanical hummingbird and did not resist even when Fei Yan beat it up. Due to its large size and the obstruction of the other astral beasts, the mechanical hummingbird could not escape this region at all. Fei Yan felt uneasy and had a terrifying guess. This creature clearly did not have any intelligence and looked foolish, but it knew how to stop the mechanical hummingbird from exploring this region. Could it be that there was an order behind it? It was very likely. He knew that there were humans in this region, and there were also giants, which meant that there were intelligent creatures. Generally speaking, there were very few beasts in this region that ruled over intelligent creatures. No matter how he looked at it, this creature seemed to be following orders. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In the distance, Luin frowned. The prison flood dragon's actions were too obvious, and it might have alerted the Limitless Empire. However, there was no other way, as they could not allow the Limitless Empire to explore this region. Even if the prison flood dragon did not attack, these hummingbirds would be destroyed, and the Limitless Empire would reach the same conclusion. There was no other way. If there was no other way, Luin would have to personally take action. The Limitless Empire could rely on the ring to maintain the void crack, and Luin could rely on his sourcebox array. He was already prepared to have Celestial Master Xiao Mingshi act as soon as the Limitless Empire gave up on this region. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Fei Yan stared at the prison flood dragon as he guessed at something. However, he was not prepared to report this to the Limitless Empire. Once he did, this region would be classified as a special incident, and the Limitless Empire might give up on this region, which would mean that his son would be abandoned as well. If there was a chance, he would rather take the risk. When he thought of this, he returned to the void crack and prepared to ask for help. There were some things that did not need to be said, but there were also some that could be said. The prison flood dragon roared and was about to attack, but Luin stopped him. It was best not to provoke the Limitless Empire and prevent them from escaping. No one could say for sure whether the Limitless Empire was behind the void crack or if they were just passing through a parallel region. The Limitless Empire did not exist in the universe itself. This was because he could not use his compass to locate them. On the other side, there was an incomparably large spacecraft behind the void crack that could hold dozens of mechas. Its size was something that had never been seen before in the primordial space. Fei Yan returned to the spacecraft and disembarked from his mecha. Along the way, many people bowed and greeted him. Fei Yan's expression was solemn as he approached the screen. Connect to the commander. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. His expression was dignified, and his eyes were cold. There was a scar on his face that made him look quite ferocious. How was it? The man was the commander of the Limitless Empire's expedition, Bu Wu. Fei Yan's expression was grave. It wasn't easy to deal with. That creature probably had the defensive power of an 11th ring soul armature. Fortunately, its destructive power and speed weren't too high. Bu Wu asked, "Did you manage to explore that region?" "We didn't succeed. That creature was huge and could destroy a large area of space with a single attack. Our exploration vehicles couldn't leave at all." "In your opinion, what level is that region?" Fei Yan thought for a moment. "We need reinforcements from an 11th ring soul armature." "No," Bu Wu replied bluntly. Fei Yan frowned. "Without an 11th ring soul armature, it's impossible to defeat that creature. Your daughter was also captured." "I know. This is her life. You don't have to worry about it, Buwu interrupted. Fei Yan was silent. It wasn't that Buwu didn't care about his daughter, but his position didn't allow him to have any emotions at this time. When his son died in battle, he didn't show any emotions. However, after the battle, he locked himself up for 30 days. When he came out, his hair was already white. This matter made the entire Limitless Empire admire him. His son was dead, and he only had one daughter. The pressure he was facing right now was unimaginable. He doesn't have an 11th ring soul armature, but I used my personal connections to invite Jiang Dongjian. If even he can't win, then let's give up on that region. We can't explore a region without a bottom line. If we have the time, why don't we explore other regions instead? Buwu said. Fei Yan was shocked. Jiang Dongjian? The number one prodigy of the empire, Jiang Dongjian? He's the same age as Little Qing and Fei Yan, but he can operate a 10th ring soul armature mecha. He's one of the top 10th ring soul armature in the empire. If he can't win, then forget it, Buwu said and turned off the screen. Fei Yan sighed. Jiang Dongjian? Although this person didn't have an 11th ring soul armature, he wasn't far off. If he delayed that creature, then he might be able to save Fei Yan and the others. He had some confidence in Jiang Dongjian. After all, he knew that he wasn't Jiang Dongjian's match. But how did the commander have a personal relationship with Jiang Dongjian? Time continued to pass, and soon, half a month had passed. During this time, Fei Yan went to the Astral Beast domain several times and tried to find Fei Yan and the others by bypassing the caged WYRM. However, he was stopped by the caged WYRM. He tried to communicate with the caged WYRM, but the caged WYRM ignored him. He wanted to find the Shifter Emperor, Ku Wei, and the others who had communicated with the Limitless Empire before, but no one bothered with him. Finally, after another 10 days, Jiang Dongjian and his Limitless Mecha Divine Sword arrived. Jiang Dongjian was about the same age as Fei Yan and Bu Qing, but he was colder. He was like an unsheathed sword. Although he was an ordinary person, he was dazzling. This had nothing to do with cultivation. This was Jiang Dongjian's temperament. He was liked by countless girls in the Limitless Empire. His reputation as the number one prodigy, coupled with his handsome appearance and rough background, even Emperor Shang paid attention to him. Other than Jiang Dongjian, the 5th prince of Limitless Empire, Xianxia, and the 9th princess, Xianxia, also came. Fei Yan didn't expect the princes and princesses to come. Fei Yan, general of punitive expedition, greets the 5th prince and the 9th princess. Fei Yan quickly saluted. Xianxia smiled. General Fei Yan, you don't have to bow. Fei Yan got up. Why is the 5th prince here? Xianxia said, we came here with Brother Jiang to train and see how powerful he is. Fei Yan nodded and didn't say anything. However, he was even more afraid of Jiang Dongjian. Not only was this person powerful, but he was also with the princes and princesses. In the future, his status in Limitless Empire would definitely be very high. The 5th Prince Xianxia was kind and humble, but those who knew him knew that he had the ambition to inherit the throne, and he showed it without holding back. His unlimited Mecca was called the Imperial City. Who else could it be other than the Emperor in the Imperial City? He was very kind to Fei Yan and the others, but he was very cold to the 1st Prince, Shang Tianzong. The 9th Princess, Xianxia, was called the number one beauty of Limitless Empire. She was also the favorite daughter of Emperor Shang. She was also very talented and could control a 9th ring unlimited mecha, which was on the same level as Xianxing's mecha. She was the pride of Limitless Empire. Fei Yan glanced at the three of them and saw the passion in Jiang Dongjian's eyes when he looked at Xianxia. Did this person want to marry the 9th princess? It wasn't impossible. He was qualified. In the future, Jiang Dongjian would definitely be an 11th ring or even 12th ring user. He was the protector of Limitless Empire. General Fei Yan, please tell me more about that space-time, Xianxia said. Her voice was as clear as flowing water. Fei Yan gave a simple introduction. Jiang Dongjian said coldly, it's just an 11th ring giant beast. I can take care of it. Let's go. Fei Yan reminded him that giant beast's defense is very strong. you have to be careful. His main purpose was not to warn Jiang Dongjian to be careful of the giant beast, but to prevent even more powerful experts from appearing. He guessed that there were definitely such experts, but because of his selfishness, he did not reveal his guesses. As long as there were no serious consequences, he could bear the consequences in order to save his son. However, if Jiang Dongjian died because of his concealment, the consequences would be severe. Jiang Dongjian looked at Fian and said, "General, you worry too much. It's just a wild beast. No matter how strong its defense is, it won't be able to withstand my divine sword." Fei Yan couldn't remind him directly, so he could only say, "I'll stand guard at the side." Jiang Dongjian did not care. "Lead the way." Xianxia laughed heartily. "I've been looking forward to seeing the might of Brother Zhang's divine sword for a long time. Finally, I can see it. Royal sister, you must be looking forward to it as well." Xianxia's lips curled into a beautiful arc. "Of course." Jiang Dongjian's eyes flashed with passion again. He quickened his pace, eager to show off in front of Xianxia. After almost a month of silence, changes began to appear in space. Cage Drake looked up. In front of him, mechas walked out one after another. Other than Blue Mountain and Fei Yan's infinite mecha, there was another mecha that caught his attention. It was a mecha that looked like a sharp sword. The entire mecha was designed with sharp edges everywhere. It looked like countless sharp swords had been combined together. This mecha was Jiang Dongjian's divine sword. With this mecha, Jiang Dongjian was firmly at the top of the 10th ring and was recognized as one of the strongest in the future. He was one of the strongest young protectors in the world. This mecha was filled with killing intent. Compared to it, there were two other mechas that could not be underestimated. One was Xianxia's Huangqing. It was completely golden and filled with a majestic aura. The other was Xianxia's Angel. The angel was white and very beautiful. It looked much more noble than Buqing's Ripple. The appearance of the four mechas attracted Lu Yin's attention. He opened his celestial eye and saw the four people inside. Xianxia's beauty stunned him, but it was only a small surprise. He had seen too many beauties in his life. His gaze landed on the divine sword mecha. What an extreme mecha. During this time, the technocracy had disassembled the captured mechas for research. They found that these mechas had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was just that they had been adjusted according to the individual strengths. Flying Lanfeng was fast, and Buqing's Ripple was very controllable. No matter how they leaned towards the individual, each mecha had suitable defensive and offensive capabilities. However, this mecha was different. It had no defensive appearance. It was just a sharp sword. In the starry sky, Cage Drake stood up and roared at the sky, threatening. Xianxia praised, "It's indeed mighty. If I can capture it and use it as a mount, my chances of winning the throne will be higher." Xianxia was helpless. "Brother, be more reserved. Don't be so straightforward." Xianxia did not mind. "Everyone in the Infinite Empire knows that I want to fight for the throne. It doesn't matter." As he spoke, Jiang Dongjian controlled the divine sword mecha and rushed out. The divine sword was like a real divine sword. Under Jiang Dongjian's control, it turned into a sharp light and slashed at Cage Drake. Cage Drake raised its claws and slapped out. A loud noise caused the surroundings to distort and shatter completely. Even the void could not be formed. Jiang Dongjian's face was solemn. Although the attack just now was just a test, this creature did not move at all. Fei Yan was right. This creature definitely had a terrifying defense of the 11th ring. He was excited. If it was just an ordinary 10th ring creature, even if he killed it, it would not attract the attention of the 9th princess. Only by killing an 11th ring creature could he stand out in the eyes of the 9th princess and be more qualified to propose marriage to Emperor Shang. Thinking of this, he controlled the mecha and turned it into a sharp sword. The huge mecha slashed at Cage Drake. Cage Drake's eyes were ferocious. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws to scare people. However, at this moment, no one was scared by it. They were all watching Jiang Dongjian smoothly controlling the divine sword mecha. Every attack was like a huge cultivator using a battle technique. Fei Yan praised, in the entire Infinite Empire, even the 5 people in the Optimus Prime can't control the Divine Sword mecha better than Jiang. This is a mecha that is completely suitable for him. Xianxia smiled and said, the Divine Sword was originally made for Jiang. He will be the 6th cornerstone of the Optimus Prime. Shangqing looked at Xianxia and said, Sister, why don't you help your brother and persuade this Jiang to join your brother? As long as he is willing to join us, your chances of getting the throne will be higher. Xianxia was calm. I won't participate in the battle for the throne. If you want to rope him in, you can do it yourself. Shangqing was helpless. Although I don't want to admit it, Shang Tianzong is indeed more attractive than me. If you don't help me, this Jiang will probably be taken away by Shang Tianzong. Sister, can you bear to see your brother killed by Shang Tianzong in the end? Xianxia frowned and looked at Shangqing. Brother won't do anything to you. You think too much. Shangqing shook his head. You think too simply. As they spoke, the battle between the 2 huge creatures in the starry sky became more and more intense. Fei Yan looked and felt that something was wrong. What was the difference between this battle and his previous battle? Although the Divine Sword was extremely powerful and far stronger than his Blue Mountain, it still couldn't break through the creature's defense. There was no difference between the creature fighting the Divine Sword and him. No, before the others reacted, he had to save Fei Yan. It seemed that Jiang couldn't handle it. He might have to team up with Jiang, and then he wouldn't be able to save Fei Yan. 5th Prince, 9th Princess, this spacetime hasn't been explored yet. Our methods can't spread out. I've decided to go and see what's in this spacetime, Fei Yan reported. Shangqing nodded. You want to save your son and the others? That's normal. Go. Fei Yan's face changed. This 5th prince was too straightforward. Xianxia said lightly, General Fei Yan, you can save them, but please don't forget to explore. Also, Jiang might not be able to take down this creature. Please come back as soon as possible. Fei Yan looked deeply at Shangqing and Xianxia. Yes, I understand. He had underestimated these 2. They knew that Jiang couldn't take down the creature, but they still allowed him to leave. No wonder only Shang Tianzong and 5th Prince Shangqing could compete for the throne. The other princes couldn't compare to them at all. As for the 9th princess, she was just as smart. Fei Yan controlled Blue Mountain to rush into the distance in the direction where Buqing and the others were taken by the caged dragon, which was also where Luyin was. Luyin raised his eyebrows. You want to come over? That won't do. He immediately ordered the caged dragon to stop you. The caged dragon swatted the Divine Sword away with one claw and spread its wings, chasing after Blue Mountain. The caged dragon wasn't slow, and Blue Mountain couldn't shake it off. Fei Yan was shocked and wanted to increase his speed, but the caged dragon raised its sharp claws and slashed down. The void was cut into several pieces and extended towards Blue Mountain. Blue Mountain could only turn around and block. Behind the caged dragon, Jiang's face turned ugly. This creature wanted to fight both of them at the same time. Reality proved that the caged dragon could do it. Anyway, the 2 mechs, Blue Mountain and Divine Sword, could not break through its defense. Although it was stupid, its defense was amazing even to the god of Forgotten Ruins. Although it had avoided the battle several times when facing strong enemies and escaped directly, the enemies who could make it escape were all sequence rule powerhouses. Divine Sword was stronger than Xianxia, so the 2 of them together couldn't take down the caged dragon. The caged dragon held back the 2 mechas by itself, which made Xianxia and the others frown. It seems like we can't take it down. Either we ask for help or give up this space, Xianxia said. Shangqing was in a difficult position. Asking for help isn't a good idea. The Empire is scattered across 5 battlefields. Other than Optimus Prime, everyone else has been mobilized. You know that Optimus Prime has to protect the Empire and can't be mobilized. Even if we ask for help, the Empire doesn't have any extra manpower. If First Brother finishes off his expedition, he can help, Xianxia muttered to himself. Shangqing rolled his eyes. I'd rather give up this space. Their conversation was completely heard by Fei Yan and Jiang. The mechas could communicate through a channel. Jiang Dongjian gritted his teeth, he could not afford to fail. This was his first time accompanying the ninth princess in a battle, and countless people were watching. If he failed, he would be too ashamed to ask Emperor Shang for her hand in marriage, and he did not know what would happen if he continued to wait. His attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Previously, he had been worried about Fei Yan's Blue Mountain, but now, he only had eyes for the prison drake. Fei Yan hurriedly retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. The prison drake continued to raise its claws, and loud collisions rang out. In the distance, Luin knew that it was about time. The limitless empire was hesitating, they could not give up on this space-time. It was time to reclaim the sixth mainland. The divine sword slashed down with a bang, and the prison drake retreated with a low growl. Jiang Dongjian panted heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. How did this creature have such a strong defense? Shangqing and Shang'anan looked at each other again. Let's retreat first and discuss this. Jiang Dongjian shouted, wait, I still have one more move. If I can't deal with it, I'll retreat. Shang'anan advised, don't force yourself. The Empire has encountered more than one powerful creature, and there have been cases of people giving up. The universe is vast, and there are countless strange creatures. Jiang Dongjian insisted, one more move, just one more. Shangqing sighed. No wonder you're the Empire's top genius. You're the same age as us, but you can face such a creature head-on. Brother Jiang, you're already very strong. Alright, let's see what else you have to show off the brilliance of the tournament. The Limitless Empire had been fighting for many years, and they had naturally encountered many cultivation civilizations. There were many cultivation battle techniques in the Empire, but because of ring energy, the people of the Limitless Empire did not cultivate them. Cultivation and ring energy clashed, and they would rather give up on cultivation. Of course, battle techniques were sometimes useful, and many of them could inspire the Empire to develop mecha. Although the people of the Limitless Empire were ordinary people, they could still improve in certain aspects through battle techniques. They were equivalent to powerhouses among ordinary people. The Limitless Empire held an unlimited tournament every 5 years, and everyone could participate. The reason why Jiang Dongjian had stood out was because he had single-handedly defeated all the other experts who had entered the semi-finals. Among them was someone from a prominent family like Fei Yan, and he had only relied on battle techniques that were well known to the public. Because of this, his meteoric rise had earned the recognition of Emperor Shang. Thus, he had an innate sensitivity towards battle techniques. This was something that others could not compare to. It was said that the Divine Sword mech had the ability to coordinate with him to comprehend battle techniques, but no one had seen it before. In the starry sky, the Divine Sword and the Prison Flood Dragon faced each other. Fei Yan's Blue Mountain was already far away, and he did not rush further. The Prison Flood Dragon was constantly blocking him, making him helpless. At the same time, he was even more certain that there was a creature controlling the Prison Flood Dragon behind him. This spacetime was not simple. Jiang Dongjian stared at the Prison Flood Dragon. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Prison Flood Dragon did not take the initiative to attack. It looked curiously at the Divine Sword in front of it. It was so tough. Although the Divine Sword could not break through its defense, it could not break through the Divine Sword's protective shield. This made it think of the ancestral turtle. It looked like a turtle shell. Inside the Divine Sword, Jiang Dongjian had completely calmed down. He raised his hand and grabbed a sword from the inside of the mech. He slowly raised the sword. His breathing was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Gradually, he could not see anything in front of him. Even the Prison Flood Dragon was gradually ignored. All he could see was the sword. It was as if he had returned to the last battle of the tournament. All the experts who had made it to the semi-finals had surrounded and attacked him. Those people were all from prominent families and knew each other. Only he was from the bottom. These people looked down on him and wanted to kick him out first. At that time, he was like this. He held the sword with both hands and ignored everything. He raised the sword and slashed. This slash merged with heaven and earth. It was as if he had broken through all illusions. If someone had not interfered with this slash, those people would not have survived. The same scene appeared again. Xianxia's face was solemn. Even so, he had also seen the semi-finals. Jiang Dongjian's slash had completely entered everyone's eyes. He had become the true number one genius of the empire. This was the slash. The divine sword was raised with both arms, and the mech instantly combined into a blade. It fell down, looking ordinary, but this slash shook the hearts of countless people. In the distance, Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Not bad, an ordinary person had actually displayed such sword intent. This person's talent in the way of the sword was no less than Lu Xiaoqiu or Li Zimou's. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. Although this slash was powerful, it could not change the situation. However, this slash gave Lu Yan the perfect opportunity. Now was the time. Idiot, run. The prison flood dragon's eyes spun. The divine sword's slash seemed to be very powerful, but it quickly turned and ran with its tail between its legs. It looked rather pathetic. The slash cut through the void. This was the destructive power of the mech itself, but with the Jiang Dongjian's help, the power of the ring energy increased once more. This slash's destructive power extended endlessly, causing Fei Yan's eyelids to twitch. 11 rings. This was definitely the destructive power of an 11th ring. This Jiang Dongjian could actually unleash such a powerful slash. The slash was very destructive, but the prison flood dragon slipped away and did not hit its target. Jiang Dongjian was unwilling to give up and hurriedly chased after him. Brother Jiang, don't chase, Xianxia stopped him. Jiang Dongjian's voice rang out, beasts have their instincts. It knew that it couldn't withstand my slash, so it ran away. Fifth Prince, I will definitely take this space-time. Seeing the divine sword chase after him, Xianxia's eyes flashed. Although Jiang Dongjian's talent was extraordinary, his character was too shallow. He had been praised as the Empire's top genius for a short period of time, which had caused him to forget himself. Chase, Xianxian ordered. Fei Yan wanted to search for Fei Yan, but he could not allow anything to happen to Jiang Dongjian. Xianxian stared at him, General Fei Yan, this space-time isn't that simple. If something happens to Jiang Dongjian, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Fei Yan's heart sank, I understand. I will not let anything happen to Jiang Dongjian. With that, he chased after Jiang Dongjian. Mechas appeared one after another behind the spatial crack. Some of them had appeared in the battle with the Yao Emperor, while others looked like they had been fighting for a long time. There were more than 20 mechas, and nearly half of them chased after Jiang Dongjian. In the distance, many astral beasts were on guard against Xianxian's group. Sister, let's go and take a look, Xianxia said. Xianxian looked at Xianxia, brother, aren't you afraid of danger? I am. That's why it's safe to follow Jiang Dongjian. If there really is an unknown danger, it's even more dangerous here, Xianxia said. Xianxian nodded and controlled her mecha to chase after Jiang Dongjian. Xianxia also chased after Jiang Dongjian. At the front, caged flood dragon headed towards the connection point between the 6th mainland and the astral beast domain. The connection point had been sealed, but now, it was time to open it. The 6th mainland also belonged to the origin space. Now that even the endless battlefield belonged to the 6 Directions Guild, the 6th mainland naturally had to be reclaimed. Soon, caged flood dragon arrived at the connection point. He opened it at the right time and rushed over. Although Jiang Dongjian was arrogant, he was not stupid. Seeing the connection point in the distance, he hesitated. At this time, caged flood dragon had already arranged for Fei Yan, Bu Qing, and the others on a meteorite not far from the connection point. They rushed into the connection point without looking back. Jiang Dongjian was surprised. Were those the people from the Limitless Empire who had been captured? One of them had even fought with him at the competition. The divine sword stood in the sky and did not chase after them. Behind them, Lan Shan chased after them. Fei Yan also saw caged flood dragon grab Fei Yan and the others and rush into the connection point. Seeing that his son had been captured, he did not care about anything else and had to try to save him no matter what. Lan Shan rushed into the connection point while a group of mechas approached from behind. The fastest were still Xianxia and Xianxian. Xianxia frowned. General Fei Yan is too impulsive. He doesn't even know where the other side is, and he rushed in recklessly. Jiang Dongjian said, "The people who were captured before have also been captured." Xianxia was surprised. Bu Qing and the others? No wonder General Fei Yan is so impulsive. What should we do? Jiang Dongjian asked. He also did not want to rush in recklessly. Wait, Xianxia said. Just this one word. If there was an unavoidable danger on the other side, at least they could ensure that nothing would happen to them. Outside the connection point, a group of mechas from the Limitless Empire was waiting. Luin was also waiting. He did not know what the situation on the other side was, but he knew that it was the sixth mainland. However, there was no danger to Caged Flood Dragon. The first zone of disaster no longer had the ability to fight against the Above Heaven sect unless the remaining 7 sky gods recovered. However, 2 of the 7 sky gods were dead, and 1 was seriously injured. It was impossible for them to appear in a short time. Not long after, Lan Shan's mecha returned. Fei Yan said in a serious tone, "5th Prince, 9th Princess, you'd better come with me." Lan Shan's mecha reappeared on the 6th mainland, followed by Divine Sword, Imperial City, Angel, and other mechas. Huge mechas suddenly appeared. In the distance, there was an eternal kingdom. Xianxia and the others looked around. Where is that creature? Fei Yan shook his head. I don't know. It disappeared after I came in. However, I saw a creature in this spacetime. As he spoke, he opened his hand. In the palm of the huge mecha, there were dozens of corpse kings. Humans? Similar. What do you mean? To be precise, this is a kind of human-like creature that has transformed. Fei Yan told Xianxia and the others about the mecha's analysis. Other than fighting, the limitless mecha could also detect, analyze, and so on. Many times, if the detection method did not work, the limitless mecha could be used to detect. Fei Yan told Xianxia and the others about his analysis of the Eternal's corpse kings, which confused them. They did not know if they were lucky or unlucky, but they had not encountered the Eternals at all. There were too many parallel spacetimes in the universe. A human-like creature? It can also be used for cultivation. These are all dead. It's meaningless. Xianxia looked at the Eternal Kingdom in the distance. Let's go there and take a look. Coincidentally, there were corpse kings in the Eternal Kingdom that had discovered them. Among them, there was a half-ancestor corpse king. Every Eternal Kingdom was guarded by experts. In the past, Luin only thought that the Eternal Kingdom was a place used by the Eternals to create an illusion of harmony with the human race. However, after wandering outside and fighting against a Hui, he realized that the Eternal's purpose in creating the Eternal Kingdom was to destroy the human race's dependence and sense of belonging to the human race. The Eternals didn't care about the first generation of people who were captured and brought to the Eternal Kingdom. What they wanted were people who were born in the Eternal Kingdom and had a sense of belonging to the Eternal race. These people were what the Eternal race needed. This was a weapon to destroy the human race. After returning to the Above Heaven, Luin gave the order to destroy any Eternal Kingdom they encountered. The duration of the Eternal Kingdom's establishment determined how the people inside would be dealt with. If the first generation of people were captured, they could be released, but if they were the second, third, or even later generations, they had to be watched. Although these people were different from the Corpse King in appearance and were also human, their hearts belonged to the Eternals. Now that he wanted to reclaim the sixth mainland, he wanted to destroy all the Eternal Kingdoms in the sixth mainland. The Eternals not only had powerful combat strength, but they were also unafraid of death, cunning, and had outstanding foresight. The more Luin understood the Eternals, the more he feared them. The Corpse King saw the mechas from afar, and a group of mechas headed for the Eternal Kingdom. Fei Yan's Blue Mountain was at the forefront. The Corpse King used Corpse King transformation, and its scarlet eyes turned green. Its physical strength skyrocketed as it charged at Blue Mountain. Inside Blue Mountain, Fei Yan was shocked when his mecha detected that the Corpse King's combat strength had skyrocketed. With a bang, the Corpse King was sent flying. Even Corpse King transformation couldn't make up for the gap between him and Blue Mountain. Blue Mountain reached out to grab the Corpse King. The Corpse King's bones were shattered, and it couldn't move. Blue Mountain grabbed it and asked, "What civilization are you from?" The Corpse King's green eyes faded, and its scarlet vertical eyes stared at Blue Mountain as it struggled. I'm asking you, what civilization are you from? If you don't answer, you'll die, Fei Yan shouted. The Corpse King growled and roared. Blue Mountain's mecha clenched its fist and crushed the Corpse King, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The Limitless Empire had been conquering other civilizations all year round, and they were ruthless and ruthless. However, this scene was normal in the eyes of Xianxia and Xianxia. There's no powerful force in the city ahead. Investigate immediately. Behind them, mechas flew towards the Eternal Kingdom. Soon, the Eternal Kingdom was engulfed in the flames of war. The zombie kings were like ants in front of the mechas. They were easily killed. Occasionally, there would be strange giant zombie kings, but they were no match for the mechas. Far away, Luin stood in the starry sky and looked towards the Eternal Kingdom. Buqing and the other three were beside him, and the Hellworm was perched on his shoulder. If Eternal Kingdom and Limitless Empire were to encounter each other, Limitless Empire would not let Eternal Kingdom off. They would definitely go to war. However, the premise was that Limitless Empire had never come into contact with Eternal Kingdom and did not know how powerful the Eternals were. Looking at it now, the Limitless Empire really hadn't come into contact with the Eternals. Were they lucky or unlucky? No matter what, any human would treat the Eternals as their mortal enemy. The Limitless Empire was no exception. Humans had an innate resistance and disgust towards Corpse Kings. Buqing glanced at Luin. He was clearly not too far away, but General Fei Yan and the rest had not been able to detect him. This person was far more powerful than they had imagined. Over the years, the Limitless Empire had encountered many human civilizations that could cultivate, but there were very few people who were as powerful as Luin. If Optimus Prime could take action. Buqing's heart warmed, but he quickly smiled bitterly. Optimus Prime was the cornerstone of the Empire and would not be too far away from Emperor Shang. How could he take action? The mechas in the distance were indeed the 9th princess, the 5th prince, and Jiang Dongjian. However, they could not do anything to this person. It would be a long time before they could return. But what was this person thinking? Was he planning to attack the Limitless Empire? If so, there might be a chance to return in the future. Luin suddenly looked at Buqing, and she quickly looked away. Pray that your Limitless Empire does not give up on this spacetime. Otherwise, you really won't be able to return, Luin said calmly. Hongyi glanced at Luin. Even if the Limitless Empire wanted to give up on this spacetime, it would not be easy. This person had already set his sights on the Limitless Empire and would not give up easily. She was also very curious as to what kind of background this spacetime had. The Eternal Kingdom could not withstand the destruction of the mechas, and the battle quickly stopped. Immediately after, the mechanical hummingbirds scattered in all directions. The Limitless Empire was exploring this continent. Luin did not stop them. If they wanted to explore the 6th mainland, then let them. If they were interested in the 6th mainland, then fighting with the Eternals was not a bad idea. The Eternals did not have much strength left in the 6th mainland. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this time, the Limitless Empire continued to explore the 6th mainland and encountered the Eternals. They had a good understanding of the Eternals, and their conclusion was the same as Lu Yin's. Humans and Corpse Kings could not coexist. They had also seen the truth about the Eternal Kingdom, and they had also learned about the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland through the people who were imprisoned in the Eternal Kingdom. For a time, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others could not accept this. They could understand that humans had been wiped out, destroyed, or even enslaved by powerful enemies, but they could not understand the existence of the Eternal Kingdom. What was the point of such a place? Was it for assimilation? I think that we should eliminate the Eternals. According to the information we received, although there are many of them in the 6th mainland, they do not have many experts. There are less than 2 who have the destructive power of a 10th ring. We are fully capable of eliminating this race completely, Fei Yan analyzed. Xianxia said, this race should be eliminated, but the people in the Eternal Kingdom also said that this is the 6th mainland. There is a 5th mainland in the same universe, and both are ruled by humans. Fei Yan and the others also faced humans when they first attacked. We should be here to divert attention from the fifth mainland so that we can fight to the death with the sixth mainland's Eternals. I agree. I've always felt that there was something wrong. That 11th ring creature never spoke, and its movements were somewhat clumsy. There might have been a commander behind it. Now that it's clear, it should be someone from the fifth mainland. Someone who can command such a creature is a special event in this spacetime, Xianxia said. Jiang Dongjian agreed, we cannot be used. Fei Yan's expression darkened. This matter could not be hidden forever, but it was a pity that he had not been able to save his son. Shangqing looked around. Since that's the case, let's go back. The fifth mainland wants us to fight to the death with this so-called Eternals. Even if we have to take action, we have to deal with them first. As for this Eternals, it won't be too late to deal with them later. Xianxia agreed, and so did Jiang Dongjian. Fei Yan could only agree. Alright, gather the information and report it to the commander. The commander will decide the final outcome. In the distance, Luin frowned. Were they going to give up? He had underestimated the Limitless Empire's tolerance towards the Eternals. They did not care about the Eternals at all, just like how Heavens Above Heaven had done in the past. The Eternals were not a threat to the Limitless Empire. The Limitless Empire's confidence in themselves was exactly the same as Heavens Above Heaven. They did not think that the Eternals could pose a threat. Since that was the case, Luin decided to take action and leave the princes and princesses here. He did not believe that the Limitless Empire would not care. If they really did not care, he would have to make a trip there himself. Since they were already here, they could forget about leaving. However, something unexpected happened very quickly. The results of the sixth mainland's investigation shocked Shangqing and the others. This result made it impossible for them to give up on this place. It might even surpass the 13th ring's energy utilization rate. I've never seen such a high energy utilization rate before. What's going on with this spacetime? Xiangxia's expression changed. Shangqing's eyes blazed. Regardless of what's going on with this spacetime, we found the Empire's hope of breaking through. Fei Yan was also excited. The Empire has been on expeditions for countless years, and we've only encountered a 12th ring energy utilization rate once. That's why we have our current strength. Now that this spacetime has a 13th ring energy utilization rate, Emperor Shang will definitely not give up on this place. We won't either. Shangqing suppressed his excitement. It was the 13th ring. Once the Empire confirmed and obtained it, it would be his achievement. He had the highest status in this spacetime, and even if he had not taken action, Fei Yan would not have been able to do anything if Luin had not allowed him to come here. He had tacitly approved of Fei Yan's arrival and the investigation of this spacetime, which had led to this result. This achievement could not be escaped. Xiangxia's expression was solemn. The utilization of the 13th ring is indeed attractive to the Empire, and is the hope of a breakthrough. But have you ever thought about the war that happened when the utilization of the 12th ring was discovered? That war almost dragged the entire Limitless Empire into the abyss of death. Because at that time, the 12th ring was a power that the Limitless Empire had never had before. But now, this spacetime has the utilization of the 13th ring. There might be a powerhouse behind that creature, and the fifth mainland has never been explored. It might seem like we're conquering this spacetime, but in reality, someone in this spacetime might be using us to deal with the sixth mainland. We're just pawns. These words calmed everyone down. Shangqing was not stupid. The Limitless Empire had almost been destroyed during the war over the 12th ring energy utilization rate, and the energy in this spacetime could do the same. In the distance, Lu Yin's lips curled up. None of them were stupid, and some things could be seen through if they were too obvious. However, he was no longer worried about the Limitless Empire running away. It seemed like they had an even greater desire. What's the 13th ring energy utilization rate? Luin asked. Beside him, Bu Qing and the others were astonished, but they did not hesitate and replied, the Limitless Empire's 13th ring energy is not a type of energy that exists in the universe. It's a general term for the energy produced by the movement of energy. Get to the point, Luin interrupted. He obviously knew this since he had already asked before. In the natural world, wind, water, electricity, and so on could produce energy through movement. Humans could use these energies to do many things, as they naturally existed in the universe. However, there was one type of energy that was not born in the universe, and it was a power that appeared when a progenitor changed the world. For example, the monarch's aura or the power of wood from the wood spacetime. These energies covered a region of spacetime, and since they existed, they could be used. The Limitless Empire used their 13th ring energy technology to collect these energies and use them to produce energy. This meant that Limitless Empire could increase the power of human cultivation through movement, which was how ring energy had appeared. The reason why Limitless Empire's people couldn't cultivate was because the ring energy they controlled was a power that humans could cultivate. Once they cultivated, they would gain an additional power that would clash with each other, causing the ring energy to be unable to move accurately. In the end, the Limitless Empire chose the latter and gave up on cultivation. From their point of view, ring energy was much more powerful, and there was no need for them to fight for it. This was the technology of the cultivation world. Every energy movement or collision will produce a different level of destructive power, which corresponds to the number of rings. The number of rings one can reach depends on the ring energy utilization rate. The highest ring energy utilization rate in the Empire right now is the 12th ring, Buqing replied. Luin looked at her. What would happen if there was a 13th ring energy utilization rate? 13th ring. Buqing was about to answer when she suddenly realized something. 13th ring? Beside her, Fei Fei, Redbeard, and the other person were all stunned. From their expressions, it was obvious that the 13th ring energy utilization rate was a huge shock to Limitless Empire. Luin also understood that this was similar to the shock of the Lost Tribe's ancient card. Or rather, there would be a chance for the 6 parties to succeed. This was a huge temptation for Grand Empyreans and the others, and they wouldn't give up no matter what. In that case, Luin left and returned to the above heaven, no longer paying attention to Limitless Empire. If they could give up on the 6th mainland under such circumstances, then Luin would accept it. But now, Limitless Empire knew about the 5th and 6th mainlands. To prevent them from rushing to the 5th, Luin decided to leave the ancestral turtle at the astral beast domain's border. In any case, if Limitless Empire wanted to collect the 13th ring energy, they could only go to the 6th mainland. This was clearly using them to deal with the Eternals and help the above heaven reclaim the 6th mainland. What they did was up to them. Luin also took Buqing and the others to the above heaven. When they saw the enormous above heaven, Buqing and the others felt an unprecedented shock that almost caused them to collapse. The Limitless Empire also had an incomparably huge imperial city, but it was of a completely different style from the above heaven. One was similar to a technological civilization, while the other was purely a cultivation civilization. Letting people from a technological civilization see the existence of a cultivation civilization that suppressed everything, that kind of shock was incomparable. Luin didn't have time to bother with these 4, so he had the Second Night King keep an eye on them. After all, they were ordinary people who couldn't even leave the above heavens mountain. He then went to the hexagon to look for the fog progenitor. During the first battle of Disaster Zone, the ancestor of the past had not killed the mistress, he had only knocked her out. When Luin and the others had retreated, they had naturally brought the mistress with them, but she had not returned to the origin space. Luin had always been concerned about the she ancestor's existence, and he wanted to find out more through the fog ancestor. Even now, ancestor of the fog had not returned to the origin space. The 4-way scales had been eliminated, Xianxia only had a clone, Bai Wang Yuan had escaped to the reincarnation spacetime, Wang Fan had betrayed humanity, and Long Air had died in battle. After the Lu family returned, she did not return to the starry sky tree to see old ancestor Tianyi. Luin arrived at a new inn in the void god spacetime. The endless battlefield was now under the control of the Hexagon Society, and the Eternals had no way of breaking into their parallel universes. Thus, the void god spacetime border had stopped. The atmosphere in the new inn was very good. Luin changed his appearance and entered. The fog progenitor was at the void god spacetime border, and she often entered the new inn. She had become good friends with Cho Shui. Bro, I've never seen you before. Did you just arrive? Luin sat down, and the waiter hurried over to greet him. Many gazes fell on him. Luin smiled. Yes, my family sent me here to gain experience. Ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused a wave of laughter. Luin was surprised. What's wrong? A muscular man at a nearby table put down his wine bowl. Gain experience? Gain experience my ass. The Eternals have been chased away. Xiao Bai, you've come to the wrong place. I didn't come to the wrong place. It's precisely because the Eternals aren't here that I came to gain experience. When I return, I can say that I went to the border and even fought there. Brat, you're really lucky. If Master Lu hadn't led the Hexagon Society to defeat the Eternals, you wouldn't even have found a place to gain experience. Back then, Master Lu hadn't appeared, and the Hexagon Society was nowhere safe. You could have died at any time. Yes, brat. You should thank Master Lu. He saved your life and even gave you a chance to gain experience. Xiao Bai, bah. Some were happy, while others mocked. The Eternals had retreated, and everyone's lives were guaranteed. However, there was also a group of people who took the opportunity to gain experience for their juniors. This was normal, but it caused many to be jealous. Ignore them. What would you like to drink, little brother? The waiter asked enthusiastically. His attitude was different from before. Actually, if possible, no one wanted to die. It was impossible for the people in the Nuin to leave alive. At first, they wanted to die even more, but as time passed and they got used to the parting of life and death, some things were not that big of a deal. It was even better to be alive. Give me a jug of your best wine, Luin said, and then paused. I'll take care of everyone's debts today. Everyone looked at Luin. How generous. Bro, no matter what you're here for, whether it's to gain experience or gain experience, I'll thank you for your generosity. Thank you, bro, many thanks. The expressions of those who had been mocking and jealous changed. Those who had truly fought on the battlefield were not shallow, and a single meal was enough to resolve conflicts. Everyone had their own fate. Some people were able to climb up from the bottom because of their ability, while others were born with a silver spoon in their mouths because of their ability. Jealousy was just a waste of one's life. After the Lu family had been exiled, Luin had climbed up step by step from an ordinary person. He had experienced many life and death situations, and he had endured many hardships. His current status was something he had fought for. Everyone only had one life, and since he was born into this world, why not fight for a future? Actually, the joy of climbing up from the bottom was far from what someone who had been born at the end could experience. This was a blessing bestowed upon him by the heavens. Upstairs, Chohua looked at Luin. He was an unfamiliar family member, but he had an unusual temperament. Interesting. For more than 10 days, Luin went to the Nuin to wait for the missed ancestor. He could have searched for the missed ancestor, but he did not. He simply waited for the missed ancestor to arrive. The Nuin's guests changed batch after batch. Every day, Luin would say, I'll take care of their debts. This would always lead to laughter. The laughter of the battlefield was always delightful. In the Nuin, the woman with heavy makeup and a vengeful heart came over. Do you know that the outside world is saying that there's a spendthrift in the Nuin? He's treating people to drinks. Luin took a sip of wine. That's pretty good. Haha, you're really generous. My Nuin isn't expensive, but it's not cheap either. Kid, tell me, which family are you from? Luin looked at the woman. I heard that you like the boss here? The woman smiled sweetly. Who told you that? It's embarrassing to say it out loud. A crush is the truth. Luin shook his head. If you like him, then say it out loud. Haha, kid, I don't need you to lecture me. The woman twisted her waist and left. Soon, she returned with a flask of wine. The boss is treating you. Lu. Ian was surprised. I'm honored. The boss is a virtual realm powerhouse. Why would he notice me? The woman smiled. The boss said that your gaze is very familiar. Luin smiled and opened the flask. Good wine. Do you know what wine it is? I don't know. Actually, I prefer tea. Kid, you'll get beaten up if you say that. The woman rolled her eyes. It was really rare to meet such a person at the border. Normally, the people she met would either be dejected or have a lingering fear. They would never be like this kid, who would tease her. Those people are right. If Lord Lu hadn't forced the Eternals to retreat, you little guys wouldn't have come to the border, and I wouldn't have met such an interesting little guy like you. Heh heh. With that, she swayed her hips and walked away in a seductive manner. Luin poured himself a cup of wine and raised his glass naturally. Chohua was standing there quietly. When he saw Luin propose a toast, he nodded and raised his glass as well. The woman saw this and looked back at Luin. Something was wrong. Who didn't know about the boss's temper? Even a powerhouse at the same level might not be so polite. Who was this kid? Today's debt is on me. Luin shouted, startling the woman. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Luin. Everyone cheered. It had been many years since this new inn had heard so much laughter. This was a battlefield of life and death, but now it really seemed like an ordinary inn. On this day, the woman sat at Lu Yin's table and chatted with him. She was becoming more and more curious about Lu Yin's identity. A woman walked in from outside. Lu Yin looked over and his eyes flashed. She's here. The woman with heavy makeup looked up and frowned. She muttered, "Why is she here again?" Annoying. Lu Yin was curious. She's not welcome? The woman with heavy makeup rolled her eyes. You have sharp eyes. Lu Yin smiled and raised his arm. This way. The woman was startled. What are you doing? She's not welcome, so I'm helping you teach her a lesson. The woman was shocked. Don't be rash. You can't afford to offend her. At the door, the mist ancestor saw Lu Yin and walked over. The woman grew anxious and glared at Lu Yin. She stood up and walked towards the mist ancestor. Senior, please forgive her. That kid didn't do it on purpose. The mist ancestor's expression was calm. Make some tea. He walked past the woman and sat down at Lu Yin's table. Why are you here? Only then did the woman with heavy makeup come to her senses. She was so angry that she ground her teeth. This little fellow actually knew that senior. Damn it, to think that she was worried about him. Lu Yin looked at the mist ancestor and said, Senior, since you didn't want to go back, I had no choice but to come here. How did you feel after meeting your master? The mist ancestor frowned. I didn't know that master had joined the Eternals. Senior, do you know that your master is the Qing Luo Jiantian, an absolute powerhouse who has lived since the above heaven sect era? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor shook her head. I don't know. When I was young, I accidentally met her. She taught me how to cultivate and gave me the name Shiwei. She raised me, but after I broke through to the ancestor realm, she disappeared and never appeared again. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The Qing Luo Jiantian is a powerhouse who forced the Lu family to change their cultivation path. She knows the Grand Empyrean and the Star Toad. If I'm not wrong, she might also be a powerhouse who went through bitter adversity. Senior, if possible, I hope that you can tell me everything about your master. The mist ancestor sighed. If possible, I would tell you as well, but I really don't know anything about master. I don't even know the name Qing Luo Jiantian. You probably haven't heard of it either. Even after the Lu family returned, Senior Solsky never mentioned it to you, right? Lu Yin did not deny it. That's because that name has long since disappeared with history. If not for the Battle of Calamity Zone, which put the Eternals in a critical situation, Master might not have revealed the name of the Qing Luo Jiantian, the mist ancestor said. At that moment, a woman with heavy makeup came over with a teapot and poured tea for the two. She moved very slowly, as she wanted to listen in on their conversation. Mist rose into the air. Tea was a rare sight in this new inn. The misty ancestor was very famous here. And everyone knew that she was an unimaginable expert. When they saw that Lu Yin was actually sitting down and conversing with the misty ancestor, the surrounding people looked at each other. They knew that they had misjudged Lu Yin. This guy was no fool, nor was he here to gain fame. He was actually a hidden expert. It was no wonder that everyone in the new inn treated him differently. That woman with heavy makeup was always sticking to him. When they thought of this, everyone lowered their heads and no longer dared to talk. Based on your master's personality, why is he hiding in the first calamity zone? Luin asked. The hand of the woman with heavy makeup trembled. The first zone of calamity, this was a name that had only been spread recently. Experts from the Outlands had besieged and killed Heavenly Lord Victor, and the Six Direction Society, under the leadership of Lord Lu, had charged into the zone of calamity. The truth about the everlasting race had gradually surfaced. Although the upper echelons of the Six Direction Society did not know that the everlasting race had 6 zones of calamity, they knew that they were currently at war with the first zone of calamity. The woman had also heard this from Chohua. This news brought despair to many members of the Six Paths Guild. Those at the bottom thought that the Eternals had been beaten back and cheered, but in reality, they had only beaten back the first realm of disaster. Anyone who knew about the first calamity region was not someone an ordinary person could provoke. When she heard Luin mention the first calamity zone, the woman with heavy makeup turned around and left. She knew that Luin wasn't an ordinary person, just as she had guessed. This person might be someone that even the boss couldn't afford to offend. Suddenly, she turned back to look at Luin. His gaze was familiar, and he was also familiar with this woman. Was this person really him? The Mist Ancestor picked up her teacup and watched the rising steam. Master has always been a quiet person who stands aloof from worldly affairs. From the moment I was conscious, she had never interacted with the outside world. Even when I was in danger, she never acted. In the Daosor sect, Xiaoshang, Ku Jia, and the others from the same generation did not know of Master's existence. I've asked her about her origins, but she did not tell me. I never would have imagined that we would meet again. She watched the ripples in her tea. She had never dreamed that she would run into her master during the battle of the first zone of calamity. Why was Master in the everlasting race? Who exactly was she? What did Ancestor she say to you during that battle? Luin asked. The Mist Ancestor's voice was gloomy. I repeatedly asked her why she was in the zone of calamity and why she had joined the everlasting race, but Master did not give me an answer. She only said 4 words. She looked at Luin with a solemn expression. She had no choice. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. She had no choice? These 4 words caused his heart to sink, as this was not good news. How powerful was the Qing Luo sword art? She had been able to end the battle with a single sword strike and even had the Star Toad take the initiative to greet her. If even someone like that had no choice, then the everlasting race's foundation was too terrifying. The atmosphere was heavy. After a while, Luin finally spoke up. You're a disciple of the Qing Luo sword art. Does that mean that you also have spiritual force? The Mist Ancestor shook her head. Master has never taught me anything related to spiritual force. I also relied on myself to reach the progenitor realm step by step. Master only gave me a few pointers at the most critical moments. It's just like how I became one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas and obtained a battle technique. That was also because of Master's pointers. Master has never taught me any battle techniques. The reason why I gave Long 2 pointers is also related to Master. Master's every action, every word, and every action affects me. I saw a shadow of myself in Long 2, so I couldn't help but give him pointers with my battle technique, allowing him to break through to the progenitor realm. Luin felt that it was a pity. If you understood your master's strength, then we might have a way to deal with her. The Mist Ancestor's expression turned ugly. It was difficult for her to deal with her own master. But her master belonged to the everlasting tribe and was her mortal enemy. This was something that could not be changed. Luin asked, Senior, now that everything has been settled, why haven't you returned to the origin space? The Mist Ancestor took a deep breath. I want to deal with Wang Fan. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wang Fan is a traitor. It's not just you who wants to deal with him, but everyone else. This is not just your problem. The Mist Ancestor bitterly replied, It's my fault. Actually, I had the chance to kill Wang Fan back then, but I didn't. It's all my fault. If I had killed Wang Fan back then, many things would not have happened, and your Lu family would not have been exiled. Luin did not understand. What do you mean you had the chance to kill Wang Fan? The Mist Ancestor stood up. This is my fault, and I will take responsibility for it. Master Lu, protect the humans well. She then turned to leave. Luin stood up. Senior, Wang Fan is hiding in the first calamity. If you go in, you'll be seeking death. I won't seek death. I'm also waiting for an opportunity. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Don't forget what my battle technique is. Luin softly said, I saw Progenitor Chen. The mist ancestor suddenly turned around and looked at Luin excitedly. He's still alive? Luin smiled. I still don't believe that the once invincible Progenitor Chen would die. I also don't believe that Progenitor Ku, who possessed the ability to reverse things when they reach an extreme, would die. The rune progenitor was well read and created rune lines. The Hui progenitor saw through the past and present, and her strategies were unparalleled. I don't believe that they're all dead. Senior, take care. The mist ancestor's eyes reddened, and she turned to leave without another word. At this moment, only she could understand her own feelings. That era had been the best. The enemy progenitor Chen, the low-key Ku progenitor, the sinister Wang Fan, the show-off by Wang Yuan, and so on. The Hui progenitor would occasionally sow discord. That era had been their era, the era of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. She really wanted to go back and take a look, even if it was just a glance. She had thought that she would never be able to return to that beautiful era, but were those people really dead? Wang Fan wanted to settle this matter, and she also needed to give Ku Jia an explanation. Was he really secretly in love with her? Countless thoughts appeared in the mist ancestor's mind, and even a progenitor like her could not control her emotions. She really wanted to see them again. Luin watched as the mist ancestor left. With progenitor Chen holding her back and Ku Jia in the Lu family, she would not act rashly. Wang Fan would definitely settle the score. Luin drank the tea in his cup and left as well. From start to finish, Chou Shui did not appear. A woman with heavy makeup walked over and looked at the door in a daze. In the astral beast domain, within a spatial tear, Xianxia and the others were waiting for news from the Limitless Empire. They had already sent all the information regarding the spacetime back to the Limitless Empire more than 10 days ago. Emperor Shang had to decide whether to attack the spacetime or not. That creature that suddenly appeared was a turtle, right? Xianxia looked at the ancestral turtle on the screen. Fei Yan was solemn. Another 10th ring creature. No, its defense might not be any weaker than the previous one. It's an 11th ring creature. According to our understanding, this is only the astral beast domain. The other side of the creature is the 5th mainland, the human domain. Although we have some information about the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland only knew about the 5th mainland decades ago. No one knows what the 5th mainland is like now, Shang Anan said. Xianxia guessed there shouldn't be too many changes. After all, it's only been a few decades. Shang Anan glanced at him. The 6th mainland said that the astral beast domain is ruled by the celestial beast empire, but what about now? No matter how you look at it, the astral beast domain is ruled by the 2 creatures. The celestial beast empire only exists in name. Something must have happened to the 5th mainland. It's better to be careful. Xianxia had the highest status here, but even he could not make such a big decision. This decision might bring the Limitless Empire to unprecedented heights, or it might cause the Limitless Empire to collapse. Only Emperor Shang had the right to decide. A day later, Fei Yan was excited. The Empire has sent an order. The others looked at Fei Yan with solemn expressions. Fei Yan's expression was solemn. The Empire has decided to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the 6th mainland. At the same time, we will use the 6th mainland's energy as a foundation to test the 13th ring. His Majesty has sent us a message. He paused for a moment. Others can use us, and we can use them. Everyone has their own goals. As long as the 13th ring is successful, no enemy will be a match for the Limitless Empire. Xianxia was excited. Good, as expected of father. That's right. No matter how the 5th mainland uses us, since they have used us, it means that it won't be easy for them to deal with the 6th mainland. According to the results of our investigation, the 6th mainland might be hiding their strength, but as long as the Empire sends reinforcements, we can take them down. No matter how strong the fifth mainland is, it can't be stronger than the limitless empire. Jiang Dongjin's gaze was stern. No matter how strong the fifth mainland is, as long as the 13th ring is a success, the empire's strength will skyrocket and suppress all enemies. If the strategy in this dimension succeeded, it would be a great achievement for Xianxia. As for Jiang Dongjin, he cared more about the 13 ring ability. He was the top genius of the limitless empire and was very close to the 11th ring ability. Everyone was sure that he could control the 12 ring ability and become the 6th cornerstone of the Optimus Prime. If the empire developed a 13 ring ability, he was confident that he could use it. At that time, the 9th princess would definitely be his. A protector who could use the 13 ring ability, even if she was a princess, was definitely worthy of him. Fei Yan was glad that the empire's decision gave him hope to save his son. Only Xianxia looked into the distance and felt uneasy. Was it really that simple? She couldn't be at ease until she saw the fifth mainland clearly. She always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at them. General Fei Yan, did father say who he would send reinforcements to? Xianxia asked anxiously. Fei Yan hesitated and said, the crown prince, Shang Tianzong. Xianxia's expression changed. If Shang Tianzong came, half of the achievements here would be taken away. Father didn't want him to surpass Shang Tianzong. Damn it. Expedition Army Commander Bu Wu, Reserve Minister Han Yan, Expedition Army General Gu Shan, and Empire Academy Vice Principal Lu Ling are all on the list, Fei Yan said. Jiang Dongjian was surprised. Even Vice Principal Lu Ling is here? Xianxia said in a low voice, Shang Tianzong must have asked her to help. The Vice Principal of the Empire Academy is so important. She isn't even assigned by the Empire, but she can come here to help. Other than Shang Tianzong, the student she cares about the most, no one else can ask her to help. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Shan and Lu Ling are both 11-ring masters. In addition to Shang Tianzong and Han Yan, we already have General Fei Yan and Jiang Dongjian here. We should be able to deal with anything in this battle. Fei Yan said, the Empire has been on expeditions for so many years, and we rarely send out so many masters. Either we directly give up when we encounter a powerful master like the Divine Kingdom, or we send out several 10th ring mechas to defeat them. In this situation, this battle will definitely be recorded in the history of the Empire. Please don't be careless. Limitless Empire was waiting for reinforcements, and when Luin saw this, he relaxed. The temptation of the 13 rings was too great for Limitless Empire to stay behind. Actually, the 6th mainland didn't have many powerhouses, so it wouldn't be too difficult to subdue it. However, since the Limitless Empire was willing to do the job for him, Luin was happy to be idle. Once the 6th mainland's Eternals were eliminated, he would continue to surprise the Limitless Empire. The Stargate that led to the 4th Zone of Calamity was still in his cosmic ring. As for the 13th ring, it was not that easy to succeed. If it was that easy, the Limitless Empire would have been invincible long ago. Lu Yin's current goal was to break through to the Ancestor Realm. With his current strength and various techniques, he could barely deal with an expert from the sequence laws. However, he was still far from being able to reach the level of the 7 sky gods. The first battle in the disaster region had left a deep impression on him, and he wanted to break through to the Ancestor Realm. At the very least, he was close to breaking through to the Ancestor Realm. When others broke through to the Ancestor Realm, their inner world would transform into an ancestral world, and they would succeed if they could survive the origin tribulation. However, Luin was different. Firstly, the astral source within his body was incomparably vast, and even he did not know what he would encounter during the origin tribulation. Secondly, he had 4 inner worlds, and none of them were simple inner worlds. The limitless inner world was fine, as it seemed more normal. However, flowing light, which used space to chase after time, was something that Luin had no idea about before. Now, after his journey to the outer realm, he had gradually found a direction, so he should be able to solve this problem. However, the worldly textless heavenly tone would be troublesome. He had no idea how to transform these 2 inner worlds into ancestral worlds, especially the earthly tome. Even now, he still did not know how to use the earthly tome. He had never used the earthly tome to fight an enemy before, so he was at a loss. He didn't even know how to use it, let alone transform it into an ancestral world. Rashly breaking through to the ancestor realm would only result in death. Lu Yin's head hurt, and he could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time. Feeling vexed, he walked over to the cauldron and looked over. The sapling had poked out and cutely extended its branches and leaves to rub Lu Yin's chin. Only then did his mood improve. Oh, that's right, the rosewood essence. It was the nine-headed bird's most precious treasure, and it was even more precious than a parallel universe with a different flow of time. However, Lu Yin did not know how to use it from the nine-headed bird's memories. Lu Yin took out the essence and stared at it. At that moment, the sapling's entire body poked out of the cauldron as if it was staring at the essence. Lu Yin was astonished. You like it? The sapling's leaves constantly flickered with a faint light, as if responding to Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin was surprised. How do you plan to use it? The sapling's leaf slowly approached the bottle, and Lu Yin opened the cap to pour a drop of the essence onto the leaf. The essence was immediately absorbed by the leaf, and the sapling grew excited. The leaf's green radiance grew even more dazzling, but it was gentle and not blinding. Lu Yin looked at the leaves and noticed that the surface of the leaves seemed to have darkened. Could it be that the essence's effect was to promote the growth of trees? After thinking about it, Lu Yin brought the sapling outside of the Starfall Sea's horizontal black hole. Come, let me see how big you are. The sapling bounced away from Lu Yin and began to stretch out. There were people from the fifth mainland entering and exiting the Starfall Sea, and they soon saw a giant tree that reached into the sky. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? Lu Yin raised his head and sighed in admiration. The sapling had indeed become very large, but it was still very far from the mother tree. There was no comparison at all. However, how long had the mother tree been growing? The sapling was only a few decades old. Seeing that the sapling was no longer stretching, Lu Yin knew that it had reached its peak. Not bad. The sapling heard this and swayed a little, causing the sky to shake and the earth to shake. The surrounding people were so frightened that they hurriedly fled and reported to the above heaven that a giant tree had appeared in the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin poured out another drop of essence onto the sapling. The leaves at the top of the sapling received the essence, and as the essence merged with the tree grew even larger. So that's what it was, it really did promote the growth of trees. However, what did this have to do with the nine-headed bird? Why did it care so much? The nine-headed bird was born from this wood, so could it be that the wood had accompanied it? Or could it be that it could recreate another piece of wood from the essence of the wood? Did it think that it could create a nine-headed bird just because it had one more piece of wood? It was not impossible. Although these creatures were very smart, their biological nature had not changed. Their thinking was different from that of humans. Lu Yin was about to pour out more essence when he suddenly slapped his head. He had forgotten that he had actually used it like that. What a waste. He should have used his dye's 3 pips before giving it to the sapling to absorb. Lu Yin patted the sapling. Alright, turn back. The sapling's body continued to shrink until it returned to its cute and petite form. It jumped into Lu Yin's embrace and rubbed its chin with its leaves like a child. Lu Yin laughed. Let's go. I'll take you home and let you grow up quickly. The sapling grew even happier and continued to act like a spoiled child in Lu Yin's embrace. After they left, in a certain direction of the Starfall Sea, a star sovereign opened her eyes. Had they left? Ever since she had joined the Above Heaven sect, she had initially stayed there, but she had later volunteered to guard the Starfall Sea. She did not want to interact with others. After joining the Above Heaven sect, she had been promised that she would stay behind to guard the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin knew that the Star Sovereign was here, but he did not greet her. This woman had only wanted to protect her hometown and was not on the same side as the Above Heaven sect, so it did not matter to him. After returning to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin began to roll his die. The first 2 times, he had rolled 1 pip and obtained something useless, but the third time, he had rolled 3 pips. He took out the essence and placed it on the upper screen. Then, he began to frantically toss in star essence. The essence dropped, and it could be upgraded. Lu Yin watched as the gurgling wood essence continuously decreased, then increased, decreased, and increased again. A single drop of gurgling wood essence had consumed 800 billion star essence, which was a rather exaggerated figure. It should be known that even Chun-Kong's dreamscape had only cost him 3 trillion star essence to upgrade it to the point where it could deceive a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence. As expected of something that even a creature like the nine-headed bird cherished, this essence could be considered a supreme treasure on the level of the sequence. A bottle of essence still contained about 20 drops, and upgrading all of them would require more than 1 trillion star essence. Luin only had 74 trillion star essence on him, and he had used up so much in one go. His heart ached, but he had no choice. For the sake of the sapling, he had to be willing to part with it. He took a deep breath and started upgrading. Every time he upgraded a drop, he would toss that drop to the sapling, which it happily accepted and absorbed. Then, drop after drop, drop after drop. By the time all of the essence had been upgraded and absorbed by the sapling, Luin was left with 56 trillion star essence. Luin looked at the sapling, which was still as large and adorable as ever. However, did it have an extra leaf? Luin blinked, as there really was an extra leaf, but he didn't know how old it was now. He reached out to pet the sapling. "Are you happy?" The sapling jumped up and almost bumped into Luin, but he laughed and hugged it. "All right, go play." The sapling was reluctant to part, and Luin played with it for a while longer before it returned to the cauldron. It really liked the cauldron. After playing with the sapling for a while, Lu Yin's mood improved. If he couldn't figure it out himself, then he would ask someone else. The first person he thought of was the Fog Ancestor, as her mountain sea battle technique was especially suited for helping others. However, he had just met her, and he didn't know where she was right now. Luin could only look for Forefather Tianyi. With Forefather Tianyi's experience, he should be able to help him sort out his thoughts. Forefather Tianyi had been injured considerably during the first Battle of Calamity region, but it wasn't to the point where he needed to go into seclusion to recover. Luin looked for him and asked about his 4 inner worlds. Forefather Tianyi replied, "I've been thinking about this for a long time. You'll eventually break through to Ancestor Realm, and since that's the case, your inner world will transform into an ancestral world. However, it won't be easy for your inner world to transform. My Lu family specializes in strength, and your first realm, an unlimited inner world, perfectly matches my family's strength. If you can complement it with the direct descendant visualization method, it'll be quite good." Luin was puzzled. The fifth mainland's visualization method? Lu Tian nodded and sat across from Luin. "You know about visualizing the fifth mainland, but visualizing it first and then thinking about it later. Have you really visualized the fifth mainland?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had never visualized the fifth mainland before. The Fates in his heart had formed the fifth mainland, and he believed that it was his own visualization. However, he had never used it to increase his strength. The Lu family's visualization is divided into the direct line and the collateral line. You've been visualizing the Akalanatha king for years, and now that you know that it's dead, you've reached the end of this path. The only reason you can still visualize it is because you've intentionally forgotten that it's dead. But how long can you persist? Even if you persist forever, how much can you improve? The direct line of visualization will always be the fifth mainland. My Lu family is the ruler of the fifth mainland, and what the fifth mainland can give us is this visualization power. And you have a unique advantage in this aspect because you have the wordless heavenly book. You're the Tao Lord recognized by the fifth mainland, and you've been recognized by the fifth mainland's will. Patriarch Lu Yuan should have told you this before." Luin nodded. "I think I understand." Lu Tianyi smiled. "Actually, I've wanted to tell you this for a long time, but your path is different from ours. Perhaps you'll do better than I expected, so unless it's absolutely necessary, no one will try to change your cultivation path. Patriarch Lu Yuan doesn't dare to tell you anything because he's afraid that changing you, even if it's just a little, will change your future path. Little 7, you're the hope of the Lu family, and everyone in the Lu family will risk their lives to protect you. We want to nurture you, but we don't dare to. Do you understand?" Lu Yin's heart warmed. "I understand." Lu Tianyi smiled. "Visualizing the fifth mainland will increase your strength and strengthen your limitless inner world. One day, you'll be able to use the limitless to encompass the limited and turn the limited into the limitless. When that time comes, your limitless inner world will be complete, and I believe that no one will be able to compete with you in terms of strength. Luyin solemnly replied, I understand. Don't worry, Patriarch. I'll definitely be able to do it. Lu Tianyi grunted and thought about it. As for the other 3 inner worlds, I can't do anything about them, but there's something I need to tell you. He looked at Luyin seriously. Did you encounter a speck of dust when your 3rd inner world was formed? Luyin nodded. The Lu family hadn't returned yet when he underwent his half-progenitor origin tribulation, so he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Lu Tianyi said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, that speck of dust should be the primogenitor's weapon. Its name is First Dust. The primogenitor's weapon? No one had ever told him that an ancestral weapon had appeared during his origin tribulation. How was this possible? It actually involved the primogenitor. That was a primogenitor, an unimaginable expert. Although the only true god and grand empyreans were powerhouses that had crossed the bitter adversity, in that ancient era, the ancestor stood above all life. Whether it was the only true god or grand empyreans, they were all suppressed. Although no one knew whether the ancestor was dead or alive, no one believed that he had been killed by the only true god. After the collapse of the first mainland, the primogenitor had not made a move. No one knew what had happened to the primogenitor. As for the strength of the primogenitor, no one knew. Logically speaking, he should have been in the bitter adversity realm. After all, if he was an eternal powerhouse, how could he have allowed the only true god to destroy the above? Heaven? But no matter what realm he was at, the primogenitor was still the strongest existence known to humanity. No matter how high Mr. Mu's status was in Lu Yin's heart, he did not believe that Mr. Mu could surpass the primogenitor. The primogenitor's weapon had actually appeared. It had appeared during his own origin tribulation, making Lu Yin feel as if he had exchanged blows with the primogenitor. It was an indescribable feeling. Was it fear? Or was it honor? It was hard to say. He only knew that he was in big trouble. His 3rd inner world was just a speck of dust, and no matter how he looked at it, it was similar to first dust during his origin tribulation. Could it be that he had stolen the primogenitor's weapon? Lu Yin laughed. How could that be? The mortal realm was just an inner world, and no matter what, it could not involve the primogenitor's level. Then what exactly was going on? Lu Tianyi did not understand either. Lu Yuan had been the one to tell him about this, but he had not told Lu Yin because he was afraid of scaring him. Now that Lu Yin had come to ask about his inner world, he had to tell him. When he saw Lu Yin's expression, Lu Tianyi coughed. Little 7, don't think too much about it. Just treat the primogenitor as a cultivator. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. That's easy for you to say. If it really is related to the primogenitor's 3rd inner world, then no matter how powerful it is, it will be difficult to transform it. Lu Tianyi obviously knew this, but what could he do? Sometimes, it was not good to be too talented. Speaking of which, Lu Yin not only had 4 inner worlds, but he also cultivated divine power. There had never been such a person in human history. Even the 3 realms and 6 daos had not been so strange. Who would have thought that Lu Tianyi, the leader of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, would one day be stumped by a half-ancestor? Lu Yin left and returned to the above heaven sect. Forefather Tianyi promised that he would do his best to help Lu Yin think of a way to transform his inner world. Of course, Lu Yin did not hold out much hope. Forefather Tianyi had lived for so many years, and if he could think of something, he would have thought of it long ago. He still had to rely on himself. He suddenly thought of the wisdom root tea. How great would it be if he had some more? The Hui ancestor was not dead, so Lu Yin could ask him for some the next time he saw him. He should have some. Little Can, who had been imprisoned by the Wang family in the mine, had been released after Lu Yin dealt with the 4-way Libra. Lu Yin had sent people to investigate, and this person seemed to be a descendant of the Hui ancestor's disciple, which was why he had a wisdom root. After returning to the above heaven sect, the wordless heaven book appeared in front of Lu Yin. He wanted to use it to visualize the 5th mainland and strengthen his limitless inner world. At the same time, he wanted to explore more ways to use the wordless heaven book. How shocking it had been when he had first formed 4 inner worlds was now a headache for him. However, once all 4 of his inner worlds transformed into his ancestral world, things would be different. Luin could imagine just how powerful he would be at that time. He was very sure that the moment he broke through to Ancestor, he would be able to rival the 7 sky gods. The gap between him and other cultivators was just too great. The prerequisite was that he had to break through to Ancestor. Luin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at the wordless heaven book and began to visualize the 5th mainland. At the same time, a continent formed from fates and appeared in the void of space in his heart. A month quickly passed, but there was still no movement from the limitless empire. During this month, Luin rolled his die and obtained Enhance. He had visualized the 5th mainland for an entire year in the time-stop space, and he had continued to roll his die after coming out. However, he had not rolled a single Enhance during the second round. 10 days passed, and he rolled his die again. This time, he obtained Enhance and continued to visualize. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin returned to the real world. 1 second in the real world was equivalent to 1 year in the time-stop space. He had already spent 2 years visualizing the 5th mainland. The wordless heaven book floated in front of him. Ian began to recite the primogenitor's scripture. He had relied on the scripture to transcend his tribulation and obtain the wordless heaven book's inner world. He had not thought much about it in the past, but now, he wanted to try all sorts of possibilities. As he recited the primogenitor's scripture, the wordless heaven book emitted a faint glow. At the same time, various voices rang out in Lu Yin's ears. "Little brat, give me the money, or I'll beat you to death. No, I want to cultivate. I only have this much star energy left. Scram. Master, look at Master Lu's statue. Quickly pay your respects. If not for Master Lu, who knows what the 5th mainland would be like." "Okay. Grandmother, I don't want to cultivate anymore." "Why, child?" "Little Ku's family spent money to buy an energy source that immediately gave me the strength of a hunter. How long will I have to cultivate for? Anyway, there's no war right now, so it doesn't matter if I don't cultivate. I'll just focus on buying energy sources." "Nonsense. Do you know that cultivation is the foundation of everything? But now that there are no more enemies, I want to do what I want to do." "You fool. If war breaks out again, those who don't cultivate will only become trash. Even if their families are destroyed, they will still be able to rise again if they cultivate. Little Ku's family has no vision, but how can our family not? The peace that Master Lu fought for was not easy to come by, and it is not for you to waste it. Kneel in front of Master Lu's statue and admit your mistakes." Luin opened his eyes, and his gaze was complicated. The world of mortals was filled with all sorts of sentient beings, and each of them had their own unique characteristics. There was the cruelty of cultivation, and there was also the uneasiness of peace. The divine kingdom was an example. If the goddess was unable to stop Di Qiong one day, then the divine kingdom would eventually be destroyed. A person's path could not be stopped, even if it was a winding path. Was there peace? Of course not, but there were some things that he could not tell them, so he had to give them another path. A few days later, the heavenly sect announced that a 6-way martial competition would be held. It would be divided into sentinels, melders, limiters, explorers, cruisers, hunters, enlighters, and even emissaries. The strongest person in each realm would be able to enter the heavenly sect to cultivate and receive the resources of the 6-way association to prepare for the upcoming war. The moment this news spread, the entire 6-way association boiled over. Ever since the first Calamity domain had been sealed, the Everlasting Tribe had been beaten into hiding. The 6-way association had already begun to relax, but this news caused countless people's hearts to burn with passion once more. Who didn't want to leave their name in history? This competition would be held for all realms, and even the sentinels would be able to enter the martial competition. For many people, this was a chance to soar. Immediately, countless members of the 6-way association made the decision to shine in the 6-way martial competition. Luin closed his eyes and recited the primogenitor's scripture, the sounds of the mortal world ringing in his ears once more. "I want to compete, and I want to come out on top. Little brat, you think you can do it? Can you win? Father, if I win, I'll soar in the future." "What can't you have?" "That's right, ha 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 ha. Little brat, go. Father supports you. Whatever you lack, Father will snatch it for you. Master, I'll definitely win. I'm unrivaled in the Lamita realm. Hehe, Master will do his best to help you. When you win, send Master Lu my regards when you see him. I understand, Master. My son, you must do well and bring glory to our fifth mainland. In this six-way martial competition, our fifth mainland must come out on top in each realm. We cannot embarrass Master Lu. Elder Chan arrived at the above heaven and saw Luin. Why did you suddenly decide to participate in the six-party tournament? Luin looked into the distance. Regardless of whether it's passive or active, humans always have goals. Elder Chan smiled. I thought you didn't care. With the Eternals defeated, the iron-blooded cultivation style will change. It seems like a good thing, but it's actually a bad thing. After all, the enemy hasn't been destroyed yet. Luin looked at Elder Chan Sr. You once wanted to turn the fifth mainland into a place like the Divine Kingdom. What do you think now? Elder Chan sighed. Since ancient times, the conflicts between humans have never stopped. Even without the Eternals as an external enemy, we would still be fighting among ourselves. This will never change. However, the more it is like this, the more likely it is to bring about the progress of the times. Humans' greatest invention is lies. Everything we see and experience is built on lies. Lies give birth to wars, and wars become the ladder for human evolution. There is no need to forcefully interfere. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Wars have their limits. The wars we participate in are to protect the entire human race. This belief will never change. Moreover, preparing for war is also a form of war. The headmaster has given the six-party club a new path, Elder Chan said. Luin said, no one can truly resolve a war. All I can do is give him a goal. When humans need it, that will be the time for them to enter the battlefield. Will the headmaster personally host this six-party tournament? There's no need for that. What's the point of a reward if I can be seen so easily? Senior, I'll leave it to you. Understood. In the astral beast domain, reinforcements had arrived. Mechas arrived one after another, and at the very front was first Prince Shang Tianzong's unlimited mecha, Tianzong. Its silver color was extremely dazzling. Following closely behind was a black and white mecha. The entire Limitless Empire knew that this mecha was called Ling Luo. It was the unlimited mecha of the Empire's vice principal Lu Ling. Countless people in the Empire had started their mecha dreams from Lu Ling. Behind Ling Luo was Geshan's unlimited mecha, Skypiercer. The fourth mecha was a seemingly ordinary limitless mecha. It belonged to the Empire's chief minister, Hong Yan. Behind Hong Yan were more than 20 mechas, all of which had been transferred from the Empire. This included the limitless mechas that were originally in the Astral Beast domain. The Astral Beast domain had gathered nearly 1/5 of the Limitless Empire's limitless mechas. For the Limitless Empire, this was a huge force. Neither Shang Tianzong nor Shangqing had ever commanded such a powerful group of limitless mechas. Greetings, First Prince. Greetings to the First Prince. Shang Tianzong's voice was mellow and gentle. Get up, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Shangqing curled his lips and looked away unwillingly. Fei Yan replied respectfully, reporting to the First Prince, this subordinate is incompetent and was unable to conquer this space-time. Please punish me. Haha, General Fei Yan, you're exaggerating. This is a special situation, not a war, Shang Tianzong said. After that, he stepped aside and asked, Teacher, what can I do for you? Lu Ling said, on the battlefield, we will listen to the commander-in-chief. Is he not here yet? Fei Yan replied, the commander will be here soon. Shang Tianzong said, in that case, let's wait. Then, he looked at Shangqing. Fifth brother, it's great that you're fine. In a special situation, I was really worried that something would happen to you. Shangqing rolled his eyes. Brother, thank you for your concern. Unfortunately, I'm fine. Shang Anan immediately said, Brother, what does father think of this spacetime? Shang Tianzong was used to Shangqing's attitude. He looked at Shang Anan. Our limitless empire has been used before. As long as we can get what we want, it's fine. As long as we can get the 13 rings, we can kill everything. Xianxia smiled. Father, you're so wise. We're all planning to retreat. Shang Tianzong laughed. It's okay if we retreat. As long as we come to this space-time, we can find it again. A temporary retreat can also numb the fifth mainland. However, we don't know anything about the fifth mainland now. We're not confident, Gushan said with a heavy voice. He was the former general of the empire. Fei Yan was trained by him. When he spoke, everyone became serious. Fei Yan bowed. We're useless. We couldn't break through the blockade of those two creatures. Shang Tianzong waved his hand. It's not your fault. Two creatures with the defense of 11 rings aren't something you can fight against. As they spoke, the general of the Empire's expedition army, Bu Wu, arrived. When Bu Wu appeared, everyone bowed. Even Shang Tianzong, Shang Qing, and Shang Anan bowed to show their respect for Bu Wu. Gushan knelt on the ground excitedly. When he was in the expedition army, Bu Wu was the general. He was saved by Bu Wu several times. His life was saved by Bu Wu. Bu Wu's limitless mecha was called Stop Troops. The meaning was simple. It could make the enemy surrender and win without a fight. This was what he hoped to encounter in every parallel spacetime. At the same time, it also represented his strong confidence that he could make the enemy surrender. Bu Wu's gaze swept across everyone. Neither Shang Tianzong nor Shang Qing made him stop. He only paused for a moment on Luling. Then, he looked away and stepped forward. The sixth mainland. Bu Wu's arrival meant that the Limitless Empire had concentrated their expedition army on the sixth mainland. As a result, the Eternals there were constantly being wiped out. Mecha after mecha slaughtered the Eternal Corpse Kings. At the same time, a spacecraft's beam swept across, leaving the Eternals unable to fight back. The only two progenitor Corpse Kings of the Eternals were personally dealt with by Gushan. His limitless mecha had 11 rings of destructive power, which surpassed that of an ordinary progenitor, let alone a progenitor Corpse King. In just half a month, the 5 eternal kingdoms that the Eternals had placed in the sixth mainland were destroyed. The Limitless Empire was unstoppable, and the Eternals had no ability to resist. Those imprisoned in the Eternal Kingdoms were also released. The Limitless Empire only wanted resources, not people. They didn't care about these people and left them to fend for themselves. The Limitless Empire was like an emotionless mecha that took what it wanted without limit. It didn't care about unrelated people or things. If those in the Eternal Kingdoms tried to stop the Limitless Empire from taking resources, they would also become the Empire's enemies. The Eternals simply gave up on the sixth mainland. Luin sat on the caged Wyrm's back and watched the Eternal Kingdoms turn into empty cities. The Eternal Kingdoms that had progenitors guarding the Death God's force field also became empty cities. The Limitless Empire's mechanical hummingbirds had come to detect the death energy, but they never came out again after entering. Death energy wasn't a stellar source, and it wasn't that gentle. The Limitless Empire would definitely find out about this, and they would definitely investigate the Death God's force field again. Now, the Eternals had also given up on the sixth mainland. He couldn't just let the Limitless Empire push its energy to 13 rings. Luin wasn't sure how strong the Limitless Empire's mecha would be once it reached that level. He was ready to open a Stargate. He would connect the fourth zone of calamity to the sixth mainland and bring a powerful enemy to the Limitless Empire. He didn't know if the Limitless Empire was lucky or unlucky. Last time, when Luin had planned to attack Xianxia and leave the Limitless Empire here, the Limitless Empire had coincidentally discovered the resources that could reach 13 rings. Luin didn't need to do anything as the Limitless Empire had continuously sent reinforcements to this spacetime. This time, the Limitless Empire had encountered a powerful enemy before Luin could open a Stargate. Looking at the 9 giant wolf heads in the distance, Luin was surprised. Why was the Forgotten Ruins deity here? In the sixth mainland, under the starry sky, the 9 wolves devour the heavens caused the Limitless Empire's alarm to ring out. A mecha crashed down and shattered into pieces. Bu Wu looked at the sky as Gushan's sky-piercing sting and Fei Yan's blue mountain attacked at the same time. The 9 wolves devour the heavens covered the entire starry sky, blocking out everyone's view. Each wolf head was shocking. Even though Buwu had experienced countless years of battles and seen all kinds of creatures, he was still shocked by the 9 wolves devour the heavens. Was this a realm that humans could cultivate too? The strongest cultivator he had faced was equivalent to a 10th ring cultivator, and that was already hard for the limitless empire to comprehend. What was going on now? Under the starry sky, the Forgotten Ruins deity looked ahead in surprise as Blue Mountain rushed towards her. Interesting toy. I thought that the one who found me would be that little brat Luine. Who do you think you are? As soon as he finished speaking, a wolf head fell and opened its mouth towards Blue Mountain. The wolf head was so huge that it could swallow the limitless empire's mecha whole. The 10th ring's defensive barrier opened around Blue Mountain, and he rushed out to knock the wolf head away. Bang! The starry sky exploded, and the defensive barrier was destroyed immediately. Blue Mountain was bitten by the wolf head, and with a crack, cracks appeared on the mecha. Fei Yan was shocked. Was this the destructive power of a 12th ring? A sharp spear-like object shot from afar towards the wolf head. On the way, another wolf head fell and blocked the attack. This was an attack from Gushan's Skypiercer. The Forgotten Ruins deity's eyes lit up. Not bad. This civilization is interesting. The black and white mecha leaped up, and countless blades danced around it as it slashed towards the wolf head. Beside him, Buwu controlled Ji Bing to rush out. This was an enemy with 12th ring combat power, and they could not fight against it. Blue Mountain continued to crack, and Fei Yan's body was squeezed by the fragments of the mecha. He could die at any time. Ji Bing raised his hand, and the mecha's arm turned into a cylindrical object. He aimed at the wolf head biting Blue Mountain and punched out like a fist. The cylindrical object smashed into the wolf's head, shattering it into pieces. Blue Mountain took the opportunity to escape. He panted heavily as Buwu threw him to the ground. In the starry sky, the Forgotten Ruins deity looked at Buwu's Ji Bing. A new civilization? Buwu stared at the Forgotten Ruins deity. There were 8 wolf heads above his head, and Gushan and Lu Ling were no match for him. You're the one who controlled the 2 creatures from the 5th mainland? The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. Although I don't know what you're talking about, you seem to have been played. It's a familiar feeling. Then, her eyes wandered, and she suddenly stared in a direction. Her smile became even more beautiful. Little guy, you're watching me play? Thank you. Desert Dust is finished. Brother's injuries, I'll add more chapters, thanks. Today is the 100th day celebration of my brother's daughter. I wish the little princess a bright, healthy, and happy life. By the way, our daughters are about the same age. There's only a difference of about a month. Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw where the god of Forgotten Ruins was looking. Buwu and the rest also looked over but found nothing. It's not that easy to watch sisters show. A cold light flashed in the god of Forgotten Ruins' eyes. He waved his hand and 8 wolf heads came crashing down. Buwu's expression changed. Stop. His words had no effect on the god of Forgotten Ruins. The god of Forgotten Ruins did not even look at them and headed straight for Luine. Boom boom boom. The stars collapsed as wolf heads covered the limitless empire. Buwu raised his right arm and attacked the nearest wolf head. Gushan, Lu Ling, Fei Yan, Shan Tianzong, Jiang Dongjian, and the rest of the 10-ring cultivators all attacked. Even so, there were still wolf heads that could not be stopped and crashed down. The limitless empire suffered heavy losses. At the same time, the caged drake returned to its original size. Its huge body swept across and headed towards the limitless empire. Fei Yan was shocked. Commander, it's this creature. Buwu destroyed a wolf head and saw the caged drake heading towards them. On the caged drake's back, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. He did not know how badly the god of Forgotten Ruins was injured in the battle with the Grand Heavenly Masters. Regardless, the god of Forgotten Ruins was not an opponent that he could handle alone. The strength of the 7 heavenly gods was unforgettable. The Eternals betrayed the Undying God and the god of Forgotten Ruins. The Undying God was surrounded and killed while the god of Forgotten Ruins escaped. Luine was very sure that this woman's cunning was not inferior to her strength. The meditative ruins spread wildly like a continent growing in the starry sky. Little Luine, aren't you looking for sister? Sister is here, why are you running? The god of forgotten ruins voice was getting closer. Luine looked back, Wang Miao Miao, aren't you afraid that I'll bring people to kill you? Haha, I'll try. If I fail, the consequences will be severe. The god of forgotten ruins smile disappeared and pointed at the meditative ruins under her feet. The meditative ruins shattered and debris flew in all directions. The caged drake was hit and held in pain. His eyes were dazed for a moment and he forgot everything. Luine kicked the caged drake away and ran on his own. He could not count on this silly thing. Once it was touched by the meditative ruins, it would easily forget everything. It even shrunk its body. At the same time, the meditative ruins fragments flew towards the limitless empire. Buwu clenched his fist and operated his mecha to rush out. He raised his arm and punched out. With a bang, the fragment was reduced to nothingness. However, in an instant, his mind went blank. His mecha had been hit by the fragment of the meditative ruins. Even though the mecha had been protected by the protective shield, it was still knocked down. If Buwu was like this, the others were even more miserable. With the god of forgotten ruins taking action, the limitless empire did not even have a chance to resist. The meditative ruins made it so that the limitless empire could not even attack. They could only allow themselves to be bombarded. Fei Yan's mind went blank. A wolf head fell down and bit the blue mountain again. With a bang, the blue mountain shattered, and Fei Yan, who was inside, died. Before he died, he realized that he had offended an unimaginable civilization for his son. Mecha were shattered one by one, and spaceships exploded one after another. It was not a question of whether or not they could block the fragments. Even if they could block one of the meditative ruins fragments, they would forget to block the next attack because they touched the meditative ruins. Whether or not they could survive depended entirely on luck. Xianxia's angel mech was smashed in half. Mountain Skypiercer was the most unlucky. It was torn to pieces by two wolf heads, and the limitless empire collapsed. Only Buwu's mech was undamaged. After all, it was a 12th ring defense. It could not defeat the god of oblivion, but it was not as easy as the meditative ruins. Buwu looked at this scene. Just one person was able to wipe out the entire punitive expedition army. 13th ring. This was the power of a 13th ring civilization. Any breakthrough would bring about extreme danger. He knew this very well, but he did not expect to underestimate this civilization. Luine used reverse steps to dodge the attacks of the meditative ruins fragments. He would be finished if he was hit once. The god of oblivion wanted that moment. The god of oblivion sneered, "How long can you hide?" Luine looked back at the god of oblivion, "You think you can kill me? I'll try. You can't kill me anyway. We've already killed the witch spirit god and the undying god. Oh, I've lived long enough." Luine was helpless. Discovering the 7 sky gods was a good thing, but it had to happen when there were people around. Now that the Tianyi elder was injured, it was impossible for the above heaven to kill the god of oblivion. She definitely had the ability to escape. Contact the Six Direction Society? It was too late. The god of oblivion was not stupid. This woman was smarter than anyone else. The more they did not leave, the more problems there would be. The price to pay to deal with the god of oblivion would be huge. He did not want the above heaven to bear this price, so it could only be the limitless empire. One wolf head after another charged at Luine from all directions, but Luine used the reverse step to parallel time. In an instant, everything stopped. He easily swept past the wolf heads and appeared above Buwu. As the reverse step stopped, both the god of oblivion and Buwu were in disbelief. "Little Luine, you really know how to surprise people. You can even do something like this. You've even touched upon the domain of time," the god of oblivion praised. Buwu's eyes flickered. This was troublesome. The humans of this space-time were actually able to touch upon the domain of time. This was something that the limitless empire could not touch no matter how hard they tried. He had to send this information back. This space-time could not be left behind. Luine lowered his head and met Buwu's eyes. "We finally meet." Buwu's expression was solemn. "You're the one who controlled that creature to capture Xiaoqing and the rest." In the distance, Shang Anan, Jiang Dongjian, and the rest were watching. They were lucky to have not died under the 9 wolves devouring the sky and the meditative ruins, but their mechas could not move. Luin sighed, I don't know if your limitless empire can stop this woman. If not, then you're out of luck. He then turned and headed towards the astral beast domain. Bu Wu's expression changed. This was not good. This person wanted to lure that woman to the empire. The god of oblivion naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Yin's words. Little Luin, do you think you can escape? He then chased after Luin. Bu Wu controlled his mecha and leapt into the air. The empire could not be exposed to this spacetime. This was definitely a special event, and if it was not handled properly, it could bring disaster to the empire. He rushed out of the 6th mainland and arrived at the astral beast domain. He immediately contacted someone in the distance. Activate the nightmare grade record. I repeat, activate the nightmare grade record. In the distance, outside the spatial tear, Hong Yan heard Bu Wu's order and her expression changed. She did not hesitate to order, activate the nightmare grade record immediately. The nightmare grade record had only been activated once in the history of the Limitless Empire. At that time, a powerful enemy had invaded the empire and killed Emperor Shang of that generation, almost severing the royal bloodline. Fortunately, the nightmare grade record had allowed the Limitless Empire to escape that disaster, but that disaster had caused their strength to regress by 10,000 years. Hong Yan would never have dreamed that so many experts would activate the nightmare grade record so soon after arriving in this spacetime. Once the crisis was resolved, the Empire would analyze that this record had not reached the nightmare grade record, and Bu Wu would have to take responsibility. Given Bu Wu's cautious personality, if he activated it, then it would definitely be useful. In the astral beast domain, Lu Yin headed towards the spatial tear. Almost at the same time that Hong Yan ordered the nightmare grade record to be activated, he also arrived and charged into the tear, not giving the Limitless Empire any time to escape. The next moment, the Forgotten Ruins god arrived as well. He stopped at the spatial tear, rolled his eyes, and disappeared. He knew that it was a trap, so why did he still go? She was not stupid. This little Luin was really smart, and he had said that on purpose to force her to leave. She could not go, as going meant that she would be lured into a battle with that mecha civilization. If she did not go, then she would definitely be surrounded by the above sky sect. Little Luin was really cunning. Today's game would end here. The Forgotten Ruins god's appearance brought great pressure to the astral beast domain. His aura suppressed everyone, including the astral beasts, and made it hard for them to breathe. Hong Yan had already despaired, but he had not expected the Forgotten Ruins god to suddenly disappear. He hurriedly shouted, "Has the nightmare grade record been activated?" "My lord, it has been activated." Hong Yan was helpless. If he had known that this terrifying powerhouse would leave, then it would have been better to activate it a little later. However, it had nothing to do with him, as it was Bu Wu who had ordered it to be activated. He looked towards the spatial tear, but what was up with that person who had just charged in? At the same time, Lu Yin charged into the spatial tear, but what he saw was not the Limitless Empire's giant spacecraft, but the Divine Kingdom. Lu Yin was stunned. How had he come to the Divine Kingdom? Coming to the Divine Kingdom was one thing, but when he looked up, he saw that the Divine Kingdom was trembling. There were cracks everywhere, and in the distance, Lu Yin saw a shocking battle. 3 incomparably huge elephants towered between heaven and earth, trampling on the ground of the Divine Manor country. Golden light palm imprints fell unceasingly, blasting towards a human figure. The human figure held a spear, breaking through the golden palm imprints and piercing forward, piercing through the elephants and dyeing heaven and earth red. Lu Yin turned back, and the spatial tear that he had come from instantly disappeared. Something was wrong, this was the Limitless Empire's doing. Without much time to think, Lu Yin summoned the 7-star mantis and rushed forward. If he was not wrong, that figure was Di Qiong, one of the Eternal Race's 3 pillars and 6 limitless. Lu Yin was no match for Di Qiong, but he had no choice but to fight. He could not just ignore the destruction of the Divine Kingdom and run away. If the Divine Kingdom had a way to contain Di Qiong, then he would not have been able to attack them. However, how had Di Qiong managed to enter the Divine Kingdom so quickly? Was it fake that he had not been able to do it before? He could not defeat Di Qiong, and if there was no other way, he could take the goddess and the others to the above heaven sect and kill Di Qiong there. The god of forgotten ruins should not have stayed on the fifth mainland. Rumble. The ground was torn apart, and blood splattered across the sky. The goddess' face was pale, and the veil on her face was long gone. Beneath her was the enormous gate of many arts. The elephant swung its trunk, sweeping past the closest virtuous rebirth elephant as if it was nothing, and aiming straight for Di Qiong. Di Qiong's spear pierced into the elephant's body. As the elephant swung its trunk, the elephant roared at the sky, and the sequence particles around it suppressed Di Qiong, making it difficult for him to move. Thank you. Desert dust. Brother's tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Di Qiong said arrogantly, I've already seen through you. I'm just using you to train. Now that I've slaughtered the 3 elephants, you can only blame the 6 Paths Guild for suppressing the first zone of disaster and forcing us to help. With that, he loosened his grip on the spear and clenched his hands into fists. Then, he let out a low roar. Terrifying pressure formed into a shockwave that swept out in all directions, scattering the great sage transcendence sequence particles. Then, he looked up and punched out, shattering the golden palm that had suddenly appeared. Then, he turned around and kicked out, colliding with the trunk of the Gate of Arts. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Without the sequence laws, Di Qiong had defeated the 3 elephants with his physical strength alone. The goddess was helpless. This was the strength of the 3 pillars and the 6 stars. The goddess was shocked. She had thought that she could still defeat Di Qiong and had decided to leave within 100 years. How could this happen? Di Qiong looked up and his pupils disappeared. This was the eyeless transformation. The eyeless transformation was the highest level of the Corpse King transformation. An ordinary progenitor realm Corpse King could strike fear into the hearts of the sequence laws. For example, the middle plate might not even be able to kill him. Di Qiong was a sequence law master and was comparable to the 7 sky gods. Now that he had used the eyeless transformation, Lu Yin found it hard to breathe. Fortunately, Di Qiong did not pay attention to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was only a demi-ancestor. In the Divine Kingdom, there were a few people at his level. The goddess saw Lu Yin and was surprised. Why was Lu Yin here? Lu Yin gestured for the goddess to keep quiet and flew toward Di Qiong with the speed of a demi-ancestor. It seemed that he was not afraid of death. The Supreme Sage Elephant charged toward Di Qiong. However, Di Qiong blocked it with one hand. I knew a long time ago that the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant was not in the Divine Kingdom. I know where it is. The goddess was shocked. You know where the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant is? Di Qiong held back the Supreme Sage Elephant. He exerted force with his finger and pierced it into the Supreme Sage Elephant's body. Boom! Something happened inside the Supreme Sage Elephant's body. The Supreme Sage Elephant spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell to the ground. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant came from the other side. The goddess's eyes flickered as she watched the reborn elephant of Duanda being defeated by Di Qiong. Di Qiong was a monster who had been teasing the Divine Land Nation for so many years. She had thought that the Divine Land Nation would be able to stop this monster. Let's run. A voice sounded by the goddess' ears. It was the Gate of Method's image. It could see through the void, confident in bringing the goddess away. However, this divine manor country would be abandoned. The goddess stared at Di Qiong from afar. Di Qiong looked at her with interest. Why? Don't you want to know where the Akalanatha Celestial King Elephant is? You caught it? This was the only thing the goddess could think of. Di Qiong sneered. It's in the primordial space, in a place called the Daosor sect. The goddess suddenly looked at Lu Yin. The primordial space, the Daosor sect? Wasn't that where Lu Yin and the others were? When Lu Yin heard Di Qiong mention the Daosor sect, he knew that something was amiss. The goddess knew that they had come from the primordial space, and she had also heard of the Daosor sect. As expected, the goddess immediately looked at him. Di Qiong frowned and looked at Lu Yin at the same time. He had only mentioned the starting space and the Daosor sect to tease the Divine Lady, as she should not have heard of this name. However, when he mentioned this name, the first thing she looked at was that piece of trash who had rushed towards her as if he had a death wish. That piece of trash had already rushed towards her, and Di Qiong had not even bothered to pay attention to him. Lu Yin sighed. This was fate. He could have used a sneak attack or at least hit Di Qiong with his slipper, but the goddess had ruined his plan. The goddess was born in the Divine Manor country and did not know much about the outside world. If she had not been recognized by the Divine Manor country, she would not have been able to borrow the power of the four symbols, let alone fight against Di Qiong. She had the world's top combat power, but she did not have the experience to match it. If she had been an experienced cultivator, she would not have exposed Lu Yin's uniqueness. Since he had been exposed, then he would fight. Reverse step and parallel time. At the same time, Lu Yin said to the goddess, "Prepare to escape. Go to the place where I left the coordinates. Only there can we kill Di Qiong and bring the Divine Manor country's last hope." Although the goddess did not have much combat experience, she was not stupid. She had just realized what was going on. Now that she heard Lu Yin's words, she decisively ordered the person who had followed Lu Yin to the Eternal Kingdom to tear through the void. Although she did not want to participate in the war between the Six-Party Society and the Eternals, Di Qiong and the Six-Party Society were mortal enemies. The Divine Manor country was already in such a state, so how bad could it be? As long as there was a chance, she had to save the Divine Manor country. Everything around them became still. Under the parallel time, Lu Yin hit Di Qiong with his slipper. This time, it hit the back of Di Qiong's head and sent him crashing into the ground. Lu Yin did not expect things to go so smoothly either. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. His slippers had never successfully slapped an expert at the level of the 7 sky gods before. Even the 7-star mantis would be wary of his slippers and try its best to avoid them. How could Di Qiong not be able to avoid Lu Yin's reverse step? If that was the case, it would be useless no matter how strong San Qing and Lu Hao's bodies were. Lu Yin continued to use reverse step to chase after Di Qiong and hit him with his slipper. With a loud bang, Di Qiong was sent crashing into the ground. Lu Yin followed closely behind and hit him with his slipper. Suddenly, everything around them changed. Lu Yin's action of hitting the slipper was inexplicably restrained by an indescribable force. He was frozen in place. In front of him was Di Qiong's cold, pupil-less eyes. Around him were pages of paper. It was as if he had left the Divine Manor country and appeared in a new place. Was this the ancestral world? On one of the pages, a movement that was exactly the same as Lu Yin's movement appeared. It emitted a faint light. Lu Yin looked at it in confusion. What happened? You are not from the Divine Manor country. Di Qiong's voice was deep and cold. The back of his head was hurting. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he had last felt pain? This person had actually hit him and hurt him with a slipper? Di Qiong was furious when he saw the slipper in Lu Yin's hand. It looked familiar. He felt humiliated. You are courting death. Lu Yin's expression changed. He hurriedly used reverse step to retreat. He realized that he could not hit the slipper off, but he could move back if he wanted to. Could it be that he could do something different from what was on the page, but he could not do something similar? Was there such an ancestral world? Parallel time forced Lu Yin to retreat continuously. Di Qiong's movements were frozen. Lu Yin tried to hit the slipper again, but he was still frozen. The power of time. Kid, who are you? Di Qiong raised his hand and a spear flew from afar towards Lu Yin. The entire Divine Manor country was collapsing, and countless people were wailing in pain. Lu Yin knew that he could not do anything to Di Qiong. He used reverse step to go to the goddess. Not far from the goddess, the void cracked open. It was the kingdom of eternity. Let's go. Lu Yin shouted and took the lead. The goddess gritted her teeth and rushed over as well. The 3 elephants shrank their bodies and endured their injuries as they rushed towards the void crack. Behind him, Di Qiong waved his hand and tore open the sky of the divine dwelling nation. He took a step forward and appeared next to the crack in the void. He entered the crack without hesitation. For him, there was nothing in the universe that could threaten him. Moreover, that brat had to die. The back of his head was hurting. Under the state of the eyeless transformation, he knew that even the 3 masters and 6 heroes would not be able to hurt him. What was wrong with that brat's slipper? It almost cracked his head, and he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Through the void crack, Luin returned to the Kingdom of Eternity. He immediately sent someone to inform the Above Heaven sect and ask Big Sis, Elder Chan, and Lu Tianyi for help. They did not want to kill Di Qiong, but they wanted him to at least retreat. It was a pity. If Tianyi and the others had not been injured in the first battle of Disaster Zone, they would have been able to kill Di Qiong. Now, even if Tianyi and the others came, they would not be able to stop Di Qiong from leaving. The goddess and the 3 elephants rushed through the void crack. Di Qiong rushed out and met Lu Yin's 100 fists head-on. Di Qiong also raised his hand and punched out. He was not afraid of anyone when it came to physical strength. With a bang, the Kingdom of Eternity shook. Many people looked up and saw a shocking scene. The sky of the Kingdom of Eternity had turned dark. Luin dodged to the side and was blasted out of the void world. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was no match for Di Qiong. Di Qiong was shocked. You can actually dodge my punch. Your punch was not bad. Kid, who are you? The goddess attacked with a palm of light. The 3 elephants were heavily injured and could not attack. Di Qiong raised a spear and pierced through the palm. The goddess was no longer attractive to him. He stared at Luin curiously. This person was not even an extreme powerhouse, but he was able to display such strength. Even a sequence law realm powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. Was there such a person in the universe? Suddenly, his expression changed. You are Luin. If there was a half-ancestor in the universe who could shake a sequence law realm powerhouse, there was only one person who could think of in this era, Luin. Di Qiong had never seen Luin before. They had not participated in the first war of tragedy, but they had heard of Lu Yin's name. As one of the 3 pillars and 6 heroes, they had been shocked by Lu Yin's achievements. Now, Di Qiong was able to guess who else besides Luin could have accomplished such a feat. Luin did not intend to hide it. The commander appointment platform appeared. Di Qiong, which disaster realm's master are you? Di Qiong stared at Luin in a daze and then laughed. You are really Luin. Interesting. The first disaster realm was forced into hiding by you and had no choice but to seek reinforcements from the other disaster realms. The reason I wanted to destroy the Divine Kingdom was because I did not have time to waste with them. I was also afraid that they would escape, so I might as well destroy them first. I did not expect to meet you here. You indeed live up to your ancestors' evaluation. But no matter what, you still have to die. How can you stop me alone? I did what the first disaster realm could not do. Interesting. Di Qiong raised a spear and smashed it towards Luin. The spear pierced through the void and reached Luin. In an instant, a 7-star mantis appeared below Luin and spread its 6 wings. Thank you. Book friend 468-9933 Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. The 7-star mantis dodged the spear at a speed faster than the speed of time and flew towards Di Qiong. Luin unleashed 100 confinement punches on the mantis back with a bang, but it only managed to make the mantis move slightly. Luin gritted his teeth and continued to throw punches. He refused to believe that he could not break through Di Qiong's defenses. However, after dozens of punches, Lu Yin's arms were numb, and Di Qiong was only pushed back dozens of meters. Di Qiong was like a towering mountain that Luin couldn't do anything about. He could only take out the slippers again. Di Qiong turned around and stared at Luin. Di Qiong might not have mastered the power of time, but at his level, the grand force of time was no longer a force that couldn't be countered. How many more punches do you want? Di Qiong's eyeless eyes sent chills down Lu Yin's spine. The mantis charged towards Di Qiong, and Luin slammed the slippers down. The surrounding pages appeared again. Among the pages, one of them was emitting a faint glow. It was the paper that Luin was holding the slipper on. As the paper appeared, Luin stopped moving again. Fortunately, the 7-star mantis was not affected. It brought Luin past Di Qiong and was only a few meters away from him. Luin could clearly see Di Qiong's clenched fist and the returning spear in the distance. Above their heads, the palm of light pressed down, and countless particles spread out. The 3 divinities tried their best, but Di Qiong's spear rendered them useless. Di Qiong's eyes widened. The paper that surrounded them suddenly spread out and swept past Luin, the goddess, and the three divine beasts. It almost covered the entire kingdom of eternity. The paper glowed brightly. There were pictures of Luin holding a pair of slippers, the goddess using the power of the four divine beasts, the three divine beasts, and Luin riding a 7-star mantis. Luin and the rest couldn't move at all. Luin was shocked. What kind of ancestral world was this? How could it be so unbreakable? Di Qiong sneered and stabbed his spear at Luin. Luin hurriedly recalled the 7-star praying mantis before he could move again. He instantly released the starry sky in his heart, and at the same time, he summoned Still Void and the other progenitors. One by one, the progenitors blocked Di Qiong's path. Di Qiong was stunned. This was the Lu family's general appointment platform? It was indeed mysterious, but it was useless. Under the spear, the Ancestor Realm experts were scattered one by one. The last one was Silent Void. He did not even have the chance to resist the returning Void Palm and was also scattered. In front of them was the halo of the world of nothingness. Di Qiong's spear pierced forward, and the world of nothingness intertwined with the current spacetime, producing a tearing force that even Di Qiong was wary of. However, the spear still continued to stab steadily towards Luin. Luin watched as the spear drew closer and closer until it was almost right in front of him. He took out the Perpetual Darkness card and slapped it towards Di Qiong. Di Qiong was instantly absorbed into the card. Eternal Darkness represented the Grand Elder of the Lost Clan. He was an expert close to the primordial realm, so he could obviously suck Di Qiong in. However, Di Qiong had only been in the Eternal Darkness for less than a second before he rushed out again. The Eternal Darkness could not trap him at all. However, this was exactly what Luin wanted. When Di Qiong dashed out again, red spider lilies bloomed under his feet. Big Sister had arrived. The red spider lilies closed and tried to swallow Di Qiong. Di Qiong frowned and waved his spear, tearing the red spider lilies apart. Big Sister shouted, "Isn't it the god of forgotten ruins? Where did this bastard come from? How dare he cause trouble here?" The giant Pluto appeared and grabbed Di Qiong with one hand. His arm was entwined with sequence particles that constantly distorted the void. Di Qiong looked back. A master of sequence laws? These people must have been the ones who had entered the first zone of disaster. He raised his hand and attacked the Pluto's palm. Boom! The world turned upside down and the Pluto's arm that was wrapped with sequence particles was shattered. Big Sister took a step back and was shocked. Where did this freak come from? Be careful. His physical strength is extremely strong, Luin reminded her. Let's see how his mortal world is like. The crazy Dean, Xiao, had arrived and looked at Di Qiong from afar. Luin did not know what he had done, but Di Qiong's gaze was unfocused. Was this someone else's experience? A master who had walked his own path could not be left alive. Di Qiong was too strong. Even though he was affected by the crazy Dean, he could not stop his attack. The spear continued to stab towards Luin. At the same time, another spear appeared and stabbed towards the crazy Dean. Elder Zen and senior brother Qingping had arrived. Elder Zen transformed into the ancestral chi of the three sons and drew out Patriarch Tani. He pointed at Di Qiong and broke the spear in front of him. At the same time, Qingping's expression turned solemn, as if he was trying to decide what to do. Luin used the reverse step and retreated step by step. Below him, the paramount sage elephant roared and charged towards him. Everyone worked together to force Di Qiong back. Di Qiong was especially wary of Patriarch Tani's finger that Elder Zen had conjured. Luin panted heavily. This was the true strength of the 7 sky gods. Without someone like Patriarch Tani, they would not have been able to kill him. Di Qiong's expression turned gloomy. The six-way gang could enter the first zone of disaster, and it was said that the ancient gods and ancestors of the past had participated in the battle. This meant that the six-way gang had powerhouses that were comparable to them. Although Di Qiong was confident that he was invincible, he still had to be careful if he encountered such a powerhouse. Although an ant was weak, it could still kill an elephant. Di Qiong scanned the crowd and decided not to waste any more time. He gripped his spear tightly and suddenly stared at Luin. He took a step forward and killed this person. Big Sis and the others all attacked, but this time, Di Qiong did not even look at them. His gaze was fixed on Luin. It was still the same spear. It looked simple, but it could destroy anything. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. At this moment, the threat that Di Qiong posed to him skyrocketed. He saw sequence particles appear around Di Qiong, and he used his sequence laws. Big Sis' attack was the first to reach him. Di Qiong did not dodge or block, allowing the attack to land. However, the attack went past Di Qiong's body and hit the ground, tearing apart the deathly aura. At the same time, Patriarch Tanny, who had been conjured by Elder Zen, pointed at the ground. Their attacks were useless. Di Qiong seemed to be standing on top of the dome, and any attacks could only land on the ground. They could not attack him. In Lu Yin's eyes, the spear was getting closer and closer. Judgment, near or far? I choose, far. Qing Ping's voice rang out. At the same time, the scales appeared beneath Qing Ping's feet and Di Qiong's feet respectively. The scales appeared beneath Di Qiong's body and did not contradict his sequence laws. But what the hell was near or far? Di Qiong saw himself being pulled up into the sky by the scales. He turned around and looked at Qing Ping in shock. Luin heard it too. Di Qiong did not know Senior Qing Ping, so he did not react immediately. However, Luin knew that the rules of Senior Qing Ping's trial were equally disgusting. He chose to be far, which meant that the further he was from Di Qiong, the more advantageous the trial would be for him. On the contrary, the closer Di Qiong was to him, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Now that Di Qiong wanted to kill Luin, he was getting further and further away from Qing Ping. The outcome of the trial would be disadvantageous to Di Qiong, and he would be pulled up into the sky. The rules of the trial were fair and could even be said to be advantageous for Di Qiong. He only wanted to be close to Senior Qing Ping. That would be enough. However, he wanted to kill Luin. Senior Qing Ping's trial was purely to save Luin. If Di Qiong wanted to kill Senior Qing Ping would not only face Di Qiong's attack, but also the outcome of the trial. Senior brother. Lu Yin's heart trembled. Di Qiong was completely enraged when he was pulled up into the sky by the trial. Majestic sequence particles burst out and suppressed the sky. They broke the scales and caused Qing Ping to vomit blood and retreat. Luin took out the Grim Reaper's left arm, held Go Lian, and slashed at Di Qiong. There was a deathly aura below. Di Qiong's body was surrounded by a vast number of sequence particles, isolating him from everything. The spear and Go Lian collided in midair, one from top to bottom, and the other from bottom to top. Bang! The void distorted, and the entire Eternal Kingdom was torn apart horizontally. Luin held Go Lian tightly, and countless inner world lines merged into it. At the same time, the visualization of the fifth mainland appeared behind him, and his power kept increasing. Above him, Di Qiong's eyes were ferocious. Is the power of the Grim Reaper enough? So what if the Grim Reaper is here? Go Lian cracked open, and the spear pierced through it. It pierced through the Grim Reaper's left arm and into Lu Yin's palm. Blood flowed out of Lu Yin's palm. Behind him, Big Sis and the rest were all pushed back by Di Qiong's sequence laws. No one could help Luin. Blood flowed down his arm and gradually turned golden. Luin used the victorious fight technique, and his arm withered at the same time. Great power flowed down the spear, and Lu Yin's arm kept recovering. It withered and recovered again, and this process repeated several times. Luin released the power of the victorious fight technique, and Go Lian pushed the spear back for the first time. Due to the influence of the death aura, the people of the Two-Blade sect, Heavy Ghost, and Thousand Faces game all looked up with shocked expressions. The majestic deathly aura was corroding their bodies, and they knew how powerful it was. How could that person suppress the deathly aura? They did not know Di Qiong, but Di Qiong recognized them. Di Qiong did not know Two-Blade sect and the rest, but he could recognize the divine power in their bodies. Since they had divine power, they must be Eternals. It turned out that this was the place where the Eternals were imprisoned. With the power of the Grim Reaper, it was no wonder that he could suppress progenitors. Go Lian cracked open continuously, and Luin gritted his teeth. In the end, he could not withstand Di Qiong's spear. As the spear fell, Lu Yin borrowed the force to crash into the ground to avoid being stabbed. Di Qiong quickly chased after him, but he did not realize that there was a flash of light around him. In that 1 second, he could not catch up with Lu Yin, and Lu Yin crashed into the ground, overturning the earth. Di Qiong was about to continue attacking when he suddenly turned around. His expression changed, and he threw the spear away. At the same time, he grabbed the ground with one hand, trying to capture Lu Yin and Two-Blade sect. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he touch my little seven? His furious voice shook the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yuan suddenly appeared and faced Di Qiong. He slapped the spear along the way, and Di Qiong's face turned gloomy. Lu Yuan? Facing Lu Yuan's slap, Di Qiong clenched his fist and punched out. The pupil-less transformation increased his physical strength to a terrifying degree, and he suppressed Lu Yin and the rest until they could not breathe. However, his fist was bent by Lu Yuan's slap, and his wrist was broken. Lu Yuan was surprised. You can withstand my slap? Di Qiong was shocked. How could he not be able to defeat Lu Yuan? He thought that even the Grim Reaper might not be able to defeat him. How powerful was Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan slapped Di Fui again. It was a simple slap. This time, Di Qiong used his divine power. Underground, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up and saw a dark red divine power covering the sky. Just as he was about to leave, the divine power covered the ground. Lu Yuan, now is not the time. I will fight you sooner or later. Little brat, don't run. Lu Yuan shouted angrily. The next moment, Lu Yin saw darkness in front of him. Oh no, was he taken away? He was doomed. Even the patriarch could not save him. Once Di Qiong took him away, he would definitely die. Under the protection of the divine power, no power could break through, including reverse steps. He thought quickly and suddenly slapped the back of his right. The person from the Game of Thousand Faces was killed by Lu Yin's palm on his head. Lu Yin took out the dreamy illusion bubble and changed his appearance. Although he was unwilling, it seemed like he had to rely on Yi Bo to survive. The next moment, light returned to his eyes. Lu Yin fell to the ground and coughed a few times. He looked up and saw the familiar dark red ground. This was the zone of disaster, but he did not know which zone of disaster it was. Next to him was Heavy Ghost, who was screaming. Further away, two blades fell to the ground, along with the corpses of the people from the Game of Thousand Faces. Where is Lu Yin? Di Qiong looked down at them and was puzzled. He stared at Lu Yin and the rest. Lu Yin covered his chest and looked up. Where is this? Zone of disaster, this is the zone of disaster. Brother, we are back. This is the zone of disaster. Wow, the zone of disaster, the return of love. This is the return of love. I am back. Ha ha ha. Di Qiong frowned and looked at them. It was not Lu Yin. Did he run away? He thought about how he had been reversed by 1 second. It was possible that he had run away. However, he stared at them and asked, Who are you? Among two blades, the man with short blue hair stood up and replied respectfully, Greetings, Master. I am Two Blades, Captain of the True God Guards. Heavy Ghost also stood up quickly. Greetings, Master. I am Heavy Ghost, Captain of the True God Guards. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. I am Yi Bo, Captain of the True God Guards. Di Qiong stared at them. True God Guards? There is one in the zone of disaster. Do you know the Middle Plate? Middle Plate? He is also one of the captains of the True God Guards. Did he come from here? Di Qiong stared at Heavy Ghost and said, I can feel the divine energy in your body. I am sure that you are from the Eternal Tribe. He looked at Dual Blade Flow and Lu Yin and asked, What about you? Two Blade Stream said respectfully, Sir, our divine power has been exhausted, but Heavy Ghost can testify for me. I am the captain of the True God Guard. Heavy Ghost shouted, Sir, Two Blade School is the captain. We are friends. No. The pink-haired girl mumbled. She despised the Heavy Ghost. This fellow loved all day long. It was disgusting. Di Qiong looked at Lu Yin. Luin replied, this subordinate's divine power has also been depleted, but dual blade stream can testify for this subordinate. Furthermore, if my lord does not believe me, this subordinate can absorb the divine power for you to see. Di Qiong was disappointed. Were they really the captains of the true god guards? Unfortunately, he had hoped that Luin was among them. Lu Yin's methods were strange, and it was not impossible for him to disguise himself and hide from the first zone of disaster. As long as he could capture Luin, the first zone of disaster would lose face. What a pity. After a moment of silence, Di Qiong said, this is the third zone of disaster. Wait here. After a while, I will bring you to the first zone of disaster. You can also return by yourself through the Stargate. The blue-haired man looked at Luin. Yibo, do you have a Stargate? Luin shook his head, no. We don't have one either. The third zone of disaster? We have not seen the other zones. Thank you for bringing us back, but we do not have a Stargate, so we cannot return. Di Qiong looked at the corpse of the Thousand Faces checker. Is he also a captain of the True God Guard? How did the checker die? Heavy Ghost asked. The pink-haired girl said, it should be that Luin fell and smashed him to death. Or he killed him before he escaped, the blue-haired man said. Yibo was silent. Di Qiong frowned. It did not matter if he was dead. The captain of the first zone of disaster was also a valuable person. After all, he could cultivate divine power. Soon, Di Qiong left. It would take some time before he could send them to the first zone of disaster. After Di Qiong left, the pink-haired girl heaved a sigh of relief. That's terrifying. He must be at the level of the 7 sky gods. The blue-haired man said solemnly, 3 pillars and 6 boundless, extremely powerful. Heavy Ghost screamed, I'm back. Haha, I'm back. My babies, I'm back. Ha ha ha. The pink-haired girl looked at him with disdain, disgusting. Then, she looked at Luin. Yibo, why are you still so cold? Are you not happy to be back? Luin did not know how to feel. Happy? Muji knew that he was pretending to be Yibo. Once he returned to the first zone of disaster and bumped into Muji, it would be troublesome. He should have gone back, but this was the third zone of disaster. Wu Tian should be here, and he should have no problem staying here as Yibo. Perhaps he could find out the truth about Wu Tian. Was he happy or not? He could not tell, so he could only treat it coldly. For the time being, he should stay here and investigate Wu Tian. If Wu Tian was trapped here, he could take him with him. Thinking of this, Luin looked into the distance. He would never go to the first zone of disaster. It was too dangerous. At the same time, in the Eternal Kingdom, Patriarch Lu Yuan and the rest could not find Luin. They guessed that Di Qiong had taken him away. The headmaster should be fine. He can disguise himself as Yibo, Elder Chan said. Big Sister also said, nothing will happen to that kid. He's more cunning than anyone else. Patriarch Lu Yuan frowned. He hoped that nothing would happen. Little Seven must come back. No matter how worried everyone was. He still had to do what he had to do. The goddess mourned. The 3 sacred beasts were all dead. Before Di Qiong left, he used his divine power to kill them. This was his original goal, and he had achieved it. This was the Eternal Tribe's method. Under many circumstances, they could achieve their goals. The god of Forgotten Ruins left the 5th mainland. The Limitless Empire was frightened by the god of Forgotten Ruins. Without Luin, the Above Heaven sect lost its direction. In the blink of an eye, Luin and the other True God Guard captains had been in the third zone of disaster for half a month. During this time, Di Qiong did not appear, and no one came to look for them. It was as if they had been forgotten. Luin was happy, but waiting was not a solution. Once Di Qiong appeared, he would take them to the first zone of disaster. He could not directly tell Di Qiong that he wanted to stay in the third zone of disaster. He had to think of a way to stay. In this half a month, Luin and the rest saw many corpse kings. There was no difference in the first zone of disaster. However, the difference was that the corpse kings here had all cultivated the corpse king transformation. Legend has it that Di Qiong is the creator of the corpse king transformation. Therefore, the Corpse Kings in the third zone of disaster are all cultivating the Corpse King transformation. Those who do not can't stay in the third zone of disaster, the blue-haired man lamented as he looked at the Corpse Kings who were trying to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. Zhonggui screamed, how did you know? We are forbidden to talk about the other zones of disaster in the first zone of disaster. This is a betrayal of love. The pink-haired lady made a face, the ancestor said so. We were brought here by the ancestor. She told us many things and asked you to mind. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. You were brought here by the ancestor? The pink-haired lady's eyes lit up. Yibo, are you interested in talking? Lu Yin looked cold and did not answer. The pink-haired lady rolled her eyes. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. It's rare. Lu Yin looked at the black mother tree in the distance. Although only a few days had passed, he was still nervous. Di Qiong had told the ancestor about his appearance, and the ancestor had told Mu Ji and the rest about it. He could not guarantee that Mu Ji would not reveal his suspicions. This was very dangerous. Regardless of whether the ancestor believed it or not, she would definitely verify it, and Lu Yin could not afford to do so. He had stayed in the third zone of disaster to investigate Wu Tian's situation, but he could not just run around everywhere. After waiting for a few days, he felt that it was time. With that thought, he headed in a certain direction. Over the past few days, he had seen all the Corpse Kings heading in that direction. Yibo, where are you going? The pink-haired lady asked. Lu Yin did not even turn around. I'm going to take a look. I want to go too. The pink-haired lady was impatient. The blue-haired man hesitated. Brother, let's go take a look. Look, even Yibo is going, the pink-haired lady pleaded. Zhonggui screamed from the side, let's go together. This is a patrol of love. Get lost. The pink-haired lady was disgusted. The blue-haired man said, Lord Di Qiong might have forgotten about us. He wouldn't go to the first zone of disaster just for us. Let's take a look at this zone of disaster first. I'm curious too. Lu Yin did not wait for them and headed straight into the distance. He had his own goals, so how could he wait for these people? It was best to split up. But even if he wanted to split up, Two Blade Stream and the others did not want to, so they followed closely behind him. Towers stood tall on the ground, and they were more densely distributed than the fourth zone of disaster. The third zone of disaster's strength surpassed the fourth, but it was still far from the first zone. They were now facing away from the Black Mother Tree, which was equivalent to walking towards the periphery of the third zone of disaster. The further they went, the more Corpse Kings they saw. There were also human cultivators among them. Some were trying to cultivate Corpse King transformations, while others were trying to cultivate divine power. Although there were no true god guards in the third zone of disaster, as long as one cultivated divine power, they would be different from the other powerhouses. There were different levels here, and divine power was different in every zone of disaster. Bang! The sound of a collision came from afar. Lu Yin looked over and saw two figures using Corpse King transformations at the same time. They were both humans. Could humans cultivate Corpse King transformations? Of course, they could. The first person Lu Yin saw was Zirong, but Zirong's cultivation was far from mature. On the other hand, the two humans here did not seem to be unfamiliar with Corpse King transformations. They had already reached the level of Green Eyes transformation, and their attacks were different from Corpse King's. They had the flexibility of humans in battle, but they were also fearless. Lu Yin was well aware of how the Corpse King transformation was cultivated. Back when the Undying God had been trapped by the ancestral Mang, Lu Yin had almost killed him with his slippers. It had only been the sole true God who had stepped in to save the Undying God. Before that, the Undying God had spread the Corpse King transformation technique throughout the entire cosmic tree realm, which had caused a huge commotion. Fortunately, it had been suppressed. The Corpse King transformation was no secret to Lu Yin. However, he had never thought of cultivating it. If he did, the consequences would be unpredictable. The technique's ultimate goal was to turn a person into a monster that was neither human nor corpse. If we were to compare the power of the Corpse Kings, this third region of calamity should be the strongest out of all the regions in our clan. After all, they have all cultivated the Corpse King transformation. In our region of calamity, only some of the corpse kings are qualified to cultivate it, the blue-haired man said. The pink-haired girl didn't care, so what if they're strong? Without enough powerhouses, these corpse kings are nothing but ants. Haha, you're right. This is the reprimand of love. Two blades, well said. The heavy ghost swayed as he spoke, making people feel uncomfortable. Luin sped up. The zone of calamity was vast, and he didn't know how long it would take him to reach the end. On the third day after he sped up, there were already a lot of corpse kings around him. They were densely packed together, and they were all heading in one direction. Through the occasional conversation between the human traders, Luin knew that they were heading to the Corpse King tablet. It was a place that Diqiong had built for the third zone of calamity. Anyone who set foot in the third zone could head to the Corpse King stele to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. Two Blades claimed that the Corpse King transformation had been created by Diqiong, but Luin didn't know if that was true. At least, based on the current situation, it was possible that Diqiong had created it. Not long after, Luin saw a huge stone stele. It was simple and ancient, surrounded by corpse kings. They seemed to be densely packed, but their distribution was very orderly. The stronger the corpse king, the closer they were to the center, and the fewer corpse kings there were. The further one went, the more densely packed there were. The corpse kings of the eternal race all had different shapes. Although they were all transformed from humans, some had grown up in different environments and had undergone changes. Among the countless corpse kings surrounding the Corpse King stele, there were giants that were 1,000 meters tall and some that were less than a meter tall. They were all humans. Luin could forget everything here at a glance, but he was disappointed that there was nothing related to Wu Tian. He had assumed that the Corpse King stele had something to do with Wu Tian, but his celestial eye hadn't reacted. Then, where was Wu Tianhui? Was he really in the third disaster region? They're all Corpse King transformations. It's useless. This is the bewitchment of love. It's useless. The heavy ghost cried out. His words attracted the attention of many, but the zombie king didn't care. Their way of thinking was fixed. However, there were many traitors among them, or rather, people born in the eternal kingdom. The words of the heavy ghost made them unhappy. The pink-haired woman frowned. Hey, shut up. The heavy ghost shouted, is it wrong? A group of people walked over and surrounded the heavy ghost. The heavy ghost exclaimed, what are you doing? What do you want? You aren't from our third calamity region? Someone spoke up with an unkind expression. The heavy ghost was dancing with joy. No. No wonder. Which calamity region are you from? The heavy ghost leaned over and whispered into his ear, what did you say? Love loud. The incomer's gaze turned cold. Which calamity zone are you from? The heavy ghost waved his arms and legs and screamed, what did you say? The loudness of love? The incomer suddenly attacked and slapped the heavy ghost. The heavy ghost didn't move, and the incomer's palm landed on the heavy ghost's shoulder. However, the incomer's body was repelled by an even greater force, and the heavy ghost's arm was broken. The surrounding people attacked at the same time. The surrounding corpse kings only moved aside slightly, but they didn't attack. Corpse kings rarely had other emotions. The heavy ghost still didn't move. The group's attacks all landed on his body, but they couldn't even make him move. They were all repelled, and a few of them were even killed. No matter what, he was still the captain of a true God's Guard. Of the people surrounding him, only the first to speak was a half-ancestor. The rest weren't even half-ancestors. It's useless. It's useless. The Corpse King transformations are useless. The heavy ghost laughed. The pink-haired woman was disgusted. This guy has a cheap mouth. He'll be unlucky one day. The blue-haired man said in a low voice, you can't blame him. He's very special. The pink-haired woman suddenly thought of something and clicked her tongue. Luin opened his heaven's eye and looked into the distance, hoping that it would help him find something related to Wu Tian. However, he found nothing. Suddenly, he looked into the distance and saw a figure shooting through the air like a meteor. Its target was the heavy ghost. The heavy ghost turned around, but before he could see anything, his body was sent flying by a huge force. There was a loud bang, and the ground trembled. The void distorted and spread out, causing the entire area to tremble. A 9-meter-tall giant had suddenly appeared. Its red eyes were malevolent as it stared at the heavy ghost. Its entire body seemed like it would explode at any moment. This was a giant with red eyes. Lord Xinwu. Greetings, Lord Xinwu. Greetings, Lord Xinwu. Lu Yan's gaze trembled. This fellow wasn't weak, or rather, he was very strong. The feeling he gave off was similar to that of a mid-range cultivator. Two Blades was on high alert. As for the heavy ghost, it crashed into the ground and still hadn't gotten up. This giant named Xinwu stared at the heavy ghost with red eyes. Is the Corpse King transformation useful? The heavy ghost coughed and slowly stood up. Heavy blow of love. Haha, this is the heavy blow of love. The giant Xinwu's eyes widened. It took a step forward and punched the heavy ghost again. A pitch-black mace suddenly appeared in the heavy ghost's hand. Luin didn't know where it had been hiding. Seeing Xinwu's punch coming, the mace expanded and swept out. Bang! The ground trembled. A huge force blasted into the clouds and cracked the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Xinwu took a step back, and the heavy ghost took a step back at the same time. Luin narrowed his eyes. This Xinwu's physical strength wasn't below that of a mid-range cultivator. Two Blades was amazed. Among the captains of the True God Guards, there weren't many who could compete with the heavy ghost in terms of strength. As expected of a monster that cultivated the Corpse King transformation. Xinwu was surprised. No wonder you looked down on the Corpse King transformation. It turns out that it has this kind of strength. Alright, I'll make you convinced. As soon as it finished speaking, its pupils changed from red eyes to ghost eyes. Its terrifying strength surged crazily and burned the void. The heavy ghost screamed, "Stop. You can stop the fight of love." Xinwu turned around and rushed to the heavy ghost at an extremely fast speed. It sent the heavy ghost flying with a slap. The heavy ghost smashed into the divine power river in the distance. It's over. Those who don't cultivate divine power will die if they fall in, someone commented. Serves him right. Who asked him to mock the Corpse King transformation? This is the strength of our third zone. The chosen of God's battle is near. Lord Xinwu also wants to show off in front of Lord Di Qiong. Xinwu took a deep breath, and her pupils returned to normal. No matter which zone he was from, mocking the Corpse King transformation in the third zone was courting death. There were 6 eternal zones. Other than the first zone, the other 5 zones would occasionally interact with each other. The Corpse Kings wouldn't compete with each other, but the eternal race didn't only have Corpse Kings. Behind Xinwu, the void distorted, and another figure appeared. This guy's mouth is too cheap. It's good that you taught him a lesson. Xinwu was puzzled. Taught him a lesson? He can still survive? Of course. He's the same as me. He's a captain of the True God Guards. The newcomer smiled and looked not far away. Right? Brother Yebwa. Luin stared at the newcomer. Muji? Two Blades was also surprised. Muji? Why are you in the third zone? The pink-haired girl exclaimed. Muji smiled brightly. The first zone went through a huge battle. Those who were injured were sent to the other zones to rest. After all, no one knows if that lunatic Luin will attack the first zone again. When he said this, he glanced at Luin with a smile in his eyes. Luin looked at him. The zone of calamity was attacked? Brother Yebwa, can I have a word with you? Muji smiled. The pink-haired girl warned, Yebwa, be careful. This guy is very cunning. At this moment, a heavy ghost climbed out of the divine power river. My love is injured. Xinwu stared at the heavy ghost. No wonder he could withstand her attack. The captain of the first zone's True God Guards? He went to the first zone in the middle game. With Muji's arrival, the heavy ghost was knocked out of the divine power river. The farce finally ended. Although it was a farce, it didn't affect the Corpse Kings at all. Only the people around them were affected. Lu Yin and Muji distanced themselves from the crowd. Should I call you Brother Yebwa or that person? Muji smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was calm. That person? Brother Yebwa, are you still playing dumb with me? Muji stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's tone was cold. That person, who is it? Muji stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him without flinching. After a while, Muji sighed. Alright, I'm not sure. Normally, with that person's identity, he shouldn't take the risk to come to the zone of calamity. No one would believe him. What's more, Brother Yebwa cultivated divine power. What a joke. Once the news of that person cultivating divine power spreads out, do you think his side will accept it? If this place wasn't the zone of calamity, Lu Yin would use all means to kill Muji. He could tell old ancestor Tianyi and the others that he cultivated divine power without hesitation, but this matter could not be spread in the Six Directions Society. Muji sized up Lu Yin. Actually, I'm rarely wrong when I see evil. Other than identifying a person through evil, I can also see through evil. You don't have much evil. This doesn't match your identity as the captain of the True God Guards. Lu Yin asked coldly, are you done? Muji felt a headache coming. It's hard to communicate with you. Alright, whether you're that person or not, it has nothing to do with me. I only have one goal. He raised a finger and pointed it in front of Lu Yin's eyes. The True God's ultimate skill. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Another True God's ultimate skill. I want to obtain the True God's ultimate skill. Let's cooperate. Even if you're that person, it won't affect me. I won't give you the chance to silence me. With that person's ability, he might be able to help me obtain the True God's ultimate skill. He's famous for turning the impossible into possible. Lu Yin shook his head. Not interested. Muji continued, we're working together. There are 3 True God ultimate techniques hidden under the river. If you help me, it's the same as me helping you. Don't you want them? Haven't you heard of the legend? You've cultivated divine power, so the True God's ultimate techniques will be much more helpful to you than to me. Lu Yin pretended not to hear the last part of Muji's words. Instead, he was more interested in the legend. Someone in the 7 celestial skies obtained a True God's ultimate technique? Muji shook his head. No. According to the legend, the only true God has 3 ultimate techniques. Cultivating any one of them will allow one to transcend and become the strongest since ancient times. Lu Yin coldly replied, not interested. You don't believe me? If the true gods were the strongest since ancient times, the Six Direction Association would have ceased to exist a long time ago. It's not only the true gods that can transcend. You know that humans are the best at creation, and they also have methods to transcend. Right now, it's a competition of who's faster. I want to participate as well. My innate gift is destined to be extraordinary, and I was revived by the ancestor's sword. That sword, TSK, was ruthless enough. Lu Yin looked at Muji. Not interested. Muji was speechless. Do you have anything else to say other than that? Lu Yin turned to leave. He had already decided to return to the above heaven. Whether or not Muji confirmed his identity, he could not take the risk. Hui Wu, have you heard of this name? Lu Yin suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing. Wang Ho is also problematic. She's not evil. Hee, how interesting. A captain of a true God's Guard, one of the greatest traders in the history of the Fifth Mainland, is actually not evil. Brother Yebwa, don't you find it ironic? Lu Yin looked back at Muji. This has nothing to do with me. Muji's lips curled up. I'm afraid of offending people. Why don't you tell the ancestor about this? Lu Yin stared at Muji, and the smile in Muji's eyes grew wider. It has nothing to do with me, Lu Yin replied. Muji was speechless. What's the point of jumping around with 4 words? Who's Hui Wu? Wu Ho's name. Is there a problem? No problem. Pausing for a moment, he slapped his head. That's right, I almost forgot. After the Six Direction Association attacked the Calamity region, Wu Ho went out once. Others don't know, but I do, not long after, the corpse god almost died. The corpse god is a member of the 7 sky gods. He was almost killed by the 6 Direction Society, but he also caused a commotion in the first zone of calamity. Because of this, the ancestor of the ancients contacted the other zones of calamity, and those of us who were injured were also thrown out of the first zone of calamity to prevent any misfortune. Brother Yibo, don't you think there's a connection? It has nothing to do with me. Muji chuckled and moved closer to Luin, whispering something into his ear before leaving. Luin remained where he was, dumbfounded. Muji had just scolded the one true god right beside his ear, and her words had been rather sharp. He looked at Muji's back. Muji's back was facing him, and he waved his hand. The observation platform. Scolding the one true god didn't mean that Muji wouldn't expose Luin, nor did it give Luin any leverage. After all, Luin had no proof that Muji had scolded the one true god. The biggest implication of this action was that Muji didn't belong to the Eternals. No one who cultivated divine power would dare to scold the one true god. It was just like how an ordinary person would never scold the god they believed in, even if they believed that the god didn't exist. Muji was one such example. He had scolded the one true god, and his words had been sharp and vicious. Luin felt like his worldview had been refreshed. This guy was ruthless. What was wrong with this Muji? He had betrayed Mu Spacetime. Senior Woodcarving had said that this was true. After joining the Eternals, he had tried to use evil to control the central plate. In the end, he had been thrown into the divine power lake, but he had come out unscathed. It wasn't likely that he was a spy planted by the humans in the Eternals. It was too obvious. The ancestor of the ancients wasn't stupid. How much had Huewu sacrificed to infiltrate the Eternals? Muji definitely couldn't compare to him, but if he had really betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals, then he had constantly courted death and even dared to scold the one true god. He hadn't told the ancestor of the ancients about Huewu. Once he did, Huewu would be finished. Also, he hadn't said anything about Wang Xiaoyu and his own speculations. What was this guy trying to do? Was he really trying to get the true god's ultimate skill? Luin was confused. Dual Blade walked over. Yibo, are you stupid? Muji must have said something to you. Be careful of him, he's a villain. Luin agreed. He is indeed a villain. What did he say? The pink-haired girl was curious. Luin said, he mocked us for being caught. Bastard. At this moment, Luin heaved a sigh of relief. If Muji wanted to harm him, he could have done so now. He would have told Di Qiong that Luin had been captured by Di Qiong before he showed himself. Muji did not do so. Although Luin could not see through Muji's intentions, at least he would not be so nervous that he would be exposed. There must be a reason why he didn't expose him now. What Luin needed to do now was to understand Wu Tian's situation as soon as possible. The last 3 words he left were, observation platform? What did that mean? The little giant Xinwu also left. He seemed to have only come to teach the heavy ghosts a lesson and wasn't interested in Dual Blade or Luin. A few days passed. Luin shook off Dual Blade and the heavy ghosts and headed into the distance alone. He already knew where the observation platform was. There were 81 eternal kingdoms in the 3rd zone of disaster. They were arranged in a circle. Outside the eternal kingdoms, the Corpse King tablet was in the direction of the Black Mother Tree. The Corpse King tablet went straight to the eternal kingdoms and reached the center of the 81 eternal kingdoms. That was where the observation platform was. Luin walked past one eternal kingdom after another, and the further he went, the weaker the Corpse Kings became. He saw several eternal kingdoms that were completely different from the 5th mainland's eternal kingdom. No one had been slaughtered by the Corpse Kings here, and it seemed as if the 2 races were truly living together. To be honest, Luin didn't believe that humans and Corpse Kings could coexist. He carefully observed every eternal kingdom that he passed by and found that the humans and Corpse Kings did indeed coexist, but they had their own way of coexisting. Just like the eternal kingdoms that had been modified by the Sea King's dome, humans and Corpse Kings lived on opposite sides of the eternal kingdoms. Although they interacted with each other, they both had their own misgivings. This superficial harmony was maintained because the Corpse Kings no longer attacked the humans, and because the people here didn't fear them. The first batch of people who had been captured and brought to the Eternal Kingdoms to coexist with the Corpse Kings must have been terrified. The more terrified they were, the more the Corpse Kings would want to kill them. Now, almost all of these people had been born in the Eternal Kingdoms, and they knew that the Eternal Kingdoms were their home. The Corpse Kings were also a type of human, so they naturally didn't fear them. Lu Yin's heart sank. What were the Eternals trying to do? Building the Eternal Kingdoms meant taking drastic measures to erase the sense of belonging that humans had to their own race. What would they gain from that? To put it bluntly, wouldn't it be better to transform these people into Corpse Kings? More square? So they could use them? What was their goal? There were too many things that Lu Yin wanted to understand, and the answers to these questions could only be obtained from the Eternals. The path ahead suddenly opened up, and Lu Yin walked to the end of one of the Eternal Kingdoms. Further ahead was the center of the 81 Eternal Kingdoms, where there was an observation platform. Mu Ji had definitely mentioned the observation platform for a reason. Soon, Lu Yin saw the platform and his pupils shrank. He stood there, his mind blank. Was that the observation platform? In the center of the 81 Eternal Kingdoms, there was a cylindrical platform. On the platform, there were chains connected to nothingness. The chains bound a man in ragged clothes, who looked extremely wretched. The man had been bound for an unknown period of time, and the chains and the platform were filled with the decay of time. Crows circled high up in the sky, letting out mournful cries. What truly stunned Lu Yin was that the chains that bound the man formed a single word, Wu Tian. This person was Wu Tian? Lu Yin's limbs went cold, and he was completely stunned. Wu Tian? This man was Wu Tian? So that's what the viewing platform was. That person was Wu Tian. That person was Wu Tian. Lu Yin approached the platform step by step, and people rushed over from time to time. There were old people, children, corpse kings, and all sorts of strange creatures. These people walked around the platform, and they were already used to it. None of them even glanced at the platform, and everyone avoided it with disgust. The stench around the platform assailed Lu Yin's nostrils. Lu Yin couldn't see anything other than that man. Was he really Wu Tian? Laughter rang out, and a child bumped into Lu Yin, fell down, and cried, attracting the adults. Who are you? Don't you see the child? Don't you know how to support him? Kid, are you asking for a beating? Turn around and look at me. I'm talking to you. Answer me. Kid. Lu Yin approached the platform step by step, completely ignoring the shoving of the man behind him. Forget it, you're crazy. Let's go. Wait, Lu Yin said, his back facing them. What, are you looking for a beating? Lu Yin asked, who is this person? Wu Tian. Can't you see him? Do you know him? Who knows him? The higher-up said that he's a sinner who wants to destroy the peace of the Eternal Kingdom. Kid, who are you? Don't you know? You're not from the Eternal Kingdom, are you? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Don't you know him? Human history had long disappeared in the Eternal Kingdom, and history had been forgotten. Are they still the same as me? No one can blame them. They were born in the Eternal Kingdom, and they knew nothing. They could only blame those who failed to protect the human race. What was the reason for people to cultivate? To transcend? To live forever? No. The purpose of cultivation was simple, to protect history and the race. That was all. The people of the Eternal Kingdom avoided the viewing platform. Clearly, the viewing platform was a dirty place in their hearts. Their gazes towards the viewing platform were filled with disgust. Only Lu Yin stood below the observation platform. He wasn't worried that Di Qiong would see him, as his divine power was the best guarantee. A person who cultivated divine power would not be suspected. At least for now. Up on the observation platform, Wu Tian was chained to the bone and hung in the air like a fossil. Lu Yin stared at him, and before he knew it, the sky had turned completely dark. The glowing orbs above the Eternal Kingdom provided light, and with light, there was darkness. As darkness descended, Lu Yin stepped onto the observation platform. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the celestial eye on his forehead unconsciously opened, and he looked at Wu Tian. At the same time, Wu Tian opened his eyes and looked at Luyin. When their eyes met, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. Luyin had thought that Wu Tian was dead, as he hadn't sensed any signs of life from Wu Tian's body. This had made him wonder if the undying god really wanted to kill Wu Tian. However, Wu Tian was surprised to see the celestial eye. Luyin stared blankly at Wu Tian. Wu Tian's cloudy eyes suddenly became clear, and Luyin saw his own figure appear in his pupils. However, it was only for a moment before Wu Tian closed his eyes again, his body filled with a decaying aura. It was as if he had died. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He hadn't seen wrongly, he had seen gratification in Wu Tian's eyes. What was he gratified about? Did he recognize that Luyin wasn't an eternal? Luyin didn't have much time to think about it, as a figure walked over from another direction. It was silent, like a shadow that slowly approached. Luyin looked over and saw that it was a girl with long black braids. Her face was delicate, and although she wasn't as beautiful as the girl with the long red hair, she had an unyielding determination. Luyin could see that determination written all over her face with a single glance. She walked up to the observation platform, ignored Luyin, and walked over to Wu Tian. "Do you think you can survive this time?" Wu Tian opened his eyes again, but he didn't speak. He just looked at her. Her voice was cold. "Let's see if you can survive." A curved sword appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it at Wu Tian. Luyin subconsciously wanted to block it, but Wu Tian's gaze suddenly swept over him, stopping him in his tracks. Luyin watched as the girl stabbed her sword into Wu Tian's neck, but no blood flowed out. Wu Tian's blood seemed to have been drained long ago. The tip of the sword pierced through the back of his neck, causing the sky of the third zone to distort. Far away, Di Qiong opened his eyes and looked through the void to the observation platform. He saw the girl stabbing her sword into Wu Tian's neck, and saw Luyin standing beside her. He didn't mind and slowly closed his eyes. Wu Tian wouldn't die so easily. Retracting her sword, the woman gazed upwards. Wu Tian was still the same, as if he could die at any moment, but at the same time, he wouldn't die. "You can't even die from this? You deserve to be tortured here. I will do my best to kill you." The woman coldly spoke. She didn't receive any reply from Wu Tian. Her sword vanished as she turned and prepared to leave. "Wait," Luyin said. The woman turned around and looked at Luyin. "Why do you want to kill him?" Luyin asked. The woman coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Captain of the True God Guard, Yibo 1st Calamity Zone, Captain of the True God Guards?" The woman's eyes flashed, and she sized up Luyin. She did not say anything as she took a step forward, intending to distort the void and disappear. At the same time, Luyin took a step forward and arrived at the woman's side. She casually struck out with her palm, and although it seemed gentle, the wind from her palm pressed down on the void. This palm force was definitely not weaker than Silent Void's emptiness palm. Ordinary progenitors would not be able to withstand this attack. Luyin drew out his divine power and dodged the palm strike. He then reached out to grab the woman's arm. The woman allowed him to grab her arm, and her eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Her eyes turned red. A terrifying force came from the woman's arm and flung Luyin away. A thin sword appeared in her hand again, and its tip curved as it pierced towards Luyin in an unpredictable trajectory, sealing off all of his escape routes. Luyin had encountered many sword experts since he started cultivating. He himself was a sword expert, and he had obtained the heavenly eye of martial law, which made it extremely easy for him to break through weapons. However, this sword gave him a different feeling. It was not a sword move, but a living thing. He could not see the tip of the sword clearly and could only retreat. His arms and abdomen had been slashed by the sword, leaving bloody wounds. The woman did not use too much strength, or else her sword would have been aimed at Luyin's head. Luyin could see that, or he would not have used only his current strength. "Captain of the True God Guards, that's all you amount to." The woman sheathed her sword and stood there, her gaze indifferent. Luyin sighed, "Your sword technique is very strange. Why did you stop me?" The woman stared at Luyin. The people of the Eternal Kingdom were all cold, and Mu Ji was an exception. "Is he really Wu Tian?" Luyin asked. The woman was surprised. "You know Wu Tian?" I come from the sixth direction beginning space, and Wu Tian is a legend in our spacetime. The woman stared at Luin. She looked at him deeply. So what? If possible, I also want to kill Wu Tian. Luin said. The woman retracted her gaze. Did you betray your spacetime? Luin was indifferent. I have always been their enemy. Then I'll have to disappoint you. He is Wu Tian, but you can't kill him. Why? Even I can't kill him, with just you? Lu Yin's tone was low. Why do you want to kill him? The woman looked into the distance. Most of the people in the Eternal Kingdom want him dead, but I. She paused and looked at Lu Yin again. Experiment. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Experiment? Killing Wu Tian will allow me to reach a certain height, even if he is half dead. Unfortunately, I can't kill him in this state. The woman casually replied. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked at her. Many people in the zone of calamity are like this, and he often has to endure different kinds of attacks. As expected of someone who once reached the legendary realm, he has managed to survive until now. But one day, he will die at my hands. She then distorted the void and left. Lu Yin watched her step into the void and slowly said, well said. It was unknown whether or not she had heard him, but her body vanished. Lu Yin turned to look at Wu Tian, but he didn't say anything and left as well. On the observation platform, Wu Tian hung his head and sighed. Lu Yin's expression was cold, and he soon arrived at the Corpse King tablet. He saw the experts of the third zone of calamity cultivating the Corpse King transformation, and he casually grabbed one of them and asked how to cultivate it. The person Lu Yin had grabbed was only a half-ancestor, and he didn't dare to disobey Lu Yin's orders. Not long after, Lu Yin released him, and the person hastily ran away, not even daring to look back. Lu Yin stood in place and stared at the Corpse King tablet in the distance before walking forward. There was an area around the Corpse King stele, and only by entering this area could one transfer their consciousness into the Corpse King stele. Relying on the Corpse Kings within the Corpse King stele to cultivate the Corpse King transformation, this was the greatest use of the Corpse King stele. There was no need to try it with one's own body, as it would always be the countless Corpse Kings left within the Corpse King tablet. Even if one failed, it didn't matter. Not everyone. Everyone could cultivate the Corpse King transformation. Di Qiong had set up the Corpse King tablet because he wanted all the Corpse Kings and people in the third zone of calamity to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. With this method, the chances of cultivating the Corpse King transformation would be extremely high. If one failed to cultivate the Corpse King transformation, they would be kicked out of the third zone of calamity. Thus, all living beings in the third zone of calamity would come to the Corpse King tablet. There was a ranking beside the Corpse King tablet, and it was the ranking of those who had reached the Corpse King transformation. Lu Yin relied on his tyrannical strength to sweep through all the Corpse Kings and directly walked to the Corpse King tablet. If other living beings wanted to cultivate in front of the tablet, they could only wait. However, experts like Lu Yin naturally didn't need to wait. In the entire third zone of calamity, there weren't many experts who had reached the progenitor realm, and such experts had special privileges. It's you? In front, a man turned around and saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the man, but he didn't recognize him. You must be from another zone of calamity. You just defended Lord Xian Wu, and now you're here again? Why, do you want to cultivate the Corpse King transformation? The man was curious. Lu Yin was indifferent and didn't say a word. The man sneered, it's not that easy to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. Without a foundation, you won't be able to cultivate it even if I gave you 8 to 10 years. I joined the third zone of calamity, and it took me 5 years to get started. After all, we are humans, not Corpse Kings. It's better to cultivate this technique as early as possible. With our strength, it's harder to cultivate it. If it wasn't for my high comprehension, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate it even after 15 years. Look at the others, some of them couldn't even get started in 100 years. They were directly chased to other zones of calamity by Lord Di Qiong. Lu Yin didn't care about the man. Was he a human traitor? Such a person was suitable to be appointed as a general. His gaze landed on the ranking on the side of the Corpse King tablet. This ranking represented the experts who had cultivated the Corpse King transformation in the third zone of calamity. It could also be considered as the strongest experts in the third zone of calamity. The person in first place was called Under Emperor. This name wasn't simple. The master of the third zone of calamity was named Di Qiong. Was Under Emperor just below Di Qiong? The person in second place was called Jade. There was only one word, but it somehow reminded Lu Yin of that woman. That woman had been able to injure Lu Yin, who was disguised as Yi Bo, with her sword skills. This meant that her strength had surpassed the captain of the True God Guard. Such strength was enough to be ranked here. The person in third place was the middle plate? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So the middle plate was from the third zone of calamity. No wonder his physical strength was so strong. The Corpse King transformation was strong, but Lu Yin had destroyed it. The person in fourth place was Xian Wu, the small giant who had beaten up the heavy ghost. And the person in fifth place was. The top 10 on the Corpse King tablet were all progenitors, but this ranking only included the top 10. It was impossible to know how many progenitors there were in the third zone of calamity. Stop looking. It's extremely difficult to get into this ranking. Why don't you think about how to cultivate the Corpse King transformation? However, you're from another zone of calamity, so there's no need for you to cultivate it. The man's voice sounded a little talkative. Lu Yin looked at him and asked, "What about you? What about me? You're not in the ranking? Are you mocking me?" "No. I feel like you're mocking me." "Up to you." The man's face twitched. There are no less than 20 extreme experts in the third zone of calamity. In addition to those Corpse Kings that are extremely strong but lack intelligence, there are at least 50 of them. There are so many extreme experts, but only 10 can get into this ranking. You should know that these 10 all live in the third zone of calamity most of the time. None of them are in the same situation as us. People like us can never get into the ranking. For example, Lord Di Xia, who is ranked number 1, is a powerful Corpse King personally nurtured by Lord Di Qiong. He will represent the third zone in the Chosen of Gods. Look at Lord Fei, who is ranked number 2. He was born in the Eternal Kingdom, in the third zone. He has been cultivating the Corpse King transformation since he was young. Lord Xinwu, who is ranked 3rd, was brought back by Lord Di Qiong many years ago. And Lu Yin closed his eyes and ignored the man. He already knew what he needed to know. There were no less than 20 progenitors. There were also dozens of ancestral realm Corpse Kings. This was the strength of the third calamity region. To be honest, it was far from being comparable to the first zone of calamity. However, if the 7 sky gods were not included, the third zone of calamity's strength was not weak. Especially the first ranked under the Emperor, who had the qualifications to represent the third zone of calamity in the Chosen of Gods battle. That meant that he was definitely an expert of the sequence laws. What about Jade? Unfortunately, there was no way to force out her true strength on the observation platform. Wu Tian's misfortune had made Lu Yin decide to stay in the third region of calamity. Mu Ji's side was temporarily fine, and Lu Yin wanted to use Wu Tian, but Lu Yin was also using Mu Ji. Both of them wanted to achieve their own goals. Compared to helping him obtain a true god battle technique, Lu Yin would rather take Wu Tian with him. This was also why he had chosen to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. He wanted to stay. He calmed his heart and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by darkness. This was the world inside the Corpse King tablet, and the body he had was a Corpse King. Consciousness was the power of consciousness. How could Di Qiong have the power of consciousness? The power of consciousness was not easy to deal with. The people in the game of 1,000 faces had reached the level of the captain of the true god guards with the power of consciousness. If Di Qiong also had the power of consciousness, Lu Yin would have to think about how to deal with it. Using this Corpse King's body to cultivate the Corpse King transformation was a passable experiment. Lu Yin already knew of the Corpse King transformation technique, and now, he was finally going to try it out. This technique had always been very attractive to him. First Calamity Region. A starry door opened and a figure walked out. It was Xian Wu. Xinwu landed in the first Calamity Region. She looked around and saw the cracks on the ground. Was this the result of the fierce battle with the Six Direction Society? He looked at the sky. More than half of the originally densely packed starry doors had disappeared. The first domain of disaster had truly weakened. It had actually been attacked multiple times. Did Di Qiong send you here? The ancestor of the past asked. Xianwu was startled. He didn't know how the ancestor had appeared. Yes, you have 3 captains of the true god guards in the 3rd Calamity region. Lord Di Qiong asked me to come and ask how we should deal with them, Xianwu replied, looking at the ancestor of the past with fear. Before they set off, Lord Di Qiong had warned them not to offend this woman. She was not an ordinary woman. Luyin and the rest were right, as Di Qiong had only just remembered to send someone to the first zone of disaster to ask about the situation. He had not taken them seriously at all. If he had not seen Luyin at the observation platform, he did not know how long it would have taken for him to send Xinwu to the first calamity zone. Why didn't he come himself? Ancestor Shi's tone was calm as he looked at the divine energy lake. Xianwu replied, Master has just gone through a battle and is currently in seclusion. Tell me about it. Xinwu did not hide anything and told him everything she knew. However, he did not know that Di Qiong had encountered the primordial space and Lu Yuan. He only knew that Di Qiong had destroyed the God Kingdom and brought the 3 captains of the true God Guards from Zone 1 to Zone 3. Xianwu didn't know, but Ancestor Shi knew. Because of night more the 3 of them must be in the origin space. Since Di Qiong was able to bring them back, he must have gone to the origin space. Seems like he did not get any benefits. Ancestor Shi muttered. He then looked at Xinwu, bring them over. After all, they are from Zone 1. It is not good for them to stay in Zone 3. Understood. Xinwu replied. He then hesitated for a moment. Ancestor Shi looked at him, is there anything else? Xinwu thought for a moment and looked at Ancestor Shi, may I ask, does Zone 1 wish to participate in the Chosen God battle? Ancestor Shi replied calmly, of course. Then, do you have anyone in mind? Xinwu asked again. Ancestor Shi sized Xinwu up, speak your mind. Xinwu gritted his teeth, if Zone 1 does not have any suitable candidates, I wish to represent Zone 1. In the 3rd zone, it was obvious that the participants of the Chosen of God's battle were Emperor and Jade. He was not their match at all. Now that he saw the 1st zone's miserable state, he naturally thought that the 1st zone had weakened. He had an idea. Perhaps he could join the 1st zone and represent it in the battle. Ancestor Shi found it funny and did not reply. From afar, Xiaoying Divinity walked over, why are you not representing Zone 3? Xinwu did not notice Xiaoying Divinity's appearance and was slightly afraid. It is because you do not have the qualifications to represent Zone 3. If you were to represent Zone 1, wouldn't we be eliminated before the battle even started? What do you take Zone 1 for? Xiaoying Divinity was arrogant and was getting closer to Xinwu. Xinwu's face darkened, it is not that I am weaker than them. It is just that Lord Di Qiong is biased. Xiaoying Divinity was disdainful, get lost. You are not qualified to represent Zone 1. Xinwu was furious, what did you say? Xiaoying Divinity sized Xinwu up. He waved his hand and the fusion of Tai Yin and Tai Yang exploded. Xinwu was sent flying. Xinwu also used Corpse King transformation in an instant. However, he could not withstand the attack. The terrifying Tai Yang divinity corroded his body and the Tai Yang divinity burned his internal organs. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoying Divinity did not even look at Xinwu, get lost. Xinwu took a deep look at Xiaoying Divinity and left. After Xinwu left, Xiaoying Divinity looked at Ancestor Shi with a much more respectful expression. In the past, it was because of Ancestor Shi's unfathomable strength. Only after the Battle of Zone 1 did he know that Ancestor Shi had changed the cultivation direction of the Lu family. It was called Qing Luo Sword Heaven and ended the war with one sword. Ancestor Shi's strength was stronger than his. Now that he was facing Ancestor Shi, he did not dare to be impudent. What is it? Ancestor Shi's tone was calm. Xiaoying Divinity said, I wish to participate in the battle of deities. Ancestor Shi was not surprised, you are already one of the 7 heavenly gods. The 3 heavenly gods and the 6 heavenly gods have the same status. Xiaoying Divinity's eyes flashed. The 7 heavenly gods was just the name of the 6 direction sect. The 3 heavenly gods and the 6 heavenly gods were recognized by the only true God. They were second only to the only true God and were famous in the 6 regions of calamity. They were like the 3 realms and 6 Tao of heaven sect. In the reincarnation spacetime, he was one of the 3 divinities and thought that he was comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Tao. However, he later found out that he was thinking too much. Lu Yuan of the 3 realms and 6 Tao could challenge the grand heavenly masters. The 3 divinities and 9 sages could not be compared to the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Only the 3 heavenly gods and 6 Tao, who were regarded as the highest level of existence by the eternal race, could compete with the 3 realms and 6 Tao. He desired to become one of the 3 heavenly gods and 6 Tao. Senior, please grant me my wish. Xiaoying divinity bowed deeply. Ancestor Shi looked at him, no one in the 7 heavenly gods has bowed to me. Xiaoying divinity took a deep breath. Senior, you are qualified to receive such a great bow. Ancestor Shi's expression did not change. The 6 regions of calamity of the eternal race are competing with each other. My first region of calamity has always been the strongest, but now, we are being looked down upon. Xiaoying divinity sneered, that trash dares to look down on my first region of calamity? In the battle of deities, I will definitely suppress the other regions of calamity. Ancestor Shi coldly said, he is testing us. Xiaoying divinity's expression changed. Di Qiong has many thoughts. You desire to compete with the 3 realms and 6 Tao, but the 3rd region of calamity has imprisoned Wu Tian. Ancestor Shi's voice was indifferent. Xiaoying divinity's eyes flickered, but he could not speak for a moment. He did not think that Xian Wu was testing him, and he did not expect Wu Tian to be imprisoned in the 3rd region of calamity. Was this the strength of the 3 great leaders and 6 vast beings? Although he was arrogant, he did not think that he could surpass Wu Tian, at least not for the time being. A Void Master had almost killed him, and a Void Master was not comparable to Wu Tian. You can participate in the battle of deities. Ancestor Shi agreed. Xiaoying divinity bowed again, thank you, senior. In the 3rd region of calamity, Xian Wu returned and stood respectfully in front of Di Qiong. To injure you with 1 strike, it is a good sequence rule. Di Qiong looked at Xian Wu, his tone was solemn. Xiaoying divinity's strength was enough to make him raise his eyebrows. Xian Wu said respectfully, this person is not from the 7 heavenly gods, he will definitely represent the 1st region of calamity in the battle. Di Qiong looked up, the 1st region of calamity's strength is unfathomable, it will not be weakened so easily. It does not matter, the other experts in the regions of calamity are not weak either, this battle of deities will definitely be more intense than the previous one. Send the 3 captains of the true god guards to the 1st region of calamity. Xian Wu's command, turned and left. Wait. Xian Wu quickly turned back, my lord. Di Qiong looked at him, do you feel indignant? Xian Wu was shocked, I do not dare. Do you not dare, or do you feel indignant? I do not feel indignant. Both His Majesty and Fei have surpassed me, I definitely do not feel indignant. Xian Wu was terrified. Di Qiong's gaze was cold, you cannot be compared to them, remember this. Xian Wu quickly acknowledged and retreated nervously. The other regions of calamity were powerful, but his 3rd region of calamity was not weak either, it was just a matter of who could walk to the end. 2 of the 7 heavenly gods had died, and 1 was severely injured, who could guarantee that the 3 chiefs and 6 seas would not suffer any losses? If he could make one of his own become one of the 3 chiefs and 6 seas, he would have a greater say in the eternal tribe if he worked together. 3rd region of calamity, Corpse King Tablet. The man who was talking to Luin earlier was so angry that he wanted to give Luin a beating. This guy was listening to others talk, and then he went to cultivate by himself, he did not even take him seriously. If it was not for the Corpse King Tablet's cultivation area, he would have attacked. When he finally managed to catch his breath, the man also began to cultivate. After Xian Wu returned to the 3rd region of calamity, he did not immediately look for Luin and the rest. He had been injured by the Xiaoying divinity and needed some time to recover. Soon, half a month had passed. On this day, Xian Wu walked out and began to look for Luin and the rest. He easily found Dual Blade Stream and Heavy Ghost, but he could not find Lu Yin's whereabouts. He would never have dreamed that Luin had gone to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. After a few days, he finally found the Corpse King stele. He saw Luin standing in front of the Corpse King stele. Yibo is actually cultivating the Corpse King transformation? The pink-haired girl was surprised. The blue-haired man looked into the distance, not understanding what Luin was trying to do. Zhonggui screamed, "Pull him back! Pull him back!" Xinwu walked towards the Corpse King tablet. Due to being injured by the Shaoing divinity, he was rather dissatisfied with the first zone of calamity. Ridiculous. Not far behind Luin, Xinwu wanted to forcefully interfere with Lu Yin's cultivation. With his level in the third zone of calamity, he had the right to do so. Suddenly, a cry came from the side, the rankings had changed. Xinwu looked over in surprise. The Corpse King tablet's rankings hadn't changed for many years. Even when the mid-plate had gone to the first zone of calamity, he hadn't been able to surpass the mid-plate. Why had it changed now? Everyone looked over at the rankings. The name at the bottom had been replaced by Yibo. "Who's that?" someone asked. The man talking to Luin immediately looked over. Although he didn't know the name Yibo, it was obvious that it was this person. There weren't many extreme powerhouses who had come to the Corpse King tablet to cultivate recently, and he knew all of them except for this person. But how was this possible? How could this person climb the rankings in such a short time? Was this a joke? Xinwu looked at Luin in shock. He had actually climbed the rankings? And in such a short time? He had wanted to interfere with Lu Yin's cultivation, but he couldn't do so now. Even he couldn't interfere with someone who could climb the Corpse King tablet. Otherwise, Lord Diqiang wouldn't let him off. At that moment, someone else cried out. Xinwu looked over and saw that the rankings had changed once again. Yibo's name was constantly moving up, surpassing one name after another, shocking the third zone of calamity. Xinwu couldn't believe it. Impossible, how could it be so fast? This person had clearly only started cultivating for a short time. The man talking to Luin was even more stunned. When he thought about what he had said, his face turned red. Inside the Corpse King tablet, Luin sighed. The Corpse King transformation bound the body's tissues in microscopic form, increasing the body's strength by tenfold the moment it was bound. It was a technique that could also be considered a technique. The weakness was that the tissues bound not only of the body's muscles, but also of the emotions. A person's emotions came from the various tissues within the body. His physical body was strengthened, but his emotions were also constantly erased by the bindings. This was the biggest weakness of the Zombie King transformation. To the Eternals, this wasn't a disadvantage. In fact, it was an advantage. The Eternals didn't need emotions, but Luin did. He couldn't erase his emotions for the sake of cultivating the Corpse King transformation, making himself neither human nor ghost. To Luin, the Corpse King transformation was very easy to cultivate. It was easy for Luin to grasp the microscopic structure of the human body. After all, he had once reached the profound creation realm in terms of star energy control, and he had immediately mastered the Corpse King transformation. Furthermore, this Corpse King's body had allowed him to cultivate to the ghost pupil transformation in the shortest amount of time. If he wanted to, he could even cultivate to the eyeless transformation. However, this was only the Corpse King's body. If he could not cultivate, he would not be able to stay in the third calamity region. He had to think of a way to achieve the effect of Corpse King transformation and lure Diqiang out so that he could stay in the third calamity region. For the rest of his time, he stopped cultivating the Corpse King transformation. Instead, he spent his time thinking about how to successfully cultivate his own body. In the outside world, Lu Yin's Corpse King transformation had reached Ghost Eye. The moment he changed, he instantly surpassed the 5th place, and was only second to Xinwu. He was now ranked 5th on the Corpse King tablet. Xinwu was shocked. How could it be so fast? Around the Corpse King tablet, regardless of whether it was a Corpse King or any other life form, everyone was silent. Even Dual Blade Stream was stunned. Heavy Ghost was dancing with joy, but he didn't say anything. It was obvious that he was shocked as well. A few days later, Lu Yin's consciousness returned, and he decided to give it a try. When he turned around, countless gazes fell on him. A shadow loomed over him. Xinwu? Xinwu looked deeply at Luin. How's the Corpse King transformation? Luin nodded. It's quite powerful. I've decided to try it out. Xinwu's face twitched. Decided to try it out? This was as simple as going to the market to buy groceries. Who would dare say that the Corpse King transformation was easy to cultivate? How long had it taken him to reach the eyeless transformation? How many of the Eternals could reach the eyeless transformation? Furthermore, the Corpse King tablet wasn't meant to be used like this. Who would cultivate to the Corpse King transformation within the Corpse King tablet without actually cultivating it? It had never happened before. Everyone would first go to the Corpse King tablet to cultivate, several times, tens of times, hundreds of times, thousands, tens of thousands of times. After familiarizing themselves with it, they would then go to the Corpse King tablet and come back to try again. They would repeat countless times until they succeeded. Then they would go to the Corpse King tablet to try a higher level of the Corpse King transformation. This was the correct use of the Corpse King tablet. He was the same. Fei and Xianxia were the same. What was wrong with this person? The first time he entered the Corpse King tablet, he cultivated to a level second only to himself. But he himself had never cultivated it before. Xinwu looked deeply at Luin. Lord Diqiang asked me to send you back to the first zone of calamity. Luin refused. I'm not going. Xinwu frowned. You don't want to go back to the first zone of calamity? I want to cultivate the Corpse King transformation. You can also cultivate in the first zone of calamity. Muji's threat was temporarily removed. Luin could go to the first zone of calamity, but there was no need for that. He wanted to take Wu Tian away, so he couldn't leave the third zone of calamity. There's no Corpse King tablet in the first zone of calamity. Luin replied. Xinwu was unhappy. You don't need the Corpse King tablet anymore. Follow me. Luin stared coldly at Xinwu. Get out of my way. Xinwu's huge body stood in front of Luin. Follow me to the first zone of calamity. Don't make me repeat myself. I've said it before. Get out of my way. Lu Yin's tone was firm. Xinwu clenched his fist. You asked for it. His eyes turned red and he grabbed at Luin, tearing through the void. Whether it was humans or Eternals, sometimes they were so straightforward. If Luin didn't have the ability to talk to Xinwu, Xinwu wouldn't even need to ask for his permission and would just throw him to the first zone of calamity. However, Luin had the ability to resist Xinwu. Xinwu was merciless. He knew the strength of the captain of the true God Guards. With his red eyes, once he caught Luin, he was confident that Luin wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. He couldn't attack that woman at the observation platform. Now, he could vent his anger on Xinwu and show Diqiang that he was qualified to stay. Yi Bo's strength in the first zone of calamity could only be considered average. However, it was different when he used his divine power. When the Thunder Lord invaded the zone of calamity, Lu Yin had disguised himself as Yi Bo and used his divine power to block the Moon Immortal, which had shocked the ancestor of the past. Now, facing Xinwu, his divine power was still the best disguise. Dark red surged and covered the surface of Lu Yin's body. He similarly raised his hand to grab Xinwu. Two palms, one big and one small, collided. Xinwu subconsciously grabbed Lu Yin's arm and tried to catch him, but his eyes suddenly widened in the next moment. He hurriedly let go and took a step back. When he looked down, he saw that there was a deep imprint on his palm that was sunken in. Traces of blood flowed along the imprint. This was left behind by Lu Yin's palm. This palm had destroyed Xinwu's palm. Xinwu was furious, and his pupils changed continuously. First, the ghostly eye transformation, and finally, the eyeless transformation. A terrifying aura shook the surroundings and shot up into the sky. Everyone around him, including the Corpse King, retreated. Xinwu was originally a small giant, but after the eyeless transformation, the terrifying aura forcibly increased his size to that of a giant. His entire body was like an angry mountain that pressed down on Lu Yin. Terrifying, 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 Heavy Ghost cried out. Two Blade Stream looked at each other. Xinwu's strength was extremely strong even among the true God Guard captains. If they did not use their divine power, they would not be his match. Lu Yin looked up at Xinwu. When his palm pressed down, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This palm was the only thing left in the entire world. Xinwu's face was gloomy, and his heart rumbled. His divine power surged and shot up into the sky. At the same time, the surrounding divine power river boiled. A layer of mist formed on the surface and formed a dark red color that swept towards Luin. It was as though his divine power was being drawn. From afar, Di Qiong looked over. This person had actually drawn out his divine power. This person actually had such talent in cultivating his divine power. Some people were born to cultivate a certain power, such as Di Qiong. Di Qiong thought that Di Qiong was very suitable for cultivating the Corpse King transformation. Di Qiong thought that Yi Bo, who was disguised as Luin, had a unique talent for cultivating the divine power. Xinwu's palm covered the sky but was stopped in midair. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, and a dark red color appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xinwu was flustered. Xinwu's palm was actually blocked by his divine power. This was the zone of disaster, where divine power covered the entire zone of disaster. Here, Luin was like the ruler. Making an enemy out of Luin was making an enemy out of divine power. How could one survive in this zone of disaster? Luin leaped up, clenched his fist, and punched out. Bang! It shook the starry sky. Everyone felt as though they had been slapped in the face. This was the aftermath of the power that swept out in all directions. Even the progenitors were affected. Xinwu's palm was directly penetrated by Luin, causing him to fall backward. Luin grabbed his fingers. Get over here. Using Xinwu's fingers as a point, Luin pulled him over and smashed him onto the ground. Xinwu's left hand pressed down on the ground in an attempt to support his body, but Luin instantly appeared above him and kicked down. There was a loud boom as Xinwu's entire body was smashed into the ground. Dark red divine power swept out in all directions, causing the ground to split open once more as smoke and dust filled the air. The entire process wasn't long, but it was enough to shock the entire third zone of disaster. Xinwu, who was publicly recognized as second only to Fei and Di Qiong in the third zone of disaster, was smashed into the ground. Furthermore, he was stepped on by someone. Luin stood on Xinwu's back, and the gloominess in his heart was relieved. The heavy ghost maintained its strange dancing posture and didn't move. The pink-haired girl stared blankly. Brother, this is Yi Bo? The blue-haired man was also shocked. He had never seen Luin flip out like this. It was too savage to beat up a strong martial artist in the third zone of disaster. Furthermore, he was stepping on him. Around them, the corpse kings and cultivators of the third zone of disaster were silent as they stared blankly. Such a thing had never happened in the third zone of disaster. Luin looked around, and for a moment, no one dared to look at him. At this moment, beneath his feet, Xianxu's body trembled and the ground split open again. Heavy breathing sounded in everyone's ears. Dark red divine power gushed out from Xianxu's body. He had also used his divine power. Luin narrowed his eyes. Once he used his divine power, Xianxu's combat power would skyrocket. This combat power was not something that Yi Bo's identity could easily suppress. His breathing became heavier and heavier. Xianxu was suppressing something. Luin looked down with a solemn gaze. Everyone could hear the heavy breathing. Xianxu's body slowly crawled out of the ground. Luin lifted his leg and stomped Xianxu to the ground again. Xianxu growled and turned to look at Luin on his back. His eyes were filled with crazed killing intent and resentment. Suddenly, both of them looked in the same direction at the same time. They felt their hearts palpitate. Immediately after, Two Blade Stream, Heavy Ghost, and the surrounding progenitor powerhouses all looked in the same direction. Lord Dixia? Someone exclaimed. Everyone stepped aside and stood respectfully. They looked at the person in black robes walking over step by step from afar. The person's appearance could not be seen. His entire body was covered in black robes, but the aura he exuded was abnormally terrifying. Every breath he took caused the space in front of him to distort. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. With the arrival of this person, Xianxu's boiling divine power was suppressed. The surrounding divine power river was also suppressed by an inexplicable force. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, the planet formed by divine power shook. This was affected by the person who came. This person possessed terrifying strength on the path of divine power. Lu Yin was unprecedentedly serious. He had only felt this feeling from the 7 sky gods. Only a powerhouse at the level of the 7 sky gods could affect him when they used their divine power. He was Dixia? The strongest powerhouse in the 3rd calamity zone, second only to Di Qiong. He was also an extremely strong powerhouse in the 3rd calamity zone who would definitely participate in the chosen gods battle. He was definitely qualified. Dixia walked over step by step and finally stopped less than 100 meters away from Xian Wu and Lu Yin. He said in a hoarse and low voice, "Can I, Xian Wu, come?" This was the standard way a corpse king spoke. Dixia was a genuine corpse king. Lu Yin's gaze was solemn as he leaped down. Xinwu slowly got up. Suddenly, Dixia's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on Xian Wu's back. Xian Wu did not even have time to react before his body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground. He let out a miserable howl. Everyone could only see fresh blood gushing out from the ground, causing the sky of the 3rd calamity region to be dyed red. No one spoke. At this moment, fear and trembling emotions spread through the hearts of many people. On the Corpse King tablet, Xian Wu was ranked 4th, while Under the Emperor was ranked 1st. It seemed like there was only a difference of 2 ranks, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Every creature in the 3rd calamity region knew that Xian Wu didn't even dare to raise his head in front of DD. His body was still level with Lu Yin and the others who were standing on the ground, but who would have thought that he would be able to suppress an expert like Xinwu in an instant? Xinwu didn't even dare to resist. 3rd, disaster zone. Slack. Too slow. Dixia looked at Lu Yin and spoke slowly, his voice emotionless. Lu Yin stared at Dixia in front of him. If he didn't open his celestial eye, he wouldn't be able to see this person's appearance clearly. "You're welcome. You want to stay?" "Yes." "Huan. Welcome, welcome." "Thank you. The battle of chosen gods is about to begin. If you can defeat Jade, you can represent Jade in the battle of chosen gods." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Countless gazes fell on Lu Yin. Lord Di Qiong actually thought so highly of this person? He wasn't from the 3rd calamity region. The words were spoken by Dixia, but the meaning was definitely Lord Di Qiong's. Only Lord Di Qiong could appoint the candidates to participate in the battle of chosen gods. "I can represent the 3rd calamity region to participate in the battle of chosen gods?" Lu Yin was surprised. Dixia's voice was still as low as before. "As long as you can defeat Jade. I am not stingy. You have no chance in the 1st calamity region." Lu Yin praised, "Please thank Lord Di Qiong for me." Dixia left, but before he left behind a stargate that led to the 3rd calamity region. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Di Qiong really trusted him. It was only after His Majesty left that there was movement underground. Xinwu slowly crawled out of the ground. At this moment, his injuries were far more serious than the injuries he suffered in the 1st calamity region. Dixia's ruthlessness was something Lu Yin had witnessed. After crawling out of the ground, Xinwu didn't say a word. He walked around Lu Yin and left with 2 Blade and Heavy Ghost. He wanted to send them to the 1st calamity region. As for Lu Yin, he could stay in the 3rd calamity region. After Xinwu sent 2 Blade and Heavy Ghost to the 1st calamity region, no one cared about Lu Yin in the 3rd calamity region. No one talked to him, and it was as if Mu Ji had disappeared. Lu Yin had his own tower and maidservants. Everything was the same as in the 1st calamity region. The only difference was that there were no true god guards in the 3rd calamity region, and there were no missions assigned to him. Every calamity region was different, and the way of doing things was different. There were missions in the 1st calamity region, but there were very few missions in the 3rd calamity region. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Yin only went to the Corpse King tablet once. He wanted to talk to someone, but no one dared to talk to him. Even the progenitor who had spoken to him at the beginning stayed far away from him. Everyone knew that Luyin had offended Xinwu, and she would definitely cause trouble for anyone who got close to him. Luyin didn't care, though, as he was waiting for Muji to find him. Muji wanted to work with him to find the true god's ultimate technique, so it was impossible for her to stay away forever. On this day, Luyin sat in his tower and opened his celestial eye to scan his surroundings. He wanted to roll his die, but he had to make sure that no one was watching him. In the third calamity region, only Di Qiong and Di Xia had the ability to watch him. However, the possibility of those two watching him was very small, as they also needed to cultivate. Furthermore, the everlasting tribe didn't seem to have the habit of watching others. After all, any human who joined the everlasting tribe was a traitor unless they were born in the eternal kingdom. Watching a group of traitors was meaningless. After looking around, Luyin didn't feel any fear. At his level, no matter how high someone's cultivation was, he would be able to sense it. Furthermore, he had the celestial eye, so unless it was someone at the level of the one true God, there was nothing he could do. After making sure that no one was watching him, Luyin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He had an idea. He had cultivated divine power, so if he used divine power to roll the dice, would it be integrated into the body of a cultivator who also cultivated divine power? He had never tried it before, but now he could. He tapped the die, and a useless pair of scissors fell out. It looked like a weapon, but it would break with a snap. Continue. 5. Continue. 3. Continue. 6. Continue. His consciousness appeared in the dark space, and he had successfully rolled 6 pips. Furthermore, he had rolled the die under the premise of using divine power. Since it could appear in this space, it meant that there was a ball of light that could be merged into it. He looked around and saw that there were indeed light balls. There was a particularly bright and dazzling light ball in the distance. He could not wait to rush over there. Could it be Di Qiong? Or could it be the one true God? The 6 regions of calamity were all in the same spacetime. Could it enter the bodies of other experts in the regions of calamity? If this was the case, then not only would he be able to understand the Eternals, but he would also have a huge advantage when fighting against the Eternals in the future. At the very least, he would be able to know more about his enemies. Right, he could even attempt suicide, although it would definitely not be easy. His consciousness rushed towards the ball of light and merged into it. In an instant, his eyes opened, and memories flooded in. Luyin's expression became strange. The person he had merged with was actually Di Xia. No wonder the ball of light was so bright. How could it be so coincidental that all 6 regions of calamity could merge into Di Xia's body? Luyin did not care about this, and he hurriedly checked Di Xia's memories. Gradually, his expression became strange. This was really interesting. Through Di Xia's memories, Luyin understood Di Xia's fighting style, the rules of the sequence, and even his current location. Although he was amazed by Di Xia's strength, since he understood, he also had a way to deal with him. No matter what, Di Xia could not surpass the Witch Spirit God and the Undying God. Even the 7 sky gods had been killed, and Di Xia was no exception. What truly piqued his interest was a plot against him. There was definitely a traitor among the true God Guard captains, and this was something that Ancestor Shi had confirmed. Back then, the 6 captains had been attacked by 6 experts from the 6-Way Association, and the answer was obvious. But even now, the Eternals had not been able to find out which one was the traitor. The most suspicious was Muji, but he had used his innate gift to prove that he could escape from woodcarving. This innate gift of his had caught Ancestor Shi's attention. Aside from Muji, the other captains of the True God Guard all cultivated divine power. Cultivators of divine power should not betray the Eternals. If they really did betray the Eternals, then in Ancestor Shi's opinion, Yi Bo, 2 Bladers, and the other captains who had been imprisoned by the Above Heaven sect might be suspicious. It had to be said that Ancestor Shi's guess was correct, and this conspiracy against Luyin was likely not just targeted at him. A few days later, Di Xia would come to find him and tell him that they would join forces to attack the 6-Way Association. The 6-Way Association and White Cloud City had repeatedly attacked the first zone of calamity, forcing the first zone of calamity into hiding. The Eternals would not let this matter rest, and they would also counterattack. The reason why Xianxia had told Luin about this was to test whether or not he would tell the Six-Way Association so that they would be prepared. This was a huge matter. If Luin had really been arranged by the Six-Way Association to infiltrate the Eternals, he would definitely have found a way to inform the Six-Way Association about this matter. Once he did, it would expose him as a traitor. The Eternals did not care about other traitors, even if the human progenitor who had surrendered to them was a spy. What they cared about was divine power. If even a cultivator of divine power could betray the Eternals, this was something that the Eternals could not accept. They had to get to the bottom of this. Whether or not Yi Bo was a traitor was not important. What was important was whether or not a true God Guard captain who cultivated divine power was a traitor. Luin felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had rolled his die on a whim and learned of this matter. Otherwise, if he had been probed, the Six-Way Association would have been notified, and that would have been the end of him. How could they not inform the Six-Way Association? The reason why Xianxia was in such a hurry to destroy the Divine-Dwelling Nation was because he wanted to support Zone 1. This should be the support that he was referring to. It was true that they were going to attack the Six-Party Society, but the probing was just a coincidence. Coincidentally, Xianxia had brought Yi Bo, Two-Blade Sect, and the others back, so they decided to test the Six-Party Society. Regardless of whether they were testing the Six-Party Society or not, they would still attack. Their target was not the Six-Party Society, but the Five Spirit Tribes and the Three Moon Alliance. This was also one of the reasons why Luin was afraid. Attacking the Six-Way Guild was to test him and the others, to confirm whether the true God Guard captain who cultivated divine power was reliable. Their real target was the Five Spirit Clans and the Three Moon Alliance. The Five Spirit Tribes and the Three Moons Alliance had a total of 8 Sequence Law Adepts. That was what the Eternals wanted to destroy. Xianxia, Emperor below the Great Emperor, the first zone of disaster, and even the other zones of disaster would attack the Five Spirit Tribes and the March Alliance. The Six Paths Association had eliminated many of the extraterritorial reinforcements of the Everlasting Race, and the Everlasting Race wanted revenge. Luin withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body. He took a deep breath. The Eternals had made a big move. This was their true goal. Once the Five Spirit Tribes and the Tri-Moon Alliance were destroyed, White Cloud City would lose all external aid. Only White Cloud City's own strength would remain, and the sect above the heavens would also lose all external aid. The Five Spirit Tribes were on very good terms with Luin, so losing them would be a huge loss for White Cloud City. After all, they had the help of the Five Spirit Clans when they attacked the Undying God and fought their way into the Calamity region. Most importantly, Ming Yan was still sealed in the Ice Spirit Clan's territory. Otherwise, not only would his identity as Yi Bo have been exposed, but the Five Spirit Clans and the Tri-Moon Alliance would have been destroyed as well. The Six Direction Association would not have been able to send reinforcements so easily. He had never underestimated the Eternals, but now it seemed that, regardless of whether he had underestimated them or not, there were still some things that he could not see through. The dice had given him too much help. If he and Muji were being probed here, the Two-Blade Sect would definitely be probed as well. The Heavy Ghost would definitely not be probed. That fellow had long been locked up in the Above Heaven sect. Now that he knew about the Eternals' plan, how should he deal with it? Even if the Eternals told him that they were going to attack the Five Spirit Tribes and the Tri-Moon Alliance, how could the Six Direction Guild stop them? He did not know how much power the Eternals would send, but he was sure that Xianxia and Xianxia would take action. What other experts would there be in the Zone of E? First, what kind of forces would the Realm of Disaster send? Without knowing the other party's deployment, the Six Direction sect would not be able to deal with it. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a solution. Perhaps he should tell Wang Wen and the others and let them think of a solution. That's right, he looked at his cosmic ring. His emperor had given him a stargate, which was the beginning of his probing. He had allowed Luin to freely travel to and from the third region of Calamity without any worries. If he really wanted to return to Above Heaven, this was the best opportunity. He had to take advantage of the fact that Xianxia hadn't told him that they were going to attack Six Direction Guild. Otherwise, if he left the third Calamity region, there would be some things that he couldn't explain clearly. Now, the problem was, how was he going to leave? What reason did he have to leave? Moreover, he shouldn't have the ability to leave. One had to know that Yibo's identity belonged to the Starry Sky Tree. The people of the Starry Sky Tree could not locate him in the vast parallel universe because the Starry Sky Tree was split from the fifth mainland. The people of the Starry Sky Tree were in an awkward position. Once they went to another parallel universe, they could not return unless they left a seal in the Starry Sky Tree and left their aura behind. However, Yibo was rescued by Diqiang from the Eternal Kingdom. What right did he have to leave the seal in the Starry Sky Tree? He shouldn't be able to go to any parallel time. It should be empty unless he casually tore through the void. That was when he had no other choice and had to flee. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. There was only one way. Lu Yin walked out of the tower and looked in the direction of the Black Mother Tree. Diqiang was in that direction, and Dixia should be in that direction as well. Dixia's tower was very large, much larger than Lu Yin's tower. It even surpassed the tower of the seven sky gods in the first region of Calamity. However, Dixia was not there. In the entire third region of Calamity, no one outside of Diqiang knew where Dixia was. Dixia never stayed in his tower, he always stayed underground, far away from the Corpse King Steel. Diqiang and Dixia were the only ones who knew. Dixia, Dixia. It could be underground, but it could also be Dixia. This was what Diqiang had thought when he had named Dixia. Dixia liked to stay underground. Lu Yin identified the Corpse King Steel's location and walked over. If he wanted to find Dixia's location, he would have to pass by the Corpse King Steel. It didn't seem too out of place for him to cultivate there. Not long after, Lu Yin reached the Corpse King Steel and continued cultivating the Corpse King transformation. His surroundings were silent, and no one dared to disturb him. A few days later, he intentionally or unintentionally walked towards Dixia's location. It was not a strange place as there were Corpse Kings passing by. Coincidentally, he saw the human progenitor who had spoken to him for the first time in that direction. The man was stunned when he saw Lu Yin walking over and turned to leave. Lu Yin took a step forward and easily passed the man, blocking his path. "Why are you running away?" The man bitterly asked, Lord Yebwa? It's not the first time we've met." Lu Yin was indifferent. The man's face twitched. "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Lu Yin stared at the man. "You're a genius. You managed to cultivate the Corpse King transformation in 15 years. The man wanted to slap himself for talking nonsense. How can I compare to Lord Yebwa? Lord Yebwa was ranked 5th on the Corpse King Steel the first time he cultivated it. You flatter me. You're very sincere. Let's be friends." The man was stunned. "What did you say?" Lu Yin's expression was sincere. "I'm very lonely." The man was stunned and blinked. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave." Lu Yin placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "What's your name?" The man was about to cry. "My lord, please don't play with me. I don't dare be friends with you. I'm not worthy." Lu Yin looked into the distance. "Is that your tower?" The man nodded with a sullen expression. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Good location." The man did not understand what Lu Yin was saying. "Was this location good? Let's go and take a look." The man was speechless. "My lord, please spare me. I can't take it." Lu Yin grabbed the man's shoulder. "I'll give you some pointers." "Can I say no?" The man wanted to retort, but the pain in his shoulder prevented him from speaking. Was this guy crazy? Who would want to be friends? And did he have friends among the Eternals? They were all traitors to the human race, so how could anyone be friends with a traitor? He had betrayed an entire civilization to join the Eternals, and he knew that he was not a good person. Wait, could this Yebwa be here for revenge? The more he thought about it, the more nervous and afraid he became. He felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Lu Yin was right. The location was really good. It was directly below the tower, and it was very close to Dixia. Lu Yin looked at the man with a strange gaze. If this guy knew that Dixia was below the tower, would he be unable to sleep? He could even wake up from his dreams. Outside the tower, the maid, Yao Tiao, quickly bowed when she saw the man return. The man had a helpless expression. Lord Yebwa, please. He watched as Luin stepped into the tower. From now on, his days would not be so easy. Lord Xinwu would definitely cause trouble for him. Luin expressionlessly walked through every nook and cranny of the tower as soon as he stepped inside. The man did not know what Luin wanted, but he did his best to entertain him. Luin looked at the man. What level is your corpse king transformation? The man hurriedly replied, barely red eyes. You're being modest. No, I'm definitely not being modest. Let's spar. The man was startled, and the image of Xinwu being trampled on appeared in his mind. He quickly refused. However, Luin did not give him a chance to speak. He grabbed at the man's neck, and the man subconsciously circulated his strength to resist. This person's strength was very ordinary and could not even compare to the monarch's aura. However, it was not bad that he had reached the progenitor realm. Luin easily broke through the man's defenses and pressed down on his shoulder. This was not as easy as it seemed, and the man immediately felt intense pain as half of his body was about to be crushed. His eyes turned sinister as his eyes turned red. He struck out at Luin, a sharp weapon appearing in his hand. It was very small, but it was very sharp. Luin allowed the man's palm to land on his body, and under the man's shocked gaze, Luin flung him out of the tower. The tower was destroyed, and Lu Yin's clothes were torn apart. The man landed on the ground and coughed, clutching his shoulder as he looked up. Luin rushed out, again. The man was shocked, and he used a power similar to that of the ancestral realm. However, he was unable to resist Lu Yin's power, and he was smashed into the ground. Directly below him was Xia. Luin did not stop there, and he followed closely behind the man. The moment he entered the ground, he was close enough to control Luin. At the same time, Xia opened his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer Xia, but Luin. In his vision, the man was smashed down, and Luin was following closely behind. Luin controlled Xia's body and passed over the man, sending a palm straight to the sky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luin returned to his body, twisted, and tore through the void to disappear. The moment Luin disappeared, the palm from the ground shattered the starry sky. This was Xia's palm, and it was so powerful that it attracted Diqiong's attention. Diqiong appeared instantly. What happened? Xia grabbed the progenitor and walked out from the ground. He faced Diqiong. I don't know. Diqiong frowned and glanced at the man. Was that palm worth it? That palm, the target, no, was him. It was Yipa. Diqiong was shocked. Yipa? Why is he here? Why did you slap him again? Where is he? He reacted quickly and escaped. Xia was controlled by Luin and had lost his memory of that palm. However, Luin only controlled him for a moment. When he returned to his body, Xia clearly saw that he had hit him and that Luin had tore through the void to escape. Xia threw the man on the ground, and the man was knocked unconscious by Xia's palm that brushed past his body. However, he woke up quickly and held his head as if he had a headache. In his confusion, the man saw the arch in Diqiong. He turned pale with fright. Greetings, Lord Diqiong. Diqiong stared at the man. What happened? The man was confused. What happened? What just happened? He felt that what happened was inexplicable. He told Diqiong about his encounter with Yi Bo and their sparring. After that, he looked at the arch. Why was the arch here? He seemed to be underground. At this moment, a stargate opened far away. Diqiong looked over. Yi Bo had returned. Luin returned to the Above Heaven sect and told Wang Wen about the incident as quickly as possible. He asked them to think of a solution while he rushed back as soon as possible. He could not stay in the Above Heaven sect for too long. The only problem was that he could not confirm the exact time when Diqiong and the rest attacked the 5 spirit races. Luin quickly arrived in front of Diqiong and bowed. Greetings, Lord Diqiong. Diqiong sized Luin up. He could not figure out why he had hit Luin. Perhaps he had been disturbed during his cultivation. However, to be able to remain unscathed under his palm, this Yi Bo was indeed worthy of defeating Xinwu. What happened? Diqiong asked. Luin was scared. I was sparring with someone and did not expect to encounter the Arch underground. I was hit and thought that the Arch wanted to help Xian Wu deal with me, so I ran away. After hearing Lu Yin's explanation, Di Qiong was expressionless. It was just a small matter. No one knew that the Arch was here. It was normal for Di Qiong to attack when he was disturbed during his cultivation. Di Qiong left. This matter was not worth his attention. Di Qiong had also left. It was a coincidence that they had met, so he wanted to find another place. Only the man was confused. Lord Yibo, what happened? Lu Yin was indifferent. How would I know? However, you are neighbors with the Arch. Not bad. The man was scared. He would never have thought that Di Qiong was right next to him. If he had known, he would not have built a tower here. It was not safe underground. Speaking of which, why was the Arch underground? Suddenly, the man felt very insecure. He decided to turn the surrounding ground upside down. Otherwise, he would never be able to sleep. It was too scary. Let's spar again if there is a chance. Lu Yin left, leaving the man confused. He felt that everyone around him was crazy. After returning to his tower, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It was settled. Now, he just had to wait for Di Qiong. When he returned to the heavenly sect this time, he knew that the Limitless Empire had run away. To be honest, it was a pity that the Limitless Empire was also a human. If they were dragged into the battle against the Eternals, they would be a great help. Although the Limitless Empire was not very strong, they were at least comparable to a sequence law adept. However, they ran too fast. Moreover, the three symbols of the divine dwelling nation were also dead. This made Lu Yin feel even more regretful, as the death of the three divine beasts meant that the divine kingdom had been crippled. Without the help of the three divine beasts, the divine lady would be weaker than an ordinary person. The only good news was that the divine residence nation did not suffer too many casualties. It could be said that Di Qiong had saved them. Everything had its own karma. Because of him, the 6 parties had attacked the first zone of calamity, causing the eternal race to send reinforcements to the other zones of calamity. Because of the Limitless Empire, he had accidentally arrived at the divine dwelling nation and saved them. All of this was too coincidental. Lu Yin looked up at the dusky sky. Was there really a cycle of karma? Saruzin could see his karma, which was the guilt in his heart. Muji could also see evil, which was part of this world. Whether it was matter or not, it all had its own fate. Then, who was the one who had decided this fate? If the Lu family's exile had really been decided by someone, then were his enemies the Shaoyin divinity and Wang Fan, or the person who had decided this fate? Once the human race was destroyed, who should he seek revenge on? The eternal race? Or the person who had decided this fate? If this was really fate, then was the existence of the eternal race also part of it? If there really was a predetermined fate, then humans were truly ants. Lu Yin did not know when Dixia would come looking for him, so he decided to roll his die again. This time, he would use the power of wood and roll a 6. He wanted to see if it could be integrated into Muji's body. He was extremely wary of Muji, and he did not know what Muji was really thinking. It would be best if it could be integrated into Muji's body, but if not, he would just kill himself. He knew that Muji had not told Di Qiong about his suspicions when he had integrated into Dixia's body. Muji dared to scold the only true god, so he was not loyal to the eternal race. Lu Yin hoped that Muji was a spy who had joined the eternal race. However, if that was the case, then half of the true god guard captains were spies. Lu Yin felt sorry for the eternal race. In the following days, Lu Yin kept rolling his die. 1, 3, 5, 4, and so on, but he could not roll a 6. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Dixia finally came looking for him. Lu Yin looked at him warily. No need. Look at it this way. I was disturbed. That's why I unconsciously struck. I didn't think that I would hit you, Dixia said. Lu Yin looked at him. Why are you looking for me? Dixia's face could not be seen clearly, but Lu Yin could feel that he was staring at him. Attack, the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin was surprised. Attack the Six Direction Society? You? Me, everyone. Who else? 3 Prime, Lu Hao. Luin was shocked. 3 Prime and Lu Hao want to attack the Six Direction Society? Why? Di Qiang said in a low voice, the Eternal Clan's E region. No, the Six forces will attack the E region several times. The Earth Clan has decided to eradicate the Six forces. The 3 forces, 6 forces, and how will all attack? The 6 forces will have no chance of survival. Lord Di Qiang asked me to ask if you want to come with us. You can deal with the enemies in the air and time you are in the Lu clan, right? Luin rejected decisively, I'm not going. Di Xia's tone changed, why? Luin was serious, you don't understand how strong the Six Direction Society is now, especially the primordial spaces above Heaven Sect. They are unfathomable. After Luin took over, experts appeared one after another. They even broke into the first domain of calamity. I don't want to die. This time it's the 3 Prime, Lu Hao, Di Xia said. Luin shook his head, the one true god is injured and in seclusion, not to mention the 3 Prime and Lu Hao. In my opinion, the 3 Prime and Lu Hao have more means to protect themselves. Once they encounter danger, they won't die, but I might not. Di Xia was silent for a moment, so, you don't plan to take revenge? Luin stared at Di Xia, wanting to see his face clearly, you know about my vendetta? I don't, but you hate humans. This is a chance. I will think of a way to take revenge, but not now. I feel that if I participate in the chosen of deities and reach the level of the 3 Prime and Lu Hao, it will be easier for me to take revenge in the future. There won't only be one chance, Luin said. Di Xia did not try to persuade him any further. Fine. However, if you want to understand, come to me. Enter, attack, the Six Direction Society. The date, set, is 10 days from now. That will be the day the Six Direction Society is destroyed. With that, Di Xia left. Luin watched as Di Xia left. 10 days from now? The date was really accurate. If Luin did not know, he would have jumped in even if he felt that it was a trap. After all, it concerned the life and death of the entire Six Direction Society. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Eternals knew that Luin was Luin and were using this method to make him lower his guard. Even if the Six Direction Society knew that the Eternals would attack, the Six Direction Society would not put up any defenses. However, this possibility was extremely low and unnecessary. Even if there was such a possibility, Luin had already told Wang Wen about it, and Wang Wen and the others would be prepared. If the 3 Prime and Lu Hao really attacked, it did not matter whether the Six Direction Society was prepared or not. If the Eternals attacked, the Six Direction Society would definitely be defeated. Luin continued to roll his die. He wanted to merge into Muji's body now, and there were still 10 days left. He hoped that he could make it in time. Luck was still on Lu Yin's side. He had not rolled 6 pips back then, but on the day that Di Qiang and the others left, Luin managed to roll it. He rolled the die with his wood space-time force, and when his consciousness appeared in the dark space, he only saw a ball of light. It was not bright, which meant that this ball of light represented a power that did not surpass his own. Luin rushed over and merged into it. In an instant, memories flooded out, and Luin opened his eyes. He was overjoyed, it was Muji. He had finally succeeded. Luin could not wait to check Muji's memories. He had not cultivated his wood space-time force much, so he had limited time. First, he had to confirm whether Muji had told the ancestor and the others about his speculations. Even though Luin felt that Muji had not, there was nothing more reliable than personally checking Muji's memories. Next, he had to check Muji's speculations about Hui Wu, Wang Xiaoyu, and the others, as well as Muji's stance. Luin wanted to know all of these. This time, he had only merged with Muji's memories for a very short period of time, and Luin did not even have enough time to look through Muji's memories before his consciousness returned to his body. He looked into the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. He also felt a little emotional. Humans were complicated. Their emotions, thoughts, actions, and so on were all things that no one dared to say that they could completely see through a person. Muji was one such person. He was a genius through and through. The samsara roulette had allowed him to become the wood god's disciple and leave his name in the wood being scripture. Even in the Six Paths Society, this was an extremely high honor. Even in the reincarnation spacetime, his status was not much lower than the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. The wood god valued him greatly. In order to nurture him, he had not only taught him cultivation techniques, but had also specially nurtured his knowledge, allowing him to learn many things. The experts of the once glorious above heaven and the Six Paths Society had even told him about the primordial realm and the existence of bitter adversity. They had also told others that one could obtain eternal life and transcend. This had caused Muji to have an unimaginable obsession with eternal life from the very beginning. It was precisely because of this that Muji had taken the wrong path. Muji had once asked the wood god, "Master, can you obtain eternal life?" The wood god shook his head. "Master cannot do it. Since ancient times, no one has ever done it. Can the Grand Empyreans obtain eternal life? Not yet. Can the once glorious above heaven obtain eternal life? No. Who can obtain eternal life?" The wood deity thought for a moment. In today's universe, the only true God of the Eternals is probably the one and only true God of the Eternals. That is why we are always at a disadvantage. Little g, you must remember to work hard and cultivate. Everyone must do their best to fight against the Eternals, save humanity, and protect the Six Direction Society. The wood god's words had shaken Muji's faith. What he wanted the most was eternal life. Humans could not do it, but the Eternals could. This was what his master had told him. Since that was the case, why would he cling to humans? A seed was planted, and what made it germinate was the Eternals' words: humans, corpse kings, and astral beasts are just manifestations of life in the universe. Why cling to them? Because of this, Muji betrayed the wood god and was removed from the Wood Person Sutra. The wood god was furious, and the wood god lost a talented cultivator while the Eternals gained a true god guard captain. When Luin saw these memories, the first thing that came to his mind was that Patriarch Lu Yuan had not told him about Kuai. They had thought that telling him too early would affect his cultivation. He had not cared at the time, but now it seemed that the Patriarch had foresight. Some things were known too early, and the consequences were unpredictable. The wood god cared too much about Muji and wanted to nurture him in all aspects. He had nurtured Muji's desire for eternal life, but he had not pointed him in the right direction. Muji was a traitor, but he had not truly joined the Eternals. He wanted to transcend. If he could betray the wood god, then he could betray the Eternals as well. He only wanted the true god's ultimate technique because it could allow him to transcend. His goal was very clear. He looked down on the Eternals from the bottom of his heart, which was why he could casually insult the only true God. He was proud because his starting point was much higher than others. Many people spent their entire lives without knowing about the existence of progenitors, but he had stepped into the Wood Person Sutra and learned about eternal life. His prideful nature made him think of a way to obtain the true God's ultimate technique. He did not want to expose Luin and Huiwu to be rewarded by the Eternals. Everyone had different personalities, and if it had been the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign, he would have already revealed that Luin might be Yebwa. Luin also knew that he had been deliberately sunk into the Divine Power Lake to find the true God's ultimate technique. He had searched all the tributaries of the first zone of calamity, but he could not find the one that had sunk into the wrong person's lake. There were berserk corpses there, and no one was allowed to enter. In order to obtain a true God's ultimate technique, he was willing to be submerged in a lake for 100 years. In order to transcend, he was willing to betray the wood spacetime. In order to join forces with Luin, he was willing to curse the only true God. This was Muji, a person who only had goals and no emotions. He had already gone mad. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't tell the founding ancestor about Yebwa, Huiwu, or Wang Xiaoyu. If he wanted a few people in the everlasting race who could join forces with him, these spies were the best choice. He didn't believe that a human traitor would side with the Eternals, and the Corpse King couldn't work with him either. Luin and the others were his only choice. More importantly, he had his own ambitions. He could betray the humans, but he also wanted to one day obtain a true God's ultimate technique and return to the human race. If he wanted to return, he naturally had to pay a price. He wanted to establish his own faction within the Eternals. It had to be said that this idea was even crazier than obtaining a true god's ultimate skill, but that was what he wanted. Lu Yin's alliance with the humans was the same as Muji's alliance with the Eternals. However, there was one thing that made Lu Yin feel relieved: Muji wasn't as certain as he had made himself out to be. The evil he had seen was just a rough estimate. He had been certain that Yebwa was Lu Yin himself, but he had only been stalling for time and bluffing. Even Wang Xiaoyu had very little evil. After Hui Wu had left, the corpse god had been severely injured. This was only his guess, but it was all a bluff. This person was very shrewd. Lu Yin looked into the distance, thinking about how to use Muji. Unfortunately, if not for the limited time and the limited power of the wood spacetime, he would have tried to commit suicide and have Muji die. Suicide was not easy, and some powerhouses found it difficult to die even if they wanted to. Lu Yin had no way of controlling Muji's suicide in such a short time. The next day, Di Qiong returned, but the Six Direction Association showed no reaction. It was as if they didn't know that they were going to attack. This meant that Yebwa and Muji were fine. First, two blades, Wu Ho and Wang Ho, were fine as well. Lu Yin knew that this attack was fake, but he had deliberately told Wang Wen about it because he was worried that Hui Wu would be tested. If the Eternals wanted to test the Six Direction Association, they would test all the captains of the true gods. If Hui Wu told the Six Direction Association that they were going to be attacked, they would be exposed. Now that the Six Direction Association knew about this, even if Hui Wu had a way to send the news back, the Six Direction Association would not be discovered. The test was over, and the next step was to attack the five spirit tribes and the Trimoon's alliance. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Even if he had been prepared for this still made him uneasy. He wondered how Wang Wen and the others would prepare. Another day passed, and Di Qiong left with Di Xia. Lu Yin walked out of the tower and headed in Muji's direction. He knew where she was. Not long after, Lu Yin found Muji. Muji looked at Lu Yin. Yebwa? What's the matter? Have you thought it through? Many figures appeared in the Trimoon's alliance's spacetime, including Di Qiong and Di Xia. They had thought that this would be an unbridled massacre, but instead of the Trimoon's alliance, they saw Wood God, Void Master, and other experts from the Six Direction Association. Oh no, something went wrong. At the entrance of the first zone of calamity, Celestial Champion Dishabag raised his golden staff and smashed it down. Come again, first zone of calamity. Celestial Champion Dishabag killed his way into the first zone of calamity. At the same time, in the third zone of calamity, Lu Yin approached Muji. You want to find the true god's ultimate technique? Muji asked, why? Are you going to say it out loud? I don't know what you meant by what you said to me before, and I don't know who that person is, but I want to find the true god's ultimate technique as well. I have a map of the divine power lakes here, and it might be helpful, Lu Yin said. He was already 8 meters away from Muji. Muji frowned. This kind of thing is useless. Perhaps the true god's ultimate technique is hidden in some corner, and we can find it with the map. It's not something you should say. What if this is a map of all the divine power lakes in the 6 zones of calamity? What did you say? A map of the 6 zones of calamity? Muji was shocked. Lu Yin was calm. If a true god placed the ultimate technique under the divine power lakes, then there must be some kind of pattern. Only a true god can clearly see the locations of the 6 zones of calamity. Through this map, we can also see it. Muji's eyes burned with passion. If it was just a map of one zone of calamity, then he would not have cared, but 6 zones of calamity were different. Take it out and let me see. Lu Yin took a step forward, and the scene in front of him changed. He directly controlled Muji's body, took out the wheel of life and death, and spun it. At the same time, Muji grabbed Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin seemed to be unable to resist, and Muji grabbed him by the neck, making it difficult for him to move. Lu Yin controlled Muji's body to tear through the void, and in an instant, his consciousness returned to his body. Muji was awake, but he was confused. How did he grab Yibo's neck? Before he could react, Lu Yin pushed him into a spatial crack with a palm. The entire process was very fast, and Lu Yin had rehearsed it many times in his mind. He wanted to be seen by others so that he could report it to Di. Qiong. From an outsider's point of view, the entire process looked like Mu Ji had suddenly attacked Yi Bo, and for some reason, Yi Bo had been unable to resist. However, Yi Bo had attacked in the next second, and Mu Ji had used Yi Bo's palm to escape into the spatial crack. Everything had seemed so smooth, and the spatial crack had been torn open by Mu Ji himself. He had premeditated his escape. After Mu Ji disappeared into the spatial crack, a figure quickly approached him. It was the woman he had seen on the observation platform, and she was the expert who was second only to Di Qiong in the third zone of calamity, Fei. Di Qiong had indeed sent people to watch him. What's going on? Fei shouted as she stared at Luyin. Luyin coughed. I don't know. He suddenly attacked me and even stole my cosmic ring. Fei saw that Luyin's finger was bleeding. Cosmic ring? She wanted to ask more questions, but a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the distance. Not good. In the third zone of calamity, at the center of the Eternal Kingdom, a stargate opened, and Lu Yuan walked out just after Mu Ji had left. The stargate that Lu Yuan had used was Lu Yin's, but it had been stolen by Mu Ji. Lu Yuan walked out of the stargate and saw the imprisoned Wu Tian. Although he had expected this, he still couldn't help but roar when he saw Wu Tian, Wu De. On the observation platform, Wu Tian's eyes widened, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Fertile soil?" Lu Yuan appeared in front of Wu Tian. "I'll take you back." Wait. Wu Tian wanted to say something, but Fei broke through the void and swept her leg towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan casually pushed her back, and in the next moment, Lu Yin appeared, his divine power surging as he attacked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan showed no mercy as he raised his palm and pressed down. Heaven and earth froze as Lu Yin's body was pressed down by the palm. Fei hurriedly reached out and dragged Lu Yin out. The Eternal Kingdom was reduced to dust, and the third zone of calamity trembled under Lu Yuan's might. No one could stop him. Lu Yuan casually tore open the chains and was about to leave with Wu Tian. Wu Tian fell to the ground, his skin torn apart. His body was extremely weak, but he would not die. Lu Yuan grabbed Wu Tian's arm, and Wu Tian gripped Lu Yuan's arm, his eyes red. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. Fertile soil, I am the one who is destined. Let's go. Not far away, Fei's eyes disappeared, and she charged towards Lu Yuan with the eyeless transformation. Lu Yuan didn't even look at her. A Xidigarba needle appeared in his palm and pierced through the void. Fei wanted to dodge, but she couldn't. The needle seemed to ignore time, and it pierced through her body, nailing her to the ground. Her blood dyed the ground red. What did you say? Lu Yuan stared at Wu Tian in disbelief. Wu Tian pushed Lu Yuan away. Let's go. At this time, the entire third zone of calamity's divine power lake surged towards the observation platform. Lu Yuan let go of Wu Tian, clenched his fists, and tore through the void. He looked back and said, "Don't die." With that, he stepped into the void and disappeared. Not far away, Lu Yin was at a loss. Why didn't he save Wu Tian? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, why didn't he take Wu Tian away? What was the ancestor doing? End of chapter 3067. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.